Chapter 1. The smell of dying herbs filled the room like a funeral pyre that refused to catch flame. Shen Yaofeng knelt beside his mother's bed, pressing a damp cloth to her forehead with hands that refused to stop trembling. Her skin had turned the color of old parchment, yellow-gray, stretched thin over bones that seemed sharper each morning. Her breathing came in shallow rasps that rattled like seeds in a dried gourd. "Mother," he whispered, "can you hear me?" Her eyelids fluttered. A ghost of recognition passed across her face, then faded. Withered root syndrome. The healers had named it 3 weeks ago, though Yaofeng had suspected it for months. The way her cultivation had begun to falter, the slow graying of her hair, the herbs she grew in the garden losing their potency, as if her very presence was draining them. Her dantian was collapsing inward, its spiritual roots shriveling like a plant cut off from water. Without intervention, the process would consume her within the month. The Shen clan had been herbalists for 9 generations. They knew plants the way sailors knew currents, instinctively, intimately, with a respect born from dependence. But 9 generations of knowledge had not produced a cure for withered root syndrome. Nothing had. The condition was a death sentence written in the language of qi itself, and no herb in their dwindling stores could rewrite it. Yaofeng set the cloth down and stood. His reflection stared back at him from the bronze mirror on the wall. 19 years old, lean, dark-haired, with the calloused fingers of someone who had spent his life grinding roots and bundling dried leaves. Sprout realm cultivation. The lowest of the low. Not because he lacked talent, but because the Shen clan's resources had been declining for decades, and what little remained went to his mother's treatments. "I'll be back," he told her unconscious form. "I'm going to fix this." He walked out of the sick room and into the corridor of the Shen clan's main house, a structure that had once been grand and was now merely large, its lacquered pillars fading, its roof tiles cracked and patched with cheaper clay. The evening air carried the scent of the clan's medicinal gardens, though even those had thinned in recent years. Fewer rare herbs, more common weeds. The slow, quiet erosion of a family that had been important once and was now simply present. His feet carried him past the main hall, past the dining room where clan members ate in groups that grew smaller each year, past the training grounds where no one trained anymore because there was nothing left to train for. He walked until he reached the forbidden vault. The vault sat at the edge of the Shen clan compound, built into the base of a rocky hillside, and sealed with a formation array that had been maintained by clan elders for as long as anyone could remember. Inside it were the clan's most dangerous possessions, herbs too potent for casual use, cultivation manuals deemed heretical, and artifacts from an era when the Shen clan had mattered. And at the very back of the vault, sealed in a jade case lined with suppression talismans, was the primordial root vein. Yaofeng had first learned about it when he was 12. His mother, still healthy then, had told him the story as a warning. "An herb that cures anything," she'd said, grinding moonvine powder in her mortar. "That's what the old texts claim. Any poison, any disease, any spiritual wound. But every person who has touched it in the last 1,000 years has died screaming within the hour. The root vein doesn't heal, it devours. It takes root in your body like a weed in good soil, and it eats you from the inside out." "Then why do we keep it?" 12-year-old Yaofeng had asked. His mother had smiled the way she did when a question pleased her. "Because throwing away a miracle just because we don't understand it yet would be the act of fools. And the Shen clan, whatever else we've become, are not fools." Now Yaofeng stood before the vault door, his mother's words echoing in a head that had run out of other options. He pressed his palm against the formation lock. It was keyed to Shen blood. Any member of the clan could open it, though doing so would alert the elders. He had perhaps 10 minutes before someone came to investigate. The door opened with a groan of old stone. The air inside was stale and sharp, carrying the medicinal tang of herbs sealed in containers that hadn't been opened in decades. Yaofeng walked past shelves of labeled jade boxes, past a rack of scrolls so old they might crumble if touched, past a display of dried herbs suspended in preservation crystals. The jade case sat on a stone pedestal at the vault's rear wall. The suppression talismans glowed faintly in the darkness, golden characters pulsing with a rhythm that, Yaofeng realized with a chill, matched a heartbeat. He removed the talismans one by one. They peeled away like dead skin, their power exhausted after centuries of use. The jade case opened with a click. Inside, nestled in a bed of spiritual cotton, lay a root. It was perhaps the length of his forearm, thick as his thumb, and the most unsettling shade of green Yaofeng had ever seen. Not the healthy green of growing things, but a deep, luminous emerald that seemed to pulse from within, as if the root were lit by a tiny sun. Fine tendrils extended from its surface, swaying gently in the stale vault air despite the absence of any breeze. Yao Feng picked it up. The sensation was immediate, warmth, spreading from his fingers through his palm and up his arm, accompanied by a vibration so subtle it felt more thought than touch. The root's tendrils curled around his fingers like the grip of an infant. "Please work," he whispered. He ran back to his mother's room. She hadn't moved. The rattling breaths continued, each one slightly weaker than the last. Yao Feng knelt beside her bed, broke a piece of the root vein free, and placed it against her lips. "Swallow," he urged, tilting her head forward. "Please, mother." Her throat worked reflexively. The fragment disappeared into her mouth. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then his mother's body arched off the bed with a sound that wasn't a scream. It was deeper, primal, the noise a body makes when something fundamental changes inside it. Green light blazed from her pores. Her dantian pulsed with visible qi, a burst of emerald energy that lit the room like a lantern. And then the light reversed direction. It came out of her, erupted out of her, and slammed into Yao Feng with the force of a charging ox. The remaining root vein in his hand dissolved. Its substance poured into him through every pore, every orifice, every gap in his spiritual defenses that he didn't even know he had. He felt it burrowing, down through his meridians, past his organs, into his dantian, where it struck like a spear driven into soft earth. Pain. Pain beyond anything he had imagined. His dantian, that small reservoir of spiritual energy at his core, cracked open like an egg. Something took root inside it. Shen Yaofeng hit the floor. The world went green, then black. The last thing he heard before consciousness abandoned him was his mother's breathing, steady, even, and strong for the first time in months. The root vein had rejected her body, but it had found a home in his. Chapter 2, he woke to candlelight and the sound of arguing. "He's dead. Look at him. His skin is turning green. He's breathing, you blind fool. Dead men don't breathe. The root vein killed every host for 1,000 years. What makes this boy different? Nothing. He'll be dead by morning. The question is what to do with the body, and whether the root vein can be extracted." Shen Yaofeng lay on cold stone. The quarantine cellar, the room beneath the main house where the clan isolated members who contracted spiritual illnesses. He recognized the dampness, the smell of mineral-treated walls, the iron reinforcements on the door designed to contain qi surges. His body felt wrong, not painful. The agony from the vault had faded into a distant throb, like a bruise healing impossibly fast, but fundamentally altered. His skin tingled as if every pore had been opened and refilled with something thicker than air. When he moved his fingers, he felt a faint pulse within them, rhythmic and green. The voices belonged to the clan elders. He could hear them through the cellar door. 3 old men and 1 old woman, the last generation of the Shen clan with any real cultivation to speak of. The woman was Elder Qin, his mother's aunt, who had always liked him. The others were Elders Feng, Rao, and the clan patriarch, Shen Muhan, a man who had never hidden his disappointment that the clan's decline continued under his watch. His mother's condition stabilized, Elder Qin said. Whatever the root vein did, it helped her before it latched onto the boy. At what cost? Patriarch Muhan's voice was cold. The root vein is a cursed artifact. Every record we have says the same thing. It devours its host. The boy is a walking disaster now. If the Duan clan hears about this, they'll come for him. Elder Feng finished. They've wanted the root vein for centuries. Then we have a decision to make. Do we protect one boy and risk the clan, or do we turn him over and pray the Duan clan's gratitude extends to leaving us in peace? Silence. Yao Feng's heart hammered against his ribs. "He's my nephew," Elder Qin said quietly. "And this clan is my responsibility," Patriarch Muhan replied. Yao Feng stopped listening. He sat up in the darkness and pressed a hand against his chest, trying to feel what had changed inside him. His dantian, which had always been a small, steady pool of qi, barely a puddle, really, at the sprout realm, was different now. The pool was still there, but at its center was something else. Something alive. He closed his eyes and looked inward, using the basic meditation technique every cultivator learned as a child. His dantian had cracked open, not shattered, cracked, like a seed splitting to let a sprout emerge. Through the crack, green light poured upward, and in that light, he could see a tiny space. A pocket of reality no larger than a cupped hand, glowing with soft emerald luminance. Within the space, a single root grew from the floor, its tendrils reaching upward like fingers grasping for sunlight. The primordial root vein. It had taken root in his dantian and grown a garden. A voice spoke inside his mind, small, bright, and startlingly cheerful. Finally, a host who didn't shatter. "Do you know how long I've been waiting? The last 17 died before I could even say hello. You're either incredibly durable or incredibly stubborn. Either way, I'm keeping you." Yao Feng's eyes snapped open. Who shill? The grumpy ones outside will hear you. I'm Root. Well, the others call me Little Root because I was the first to sprout when the root vein was created. I've been sleeping inside this thing for. How long has it been? Several thousand years. Time gets fuzzy when you're a dormant herb spirit. Point is, I'm awake now, you're alive, and we have a lot of work to do. Yao Feng pressed his palms against his eyes. He was hallucinating. The root vein was killing him slowly, and the first symptom was auditory hallucinations of chatty plant spirits. Not a hallucination, Little Root said indignantly. I'm as real as the headache you're pretending you don't have. Look, watch this. A warmth spread through Yao Feng's left hand. He pulled it away from his face and saw his palm glowing faintly green. A tiny cut on his finger, from a jar he'd broken in the vault, sealed itself before his eyes, the skin knitting together with a soft pulse of emerald light. See? Little Root sounded smug. Your body is changing. The root vein merged with your dantian, and now I can do things. We can do things. Touch something that's broken. Go on. Yao Feng looked around the dim cellar. In the corner, a clay pot held a withered herb, a monitoring plant the elders used to test air quality in the quarantine room. It was brown, dry, and clearly dead. He reached out and pressed his finger against its stem. Green light flowed from his fingertip. The stem straightened. Brown leaves flushed with color, pale at first, then deepening to a healthy jade. New shoots emerged from the soil. Within seconds, the dead plant was not just alive but thriving, its leaves broader and greener than any specimen he'd ever seen. Your blood is medicine now, Little Root said softly, the smugness replaced by something closer to wonder. Your sweat cures poison. Your tears mend spiritual wounds. You, Shen are becoming a living pharmacy. And this, a pulse of warmth from the tiny space in his dantian, is the garden where everything begins. Yao Feng stared at the resurrected plant. Above him, the elders continued arguing about his fate. Something had begun inside him, something that could save or destroy him. He needed to find out which. He lay back on the cold stone and pressed both palms flat against his sternum, trying to feel the root vein's presence through muscle and bone. It was there, steady as a heartbeat, deeper than breath, a pulse of green warmth that had no analog in anything he had known before. It did not feel like an infection. It felt like a root finding soil. His mother was alive upstairs. He had heard her breathing, steady, deep, the breathing of genuine sleep rather than the shallow gasp of near death. Whatever price the root vein had extracted from him, it had delivered on its end of the exchange. That was something. He turned his attention inward again, following the emerald warmth into the cracked space of his dantian. The tiny garden smelled of wet earth and something floral, not medicinal sweet the way dried herbs smelled, but alive sweet, the fragrance of things actively growing. He cataloged what he could sense. The main root, thick and pulsing, the reaching tendrils of newer growth, the soft luminance that was Little Root moving through the space with self-important energy. You're awake, Little Root said, without turning from whatever he was tending. Good. There is much to organize. Organize. The dimension is young. Young means fragile. Fragile means we must be careful what we let take root here. Little Root turned then, and his two bright eye points held something grave beneath the cheerfulness. There are seeds in the soil already. Seeds I did not plant. They came in when the root vein merged, dormant spirits whose echoes settled into the earth like stones into mud. Most are too small to notice. But one of them. He gestured toward the far edge of the garden, where the emerald light faded into gray. Not now, Yao Feng said. He was not ready for that conversation. Not yet. No, not now. Little Root turned back to his work. But soon. The elders' argument upstairs had shifted from what to do with the boy to what to tell the Duan clan. Yao Feng listened and filed every detail. Names. Loyalties. Who feared the Duan clan enough to sell him? Who feared the Blight Queen's legend enough to destroy him themselves? He needed to be stronger before any of them stopped arguing and started acting. Chapter 3 3 days in the quarantine cellar. They brought food, rice, dried vegetables, water, through a slot in the iron door. Elder Qin came once, pressing her face against the viewing grate to examine him. Your skin's color has returned to normal, she reported. The green tint faded after the first night. How do you feel? Strange, Yao Feng admitted. It was the most honest answer he could give. He spent the 3 days doing two things, talking to Little Root and exploring the new reality growing inside his body. Little Root was, by his own account, a herb spirit, a sentient fragment of botanical consciousness that had been trapped inside the primordial root vein since its creation. He was the first of many spirits sealed within the artifact, and his role had been to maintain the root vein's internal ecology. He described himself as the gardener of the garden inside the garden. which Yaofeng found annoyingly recursive. The root vein was created by someone very powerful and very obsessed, Little Root explained during one of their conversations. Yaofeng had learned to communicate by thinking rather than speaking aloud, which prevented the guards outside from hearing him talk to himself. He wanted to make the perfect medicine, a living herb that could cure anything by bonding with a cultivator. But the process required sacrificing other spirits, other herbs, other lives. We were pulled in and sealed. Some of us went willingly. Others, he trailed off. Others didn't. How many spirits are trapped in here? I lost count. Dozens. Maybe more. Most are dormant, sleeping so deeply they might as well be dead. A few are partially aware. And one, Little Root's mental voice dropped to a whisper. One is very, very awake. She's sealed in the deepest part of the dimension, behind walls I built when the last host died. Don't go looking for her. Not yet. Not until you're strong enough. Yaofeng filed that warning away and focused on what he could learn. The internal herb dimension, the tiny pocket of space that had formed in his cracked dantian, was roughly the size of a courtyard garden. The floor was soft earth, rich and dark, from which the root vein's main trunk grew like a miniature tree. Emerald light filtered from no visible source, providing the gentle illumination that plants needed to grow. The air was warm, humid, and smelled of fresh soil after rain. You can enter here through meditation, Little Root instructed. Deep focus, direct your consciousness inward, past the dantian, into the green light. Think of it as visiting a room inside yourself. Yaofeng mastered the technique on the second day. His consciousness slipped into the dimension like a hand sliding into a glove, and suddenly he was standing in the garden, looking at Little Root for the first time. The spirit was small, perhaps the size of a child's doll, and humanoid in shape, but made entirely of soft green light. His features were vague, more suggested than defined. 2 bright spots for eyes, a darker line for a mouth, tiny hands that ended in tendril-like fingers. He waved. Welcome home, Little Root said, grinning. Now let me show you the rules. The rules were these. Anything that grew in the dimension was real. Herbs planted here would mature at a rate determined by the ambient qi in the dimension and Yaofeng's cultivation level. Currently, that meant basic herbs would take hours instead of months. The dimension was small, but it would grow as Yaofeng advanced in cultivation. Every realm breakthrough would expand it significantly, and the herbs that grew here could be extracted and used in the real world. That's the whole point, Little Root said. You seed herbs by consuming them in the real world while channeling qi. They take root in here. Then they grow. Then you pull them out whenever you need them. Infinite medicine. Renewable. Growing inside you. And in return? Yaofeng asked, because everything in cultivation had a cost. Little Root's bright eyes dimmed slightly. In return, the dimension draws on your qi, your life force. The more herbs you grow, the more it takes. And the bigger the dimension gets, the more the dormant spirits will stir. Some of them are friendly. Some of them. He glanced toward the edges of the garden, where shadows gathered beyond the reach of the emerald light. Some of them will try to take the garden for themselves. Or take you. Yaofeng looked at the shadows. Something in the darkness shifted, a presence, vast and patient, pressing against the boundaries of the garden like water against a dam. I'll be ready, he said. He didn't feel ready. But his mother was alive upstairs, and the herb that had saved her was growing inside him now. And if he wanted to understand what he'd become, he would have to step forward into the green light whether he was ready or not. On the morning of the 3rd day, the cellar door opened. Chapter 4 Patriarch Shen stood in the doorway with 2 clan elders behind him. The old man's face was carved from decades of disappointment and responsibility. Deep lines around a mouth that had forgotten how to smile, eyes that calculated survival before they registered emotion. You're alive, the patriarch said, as if confirming a particularly inconvenient fact. I am, Yaofeng replied, standing. He'd spent 3 days in meditation and felt more centered than he had in years, despite the alien presence coiling through his meridians. The root vein didn't kill you. It appears not. Patriarch Muhan stepped into the cellar, his leaf realm cultivation pressing against the air like a subtle weight. Behind him, elders Feng and Rao flanked the doorway, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright fear. I spent 3 days consulting our archives, the patriarch said. Every record of the primordial root vein says the same thing, death within the hour. You should be a corpse. Instead, you're standing here with stable vitals and a dantian that my spiritual sense cannot read. Explain. Yaofeng hesitated. How much to reveal? Little Root whispered in his mind. Be careful. Don't show them everything. People want what they can't understand, and they destroy what they can't have. The root vein merged with my dantian, Yaofeng said carefully. I don't fully understand the mechanism, but it appears to have created some form of internal cultivation space. I can sense herbs more acutely than before, and I believe I have some healing ability. Show me. Yao Feng looked around the cellar. No herbs, no plants, just stone and iron. Then he noticed the scrape on Elder Feng's knuckle, a fresh wound that still oozed blood. Elder Feng, may I? He extended his hand. The elder flinched, but, at the patriarch's nod, offered his hand. Yao Feng pressed his thumb against the scrape and let the qi flow, just a trickle, the smallest thread of emerald energy. The wound sealed in 2 seconds. The skin smooth as if the cut had never existed. Silence filled the cellar. Ancestors preserve us. Elder Rao breathed. The patriarch's eyes narrowed. Yao Feng could see calculations running behind them. Value, danger, opportunity, risk. The Shen clan was weak. A miracle healer could change that. But a miracle healer also attracted attention. We'll discuss this with the full council. Patriarch Muhan said finally. In the meantime, you are confined to the compound. No one outside the clan is to know about this. Understood. Yes, Patriarch. The elders left. Yao Feng climbed the stairs to the main house and went directly to his mother's room. She was sitting up. The change was staggering. 3 days ago, she had been a withered shell, barely breathing. Now her cheeks held color. Her eyes were clear. Her hair, though still streaked with gray, had regained some of its old luster. She was eating soup from a bowl held by Elder Qin, who looked up as Yao Feng entered and smiled for the first time in weeks. Yao Feng. His mother set the bowl down and opened her arms. He crossed the room in 3 strides and held her, feeling the warmth of her body and the steady rhythm of her heart against his chest. She was thinner than he remembered, dangerously so, but alive. Alive. You did something foolish, she murmured into his shoulder. It worked. It usually doesn't. She pulled back and looked at him with the same careful assessment the patriarch had used, but filtered through love rather than pragmatism. Something changed inside you. I can feel it. You smell different. Like fresh earth and growing things. Stronger than before. The root vein bonded with me, he admitted. I'm still figuring out what that means. It means trouble. His mother's voice carried the weight of a woman who had survived enough trouble to recognize it approaching. The root vein was sealed for a reason, Yao Feng. And the clan that sealed it, the Duan clan. I know. They'll come. I know. His mother held his face in both hands. Her grip strong, her gaze unwavering. Then you need to be ready. Or you need to run. That evening, Yao Feng sat in the clan's garden, staring at the rows of medicinal herbs that had sustained his family for generations. His childhood friend Jin Kaiyang dropped onto the bench beside him with the subtlety of a falling boulder. So, Kaiyang said, cracking his knuckles. I hear you ate a cursed herb and didn't die. Kaiyang was built like a piece of furniture, broad, solid, and difficult to move once settled. At 20, he was the strongest physical cultivator the Shen clan had produced in a generation, which mostly meant he could lift heavy things and hit hard in a clan that valued neither talent. His cultivation sat at stem realm, higher than Yao Feng's, and he wielded a massive iron mortar as a weapon, a medicine-grinding tool repurposed for violence in a way that perfectly embodied the Shen clan's trajectory. I didn't need it, Yao Feng corrected. It ate me. Details. Kaiyang waved a hand the size of a dinner plate. Point is, you're alive, your mother's recovering, and every elder in the clan is either terrified or salivating. What's the plan? I don't have a plan. Terrible. Let me rephrase. What's happening? Yao Feng told him. Not everything. He held back the details of Little Root and the herb spirits, following the spirit's advice about caution, but enough. The healing ability, the enhanced herb sensing, the knowledge that the Duan clan would come. Kaiyang listened without interruption, which was unusual for him. When Yao Feng finished, the big man was silent for a long moment. The elders are going to sell you out, Kaiyang said flatly. The patriarch's been talking about minimizing risk to the clan all day. That means handing you to the Duan clan with a bow on top. I figured. So we leave first. We? Kaiyang looked at him as if he'd asked whether fire was hot. You're my brother, Yao Feng. Since we were kids. You think I'm going to sit here grinding roots while the Duan clan straps you to a table? We leave tonight. Take your mother's medicine, take supplies, and go. Yao Feng opened his mouth to argue, to point out that Kaiyang had a life here, a family, obligations, and closed it. He knew that look. Kaiyang had made up his mind with the same immovable certainty he applied to everything else. Thank you, Yao Feng said quietly. Save it. You can thank me by not dying. That night, Yao Feng prepared his mother's next dose of medicine and left it with Elder Qin, along with instructions. The jade marrow lotus, a herb he'd read about in the clan archives, could stabilize withered root syndrome permanently if administered over several weeks. He didn't have it, but he would find it. He packed light. A travel bag, a knife, basic herbs from the garden, and the jade case from the vault, now empty but still resonant with the root vein's lingering energy. At midnight, he and Kaiyang slipped over the compound wall and vanished into the mountain darkness. Chapter 5 Word traveled faster than feet. By dawn, the Shen clan had reported Yaofeng's escape to the Duan clan, whether out of duty, fear, or hope that cooperation would buy them mercy. By noon, Duan Failong, the patriarch's eldest son, was riding toward the Shen clan compound with 6 Leaf Realm warriors at his back. Yaofeng and Kaiyang learned this from a traveling merchant they encountered on the mountain road, who mentioned a Duan clan patrol asking about a young herbalist with green-tinted skin at every village along the route. Your skin isn't green anymore, Kaiyang observed. It was for the first day. Still, they know what you look like. They altered their route, cutting away from the main road and into the forested hills that bordered the western edge of Azure Mist Province. The forest was old growth, towering spirit oaks and ironbark pines that had been cultivating ambient qi for centuries. Yaofeng's enhanced senses went wild. He could feel every herb within 100 meters, their health, their qi content, their medicinal properties. It was like walking through a library where every book whispered its contents. There, he said, pointing to a cluster of purple moss growing at the base of an ironbark. Spirit calming moss, used for anxiety-related qi deviation. And there, he gestured toward a ridge where faint yellow flowers swayed. Golden thread chrysanthemum. Treats blood stagnation in meridians. Fantastic. Can any of them fight a leaf realm cultivator? No. Then keep walking. They walked for 2 days, avoiding settlements and living on foraged food. Yaofeng experimented with his abilities as they traveled, discovering new aspects of his changed body with the regularity of someone unpacking a bag they didn't remember filling. His sweat, he discovered, neutralized poison. They passed through a patch of blackthorn bramble, a spiritual plant that secreted contact venom, and Yaofeng's perspiration dissolved the toxin on contact. His skin didn't even itch. That's disgusting and useful, Kaiyang commented, watching him wipe poison-neutralizing sweat from his brow. Little Root explained the mechanism internally. Your body is a refinery now. Toxins enter, get processed by the dimension's ecology, and exit as harmless compounds, or even beneficial ones. The more diverse your internal garden becomes, the more toxins you can handle. Right now, you're limited to basic environmental poisons. But as you grow, I'll be able to neutralize stronger ones. Eventually, there won't be a poison in this world that can touch you. On the 3rd day, the Duan warriors found them. 6 figures dropped from the treetops with practiced coordination, 3 to block the path ahead, 3 behind. Leaf Realm, all of them, their qi suppressing the forest air with a pressure that made Yaofeng's Sprout Realm cultivation feel like a candle in a hurricane. Duan Failong stood at the center, a young man with his father's cold eyes and a sword that gleamed with water element qi. Shen Yaofeng, Duan Failong said. The primordial root vein is Duan clan property. You will come with us. Kaiyang stepped forward, his iron mortar already in hand. He's not property, and neither is that herb. Stem realm. Duan Failong assessed Kaiyang with a glance and dismissed him. You have spirit. Admirable. Stand aside, and I'll let you leave. Touch him, and I'll cave your skull in. Yaofeng grabbed Kaiyang's arm. 6 leaf realm cultivators against 1 stem realm fighter and 1 sprout realm herbalist. The numbers were hopeless. He needed another way. Little Root whispered urgently. Your breath, Yaofeng. You've been exhaling soporific pollen since yesterday. Tiny amounts. The dimension's been producing it naturally. If you concentrate it. Yaofeng took a deep breath. He felt the herbs inside his dimension stir. The spirit-calming moss he'd absorbed 2 days ago. The soporific bloom seeds that Little Root had been cultivating. They responded to his intent, producing a concentrated burst of sedative pollen that gathered in his lungs. He exhaled. The breath left his mouth as a faint golden mist. It spread outward in a gentle wave, settling over the 6 Duan warriors like morning dew. 4 of them, the one standing closest, swayed, blinked, and crumpled to the ground, asleep before they hit the earth. The remaining 2, including Duan Failong, had enough cultivation to resist. The young Duan cultivator burned qi to purge the pollen, his sword flaring with water qi that washed the sedative from his body. What technique was that? He demanded, genuine surprise cracking his composure. Kaiyang didn't wait for an answer. He surged forward with his mortar raised, and the clash of iron against qi-reinforced steel rang through the forest. The second warrior engaged Kaiyang, while Duan Failong lunged for Yaofeng. Yaofeng dove aside, feeling the sword whisper past his ear. He had no combat training worth mentioning. The Shen clan taught herbalism, not warfare. But his body moved differently now, faster and more fluid, as if the root vein's integration had refined his physical baseline. Duan Filong pressed the attack. Water element qi coated his blade, extending its reach with liquid arcs that sliced through branches and stone alike. Yaofeng retreated, dodging, using the trees as cover, buying seconds he didn't know how to spend. Your body is producing defensive compounds, Little Root said rapidly. Your skin is secreting iron bark extract. It's hardening your outer layer. Not enough to block a direct hit, but glancing blows won't cut you. And your blood, if you bleed on him, the medicinal shock might disorient him. Yaofeng had no better ideas. He let Duan Feilong's next slash graze his forearm, a controlled wound, barely a scratch, and flicked the blood at the young man's face. The droplets hit Duan Feilong's cheek and forehead. Medicinal qi exploded on contact. Not harmful, but overwhelming. A burst of healing energy slammed into Duan Feilong's senses like someone shouting a dozen different things simultaneously. His meridians tried to process the incoming qi. Was it an attack? A cure? His body couldn't decide, and for 2 critical seconds, he froze. Kaiyang's iron mortar caught the second warrior in the chest and sent him tumbling into the underbrush. The big man spun and charged at the frozen Duan Feilong. Retreat! Duan Feilong snarled, snapping free of the confusion. He grabbed 2 of his sleeping warriors and leaped into the canopy. The others were snatched up by the recovering second warrior. Within moments, the Duan squad had vanished into the forest. Kaiyang lowered his mortar and grinned, blood trickling from a cut on his temple. Your blood made him freeze. That's a new one. The battle's aftermath was silence, which was its own kind of alarm. Yaofeng's body was running high, every medicinal compound in his blood elevated by the combat state. His herb sense extended to maximum range, the dimension's defensive herbs thrumming with alert readiness. The silence felt wrong the way a held breath feels wrong. He checked himself for injury. A scrape on his shoulder from a near miss by the first warrior's windblade. He touched it. His palm flared warm, and the scrape sealed in 2 seconds. The body didn't wait for his conscious direction anymore. Healing had become reflex. 2 Bloom Realm warriors, he said, more to himself than to Kaiyang. You stopped them. I slowed them long enough for you to handle one, and for me to breathe the other unconscious. That's not the same as stopping them. Kaiyang considered this. His mortar rested on his shoulder, unhurried. He did not suffer from the tendency to expand victories beyond their actual scope, which was one of many things Yaofeng appreciated about him. Fair. So what does stopping them look like? More herbs. Better control. Faster decisions. Yaofeng looked at his hands, still trembling faintly with the residual adrenaline his root vein-modified body processed differently than a normal person's. The shaking wasn't fear. It was the dimensions cycling through the combat state hormones, converting them to medicinal compounds with its characteristic thoroughness. I need to be able to do what I did tonight without hesitating. Hesitation is the gap where a leaf realm technique finds you. Ling Suwen appeared in the guest house doorway, her analysis crystals still in hand, her expression a complicated knot of professional fascination and something raw that she had not managed to tuck away entirely. The vine, she said, the one that blocked the wind blades. Its spiritual density was higher than any naturally cultivated specimen I have measured. What is its species? A hybrid. It doesn't have a name yet. It needs one. She lowered the crystals. You created a plant that doesn't exist in nature in order to stop a Bloom Realm technique. In real-time combat, while also producing sedative breath at the appropriate dosage for rapid unconsciousness without cardiac stress. She looked at him the way people look at things that have just rearranged their assumptions. You're not just a pharmacy. You're a weapons laboratory. I prefer pharmacy. Preference noted. She turned and walked back inside to write up her observations. Come show me the vine's structure before the morning. Yaofeng stared at the red smear on his fingers. It wasn't an attack. My blood just healed at him. His body couldn't process it. Healing as a weapon. The Shen clan would be so confused. They ran. Behind them, the forest where 4 Duan warriors still slept buzzed with the gentle hum of settling pollen. Chapter 6. Deep in the forested hills, far from any path the Duan clan would think to search, Yaofeng and Kaiyang found a ridge overlooking a valley of blighted earth. Nothing grew there. The soil was gray and powdery, the trees skeletal, the air carrying a faint chemical burn that stung the nostrils. Corruption zone, Kaiyang said, pulling his collar over his nose. We learned about these as kids. Some kind of ancient spiritual contamination. No one enters them. Yaofeng's enhanced senses told him more. The corruption was a toxin, complex, layered, embedded in the soil itself. It had killed everything organic within the valley and prevented regrowth. Normal cultivators couldn't purify it because the toxin adapted to spiritual energy, using it to strengthen itself. But Yaofeng's body was not a normal cultivator's body. Stay here, he told Kaiyang. He walked down the ridge and into the dead valley. The toxin attacked immediately, seeping through the soles of his shoes, climbing his skin like invisible ivy. His body responded without conscious direction. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his arms, his neck, and where it dripped onto the corrupted ground, the gray soil darkened. Color returned. The toxin hissed and retreated like a living thing encountering fire. Step by step, Yaofeng walked through the valley. Where his feet touched, the ground healed. Where his sweat fell, the corruption dissolved. He left a trail of dark, living earth in his wake, and within that trail, tiny green shoots began to emerge, not planted by him, but sprouting spontaneously from seeds that had been dormant in the dead soil for decades, waiting for someone to clear the poison. You're purifying it, Little Root said, coloring his voice. Your body is processing the corruption and converting it to fertilizer. The dimension is feeding on it. This is what you were made for, Yaofeng. By the time he reached the valley's far side, a ribbon of green cut through the gray, a path of living earth surrounded by death. Behind him, Kaiyang stood at the ridge's edge, mouth open. You are the strangest person I have ever met, Kaiyang called down. Yaofeng looked at his hands. They were wet with sweat that shimmered faintly green. The dimension inside him hummed with satisfaction, as if a long-starving creature had finally been fed. Little Root spoke again, his tone more serious. You're becoming a living pharmacy, Yaofeng. Your body processes the world's poisons and transforms them into cures. But the more you use these gifts, the deeper the root vein's roots grow. It's feeding on you even as it feeds you. Right now, the balance is healthy. But push too hard, too fast, and the dimension will outgrow your ability to control it. And the dormant spirits? They stir when the dimension grows. Each expansion wakes something new. Some will be friends. Others will try to consume you from the inside and wear your body like a suit. Encouraging. I try. They crossed through the corruption zone, Yaofeng purifying a path wide enough for both of them, and emerged into healthier forest on the far side. No Duan warrior would follow them through dead land that should have killed anyone who entered. For the first time since the vault, Yaofeng allowed himself to believe he might survive this. He sat on the far side of the corruption zone with his hands in his lap and looked at what he had done. A ribbon of dark, living earth cut through the gray valley, narrow enough to step across in most places, but alive. Undeniably, defiantly alive, with green shoots pushing upward from soil that had been dead for longer than the Shen clan had existed. The process had not been painless. Every step through the corruption zone had demanded something from him. Not she, exactly, but attention. He had needed to remain actively aware of the toxin as it entered his skin, to feel it arrive in his body's processing systems, to guide the neutralization rather than simply endure it. Let his attention slip for even a moment, and the corruption had pushed deeper, seeking the root vein's roots with the persistence of water finding cracks. His body had held, but the effort had made clear something he needed to understand. His living pharmacy constitution was not passive. It was not armor he wore without thought. It required his participation, his awareness, his will. An exhausted Yaofeng was a vulnerable Yaofeng, and the world ahead would have no shortage of things eager to find that out. You need to rest, Little Root said from inside the dimension. The herbs I'm cultivating for your blood compounds need stable conditions to mature. When you're tired and strained, the dimension's chi fluctuates and the growth quality suffers. How long? 4 hours would help. 8 would be better. Kaiyang had descended the ridge and was standing over the green ribbon with his arms crossed and an expression that mixed impressed with unsettled. You walk through poison that kills everything that breathes it, he said. And your biggest problem is that you're tired. My biggest problem is that the Duan clan has 6 leaf realm cultivators looking for me, and I can breathe people to sleep, but I can't fight. Details. Kaiyang dropped onto the grass beside him. I can fight. You grow the weapons. We make it work. It was, Yaofeng supposed, a plan of sorts. Chapter 7. They found a remote mountain village called Stonewell, 20 families, a communal garden, and a single well that drew from a deep spiritual spring. The villagers were simple people who cultivated herbs and livestock rather than qi. They welcomed strangers cautiously but honestly, offering a small guest house in exchange for Yaofeng's promise to look at their ailing goats. The goats had been eating corrupted grass from the forest's edge. Yaofeng's sweat, diluted in their water trough, cleared the toxins within a day. The villagers, who had expected to lose half their herd, regarded him with the quiet reverence of people who understood the value of a miracle when they saw one. Yaofeng settled into a routine. During the day, he tended to the village's minor ailments, a child's fever, an old woman's joint pain, a farmer's infected wound, using his blood, diluted to safe concentrations, as a universal remedy. At night, he meditated, exploring his internal dimension and experimenting with its mechanics. He discovered that different emotions changed his blood's properties. Calm blood healed wounds, it sealed cuts, reduced swelling, mended broken bone at an accelerated rate. Angry blood acted as a stimulant. When he accidentally bled while frustrated with a stuck jar lid, the drops that hit a sleeping cat caused it to leap 3 feet in the air and run circles around the house for an hour. Sorrowful blood numbed pain. He learned this when tears mixed with a scratch on his cheek, and the entire left side of his face went pleasantly numb for 20 minutes. Each emotional state triggers a different biochemical cascade in the dimension, Little Root explained. The herbs respond to your feelings, producing compounds that match them. Calm grows soothing herbs. Anger grows stimulants. Sadness grows analgesics. The purer the emotion, the more potent the effect. And fear produces paralytic compounds. Don't bleed while scared unless you want to freeze someone solid. Yaofeng noted this in the small journal he'd begun keeping. A herbalist's habit too deep to break, even when the subject was his own body. The journal was a collection of observations that would have alarmed any physician who read them and baffled any cultivator who encountered them. He recorded not just what his body could do, but what it felt like from the inside. The specific warmth of calm blood moving through his meridians before it emerged to heal. The faint tingling pressure behind his eyes that preceded a concentrated breath technique. The strange hollow sensation in his chest when the dimension processed a particularly toxic compound. He was learning the language of his own body. The Shen clan had always taught that a good herbalist must first understand themselves before they could understand their herbs. His mother had said it while grinding moonvine powder. His grandfather had written it in the family's cultivation manual in characters that had faded with age but never lost their meaning. He had thought it was metaphor. It was not metaphor. The dimension responded to his physical and emotional state with an intimacy that went beyond simple stimulus and response. When he was content, the herbs grew faster, fuller, with a spiritual density that translated directly into greater medicinal potency. When he was anxious, the growth slowed, the chi in the dimension turning restless, and Little Root would appear at his inner awareness with the expression of a gardener watching thunderclouds. The herbs feel what you feel, Little Root had explained on the second day. This is not symbolic. It is biological. Your emotional state affects your chi feeds the dimension, and the dimension feeds the herbs. A frightened host produces frightened herbs. Frightened herbs produce unreliable medicine. So I need to stay calm. You need to understand that calm is a skill, like grinding roots or timing a furnace. It is not a temperament you either have or lack. It is a practice. The village goats had recovered fully. 2 children had been healed. 3 adults had requested his help with ailments ranging from a persistent cough to a knee that had never properly healed from an old fall. He had helped all of them, carefully, drawing only what the dimension comfortably produced, careful not to exhaust the system's output. Each healing was a lesson. He was becoming something new, and the only way to understand what that was to use it. At night, he worried about his mother. The medicine he'd left with Elder Qin would sustain her for another week, perhaps 2. But withered root syndrome required the jade marrow lotus for permanent stabilization, and that herb was far beyond the Shen clan's reach. Kaiyang, meanwhile, threw himself into physical training with the single-minded intensity of a man who had watched his best friend develop supernatural healing abilities while he could only swing a mortar very hard. He ran the mountain trails at dawn, lifted boulders in the village square, and practiced combat forms until his knuckles bled and Yaofeng had to heal them. You don't have to push this hard, Yaofeng told him one evening, wrapping Kaiyang's abraded hands in medicinal bandages. Yes, I do, Kaiyang replied. You're going to fight things I can't heal you from. I need to be strong enough to stand between them and you. There was no arguing with that particular brand of loyalty. Yaofeng didn't try. He dressed and packed with the quiet efficiency of someone who had spent enough nights in impermanent places to understand what mattered. The journal, the medicine supplies, the jade case, 3 changes of clothing, and a blade he wasn't sure how to use, but carried anyway on the theory that having it was better than not. The herbs in the guest house garden, the ones he'd grown for the village, distinct from his dimension's contents, he left behind. They were part of the mountain now. They would grow without him. That was the point. Kaiyang had packed in approximately 45 seconds, which told Yaofeng something important about what Kaiyang considered essential. The mortar, a bedroll, 3 days of preserved food, and a small carved wooden figure that he'd kept since childhood and had never once mentioned but always carried. Ling Suwen's packing was methodical and took 20 minutes. She had more equipment, more supplies, more professional apparatus. But she also left things behind. Samples she had collected for her sect report that she set on the storage shed shelf rather than carrying with her. The message was in what she discarded. She was not going to her sect. She was going wherever this was going. Old Man Goose stood at the edge of the village, his mushroom basket apparently permanent equipment, and watched them prepare with the serene attention of someone who had watched many people prepare for many things over many years. Stay off the main roads, he said. The Duan clan's trackers work in pairs. If you encounter one, there's another within 300 meters. How do I detect them? They use suppression techniques that quiet their chi signatures. But they smell of a specific formation: ink, amber, and cinnabar. Your herb sense should catch it. He paused. And trust your plants. The roadside herbs go quiet when hostile intent walks past them. You'll learn to read the silence. Yaofeng nodded. There was more he wanted to ask. About the Blight Queen. About the spirits still sealed in the dimension. About what came after the things he couldn't yet see the shape of. But the morning was moving and the Duan clan was somewhere behind them. And some questions needed to wait for the answers to catch up. Thank you, he said. Old Man Gu waved his staff. Go. On the 5th day in Stonewell, a new presence entered Yaofeng's sensing range. A cultivator, old and powerful, moving through the forest with the casual indifference of someone who feared nothing in it. Chapter 8. The old man walked into Stonewell at noon, carrying a basket of mushrooms and humming a tune that had been out of fashion for centuries. He was short, thin, bald as an egg, and dressed in robes that had been patched so many times they were more patch than robe. His eyes were bright and slightly unfocused, as if he was perpetually looking at something 6 inches to the left of reality. He moved with the careful, shuffling gait of extreme age, leaning on a wooden staff that was itself sprouting small leaves. To any casual observer, he was a harmless old eccentric collecting forest fungi. Yaofeng's herb sense told a different story. The old man's body hummed with chi so dense and refined that it made Yaofeng's sprout realm cultivation feel like a single grain of sand next to a mountain. Whatever realm this man had reached, it was so far beyond Yaofeng's experience that he couldn't even estimate it. The old man shuffled directly to the guest house, sat on the porch, and began sorting his mushrooms. He didn't look at Yaofeng. He didn't acknowledge his presence at all. He simply sorted mushrooms, humming, occasionally pausing to sniff one and either add it to his basket or toss it into the dirt. Yaofeng watched from the doorway, every instinct screaming caution. After several minutes, the old man spoke without looking up. So the root vein finally found a host that didn't die screaming. Took it long enough. I was starting to think the foolish thing would keep killing candidates until the end of the world. Yaofeng's hand moved to his knife. Who are you? Name's Gu. Most people call me Old Man Gu, because I'm old and a man and my surname is Gu, and cultivators are not known for creative nicknames. He held up a mushroom the color of burnt copper. Do you know what this is? Copperbell dusk shroom. Grows only in forests with high ambient chi. Used in elixirs that strengthen spiritual perception. Old Man Gu raised an eyebrow. A gesture that conveyed more surprise than his face seemed capable of expressing. Correct. And that. He held up a second mushroom, pale blue with silver gills. Frostmoon cap rare. Grows at high altitudes in mineral-rich soil. Ingredients include a compound that slows cellular degradation, used in longevity pills. Also correct. The old man set both mushrooms down and finally looked directly at Yaofeng. His eyes, up close, were not unfocused at all. They were sharp as surgical tools. Your herb sense is remarkable for a sprout realm brat. But that's the root vein's influence, isn't it? It's expanded your perception to encompass every botanical signature within shouting distance. You know what the root vein is. I know what it is, what it does, who made it, why it was sealed, and approximately how long you have before it starts getting complicated. Old Man Gu popped a mushroom into his mouth and chewed. Sit down, boy. We have a great deal to discuss, and my knees hurt. Yaofeng sat. He was acutely aware of the gap between their cultivations, the old man's chi like a mountain, his own like a pebble, but he did not let awareness become paralysis. If Old Man Gu had wanted him dead or captured, the conversation would already be over. He studied the old man while pretending not to. The staff that sprouted leaves was not a decoration. The leaves were a specific species, one that Yaofeng's enhanced herb sense identified as root collar grass, known for its sensitivity to underground spiritual formations. A living alarm system, carried in plain sight. The robe patches were irregular in a pattern that suggested not poverty, but utility. Each patch a different fabric, each fabric carrying a different herb residue. The robes were a mobile pharmacy in their own right. Old Man Gu was a herbalist, an extraordinarily powerful one who had not survived this long by accident. You sense them, Yao Feng said, meaning the patches, the grass, all of it. Good. You're paying attention. Old Man Goose sorted another mushroom. The root vein shows well in that respect, at least. The previous hosts were mostly talented chi cultivators who happened to stumble onto it. You're an actual herbalist. You see things they never would have. How do you know what the previous hosts were? Because I was there for several of them. The old man's sorting slowed, but didn't stop. I have been many things over a very long life, boy. A student, a teacher, a guardian, a fool. Mostly a fool, if I'm honest. But where the primordial root vein is concerned, I made it my business to know. The mountain pines moved in a wind that Yao Feng's herb sense registered as clean. No spiritual signatures beyond the ambient forest. No cultivation presences within range except Kaiyang's steady warmth near the woodpile. Why? Yao Feng asked. Why did you make it your business? Old Man Goose set the mushroom basket down and looked at him with eyes that had stopped pretending to be vague. They were direct, ancient, and carrying something heavy. Because the person who made the root vein was my teacher, he said. And what he became was my failure. And you, he gestured at Yao Feng with one gnarled finger, are either the end of a very long problem or the beginning of a very long story. I intend to find out which. Kaiyang had drifted closer, his mortar settled against his thigh. He wasn't threatening. He was simply present, the way a mountain is present, unmovable, attentive, constitutionally incapable of letting Yao Feng face something alone. Old Man Gu glanced at him and made a sound that was almost approving. The large one can stay, he said. He has honest eyes. Chapter 9. They sat on the guest house porch while afternoon lights slanted through the mountain pines. Kaiyang, alerted by instinct, positioned himself nearby with his iron mortar resting against his thigh, close enough to intervene, far enough to show respect. Old Man Gu talked. He talked the way rivers flowed, without pause, without apparent structure, yet covering an enormous amount of ground. He spoke of the primordial root vein as one might speak of a difficult grandchild, with exasperated affection and intimate knowledge. The root vein was created roughly 10,000 years ago by a cultivator called the Hollow Gardener. Brilliant man. Absolutely brilliant. Also completely, catastrophically insane by the end, but we'll get to that. He believed that the separation between plants and people was the root of all suffering. Pun intended, and I will never apologize for my puns. He wanted to create a living bridge between botanical and human consciousness. A single organism that was both herb and cultivator, capable of curing any disease by virtue of being both the medicine and the patient. And that organism was the root vein. The root vein was his last attempt. He'd tried dozens of times before, each iteration more ambitious and more dangerous. He bound herb spirits into the artifact, sentient fragments of botanical consciousness, to serve as the bridge's foundation. Somewhat willingly, some were forced. The willing ones became helpers, gardeners, guides. The unwilling ones became prisoners. Yao Feng thought of Little Root's warning about the dormant spirits, and the one sealed deepest. Old Man Gu's expression shifted, the first time Yao Feng had seen anything like gravity on the old man's face. The Blight Queen. She was the gardener's final sacrifice. His apprentice. He paused. She was important to him. That's all you need to know for now. What matters is this. The root vein is not just an herb. It's a world. A tiny, incomplete, parasitic world that needs a host to survive. Every host before you died because the world inside tried to grow faster than their bodies could sustain. You survived because, well, I don't actually know why you survived. Luck, stubbornness, compatible spiritual roots. Whatever the reason, you're here, and the world inside you is growing. What happens when it grows? Good things and terrible things, in roughly equal measure. Good, your body becomes a living pharmacy. You've already experienced this, healing blood, purifying sweat, the lot. As the dimension expands, these abilities will grow exponentially. You'll be able to cure diseases that no alchemist, no healer, no divine physician can touch. Your body will produce medicines that shouldn't exist. And the terrible things? The spirits wake up, one by one, as the dimension grows large enough to sustain their consciousness. Little Root. Yes, I know about Little Root. The chatty green glow was the first because he's the smallest and least demanding. The next ones will be larger, stronger, and not necessarily friendly. And the Blight Queen. Old Man Gu set his mushroom basket down. She must never be allowed to fully awaken. If she takes control of the dimension, she takes control of you. And then she takes control of everything the dimension touches. She is, quite possibly, the most dangerous consciousness sealed in any artifact on this continent. The weight of those words settled over Yao Feng like snow, cold, quiet, and gradually crushing. What do I do? Grow. Cultivate. Strengthen yourself faster than the dimension strengthens the spirits. Learn to control the garden before it controls you. Old Man Goose stood, his joints popping like dry kindling. I'll teach you. Not because I'm generous. I'm terrible, actually, but because I've been waiting for a host who survived the root vein for a very, very long time. How long? The old man smiled, and for a moment, his eyes held an age that his body didn't show. Long enough. Silence settled between them like sediment after a flood. Kaiyang had stopped pretending to be doing anything other than listening. Ling Suan, who had not yet arrived, who did not exist yet in Yaofeng's story, was still a stranger in a city, but her shadow was already present in the weight of what Old Man Gu was saying. There were people out there who would come. The spirits, Yaofeng said, after a long moment. You said they wake one by one. How do I know when one is waking? Your dimension will feel crowded in a new way. The ambient chi will shift, not depleted, but redistributed. You'll sense a new presence, defined and separate, like a candle lit in an empty room. Old Man Gu closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, there was a texture to his voice that hadn't been there before, memory layered under the instruction. Little Root was the first because he is the smallest, the most willing, and the most beneficial. He was designed to be found early. Think of him as the root vein's way of introducing itself gently. And the others won't be gentle. Some will. The spirit we call Iron Bark is a guardian. Enormous, territorial, but not hostile to a worthy host. Silk Mist is an archivist. She records, she observes, she rarely acts. Dew Song is a healer's spirit, harmonious with your purpose. These three will present themselves as assets, if you approach them without fear. Bitter Thorn, Yaofeng said. The name had come from Little Root days ago, mentioned, and then withdrawn. Old Man Gu's expression acknowledged the instinct. Bitter Thorn is more complicated. He was taken unwillingly. His cultivator, a body-tempering specialist who had grown a sacred thorn vine, was consumed against his will when the gardener needed a defensive spirit for the root vein. The spirit has been angry for 10,000 years. He will test you. A pause. He tested every previous host. He is also the reason 3 of them survived as long as they did before dying. His thorns are the dimension's best defensive mechanism. He helps people he hates. He serves the root vein because he is the root vein, whether he likes it or not. His help is not kindness. It is architecture. Yaofeng sat with that for a moment, thinking about the nature of a prison where even the prisoners built the walls. And after the others wake, Old Man Gu stood, his joints protesting with sounds like distant fireworks. He lifted his staff, and the root collar grass leaves on it turned toward the mountain's root network with a faint tremble. Checking, always checking. After the others wake, the dimension is full. The last awakening. He looked at Yaofeng steadily. You know her name. The Blight Queen. Hua Lingxiao. That is her name. Use it if you ever speak to her. Names are the difference between a spirit and a force. She has been treated as a force for 10,000 years. He adjusted his grip on the staff. I won't tell you how to handle her. Every host is different, and my advice about her has never been correct. But I will tell you this. She is not what she was made to be. Rage is not her nature. It is what was done to her. The difference matters. He walked off the porch and into the garden, crouching to examine a plant with the same focused attention he had applied to his mushrooms. The conversation was, apparently, over for now. Yaofeng sat in the afternoon light and tried to hold all of it. The spirits, the prison, the name Hua Lingxiao, and the immense, patient weight of a problem that had been growing for 10,000 years before he existed. His mortar ground nothing but his thoughts. Chapter 10 training began the next morning. Old Man Gu's first lesson was entering the internal dimension consciously and purposefully. Not the passive meditation Yaofeng had been using, but a controlled descent that maintained awareness of both the inner and outer world simultaneously. You need to fight in the real world while managing the dimension inside you. Old Man Gu explained, sitting cross-legged on a flat rock, while Yaofeng struggled to maintain dual awareness. If you lose yourself in meditation during a battle, you're dead. If you ignore the dimension during a crisis inside it, you're also dead. Split consciousness. It's the hardest technique you'll ever learn, and it's the only one that matters. It took 3 days of practice before Yaofeng could maintain even a flickering connection to both worlds simultaneously. Little Root helped, acting as a relay between Yaofeng's inner and outer awareness, shouting warnings when his attention drifted too far in either direction. Old Man Gu also taught him the seeding technique, the method of consuming real-world herbs while channeling qi to transplant them into the internal dimension. They started with spirit recovery grass, a common herb that grew abundantly in the mountain forests. Yaofeng ate the grass, channeled qi, and watched in his internal vision as a sprout pushed through the dimension's soil. Within hours, it had matured into a full plant, producing its own seeds. He plucked one and materialized it in the real world, a perfect spirit recovery grass, freshly grown, indistinguishable from the wild specimen, except for a faint emerald sheen. Infinite renewable medicine, Old Man Gu said, examining the herb with genuine appreciation. This is what the gardener dreamed of. A cultivator who carries a pharmacy inside them, who can produce any herb they've ever consumed, in any quantity, forever. The implications for alchemy, for healing, for cultivation itself, they are staggering. But it costs qi. Everything costs qi. The question is whether the return is worth the investment. In your case, the return is the ability to reshape the world's understanding of medicine. He tossed the herb back to Yaofeng. Seed everything you can find. The more diverse your internal garden, the more versatile your abilities. But pace yourself. The dimension grows with each new species, and growth wakes things up. Over the following week, Yaofeng seeded 17 different herbs from the surrounding forest. His internal dimension expanded slightly with each addition, the courtyard-sized garden stretching to accommodate new plantings. Little Root organized the space with fussy precision, grouping herbs by type and ensuring they didn't compete for qi. Meanwhile, the Duan clan had not been idle. A report reached the village on the 7th day, carried by a merchant passing through, that Duan Filong had returned to the Duan clan's stronghold after his failed pursuit. But instead of the expected shame, he had been praised by his father. Patriarch Duan Guhong had declared that the primordial root vein survival in a host confirmed its value beyond any previous estimate. He's not going to stop, Kaiyang said, sharpening his mortar's striking surface with a whetstone. A man like Duan Guhong doesn't accept losses. He won't, Old Man Gu agreed. But for now, the mountains hide us. The real concern is the boy's cultivation speed. If the Duan Patriarch comes personally, a Canopy Realm cultivator against a Sprout Realm herbalist ends only one way. Yaofeng didn't need the reminder. He pushed his training harder, meditating for 6 hours each night, expanding the dimension, strengthening his qi flow through the root vein modified meridians. His cultivation climbed steadily through the upper reaches of Sprout Realm, each advance bringing new clarity to his herb sense and new potency to his body's medicinal output. On the 10th day, word arrived that the Duan clan had posted a reward for Yaofeng's capture, alive and undamaged, across every settlement in Azure Mist Province. On the 11th day, Old Man Gu intercepted a tracking talisman buried in a merchant's luggage. On the 12th day, the Duan clan found them. The talisman that Old Man Gu had found was a masterwork of tracking technique. A formation-inscribed sliver of spiritual jade no larger than a thumbnail, embedded in the lining of a merchant's money pouch. It resonated with Yaofeng's root vein signature, broadcasting his location in pulses too subtle for anyone without botanical perception to detect. The merchant had no idea it was there. He had bought the pouch in Qingshan City 2 weeks ago. They've been tracking us since Stonewell, Yaofeng said. Since before Stonewell, Old Man Gu corrected. This pattern suggests it activated when you were still in the mountains after the first combat. Duan Filong was not retreating in shame. He was retreating to establish distance before the talisman locked onto your signature. He crushed the talisman between his fingers. A faint wisp of spiritual smoke curled upward and dissipated. How long did we just lose them? Kaiyang asked. The talisman will have sent its last pulse. They'll be converging on the last known position, this mountain range, roughly. A day's travel to narrow the search. Less, if they have fast riders. Old Man Gu swept his gaze over the village, assessing. We train harder and faster. The remaining days in Stonewell became intense. Old Man Gu drilled Yaofeng in dual consciousness techniques from before dawn until after sunset, pushing the split awareness beyond flickering connection into something approaching reliability. By the 10th day, Yaofeng could hold a conversation in the real world while maintaining active management of the dimension's defensive herbs, a rudimentary version of the ability Old Man Gu called sovereign multitasking. He also taught Yaofeng something he called herb voice, the ability to communicate his intent to botanical organisms in the real world, not just inside the dimension. It was distinct from the deep-root conversation he used with high-grade spiritual herbs, more like a broadcast than a dialogue, a wave of qi tinted with his will that caused nearby plants to bend toward or away from whatever he directed. This is how you use the land itself as a weapon, Old Man Gu said. Duan cultivators are trained to fight other cultivators. They are not trained to fight a forest that doesn't want them there. Use the environment. Learn to recognize plants that can serve you before you need them, the ones that grow thorns when startled, the ones whose pollen carries compounds, the ones whose roots spread wider than their canopy. Yaofeng began cataloging the surrounding forest with new intentionality. Not the passive sensing he'd been practicing, active assessment. Every plant within range became a potential ally, a resource, a line of defense. He learned the mountain's botanical geography the way Kaiyang had always learned the terrain, as a fighting ground. On the night before the Duan clan arrived, Yaofeng seeded 6 more species into his dimension. He brought it to root realm's limit, the garden straining with growth, and spent 3 hours reinforcing the Blight Queen's prison, which had developed a new stress fracture along its northwestern face that disturbed him more than any of the other deterioration he had tracked. "She's not pushing," Little Root reported. "The fracture is from structural stress, not active effort. It doesn't matter whether she's pushing. If the wall cracks, she's free. Then we build thicker walls." They built thicker walls. It was not enough. It never would be enough, not in the long term. But it bought time, and time was what training was for. When the Duan cultivators came at dawn, Yaofeng was tired and thoroughly prepared. They came at dawn, Duan Filong again, this time with reinforcements. 6 Leaf Realm warriors and, behind them, 2 cultivators whose chi pressure pushed the air like a physical wall. Bloom Realm, 2 full major realms above Yaofeng's level. Old Man Gu cracked his knuckles. "Stay behind me, boy. This is going to be educational. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin." Chapter 11. The battle, if it could be called that, lasted less than a minute. Old Man Gu stepped forward, and the mountain trembled. The casual shuffle vanished from his movement. His wooden staff blurred, and every tree within 50 meters groaned as their roots shifted underground, responding to a power so fundamental it spoke the language of growing things. One of the Bloom Realm warriors launched a fire element technique, a roaring lance of flame aimed at Old Man Gu's chest. The old man didn't dodge. He raised one hand, and a wall of living wood erupted from the ground, absorbing the fire and converting it to growth energy. The wall exploded outward as a storm of sharpened branches. The Bloom Realm warrior barely dodged. His companion fared worse. A branch caught his arm and pinned him to a tree trunk with surgical precision. The 6 Leaf Realm warriors scattered. Old Man Gu didn't bother with them. His staff swept in a wide arc, and the ground itself rippled, a wave of displaced earth that knocked every standing warrior off their feet. Duan Filong landed in a crouch, his sword drawn, face pale. He was not stupid. He recognized the gap between his cultivation and whatever force had just reshaped the landscape. "Ancient Root Realm," he whispered. "Your ancient Root Realm." Old Man Gu smiled pleasantly. "Thereabouts. Now, young Duan, you have 2 options. Leave under your own power, or leave carried by your men. I have no preference." Duan Filong looked at his scattered warriors, at the Bloom Realm cultivator pinned to a tree, at the trenches carved into the earth by a single casual swing. He sheathed his sword. "My father will hear of this," he said, and there was no threat in it, only the simple statement of a consequence. "I'm counting on it," Old Man Gu replied. "Tell him Gu Lingshan sends his regards. And tell him if he sends anyone below the canopy realm again, I'll send them back in a basket." Duan Filong collected his warriors and retreated down the mountain. The pinned Bloom Realm cultivator was freed only after Old Man Gu retracted the branch with a gesture. The man's arm was undamaged. The branch had held him without injuring him. Precision that spoke of absolute control. When they were gone, Old Man Gu sat back on his rock and resumed sorting mushrooms as if nothing had happened. "Gu Lingshan," Yaofeng asked. "My actual name. Haven't used it in decades. But the Duan Patriarch is old enough to recognize it." A pause. "I may have just made things more complicated by revealing myself. There are people who thought I was dead, and they'll be very annoyed to learn otherwise." "Who?" "People I annoyed before you were born. Or your father. Or his father. Old grudges, the kind cultivators specialize in." He looked at Yaofeng with an expression that was hard to read, somewhere between affection and calculation. "My presence here protects you temporarily, but it also attracts attention I've spent a long time avoiding. I won't be able to stay with you indefinitely." Yaofeng's stomach tightened. "How long?" "Long enough to teach you to survive the first few spirit awakenings. After that," he shrugged. "After that, you'll need to be strong enough to stand on your own." The lessons intensified. What had happened in those seconds of combat had cracked something open in Yaofeng's understanding of himself. He had fought Bloom Realm warriors. He had not won. Old Man Gu had won. But he had contributed. The Thornvale Vine and the soporific bloom had not been lucky accidents. They had been decisions, made under pressure, executed through the root vein's biological systems with a precision that surprised even him. He reviewed the fight in the quiet of his meditation. What had he done right? He had used the environment. He had chosen the method that his abilities were specifically suited for rather than the method his opponent expected. He had not tried to match a Bloom Realm warrior's cultivation power with his Root Realm cultivation. He had played an entirely different game on an entirely different field and made the warrior play it with him. That insight was worth more than any technique. Old Man Gu, when Yaofeng shared this analysis, gave him a look that was as close to approval as the old man's face could manage. "You're beginning to understand what you are," the old man said. "You are not a combat cultivator who heals as a secondary ability. You are a living ecosystem that can fight as a survival mechanism. The difference is not semantic. It determines every choice you make in a crisis." Old Man Gu taught Yaofeng about the Blight Queen, what she was, what she wanted, and why she must be kept sealed. He explained that the dimension's growth would weaken her prison and that Yaofeng must cultivate faster than the prison decayed. She was the gardener's most powerful creation, Old Man Gu said one evening, firelight casting long shadows across his face. Not a trapped spirit like the others, she was a cultivator. A real, living cultivator who the gardener merged with the root vein against her will. She retained her consciousness, her intelligence, her rage. The other spirits are fragments. She is whole, and whole spirits can manipulate hosts. "She's spoken to me," Yaofeng admitted. "Once, when I first entered the dimension, she called the garden beautiful." Old Man Gu's face went very still. "She's testing you, gauging your reactions. Every word she speaks is chosen to build a connection, to make you think of her as a person rather than a threat. Do not engage. Do not respond. And most importantly, do not let her learn your name. Names have power in the dimension. If she knows yours, she can direct her influence specifically." Yaofeng nodded, filing the warning beside the growing collection of terrifying knowledge he'd accumulated since eating a cursed herb to save his mother. The days blurred into weeks. Yaofeng's cultivation climbed. His dimension grew. His body's medicinal capabilities expanded with each new herb he seeded. And somewhere deep inside him, in the darkest corner of his internal garden, something ancient and furious waited with the patience of 1,000 years. Chapter 12. The breakthrough to Root Realm came on a clear morning, without drama or fanfare. Yaofeng was meditating in the village garden, running qi through his modified meridians, channels that the root vein had reshaped into something that was part spiritual conduit, part root system, when the barrier between realms simply dissolved. One moment, he was at the peak of Sprout Realm, pressing against the bottleneck that stopped most cultivators for months or years. The next, he was through Root Realm, the second rung of the cultivation ladder. His dantian stabilized, his meridians locked into their new configuration, and his qi output doubled. Inside the dimension, the change was dramatic. The courtyard-sized garden expanded to the size of a small field. The emerald light overhead brightened. 3 new plots of soil appeared, ready for planting. Little Root grew slightly, his features becoming more defined, his eyes brighter, his movements quicker. Root Realm. Little Root cheered, literally bouncing with excitement. The dimension doubled in size. "I can grow twice as many species now, and the ambient qi is strong enough to support mid-grade herbs. Seed something good, Yaofeng, something with real medicinal weight." Yaofeng opened his eyes in the real world and found Old Man Gu watching him with an approving nod. "Root Realm. Good. Your meridian structure adapted perfectly. The root vein's modifications are integrating cleanly. That's rare. Most of the previous hosts hit catastrophic rejection at this stage." He paused. "Actually, all of them hit catastrophic rejection at this stage. You're the first to reach Root Realm with the root vein bonded. Lucky me. Luck runs out. Skill doesn't." Old Man Gu produced a jade slip from his sleeve, a flat piece of spiritual jade inscribed with information that could be read through qi contact. "This is the seeding technique for mid-grade herbs. Basic herbs, the grass, the moss, the common flowers, seed easily because they're simple. Mid-grade herbs have stronger spiritual signatures and resist integration. You'll need to persuade them. Persuade a herb? Every spiritual herb has a fragment of awareness. Not sentience, not like the spirits in your dimension, but a basic botanical consciousness that recognizes when it's being consumed. Mid-grade herbs can resist if they don't want to be seeded. You need to communicate through your qi that you're offering them a better home, not a grave." The concept was strange, but Yaofeng understood it on an instinctive level that surprised him. He'd always talked to plants, even before the root vein. He'd murmured to the herbs in the Shen clan garden while tending them, not because he thought they could hear, but because it felt right. Now they could actually hear him. He found a specimen of 7-petal soul calming flower growing in a rocky outcrop near the village. a mid-grade herb known for treating spiritual agitation and qi deviation. He sat beside it, extended his herb sense, and felt its awareness brush against his consciousness like a shy animal sniffing a stranger's hand. He communicated not in words, but in feelings: safety, warmth, abundance, the sensation of a garden where nothing was forced and everything was welcome. The flower's awareness relaxed. Its petals tilted toward him. He consumed a single petal, channeled qi, and watched in his internal vision as a 7-petal soul-calming flower took root in the dimension, its delicate lavender petals unfurling under the emerald light. Within hours, it had matured. Within a day, it had produced seeds. Mid-grade renewable herbs, Old Man Gu said. Examining the specimen, Yaofeng materialized. A walking alchemy garden. If the sects knew what you could do, they'd start a war over you. Is that not already happening? It's already happening with one family. Imagine if an actual sect sends representatives. Old Man Gu said nothing further, but the warning settled into Yaofeng's thinking and took root there alongside everything else. He spent the evening in the garden at the back of the guest house, running his hands through the soil of a planting bed and thinking about what Ling Suwen had said, that his blood contained a living ecosystem. She was right, and the ecosystem was not standing still. He seeded 4 new species that evening, gathering specimens from the surrounding forest with the focused attention of someone filling gaps in a system they were learning to understand. Shadow moss, for concealment applications Little Root had hinted at. Fireroot ginger, to add stimulant capacity to his breath technique. Iron bark extract, for passive physical reinforcement. And jade leaf orchid, which his herb sense indicated would harmonize with the 7-petal soul-calming flower he already carried, producing a combined spiritual stabilization effect superior to either alone. The seeding took 3 hours. The dimension processed each new arrival with a thoroughness that Little Root supervised personally, testing each herb's spiritual resonance before accepting it into the main ecosystem. The iron bark will take time, Little Root reported. It's naturally slow-growing, even in ideal conditions. But once established, it provides a baseline physical reinforcement to everything around it. Think of it as raising the floor. How long? At your current cultivation level. 10 days before it begins contributing meaningfully. Faster after your next breakthrough. Yaofeng looked at the jade marrow lotus he'd seeded earlier in the week. Already producing its 2nd generation of petals, the medicine for his mother renewing itself with a reliability that made him close his eyes in quiet gratitude. He would not fail her. Whatever came next, whatever the Duan clan sent, or the verdant lotus sect demanded, or the spirits inside him threatened, he would not stop growing. Not until she was safe and healed, and no longer needed him to be the most important person in the room. He went to bed exhausted and woke feeling ready. The Duan clan is one family. When sects get involved, real sects, the kind that control kingdoms, you'll look back on Duan Guhong with nostalgic fondness. Yaofeng didn't find that comforting. Chapter 13. Kaiyang had never been the type to accept his own limitations gracefully. While Yaofeng's abilities expanded daily, new herbs, new healing properties, new dimensions of a power that seemed to have no ceiling, Kaiyang remained what he had always been, a strong man with an iron mortar and a determination that bordered on pathological. I can't grow medicine in my guts, he told Old Man Gu bluntly. I can't breathe people to sleep or bleed on them until they get confused. What I can do is hit things very, very hard. Make me better at that. Old Man Gu studied him for a long moment, then disappeared into the forest. He returned an hour later with a manual, not a jade slip, but an actual physical scroll, yellowed with age and sealed with a wax stamp that Yaofeng's herb sense registered as containing trace amounts of spiritual amber. Iron root body tempering method, Old Man Gu said, handing it to Kaiyang. A cultivation technique designed for physical combatants who lack finesse. It uses qi to reinforce the body structure, bones, muscles, skin, until you become, essentially, a human weapon. The pain will be considerable. Good, Kaiyang said, and began reading. The training involved bathing in herbal solutions that Yaofeng prepared from his dimension's output, concentrated mineral essences that penetrated the skin and catalyzed bone growth, muscle density, and spiritual reinforcement. Kaiyang would soak for hours, gritting his teeth against pain that made his eyes water, while his body slowly transformed. Within a week, his skin had developed a faint metallic sheen. His stem realm cultivation didn't advance. The iron root method wasn't about realm progression, but his physical baseline skyrocketed. He could now crack stone with a bare-knuckled punch and take a hit from a leaf realm cultivator without breaking stride. Meanwhile, Yaofeng used his healing abilities more frequently in the village. A child named Lan Mei had broken her leg falling from a tree. Yao Feng set the bone and applied his blood, calm, focused, pure healing intent, and watched the fracture mend in 20 minutes instead of the 6 weeks it would normally require. The child's grandmother fell to her knees and pressed her forehead to the ground. Please, Yao Feng said, acutely uncomfortable. Please stand up. It was just a broken leg. The physicians in Xianxia would have charged us 3 silver taels we don't have, the grandmother said, tears streaming. You healed her with a touch. How can I repay you? You don't need to. This is what I can do. It should be used. Word spread. Not just within Stonewell. The grandmother told her sister in the next village, who told a merchant, who mentioned it at a trading post. Within 2 weeks, the story of a miracle healer in the mountains had begun its quiet, unstoppable journey outward. Old Man Gu heard the rumors and sighed. You have your mother's stubbornness and your father's inability to be subtle. I can't watch people suffer when I can help them. Noble. Also tactically idiotic. Every healer you save becomes a witness. Every witness becomes a rumor. Every rumor becomes a beacon. The Duan clan is already looking for you. Do you want to draw others as well? Others are coming regardless. You said so yourself. The dimension's growth attracts attention. At least this way, I have allies. People I've healed, communities I've helped. Not powerful allies, maybe, but loyal ones. Old Man Gu regarded him with something that might have been respect. Perhaps. But compassion is a luxury only the strong can afford. Remember that when someone stronger than compassion comes calling. The next morning, Yao Feng healed a man with a festering wound on his shoulder. A farmer who had been too proud to ask for help until the infection had climbed his arm to the collarbone, and his wife had dragged him to the guest house with tears in her eyes. The wound was deep, badly infected, with qi stagnation in the surrounding tissue that would have left permanent nerve damage even if a physician had treated it conventionally. Yao Feng pressed both palms against the shoulder and worked. Not a quick fix, but a careful, layered process. First the bacteria, dissolved by compounds from his calm blood. Then the dead tissue, cleared by a slightly more concentrated application. Then the rebuilding. New cellular growth, encouraged by the medicinal qi flowing from his palms, directed by his intent toward the patterns of healthy tissue he could sense beneath the damage. 20 minutes. The farmer rotated his shoulder experimentally, expecting pain, and found none. The wife's expression was not the grandmother's weeping gratitude. It was quieter. She looked at Yao Feng with the particular regard of a person who has seen something that rearranges their understanding of what is possible. There are others in the Eastern Valley, she said. A woman who cannot walk. A child born without qi channels. I'll visit, Yao Feng said. Old Man Gu, listening from the doorway, said nothing. But that evening, by the fire, he told Yao Feng something the old man had not said before. The gardener had this quality, in the beginning. Before the obsession consumed him, he healed anyone who came to him, freely, without asking anything in return. People came from 2 provinces. Some of them became disciples. Some of them became research subjects later, and that is where the story turns dark. He stared into the fire. The difference between you and him is that you know what the power is. He thought it was his. He forgot it was borrowed from every herb, every spirit, every connection in the ecosystem inside him. I haven't forgotten. Not yet. Old Man Gu poked the fire. Remind yourself daily. The power belongs to the garden. You are its caretaker, not its owner. That distinction is everything. Chapter 14. The someone came sooner than expected, but from an unexpected direction. A young woman arrived at Stonewell on a late afternoon, riding a white crane, a spiritual beast reserved for members of major sections. She dismounted with the practiced grace of someone born to privilege and surveyed the village with an expression that mixed scientific curiosity with aristocratic disdain. Ling Suwen was 20 years old, the daughter of the Verdant Lotus sect's grand elder, and by all accounts, one of the most talented young alchemists in Azure Mist Province. She had been sent by her sect to investigate reports of a miracle healer in the mountains, reports that had reached the Verdant Lotus sect's intelligence network alongside the Duan clan's bounty notices. She was also, Yao Feng noticed with the part of his brain that still functioned like a 19-year-old man's, beautiful. Not the decorative beauty of court paintings, something fiercer. Sharp cheekbones, dark eyes that assessed everything they landed on, and a posture that communicated absolute confidence in her own judgment. She walked directly to Yao Feng's guest house, knocked twice, and announced, I am Ling Suwen of the Verdant Lotus sect. I am here to verify claims of anomalous healing phenomena. You have 5 minutes to convince me this isn't peasant superstition. Kaiyong, who had answered the door, looked at Yao Feng. Yao Feng looked at Old Man Gu. Old Man Gu looked at his mushrooms. Show her, the old man said. The Verdant Lotus sect is an alchemy-focused organization. Their interest is academic, not predatory. For now, Yao Feng studied Ling Suan from the doorway while she spoke to Kai Yang. She was composed, precise, and carrying the specific alertness of someone who had come expecting to either confirm or deny something important. Her storage ring held the equipment of a serious researcher, not a casual investigator. She had come prepared. He felt Little Root's awareness stir. Herbalist, the small spirit said inside him, with the certainty of direct botanical perception. She smells of furnace smoke and jade residue. A refiner. But her hands have soil under the nails from fieldwork, not just alchemy. She knows the plants themselves, not just their processed forms. Useful. Compatible. Her knowledge complements ours without overlapping. She knows the refinement end of the chain. We know the growth end. Together. She's a stranger. She was a stranger 30 seconds ago. She's an observation now. 30 minutes from now, she'll be a problem you have to solve or a resource you can use. Usually both. The cow in the adjacent field was a reliable test, and Ling Suan had chosen it well. An injury complex enough that luck couldn't explain a cure, simple enough that he wouldn't need to expose the dimension's full capacity. He healed it the way he would heal anything, with attention, with care, with full presence. He did not perform. He simply did what he could do. Her reaction was the reaction of a scientist, but also the reaction of a person. The two were not the same. Scientists managed surprise. People felt it first and managed it second. For a moment, standing in the field while the cow shifted its weight onto its heeled hoof, Ling Suan was simply a person who had seen something impossible, and her face in that moment was entirely unguarded. Yao Feng filed that detail away. It would matter later, in ways he couldn't yet identify. 30 seconds, she said. Start to finish. Yao Feng stepped outside. What would you like to see? Ling Suan pointed to a farmer's cow, visible in the next field, which had been limping on an infected hoof for a week. Heal that. Yao Feng walked to the cow, which regarded him with the patient indifference of livestock. He examined the hoof, a deep abscess, infected, oozing fluid that smelled of decay. He pressed his palm against it and let his calm blood flow. The abscess drained. The infection flushed out as the medicinal compounds in his blood attacked the bacteria. New tissue grew, pink and healthy, sealing the wound. The cow shifted its weight experimentally, then put full pressure on the hoof and lowed contentedly. 30 seconds. Start to finish. Ling Suan stared. The aristocratic composure cracked, replaced by something raw, the expression of a scientist witnessing something that violated every principle she'd been taught. That's impossible, she said. No external application heals that fast. The cellular regeneration rate alone. You need a tier 6 pill to achieve that kind of tissue restoration, and even then it would take hours, not seconds. She grabbed his hand and examined his palm, pressing her own qi into his skin to analyze the residue. I'm counting at least 14 active medicinal compounds in your blood, simultaneously. That shouldn't be possible. Half of these compounds are antagonistic. They should cancel each other out. They don't. I can see that. She released his hand and stepped back, visibly composing herself. The scientific mask returned, but her eyes burned with a hunger that Yao Feng recognized, the need to understand. Who are you? What did you do to yourself? My name is Shen Yao Feng, and I didn't do this to myself. Mostly. Chapter 15 Ling Suan stayed. She set up in the village's empty storage shed, converting it into a makeshift laboratory with the supplies she'd brought in her storage ring. An alchemy furnace, analysis crystals, a rack of empty vials, and the focused intensity of someone who had found the most interesting puzzle of her life. She examined Yao Feng's blood, sweat, and tears under alchemist tools, crystal lenses that magnified spiritual signatures, and analysis formations that could break down compound structures. What she found astounded her. Your blood contains a living ecosystem, she reported, pacing the shed while Yao Feng sat on a stool and tried not to feel like a specimen. Not just compounds, actual living microorganisms that function cooperatively to heal whatever tissue they contact. They assess the damage, select the appropriate response, and execute it. It's as if your body contains an entire autonomous medical team in liquid form. It's the dimension, Yao Feng said. He'd decided, with old man Gu's grudging approval, to share a limited version of the truth. The primordial root vein created an internal space where herbs grow. My body outputs the products of that ecosystem. Ling Suan stopped pacing. Primordial root vein. I've read about it. My sect has records, fragmentary, mostly speculation, but that's what the Duan clan has been looking for. The artifact they've been hoarding for 1,000 years. She looked at him with new understanding. And you ate it. I fed it to my mother. It bounced into me. A pause. Then, to his surprise, Ling Suan laughed. A sharp, genuine sound that transformed her severe features into something unexpectedly warm. You accidentally consumed a legendary cursed artifact because you were trying to save your mother. That is simultaneously the most heroic and idiotic thing I've ever heard. The Shen clan specializes in both. Clearly, she sat on the stool opposite him, her expression sobering. I should report back to my sect. Tell them what I've found. My father, Grand Elder Ling, would give his right arm for access to this kind of research. And what would your sect do with me? The question hung between them. Ling Sowen held his gaze, and he could see the internal conflict. The dutiful daughter versus the scientist versus something else, something newer, that had to do with a young man who healed cows with his bare hands and looked at her not with the deference people usually showed the Grand Elder's daughter, but with the wariness of someone who'd learned the hard way that power always wanted something. I don't know, she admitted. And that's why I'm not reporting back yet. It was the most honest answer anyone had given him since this began. Their first days together were adversarial. Ling Sowen asked questions that felt like dissection, probing, clinical, detached. Yao Feng answered carefully, revealing capabilities without explaining the dimension's full scope or the existence of the herb spirits. She tested his blood against various poisons and diseases she'd brought as samples, documenting results with the meticulous precision of someone building a thesis. But antagonism faded as proximity bred familiarity. They argued about herb theory. She favored the verdant lotus sect's systematic classification. He argued for intuitive assessment based on the herb's own spiritual signatures. The arguments were heated, intellectually thrilling, and ended without resolution, which meant they resumed the next day with equal vigor. She was brilliant. He'd known that from the start. But she was also funny, dry, cutting humor that emerged when she forgot to be the Grand Elder's perfect daughter, and deeply, almost painfully dedicated to her craft. She stayed up late refining pills from his renewable herbs, producing medicines of a quality that her sect's senior alchemists couldn't match because the raw materials were incomparably fresh. This is cheating, she said one night, holding up a pill that glowed with soft emerald light. I refined this from herbs that were growing 5 minutes ago. No external alchemist has ever worked with materials this fresh. The spiritual potency is off the scale. Is that a complaint? It's an observation from someone whose entire career just became obsolete. She looked at the pill, then at him. You realize what this means? If you can grow any herb you've consumed, and I can refine them into pills with this level of potency, together, we could redefine alchemy. The word together landed between them with a weight neither acknowledged. He noticed it, the weight of that word, and let it sit undisturbed, the way you let a seedling establish itself before you begin tending it. There was too much else to manage right now. The Duan clan, his mother, the dimension's growing pressures. He could not afford to follow every thread, but he was aware of it. The way she handed him analysis results without breaking eye contact. The way she argued about herb classification with the energy of someone who had never met anyone willing to argue back on equal terms. The way she had, 3 days into their collaboration, stopped calling him the subject in her field notes and started using his name. I noticed, Little Root said, with insufferable smugness. I'm sure you did. The herbs respond to her presence differently than they respond to strangers. The soporific bloom doesn't activate. The binding root doesn't tighten. They recognize her as non-threatening at a level your reasoning mind hasn't caught up to yet. Plants don't make character judgments. Plants are the oldest judges in the world. They don't have the capacity for deception. When something is safe, they turn toward it. When something is dangerous, they turn away. Ling Suwen walks in, and the garden opens. A pause. Draw your own conclusions. He drew none, officially. But the observations settled into the part of his mind where important things went to wait for the moment they became necessary. She stayed up that night refining pills from his dimension-grown herbs, her furnace burning past midnight, the scent of transformed botanical energy drifting through the shed's cracked door. He brought her tea at the second hour, and she drank it without looking up from the analysis crystal, which he chose to interpret as comfortable rather than rude. They were building something. He wasn't ready to name it yet. Chapter 16, The Duan clan came again. Harder this time. 2 Bloom Realm warriors and a tracking specialist. Not Duan Feilong's blunt force approach, but a calculated strike team designed to bypass Old Man Gu's defenses and extract Yaofeng quickly. They arrived at the village boundary on a moonless night. The tracker had masked their approach with a chi suppression technique that hid their spiritual signatures from everything except Yaofeng's herb sense, which detected them not by their chi, but by the way the spiritual herbs in the surrounding forest flinched away from their killing intent. 2 powerful ones, Yaofeng told Old Man Gu, who was already awake and poking at the fire. And someone hiding behind them. Bloom Realm and a tracker. Duan Guhong is escalating. The old man stood. Time for your first real combat lesson. I'll handle the tracker. You deal with the warriors. I'm Root Realm. They're Bloom Realm. Then you'd better be creative. The warriors came over the village wall like shadows. Yao Feng met them in the garden. His garden, the place he knew best, where he'd planted and tended every herb within reach. The first warrior attacked with a wind element blade technique, razor arcs of pressurized air that sliced through everything in their path. Yao Feng dove behind the well, feeling the air blades carve trenches in the earth where he'd stood. His mind raced. Root Realm versus Bloom Realm. Direct combat was suicide. But this was a garden, and he was a gardener. He pressed his palms against the ground and pushed. Qi flowed through his fingers, into the soil, and into the roots of every herb he'd planted over the past weeks. They responded instantly, not because he forced them, but because they recognized him. They were his plants, grown from his dimension, nourished by his qi. They were, in a very real sense, extensions of himself. Thornvale vine erupted from the ground in a wall of razor-edged green. The vine wasn't a natural specimen. It was a hybrid, grown in the dimension where the root vein's influence had enhanced its properties. The thorns were harder than steel. The vine itself was as thick as Yao Feng's arm. The first warrior hit the vine wall, and his wind blades bounced off. He staggered, surprised, and the vine surged forward, wrapping around his legs and arms with the speed of a striking snake. The second warrior was smarter. She recognized the technique and leaped skyward, attacking from above where the ground-rooted vines couldn't reach. A spear of crystallized earth element qi formed in her hands and descended toward Yao Feng like a falling star. Yao Feng looked up and did the only thing he could think of. He breathed. The concentrated soporific bloom essence caught the warrior mid-descent. Her eyes glazed. Her spear wobbled. She hit the ground unconscious instead of lethal, crumpling into a heap of expensive armor and drooling dignitary. Not bad, Old Man Gu said, emerging from the shadows with the tracker slung over his shoulder like a sack of flour. Sloppy technique, poor qi efficiency, and you left your entire left flank exposed. But not bad. Yao Feng lowered his hands. They were shaking. Those were Bloom Realm cultivators. And you stopped them with plants and bad breath. Imagine what you'll do when you're actually strong. From the guest house doorway, Ling Suan watched with wide eyes, her analysis crystals clutched in her hands, already formulating questions about the vine's spiritual composition. Chapter 17 The Aftermath demanded attention. The two Bloom Realm warriors were detained, unconscious, bound with Yao Feng's Thornvale vine, and stripped of their communication talismans. The tracker, Old Man Gu informed them, had been a Fruit Realm specialist who was now enjoying a very deep sleep courtesy of a technique the old man declined to explain. This buys us a week at most, Old Man Gu said. The Duan clan will notice when this team doesn't report in. Then we need to move, Kaiyang said. Yao Feng agreed, but he couldn't stop thinking about the battle. Specifically, about how it had felt to command the herbs. Not just growing them, commanding them. The Thornvale vine had responded to his will as naturally as his own limbs. The soporific bloom had emerged from his lungs with the precision of a targeted technique. His body hadn't just produced medicine, it had weaponized it. And during the fight, in the moment the second warrior's spear descended toward his skull, something else had happened. His eyes had filled with involuntary tears, tears of pure, animal fear, and they had fallen on a nearby herb, a cracked stem mountain daisy that had been damaged in the crossfire. The daisy healed instantly. Not just the physical damage, its spiritual channels, disrupted by the combat qi flooding the area, repaired themselves as the tears soaked in. Yao Feng's tears had mended spiritual damage. He tested it deliberately over the next 2 days. A deliberately cracked qi stone, repaired by his tears. A damaged cultivation manual, the jade slip's internal formation array, disrupted by age, restored to full function when a tear fell on its surface. A butterfly with a torn wing, mended in seconds. Your tears heal spiritual wounds, Little Root confirmed. The dimension produces a compound. We don't have a name for it yet. That targets spiritual level damage specifically. Physical healing comes from your blood. Poison neutralization from your sweat. Spiritual mending from your tears. Each secretion addresses a different layer of existence. And my breath. Breath carries the dimension's ambient energy, whatever the dominant herb's properties are at the moment. Right now, you've been growing a lot of soporific bloom, so your breath carries sedative properties. If you change the dominant herb to, say, fireroot ginger, your breath would carry stimulant properties instead. The implications spiraled outward. Yao Feng's body was not just a pharmacy, it was a configurable one. He could tune his output by adjusting what grew in his dimension. We're leaving in the morning, Old Man Gu announced that evening. The village has sheltered us long enough. I won't bring the Duan clan's wrath down on these people. Where will we go? Ling Suan asked. She had made her decision without formal announcement. She was staying with Yaofeng's group, her sect duties deferred, her curiosity outweighing her caution. North, the old man said. Into the deeper mountains. I know places even the Duan clan's trackers can't find. They packed that night. The village elder pressed a pouch of dried provisions into Yaofeng's hands and thanked him with the formality of a man trying not to cry. Come back when you can, he said. We'll remember what you did for us. Yaofeng looked back at Stonewell as they crested the first ridge, the small village, the well, the garden where he'd first fought Bloom Realm warriors with nothing but herbs and stubbornness. He had a feeling he would remember it too. Chapter 18. The deeper mountains were colder, steeper, and wilder. Old Man Gu led them along paths that weren't paths, animal trails, dry riverbeds, and stretches of bare rock where no footprint could be left. They traveled for 3 days without seeing another human being. On the 4th day, they encountered a Duan clan patrol, a different team from the earlier ones, consisting of a single Bloom Realm cultivator and 4 Leaf Realm scouts. They were sweeping the mountains systematically, using tracking formations that pinged off spiritual energy signatures. They're spreading their net wider. Old Man Gu observed from behind a ridge. Duan Guhong must have sent a dozen teams into these mountains. The patrol passed below their hiding spot. Yaofeng held his breath, quite literally, suppressing his qi output to minimize his spiritual signature. Beside him, Ling Suan did the same, her alchemy training including rudimentary concealment techniques. Kaiyang simply crouched behind a boulder and trusted his bulk to be mistaken for additional rock. The patrol moved on. They waited an hour before descending. That evening, camped in a cave that Old Man Gu sealed with a concealment formation, the group took stock. I can't stay hidden forever, Yaofeng said. My mother needs the jade marrow lotus. The Shen clan can't provide it. I need to find it. And that means going to a city, Xianxia, or somewhere with an alchemy exchange where rare herbs are traded. Going to a city with your face on wanted posters is suicide, Kaiyang pointed out. Going to a city is necessary, Ling Suan countered. I can alter his appearance slightly with an alchemy paste, skin tone, facial contours. It won't fool a targeted search, but it will handle casual recognition. She looked at Yaofeng. Qingshan City has a monthly alchemy exchange. The jade marrow lotus is rare, but not impossible to find there. Old Man Gu listened to the debate with the patience of age. When they had finished, he spoke. Go. All 3 of you. The city is where you need to be, not just for the lotus, but because Yaofeng needs to learn how the world works beyond these mountains. A living pharmacy is useless if it doesn't know what diseases exist. He paused. I'll stay in the mountains and keep the Duan patrols busy. An old man running circles around tracking teams. It'll be good exercise. You're not coming with us? I'll draw too much attention. Ancient root realm cultivators are noticed. And frankly, there are people in the wider world who would recognize me on sight and cause complications I'd rather avoid. His eyes held something unsaid, a history that stretched back further than Yaofeng could guess. I'll find you when you need me. How will you know when that is? Old Man Gu smiled. The root vein connects to the Earth's root network. I can sense it from anywhere on this continent. When you're in real trouble, I'll know. They parted the next morning. Old Man Gu gave Kaiyang a firm handshake, Ling Suan a respectful nod, and Yaofeng a long, searching look. Be careful of the Blight Queen, he said. She's had 10,000 years to learn patience. Don't assume silence means she's given up. I won't. And Yaofeng, what you carry is not a weapon. It's not a tool. It's a living thing that chose you. Respect that, and it will respect you. He turned and walked into the forest, his shuffling gait carrying him out of sight with impossible speed. Within moments, it was as if he'd never been there at all. Chapter 19. They descended from the mountains over 5 days, moving carefully through Duan clan territory. Ling Suan proved surprisingly useful in the field. Her alchemy training included herb identification, terrain analysis, and the ability to brew concentrated energy pills from foraged materials that kept their stamina up during long marches. Kaiyang served as point man, his enhanced body shrugging off the cold and altitude that would have debilitated a normal stem realm cultivator. He broke trail through dense brush, carried the heaviest supplies, and maintained a vigilance born from the bone-deep understanding that his best friend was the most hunted person in the province. Yaofeng used the travel time to cultivate. Each night, while the others slept, he entered his internal dimension and worked, seeding new herbs gathered during the day, reorganizing the garden's layout for maximum qi efficiency, strengthening the root vein's trunk, which Little Root assured him was the dimension's structural core. On the 4th night, He pushed against the bottleneck between sprout realm and root realm. No, wait, he was already root realm. He pushed against the barrier between lower root realm and its peak. The breakthrough came cleanly. His chi surged, his meridians expanded, and his dimension doubled again. The new dimension was the size of a small field, multiple acres of rich, glowing earth under a canopy of emerald light. The herbs grew in organized clusters now, arranged by little root into something resembling a proper garden rather than wild growth. A small spring had appeared at the garden's center, fed by condensed chi that trickled from the root vein's trunk. 3 new herb spirit pods appeared in the soil, smooth, luminous spheres half buried in the earth, each one containing a dormant spirit that would awaken as the dimension continued to grow. Little Root pointed them out with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "One of those is friendly, I think," he said. "The other 2, I'm not sure. It's been so long since they were conscious." And in the dimension's far corner, beyond the new plantings and the spring and the bright central garden, shadows deepened. The walls of vines that contained the Blight Queen's prison, walls Little Root had built and maintained for millennia, were thinner than they had been at the start. A presence brushed against Yaofeng's consciousness. Not words this time, just a feeling. Patient, knowing, like a season waiting to turn. Yaofeng reinforced the walls with his chi, thickening the vines, adding new layers. But he could feel the asymmetry. The dimension grew with his cultivation, and the prison weakened at the same rate. It was a race he couldn't win by staying still. He needed to grow faster, stronger. The answers weren't in these mountains. He closed his eyes one last time on the cave's concealment formation and thought about what he was carrying with him. Not the pack, the other things. A mother who was alive because of him and endangered because of him. A friend who had walked away from the only home he had ever known without hesitation. A young woman who had discarded her professional obligations to follow a problem she found more compelling than her career. And an old man who had spent a very long life waiting for exactly this moment, now disappearing into mountains he apparently preferred to civilization. Inside him, a garden, 43 species and counting. 5 dormant spirits in their pods. 1 ancient presence behind failing walls. And Little Root, who at this moment was cross-pollinating his moongrass hybrid with the jade leaf orchid and singing quietly to himself. The world was full of things that wanted to use him, contain him, study him, or destroy him. He had no sect, no backing, no significant cultivation rank, and a power set that was better suited to healing than killing. He was 19 years old, and he had started a war with a major clan by accident while trying to save his mother. He thought about Old Man Gu's instruction, sovereign multitasking, the ability to hold the inner and outer world simultaneously, to manage the dimension without losing the ground under his feet. He was going to need that. "Ready?" Kaiyang asked from the cave mouth. Yaofeng opened his eyes. The morning air was clean and cold and full of herb signatures that his enhanced senses read like text, familiar, informative, reassuring. "Yes," he said. They went into the world. They were in the cities, the sects, the places where knowledge gathered and power concentrated. He descended the final ridge on the 5th morning and stood at its crest for a long moment, looking at the lowland province spread below, roads connecting villages, rivers carrying trade, the distant smudge of Qingshan City on the horizon that represented 100,000 lives whose suffering he could address if he ever grew powerful enough to stop running. His herb sense, which the mountains had honed through weeks of practice against the complex signature tapestry of old-growth forest, now reached into the cultivated land below and registered a different kind of richness. Farmland herbs, deliberately grown, harvested on cycles, their spiritual content carefully managed for commercial output. He could feel their regularity, the rhythmic way they were tended, the faint distress of plants grown for yield rather than health. He would fix that someday. Among the dozens of things that seemed impossible and necessary in equal measure, that was one of them. "You're doing it again," Ling Suwen said, coming up beside him. "What?" "The look where you catalog everything that needs to be better and add it to the list you're carrying." She had identified this habit of his within the first week, with the accuracy of someone paying close attention. "The list will be shorter when you're stronger. Focus on that first. You sound like Old Man Gu." Old Man Gu is clearly correct about many things. She looked at the city on the horizon. Qingshan has an alchemy exchange, a governor who hoards rare herbs, and at least 1 Duan clan informant in its intelligence networks. We'll need a cover story, a disguise for you, and a plan that accounts for all 3. You've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about nothing else for 2 days. She turned away from the horizon. "I'll handle the disguise. You handle the lotus. Kaiyang will handle anything that requires hitting." Wei Qingyao. She glanced at the former assassin, who was already moving down the ridge, silent and precise as a cast shadow. She'll handle the things we don't want to name in advance. Yao Feng looked at the three of them, his improbable team, gathered by different paths toward the same impossible purpose, and felt something settle in his chest that he chose not to analyze too carefully. Whatever was coming, at least they would face it together. He opened his eyes to the pre-dawn gray and shook Kaiyang awake. We need to move faster. Finally, Kaiyang grunted. I've been saying that for 3 days. Chapter 20. Old Man Gu was true to his word. He didn't say goodbye. He simply wasn't there one morning when they woke. In his place, propped against the cave wall, was a jade slip and a folded piece of paper. The jade slip contained a cultivation manual, 10,000 herbs, 1 body, a technique for integrating the dimensions output with physical cultivation, allowing Yao Feng to strengthen his body and his garden simultaneously rather than splitting his resources between the two. It was elegant, complex, and clearly the product of someone who understood the root vein's mechanics at a fundamental level. The paper bore a note in Old Man Gu's cramped handwriting. When the flowers sing, do not listen. When the roots reach for your heart, burn them. And never, ever, let her speak your name. I will find you when you need me. In the meantime, grow. Gu. Yao Feng folded the note and placed it in his inner pocket, next to the empty jade case from the vault. 2 relics of departed teachers, his mother and Old Man Gu, both telling him the same thing in different languages: survive. The road to Qingshan City unfolded before them. 3 travelers in a landscape that was equal parts beautiful and dangerous. Yao Feng, the living pharmacy with a parasitic garden in his gut. Kaiyang, the iron-skinned bruiser with a mortar and an unshakable loyalty. And Ling Suwen, the alchemist prodigy who traded the comfort of her sect for the uncertainty of a mystery she couldn't resist. Qingshan City is a 3-day walk from here, Ling Suwen said, consulting a map she'd drawn from her storage ring. The alchemy exchange opens in 6 days. If we push the pace, we'll arrive with time to prepare. What kind of preparation? Kaiyang asked. New identities, entry permits, and a plan for how to acquire the Jade Marrow Lotus without the Duan clan catching us, the city governor interfering, or Yao Feng accidentally healing someone in public and blowing our cover. That's a lot of conditions. Welcome to my life, Yao Feng said. They set out as the sun crested the eastern peaks, painting the mountain trail in gold and amber. Behind them, the village of Stonewell went about its morning routines. The goats Yao Feng had healed grazing in the fields, the children he'd mended playing by the well, the garden where he'd fought his first real battle already beginning to overgrow the trenches left by Bloom Realm Qi. In Yao Feng's dimension, Little Root tended the garden with cheerful diligence, organizing herbs and nurturing seedlings. Bitter Thorn slept in his corner, unawakened. The other spirit pods pulsed with dormant life. And in the deepest shadow, behind walls of vine that grew thinner each day, the Blight Queen waited. She had been patient for 10,000 years. She could wait a little longer, but not much longer. Behind them, on the road that led back to the Duan clan stronghold, a messenger hawk carried Duan Feilong's latest report. The root vein host had escaped the mountains. He was heading for civilization. Patriarch Duan Guhong read the report in his study, surrounded by walls of jade tablets cataloging his clan's history of power. He set the message down and summoned his personal guard. No more sons, he said quietly. No more patrols. The root vein is worth more than this province. I'll handle it myself. The guard bowed and departed. Duan Guhong stood at his window, looking out over the mountains that had sheltered his prey for too long. His canopy realm Qi pressed against the glass, leaving frost patterns in the shape of grasping hands. The hunt was about to change entirely. Chapter 21. Qingshan City announced itself long before they reached its gates. The hum of commerce, the clatter of cartwheels on cobblestone, the layered scent of street food and forge smoke and spiritual herbs drying in the sun. It was the largest settlement Yao Feng had ever seen, sprawling across a river valley with walls of quarried stone and watchtowers that gleamed with defensive formation arrays. Population approximately 80,000. Ling Suwen recited as they joined the queue of travelers and merchants waiting to enter. Controlled by Governor Luo Tianji, a fruit realm cultivator who inherited the position from his father and has spent the last 2 decades extracting wealth from every transaction within the city walls. The alchemy exchange operates under his jurisdiction. He takes a 10% commission on every trade. Sounds like a fine public servant, Kaiyang muttered. Yao Feng kept his head down. Ling Suwen had applied her alchemy paste that morning. A thin, skin-colored compound that subtly altered his jawline and cheekbones, making him look like a slightly different person. It wouldn't survive close inspection, but it fooled the gate guards who checked their travel papers and waved them through without a second glance. Inside the walls, Qingshan City was an assault on the senses. He slowed his walking pace to match the crowd's rhythm, an old herbalist's trick, learned from his mother. Move at the speed of the place you're in. People notice the person who moves differently from everyone around them before they notice any other feature of their face or clothing. Kaiyang had received the same advice and was managing it with the stiff deliberateness of someone manually overriding their natural stride, which was better than nothing. Wei Qingyao needed no coaching. She simply became part of the crowd with the seamless ease of someone who had spent 8 years learning how to not be seen. Ling Suwen walked ahead, her verdant lotus sect insignia temporarily covered by a merchant's outer robe, her bearing adjusted from Grand Elder's daughter to traveling alchemist with the subtle internal shift of someone who had spent years playing multiple roles in her father's political world. Yaofeng extended his herb sense in a careful, low-amplitude sweep. Not the full range he used in open terrain. In a city, maximum range meant encountering dozens of cultivators' chi signatures simultaneously, each one a potential alarm, each one demanding attention. The system wasn't built to triage at speed. He kept the sweep tight, 20 meters, information-dense, updating continuously as they moved. The herb stalls in the outer market were the first data points. Spirit recovery grass, standard quality, mild drainage. Moonpetal lily, overharvested, the root system compromised by repeated extraction. Golden thread chrysanthemum. This specimen was fresh, recently cut, the spiritual channels still open. And underneath all of it, persistent and directional, a siphon. Something was drawing spiritual energy from the city's botanical commerce in a pattern so consistent it had to be deliberate. He filed the anomaly and kept walking. The jade marrow lotus first. Then the mystery. Market stalls crowded every major street, selling everything from mundane vegetables to mid-grade spiritual beast cores. Cultivators mixed with civilians in the crowds, their chi signatures creating a patchwork of pressure that made Yaofeng's herb sense buzz like a swarm of disturbed bees. But underneath the bustle, his enhanced perception caught something else. The spiritual herbs in the city's market stalls were diminished. Not dead, but drained, their medicinal properties muted, their spiritual signatures flickering like candles in a draft. Someone or something was siphoning spiritual energy from the city's botanical commerce, and no one seemed to notice. The alchemy exchange opens in 4 days, Ling Suwen said, steering them toward a modest inn in the merchant quarter. We need to register as participants, which requires demonstrating basic alchemical competency. I can handle my own registration. You'll need coaching. I'm not an alchemist. You will be by Thursday. She was not joking. Over the next 3 days, Ling Suwen subjected Yaofeng to a crash course in alchemical theory that would have taken a normal disciple months. Herb classification, refining temperatures, catalyst ratios, spiritual resonance harmonics. She lectured while eating, while walking, while examining market stalls for rare ingredients. Yaofeng struggled, not because the theory was beyond him, but because his instinctive approach to herbs contradicted almost everything formal alchemy taught. Where alchemists treated herbs as ingredients to be measured and combined, Yaofeng experienced them as living entities with preferences and temperaments. Where alchemy demanded precise temperature control, Yaofeng could feel when a herb was ready to yield its essence simply by touching it. You're not wrong, Ling Suwen admitted on the second evening. Watching Yaofeng test a herb combination by consuming both components simultaneously and feeling whether they harmonized inside his dimension. Your method is faster and arguably more accurate. But the alchemy exchange judges on orthodox technique, not results. You need to at least fake competence. I can do fake competence. The Shen clan practically invented it. She smiled, the second real smile he'd seen from her, and something warm flickered in his chest that had nothing to do with medicinal qi. Chapter 22. The practice sessions grew more intensive. Ling Suwen set up a portable alchemy station in their room, a miniature furnace, a set of jade mixing bowls, and a rack of basic ingredients purchased from the market. She demonstrated the fundamental refining process, heating the furnace to the correct temperature, inserting the herbs in the proper sequence, applying qi at specific intervals to catalyze the transformation from raw material to finished pill. Yaofeng watched, then attempted to replicate the process. His first attempt produced a blackened lump that smelled like burnt shoes. His second produced a pill that was structurally sound but spiritually inert. All form, no function. Your qi application is too forceful, Ling Suwen diagnosed. You're not hammering metal, you're coaxing a transformation. Gentle pressure, consistent temperature. Like growing a plant, not building a wall. The comparison clicked something in Yaofeng's mind. He adjusted his approach, treating the herbs in the furnace the same way he treated the herbs in his dimension, not as raw materials to be processed, but as living things to be guided. He communicated through his qi, not commanding but suggesting, inviting the herbs to transform rather than forcing them. His third attempt produced a perfect qi restoration pill. Grade 3. Ling Suin stared at it for a full 10 seconds. That's a qi restoration pill. You told me to make a qi restoration pill. I told you to try. This is your third attempt. It took me 40 tries to produce my first successful pill, and mine was grade 1. She picked it up, examined it under her analysis crystal, and set it down very carefully. You're cheating. How? Your internal dimension. You're not just refining herbs. You're testing combinations inside yourself simultaneously. While the furnace does the physical work, your dimension does the spiritual calibration. You're running parallel processes. She shook her head. It's not orthodox, but the results are undeniable. Yaofeng discovered she was right. His dimension gave him an unprecedented advantage. He could feel whether herbs would harmonize before he combined them, sense the exact moment when a transformation was ready to complete, and adjust his qi application in real time based on feedback from the dimension's ecosystem. What took normal alchemists years of practice and accumulated intuition, he could do through direct biological feedback. By the third day, he could reliably produce grade 3 pills using standard recipes. Not impressive by elite standards, but more than sufficient for the Alchemy Exchange's entrance requirements. We're ready, Ling Suin declared, polishing the miniature furnace with a cloth. Registration tomorrow morning. Stay quiet. Produce one competent pill when asked, and let me handle the talking. What about the jade marrow lotus? I've been asking around. It's here in the city, one of the few known specimens in the province. But it's not for sale. She paused, her expression grim. It's in the governor's personal treasury garden. Luo Tianji keeps it as leverage. When influential cultivators develop spiritual ailments that require the lotus, he offers access in exchange for political favors. It's how he's maintained power for 20 years despite being only fruit realm. So we steal it. We acquire it through unconventional channels. That's stealing with better vocabulary. Welcome to sect politics. Yaofeng spent the rest of that conversation doing what he always did with information he didn't know how to use yet. He held it at the edges of his thinking and let it develop context on its own. The governor's garden. A rare herb held as leverage. A man who had maintained power for 2 decades by controlling what rare things he possessed. This was a pattern his mother had described once, teaching him about the secondary market for high-value herbs. The cultivation world was full of people who understood that true power was not in the thing itself, but in being the last one who had it when someone else desperately needed it. Luo Tianji is not the fundamental problem, Ling Suin said, refining her analysis over cold tea that neither of them was drinking. The jade marrow lotus being in his possession is a symptom of the broader issue. Rare botanical resources concentrated in the hands of people who value them as leverage rather than medicine. The lotus should be treating withered root syndrome patients throughout this province. Instead, it's sitting in a treasury garden being used to extract political favors from desperate cultivators. And my mother, and your mother, she set the tea down, which is why we're going to take it. He liked that phrasing. Not retrieve it, not borrow it, not negotiate for it. Take it. The precision of her commitment to the plan, now that the plan existed, was one of the things about her he was learning to rely on. Inside the dimension, the jade marrow lotus he already carried, seeded weeks ago, now producing its second cycle of medicinal petals, pulsed with a warmth that little root interpreted as sympathetic resonance. It knows there's another specimen nearby, the spirit reported. They're the same species, different generations, but related. It's reaching toward it. Can it communicate with the specimen in the governor's garden? Not at this distance, but closer. Little root trailed off speculatively. Closer, and with the right chi signal from you as intermediary, the governor's lotus would know we are coming, and it would be prepared. That possibility settled into the plan as an asset rather than a risk. The lotus would cooperate. If the herbs cooperated, the formation's defenses would be compromised from within. And if the formation was compromised, 8 minutes. Non-negotiable. But perhaps 8 minutes was enough. Chapter 23. The Alchemy Exchange occupied a converted warehouse in Qingshan City's commercial district, a vast space filled with trading stalls, demonstration platforms, and the constant murmur of cultivators negotiating for rare materials. The smell was overwhelming, 1,000 different herbs blending into a miasma that would have incapacitated a normal person's nose. Yaofeng's nose was no longer normal. He could identify every herb within 100 meters, their individual signatures cutting through the olfactory chaos like colored threads in a tapestry. Spirit recovery grass from the eastern farms. 1,000-year ice ginseng from the northern mountains. Fake, he noted, actually only about 60 years old. Moonvale orchid from the southern marshes, genuine and breathtakingly expensive, and dozens of others, each telling a story of origin, quality, and handling that no label could convey. They registered without incident. Ling Sowen presented her Verdant Lotus Sect credentials, which granted her automatic entry. Yaofeng demonstrated his pill refining ability, a single qi restoration pill, grade 3, produced in 2 minutes, and the registration clerk nodded him through with bored efficiency. They were browsing the rare materials section when Yaofeng's herb sense shrieked a warning. A man was watching them from across the warehouse floor, middle-aged, dressed in Duan clan colors, with the focused attention of someone who had been given a specific face to look for. Yaofeng's disguise held at a distance, but the man was drifting closer, his eyes narrowing. Duan clan alchemist, Ling Sowen murmured, following Yaofeng's gaze. He's comparing you to the bounty description. The paste is good, but not perfect. He'll figure it out if he gets within 10 meters. Yaofeng made a decision. He turned toward the Duan alchemist and walked directly toward him, not away, not evasively, but with the purposeful stride of someone with legitimate business. The alchemist blinked, surprised by the direct approach. Up close, Yaofeng could see the man's nostrils flaring, trying to catch a scent or a qi signature that matched his target. Yaofeng breathed. Not the soporific bloom he'd used in combat, something subtler. A gentle exhalation of spirit calming essence that settled over the alchemist like a warm blanket. The man's focus softened. His pupils dilated slightly. The suspicious tension in his shoulders eased. "Excuse me," Yaofeng said pleasantly. "Could you direct me to the herb evaluation stalls? I have some specimens to trade." The alchemist blinked, his train of thought derailed. East Wing. Past the pill furnace demonstrations. "Thank you." Yaofeng walked away. Behind him, the Duan alchemist frowned, trying to remember why he'd been staring at the young man. The memory was there, but blurry, coated in a film of calm that made urgency seem unnecessary. "That was terrifying," Ling Sowen said when they were safely distant. "You rewired his short-term focus with a breath." "I didn't erase his memory. He'll remember eventually. But it bought us time. You used your abilities for deception." The observation held no judgment, just recognition of a line crossed. Yaofeng's power healed. It purified. It mended what was broken. Using it to manipulate someone's mental state, even temporarily, even harmlessly, felt like a betrayal of its nature. "I didn't like it," he admitted. "Good. The moment you start liking it, we have a problem." He thought about that for the rest of the afternoon. Using healing as misdirection, as a tool to redirect someone's attention by overwhelming their senses with beneficial rather than harmful stimuli, occupied a gray space in his understanding of what the living pharmacy was supposed to be. The dimension's herbs, his body's outputs, the root vein's bonded ecology. He had understood all of it, from the beginning, as something in service of healing. Not just his own interests, in service of healing, as a principle. Little Root had confirmed this repeatedly and with uncharacteristic gravity. The root vein was built around a dream, the spirit had said during one of their early conversations. Not a weapon dream, a healing dream. The gardener was misguided and eventually monstrous, but the original conception was genuine. The artifact wants to cure things. It wants its host to cure things. It responds better, it grows faster, it harmonizes more fully with hosts who orient toward that purpose. And hosts who use it for other purposes? The artifact resists. Subtly at first, then openly. There have been hosts who tried to weaponize the dimension entirely, to convert the garden into a siege engine, to use the herb spirits as soldiers. The dimension stopped growing for them. The herbs produced lower quality compounds. Little Root had provided steadier resistance. Eventually, they either changed course or became unable to use the root vein at all. The Duan clan alchemist he had redirected today had not been harmed. His short-term attention had been gently destabilized, his suspicious focus dissolved by a compound that carried no lasting effects. The dimension had produced the breath technique without resistance. But Yaofeng had not liked it. And the fact that he hadn't liked it was, in its own way, a form of data. The dimension could do many things. The living pharmacy's host had to choose which things to do. He decided that the alchemy exchange's next days would be spent in legitimate commerce. No more misdirection, not unless the alternative was violence. Trade fairly. Build reputation. The Jade Marrow Lotus had to be acquired, but not at the cost of becoming the thing he was trying not to be. Principled, Ling Sowen said when he explained this, without judgment. Practical, he corrected. The dimension grows better when the purpose is clean. She considered that. Then we'll find a clean path. Chapter 24. The Alchemy Exchange operated on a barter system for its highest grade materials. Currency was useful for common herbs, but the truly rare specimens changed hands only through direct trades of equivalent value. Herb for herb, pill for pill, secret for secret. The jade marrow lotus was not available through the exchange, but information about it was. Yaofeng traded 3 freshly grown 7-petal soul calming flowers, herbs that would take years to cultivate under normal conditions, presented in pristine condition that drew envious stares from every alchemist who saw them. For a conversation with the exchange's senior information broker, a wrinkled woman named Aunt Ho who sat in a curtained booth at the warehouse's back. The jade marrow lotus, Aunt Ho said, rolling a soul-calming petal between her gnarled fingers. One of the 5 rarest herbs in Azure Mist Province. Governor Luo Tianji keeps it in his personal treasury garden, a secured compound within the governor's mansion. The garden contains approximately 40 rare herb specimens, all maintained by a team of dedicated herbalists under contract. Security, 12 guards, all leaf realm minimum, 3 bloom realm captains on rotating shifts. The garden itself is warded with a Tier 4 defensive formation, standard for high-value botanical storage. And the governor himself resides on the premises when he's in the city. Weaknesses. Aunt Ho's eyes glittered. The formation is designed to repel qi-based intrusion. It was not designed to interact with botanical consciousness. She looked meaningfully at Yaofeng. The herbs in that garden are spiritual beings, young man. They know when someone enters their space. Normally, that's a security feature. Unauthorized qi triggers an alarm. But what if the herbs themselves welcome the intruder? Yaofeng understood. They'd open a gap in the formation. Theoretically, no one has ever tried it, because no one can communicate with herbs at that level. She leaned back, her expression satisfied. I hear rumors about a young man who talks to plants. If such a person existed, the governor's garden might not be as impenetrable as he believes. Yaofeng thanked her and left the booth with a plan forming. Dangerous, absurd, and entirely dependent on abilities that he was still learning to control. That evening, back at the inn, he laid it out for the group. I can communicate with the herbs in the governor's garden. If they cooperate, they'll suppress the defensive formation and let me in. I grab the jade marrow lotus, seeded in my dimension for renewable production, and we leave. And when the governor notices his most valuable herb is missing? Kaiyang asked. We'll be gone. What about the guards? 3 bloom realm captains. That's where you come in. Distraction. I do enjoy distractions. Ling Sowen studied the rough map Yaofeng had drawn of the governor's mansion, based on Aunt Ho's description and the general layout visible from the street. I can provide cover, she said. The Verdant Lotus sect has legitimate business with the governor. We've been trying to negotiate a trade agreement for years. I'll present myself as a sect representative requesting an audience. That puts me inside the mansion during the operation. And me? Yaofeng asked. You go through the garden's west wall, the section furthest from the main gate. At night, during the shift change between the 2nd and 3rd guard rotations, you'll have approximately 12 minutes. 12 minutes to communicate with 40 herbs, get them to cooperate, suppress a Tier 4 formation, find the lotus, seed it, and leave. Yes. Simple. Suicidal, Kaiyang corrected. But so was eating a cursed herb to save your mother, and that worked out. Relatively. They spent the next 2 days preparing. Yaofeng meditated on his herb communication abilities, practicing with every botanical specimen he could find in the city, market herbs, garden flowers, even the ornamental trees lining the main avenue. He discovered that his communication worked differently with each species. Grasses responded to simple emotional broadcasts, while more complex herbs required nuanced qi signatures that mimicked their natural growth rhythms. The operation was set for the 3rd night after the alchemy exchange closed. Everything was ready. He spent the hours before the operation in the dimension, working. The garden needed specific preparations, not for the operation itself, but for what would come after. He was planning to seed 40 new herbs in a single evening, absorbing an entire governor's treasury in one extended sitting. His body had handled large seedings before, but never at that scale. The dimension would expand significantly, which meant the Blight Queen's prison, already stressed, would take another hit. I can reinforce the prison proactively, Little Root said, showing him the structural assessment. If we spend the next 4 hours adding 3 additional layers of binding root along the eastern face, where the most stress concentration is, the expansion from 40 new species won't break anything critical. Do it. For hours of internal work while his companions slept, Little Root directed the construction. Yaofeng provided the qi and the intent. The vines grew slowly, thickening the eastern wall of the prison layer by layer, until the structure resembled something he might actually trust to hold under expanded conditions. The Blight Queen said nothing during this process. She stood in her white garden, and watched the walls being reinforced around her with the expression of someone who found the effort both touching and futile. He caught himself almost speaking to her 3 times. The warning little root and old man Gu had given him was clear. Every word she spoke was a hook, and every word he gave her in return was a hook accepting. But there was something in her stillness that his herbalist's instinct kept reading as suffering, and suffering was difficult to ignore when ignoring it was a choice. He reinforced the walls and did not speak. But he looked at her, honestly, for one moment before returning to consciousness. She looked back, and the expression on her face was not the patient hunger he expected. It was recognition, the look of someone who has been truly seen, perhaps for the first time in a very long time. He filed that away with everything else that needed to wait. He meditated that evening with a focus shaped by the operation ahead. Not tactics, the tactical planning was complete. He worked on his herb communication practice, pushing his range outward in careful expanding circles, feeling for the spiritual signatures of specific species. The governor's treasury garden was 2 blocks from the inn. At this distance, his sense was dim, but enough. He found the lotus. It was not what he had expected to feel. The jade marrow lotus in his dimension pulsed with warmth and health, a well-tended specimen producing high-quality medicine in ideal conditions. The lotus in the governor's garden was the same species, the same base signature, but carrying the specific distress of a plant that had been over-harvested past its regeneration rate. The signature was frantic, thin, a long scream at a frequency only he could hear. He sent a signal outward, simple, calm, carrying the same message he had sent to the herbs in the governor's garden when he first arrived. I am like you. I carry a garden inside me. I am coming. The lotus's signal changed. The frantic thinness steadied, just slightly. Recognition, not relief. It did not know relief was possible, but awareness that something had changed, that something was approaching that was different from the people who harvested it and recorded its yield in ledgers. It felt that, Little Root confirmed. It will cooperate. Not because you convinced it of anything, because it recognizes the root vein's signature and understands, at whatever level a lotus understands things, that you can give it what it needs. What does it need? To be seated. To live in a space where it can grow on its own terms instead of someone else's schedule. To stop hurting. He stayed in the expanded sensing range for a long time, holding the connection lightly, sending the same calm warmth that he sent to every herb he seeded. By the time he withdrew back to ordinary meditation, the night was deep and the city was quiet around him. Tomorrow night, he would keep his promise. Then Little Root's voice cut through Yaofeng's meditation with an urgency he'd never heard before. The herbs in the governor's garden. I can sense them from here, Yaofeng. They're not just maintained. They're imprisoned. Over-harvested, root-bound, force-grown under conditions that maximize output at the cost of the plant's spiritual health. They're suffering. Yaofeng's jaw tightened. Then they'll want to leave. They'll want to scream. Chapter 25. The night before the operation, Yaofeng couldn't sleep. He walked the city's back streets, hood up, herb scents extended in a passive sweep that caught every botanical signature within blocks. He found the alley by accident, or rather, his senses found it, tugging his attention toward a signature that pulsed with distress. Someone was dying of poison, and the toxin was broadcasting agony on a frequency only he could hear. She lay behind a shuttered apothecary shop, propped against the wall in a position that suggested she'd been walking and simply couldn't anymore. A woman in her mid-20s, dressed in dark-fitted clothing that Yaofeng recognized as the practical garb of someone who lived by stealth. Her face was ashen. Black veins spidered from a wound on her left forearm, the telltale pattern of blackthorn venom, a toxin produced by the Thornvale sect's signature weapon. Blackthorn venom was incurable. Every text agreed. The toxin bonded to the victim's meridians and slowly destroyed them from the inside, a process that took approximately 72 hours and could not be reversed by any known pill, potion, or healing technique. Yaofeng knelt beside her and checked her pulse. Weak, rapid, irregular. The venom had been in her system for at least 48 hours. She had perhaps 20 left. Her eyes opened. They were dark, sharp, and carried the particular clarity of someone who had accepted death and was merely annoyed by its slowness. Don't waste your time, she said, her voice a dry rasp. Blackthorn venom. No cure. There wasn't, Yaofeng said. He pressed his palm against her poisoned forearm and let his sweat seep into the wound. The effect was immediate. His body's neutralization compounds, the same biochemistry that had purified the corruption zone in the mountains, identified the blackthorn venom structure and began disassembling it. The black veins on her arm faded. Not slowly, rapidly, the darkness draining like ink being washed from cloth. She gasped as the pressure in her meridians released, as the constant, grinding pain that had been her companion for 2 days simply vanished. In 3 minutes, the blackthorn venom was gone. Her meridians, damaged but intact, began to stabilize as Yaofeng's blood, a drop from a small cut on his thumb, sealed the residual spiritual damage. The woman stared at her arm. She flexed her fingers, rotated her wrist, extended her qi through channels that had been dying minutes ago. Everything functioned. The venom was gone. She looked at Yaofeng with an expression he couldn't read, something between shock, gratitude, and a wariness so deep it seemed structural. "Who are you?" she asked. "Someone who can help. No one cures blackthorn venom." "I just did." She was silent for a long time. Then she stood, shakily at first, then with the fluid balance of someone trained in movement arts. She was taller than he'd expected, lean and precise in her posture, with the controlled stillness of a blade in its sheath. "My name is Wei Qingyao," she said. "Former Thornvale sect. I was poisoned by my own people when I refused an assassination contract." She paused, the next words coming with visible effort. "I owe you a life debt." "That's not necessary." "It is." Her voice carried the weight of absolute conviction. "In the world I come from, a life saved is a life owed. I was dead. You brought me back. My life is yours until the debt is repaid, or I die in your service." Yaofeng looked at this stranger, this assassin who had been poisoned by her own sect, cured by a boy who sweat medicine, and was now pledging her life with the casual gravity of someone discussing the weather. He made a decision about Wei Qingyao in the first 30 seconds of knowing her, not a final judgment, but an operational one. She was honest, not kind, not warm, not socially adjusted in any of the conventional ways, but honest in the way that matters more than all of those things combined. She said what she meant, and she would do what she said. The cured assassin at his side was, he supposed, a reasonable metaphor for most of his life since the vault. "One more thing," he said. "You said you refused an assassination contract. What was the target?" Wei Qingyao looked at him with the flat dark eyes of someone deciding how much the question warranted. "A physician." The Thornvale sect had been contracted to eliminate a healer in the provincial eastern districts who was treating people the sect's patron wanted destabilized. "I was assigned the contract." She paused. The physician was treating children with qi channel deficiency using a technique she had developed herself over 15 years. Without her, they would lose the ability to cultivate entirely. "You couldn't kill her." "I could not see the logic in killing her." "There is a distinction." Her voice was precise, clinical, and carrying something underneath that she did not choose to name. "The sect interpreted my refusal as desertion. Their response was blackthorn venom." He thought about what it cost to refuse a sect that responded to refusal with poison. Not just courage, the willingness to accept a death sentence rather than commit an act you found unacceptable. He thought about the physician in the eastern districts who was still alive because an assassin had looked at her work and decided it needed to continue. The life debt Wei Qingyao felt toward him was real. But so, quietly, was the debt the world owed her. "The physician," Yaofeng said. "Is she still practicing?" Wei Qingyao's expression shifted in a way so small, it was nearly imperceptible. "As far as I know." "Then your refusal mattered." A long pause. "Yes," she said, in a voice that had let something down briefly. "It did." "I don't want your life," he said. "But I could use your help tomorrow night. We're infiltrating the governor's mansion." Wei Qingyao's expression didn't change. "Tell me the plan." Chapter 26. The addition of a Fruit Realm assassin changed the operations dynamics considerably. Wei Qingyao was, by her own matter-of-fact account, a specialist in infiltration, exfiltration, and the application of precise violence to complicated situations. She had operated in the shadows for 8 years, conducting missions for the Thornvale sect that ranged from intelligence gathering to targeted elimination. Her knowledge of security systems, patrol patterns, and defensive formations was encyclopedic. "Your plan has 3 critical vulnerabilities," she told Yaofeng the next morning, reviewing the operation in their room while Kaiyang cleaned his mortar and Ling Suin organized pill supplies. "First, the shift change window is not 12 minutes, it's 8. Governor Luo uses overlapping rotations specifically to prevent gaps. Second, the west wall is warded separately from the garden formation. You'll need to breach 2 layers, not 1. Third, there is a concealed observation post on the mansion's roof that covers the entire garden perimeter. I've seen its type before." "You cased the governor's mansion already?" "I cased it last night, after you healed me." She said this as if a midnight reconnaissance of a heavily guarded compound was a perfectly normal post-recovery activity. Force of habit. Kaiyang eyed her with the wary respect of a dog encountering a cat that was clearly more dangerous than it looked. "So you're an assassin." "Former assassin. Retired involuntarily via attempted murder." And now you're pledging your life to a teenager who bleeds medicine. Life debts are not subject to rational analysis. They revised the plan. Wei Qingyao would neutralize the rooftop observation post. Silently, non-lethally, she assured them, though her tone suggested the non-lethal part was a recent addition to her operational vocabulary. Kaiyang would create the distraction at the main gate. Ling Suwen would provide the diplomatic cover. And Yao Feng would enter the garden during the compressed window. 8 minutes, Wei Qingyao repeated. In and out. No hesitation. No complications. There will absolutely be complications, Yao Feng said. Plan for them anyway. The operation began at midnight. He had spent the hour before midnight in the dimension. Not planning. He had planned enough. He was in the garden tending the jade marrow lotus, running his hands along its leaves with the practiced attention of a gardener who understands that plants know when they are cared for. The lotus responded the way it always did, a slight brightening of its spiritual signature, a pulse of warmth through the root system. He told it what he was about to do. Not in words, in chi. The intention, the care behind it, the goal. I'm going to find the rest of you, he communicated. The ones they're holding in the treasury garden. I'm coming for them. The lotus's signature shifted. Yao Feng felt it relay the message outward through whatever botanical communication channel existed between specimens of the same species. A message traveling faster than he could walk, carrying through the city's spiritual substrate to a garden 2 blocks away where 40 plants pressed against their containers. The message he felt come back from the governor's garden was not words. It was a frequency, the frequency of welcome. He emerged from meditation and checked the small preparations he had made. Breath control exercises to ensure the soporific bloom compound was concentrated and ready. A review of the herbs he had seeded specifically for this operation. A quick mental accounting of what the dimension could sustain if the absorption of 40 new species happened faster than optimal. He was as ready as he could be. Kaiyang's voice came through the open window, pitched for privacy. Time. Chapter 27. Kaiyang's distraction was magnificently unsubtle. He walked up to the governor's mansion main gate, announced that he was a traveling cultivator seeking an audience, and when the guards told him to come back in the morning, he challenged the gate captain to an arm-wrestling match for the right to enter. The gate captain, a Bloom Realm cultivator with pride issues, accepted. Kaiyang, whose arms had been reinforced by weeks of iron root body tempering, slammed the captain's fist through the stone gatehouse table and offered a rematch. Every guard within earshot converged on the gate to watch. Wei Qingyao was a ghost. Yao Feng never saw her move. One moment she was beside him in the shadows, the next she was gone. 30 seconds later, a subtle hand signal from the mansion roof indicated the observation post was neutralized. Ling Suwen, wearing her verdant lotus sect formal robes and her most imperious expression, presented herself at the mansion's side entrance with a sealed letter requesting an urgent diplomatic meeting. The servants, unable to dismiss a major sect's representative, ushered her inside to wait in a receiving room. Yao Feng was alone at the garden wall. The west wall was 12 feet of reinforced stone, topped with razor formations that would slice anything that touched them. Behind the wall, his herb sense painted a picture of the treasury garden. 40 rare herbs, each in a designated plot, each maintained under conditions that maximized their output at the cost of their spiritual health. Little Root had been right. The herbs were suffering. Yao Feng could feel their distress, a low, constant frequency of botanical pain that normal cultivators couldn't perceive, but that resonated through his dimension like a plucked string. He placed his palm against the wall and communicated. Not words, not even emotions. Something deeper, a frequency of chi that matched the herb's own spiritual wavelength, the language of roots and soil and growing things. He sent them a simple message. I am like you. I carry a garden inside me. I can take you somewhere safe. The response was instantaneous. 40 herbs responded at once, a surge of botanical consciousness that hit Yao Feng like a wave. Relief, hope, desperation. The herbs had been imprisoned for years, force harvested, their roots bound in containers too small for their growth, their branches pruned to prevent them from developing full spiritual signatures. They wanted out. The defensive formation around the garden shuddered. The herbs were part of its power matrix. Their spiritual energy fed the wards. When 40 herbs simultaneously withdrew their cooperation, the formation stuttered. A gap opened in the west wall's wards, not a break, but a blind spot, a section of the defensive array that simply forgot to monitor a 3-foot stretch of stone. Yao Feng climbed, the razor formations dormant above the blind spot, and dropped into the garden. It was beautiful and terrible. Rows of perfectly maintained herbs, species that should have been growing wild in mountain valleys and deep forests, arranged in geometric precision, pruned to identical heights, their roots visible through transparent jade containers that allowed monitoring but prevented natural growth. A prison disguised as a garden. 8 minutes, Yaofeng reminded himself. He moved with a focused efficiency that left no room for admiring what surrounded him, though every herb sense in his body was cataloging simultaneously. He passed a row of iron petal lotus, not the same species as his jade marrow target, but rare in its own right, its petals maintaining a microclimate that protected the herbs around it from temperature fluctuations. He passed a cluster of ancient root mushrooms still attached to their growth substrate, their chi content so dense that touching them without preparation would overwhelm a normal cultivator's meridians. He communicated with each one as he passed, a quick pulse of the same warmth he had sent to the jade marrow lotus 2 days ago from the inn. Not absorption, not yet, but introduction. Acknowledgement. I know you are here. I will come back for you. Most responded. The distress signatures that had been broadcasting across his sensing range since he entered the city quieted, one by one, as he passed down the row. Not silenced. The fundamental suffering of an over-harvested, root-bound herb does not vanish in seconds, but reduced, as if being acknowledged was itself a form of medicine. The defensive formation, already suppressed by 40 cooperating specimens simultaneously withdrawing their contributions, rippled with a new stress pattern as the last 3 herbs he passed also disengaged from the power matrix. The formation's chi output dropped to 60%, then 50%, then 40%. At 40%, Yaofeng's herb sense told him, the formation's alarm sensitivity would drop below the threshold required to detect his specific energy signature. He reached the jade marrow lotus. It was in a jade container too small for its root system. The roots pressed against the container's walls, visible through the transparent material, straining with a growth pressure that should have cracked the jade months ago, but had been suppressed by a formation array embedded in the container's base. A 6-inch formation arresting the growth of a herb whose roots wanted to spread across an entire mountain valley. He pressed his palm against the container. The roots strained toward his hand. He unsealed the container, lifted the lotus free, its roots trailing jade-colored soil, its petals unfurling in the night air with a sound like a very quiet exhalation, and held it in both hands. It shone, just for a moment, a soft white light that was not visible beyond the garden wall, but that his whole body registered as warmth. Then he seated it. He moved through the rows, his herb sense guiding him toward the jade marrow lotus. It was near the garden's center, a stunning flower with petals of translucent jade green, radiating a spiritual signature so pure it made his eyes water. He reached for it. Chapter 28. Every herb in the garden screamed. He had not expected this. The operation had accounted for guards, for formations, for the timing of patrols, and the limits of his abilities. It had not accounted for 40 herbs simultaneously recognizing the primordial root vein's host and reacting with the concentrated desperation of long-suffering plants encountering what they understood, at a pre-conscious level, as rescue. His herb sense overloaded. 40 spiritual signatures hit him simultaneously, not as information but as sensation, a wall of botanical consciousness pressing against his perception with the force of 40 different urgencies. He staggered. The formation alarms, partially suppressed, lurched back toward active as the herb's chi output surged chaotically. He had seconds. Less. He didn't fight the flood. He opened to it. His arms spread wide. Not a technique, not a deliberate act, but the body's instinctive response to something it needed to accept rather than process. The botanical consciousness poured into him through every herb-sensing channel he had, and the dimension received it the way soil receives rain, accepting without resistance, directing without force, distributing the energy through its ecosystem in patterns that little root, bless his fussy competence, immediately began organizing. The herbs stilled, not because they'd been calmed from outside, because they understood, through the channel of direct botanical communication, that they were being heard, that the urgency had been received, that help had arrived. The formation's alarm spike crested and fell, the herb's sudden withdrawal of energy leaving the array without sufficient chi to trigger. Yaofeng was on his knees in the governor's treasury garden, arms spread, sweat streaming from every pore. The dimension inside him churning with rapid succession seedings as 40 herbs gave him their essence simultaneously. It was too much, too fast. His meridians burned, his dantian ached with the strain, and if anyone had walked into this garden in the next 30 seconds, they would have found him entirely helpless. No one walked in. He counted heartbeats. 8 minutes was the window. He had been in the garden for 4. He stood on shaking legs and moved. Not sound, chi. A burst of botanical consciousness that exploded outward when Yaofeng's root vein-enhanced presence reached the garden's center. The herbs could sense what he was. the living host of the primordial root vein, the ultimate botanical entity, and they reacted with the desperate enthusiasm of prisoners seeing an open door. Flowers turned toward him, roots strained against their jade containers, leaves stretched in his direction. The entire garden oriented itself around Yaofeng like iron filings around a magnet, and the combined qi output of 40 rare spiritual herbs created a resonance wave that pulsed through the mansion's foundation. That's not subtle, Little Root observed from inside the dimension. Guard shouted. Footsteps converged. The formation that Yaofeng had bypassed attempted to reactivate, but the herbs refused to cooperate. They were still reaching for him, still pouring their energy in his direction instead of back into the defensive array. Yaofeng had perhaps 30 seconds before the Bloom Realm captains arrived. He made a decision that was either brilliant or insane. Instead of grabbing the Jade Marrow Lotus and running, he opened his internal dimension wide, wider than he ever had before, and sent a single message to every herb in the garden. Come with me. It was an invitation, not a command. The herbs chose. Every single one of them chose to leave. 40 rare spiritual herbs dissolved from their jade containers and flowed into Yaofeng's body as streams of botanical qi. The Jade Marrow Lotus came first, its essence pouring into his dantian like liquid jade. Then the others, Moon Pearl Orchid, Thousand-Year Ice Ginseng, genuine, unlike the market fakes, Crimson Phoenix Vine, Silver Spirit Mushroom, and dozens more. Each one found a place in his dimension, taking root in fresh soil that expanded to accommodate them. His dimension surged. The small field became a vast garden, acres of rich earth, populated by the most valuable collection of herbs in the province. Little Root scrambled to organize the newcomers, directing them to appropriate zones, ensuring they didn't compete for qi. The absorption sent a shockwave of spiritual energy through the mansion, a visible pulse of emerald light that shattered windows and set off every alarm in the compound simultaneously. The treasury garden was empty. Every jade container sat hollow, their contents gone as if they had never existed. Yaofeng stood in the center of a barren garden, his body glowing faintly green, as 3 Bloom Realm Guard captains crashed through the doors. Chapter 29. The first captain attacked immediately, a lance of fire qi aimed at Yaofeng's chest. Yaofeng dodged, the herbs in his dimension providing a surge of physical enhancement that made his body move faster than his root realm cultivation should allow. The fire lance struck an empty jade container and shattered it into powder. The second captain circled to flank. The third blocked the garden's only exit. Yaofeng's mind raced. 3 Bloom Realm cultivators in an enclosed space. He couldn't fight them directly, but the herbs now growing in his dimension provided options that hadn't existed an hour ago. He focused on the Silver Spirit Mushroom, a herb known for producing hallucinogenic spores in the wild. Inside his dimension, the mushroom responded to his intent and produced a concentrated burst of spore compound that Yaofeng channeled through his pores. A cloud of silver-white particles erupted from his skin, filling the garden like morning mist. The spores weren't hallucinogenic at this concentration, they were something worse. Each particle carried a microdose of a different medicinal compound from his newly expanded collection. Healing energy, sedative essence, pain-numbing analgesics, stimulant compounds, euphoric agents, all of them, simultaneously, bombarding the 3 captains' senses with conflicting signals. The fire captain stumbled, his qi fluctuating as his body tried to process the contradictory inputs. Was he being healed? Attacked? Sedated? Stimulated? His meridians couldn't decide, and the confusion created a cascading disruption that locked his muscles. The flanking captain fared better. She held her breath and burned qi to purge the spores from her immediate vicinity. But the effort cost her 3 seconds of attention, and in those 3 seconds, Yaofeng was already moving. He vaulted over the garden wall. The defensive formation was completely dead now, its power source relocated to his dantian, and dropped into the alley below. Wei Qingyao materialized beside him. The observation post is down. Your distraction, friend, is still arm wrestling. The diplomat is in the receiving room. We have approximately 90 seconds before pursuit organizes. They ran. Running with 40 newly seeded herbs processing simultaneously inside his body was one of the stranger physical experiences of Yaofeng's life, and he had recently experienced the primordial root vein bonding with his dantian. The dimension was in controlled chaos. Little Root had immediately triaged the 40 new arrivals into critical, urgent, and stable categories and was managing each one with the frantic efficiency of a hospital intake nurse during a crisis. Most of the herbs were settling without difficulty, their root systems finding the prepared soil of the dimension's expanded planting areas. A few were stressed from years of containment and needed active qi support to stabilize. His meridians ran warm with the processing load. Not painful. His body had adapted to high output over the past weeks of training and healing, but noticeable. The specific warmth of a system working at full capacity. Wei Qingniao ran beside him with the silent efficiency of someone for whom running was not exertion, but simply a mode of movement. Ling Sowen had materialized from the mansion's side entrance with her verdant lotus robes and her expression, and she was keeping pace with an athletic capability she had never mentioned possessing. The rooftop. Yaofeng asked Wei Qingniao. Sleeping. He'll wake in 4 hours with a mild headache and no memory of the last 20 minutes. The receiving room attendants? Ling Sowen was escorted to the main hall and left waiting. Standard procedure for diplomatic inquiries. They won't check on her for at least 30 minutes. Kaiyang. As if in answer, a large familiar silhouette fell into step behind them at the next intersection. Kaiyang's knuckles were red from arm wrestling, and he was grinning. The city absorbed them. For people, moving at a walking pace now, unremarkable in the pre-dawn streets. In Yaofeng's dimension, the jade marrow lotus pulsed with steady warmth. Chapter 30. The governor arrived at the treasury garden 4 minutes after Yaofeng's departure. Luo Tianji was a heavy-set man in silk robes, his fruit realm cultivation wrapped around him like a second skin. He stood in the center of his barren garden, staring at 40 empty jade containers, and the veins in his temples pulsed with a rage so concentrated it generated visible qi distortion. Every herb, he said softly. Every single herb. The Bloom Realm captains knelt before him, nursing confusion headaches and damaged pride. The fire captain's report was fragmentary. A young man, a cloud of something that disrupted their senses, and then nothing. The garden was empty. Luo Tianji's fists clenched. 20 years of carefully accumulated leverage, political power based on controlling the province's rarest medicinal herbs, had vanished in minutes. No herb meant no leverage. No leverage meant vulnerability. And vulnerability, in a city where 3 factions competed for dominance, meant the beginning of the end. Find him, the governor said. Every guard, every informant, every resource we have. Find the man who emptied my garden. The hunt began. Yaofeng and his companions were already 2 streets away, moving through Qingshan City's nighttime crowds with practiced anonymity. Wei Qingniao led them through back alleys and service tunnels that she'd mapped during her previous midnight reconnaissance. Kaiyang rejoined them at a predetermined point, his knuckles slightly bruised from arm wrestling, but otherwise untouched. How did it go? Kaiyang asked. I absorbed the entire garden, Yaofeng said. You, the entire garden? All 40 herbs. They wanted to leave. Kaiyang stared at him, then shook his head. When you commit to a plan, you really commit. They reached the inn, collected their belongings, and left through the back entrance. By dawn, they were outside the city walls, heading north along a forest road that would take them away from Qingshan City's jurisdiction. In his dimension, Yaofeng surveyed the transformation. The surge had cost him. He recognized the signs, a drawn, hollow feeling behind his sternum that meant the dimension had drawn on his physical reserves rather than its ambient chi stores during the emergency seeding. 40 herbs in 12 minutes was not a pace he should repeat. His body had handled it, but handling and thriving were different, and the next 12 hours would require careful monitoring. Little Root was in organizational crisis, which for him meant rapid movement, high-pitched commentary, and the frantic energy of someone whose alphabetical system had just been expanded by 40% without notice. The ancient root mushrooms need a separate section. They'll crowd everything else if I let them spread naturally. The iron petal lotus needs the central area because its microclimate effect will benefit the entire garden. They know. No, you can't put the spirit-drawing chrysanthemum next to the moongrass. They have antagonistic root chemistry that will suppress both. Little Root. The spirit stopped moving. One at a time. Priority order. Start with anything that needs immediate intervention to survive. The jade marrow lotus, Little Root said, without hesitation. The frantic energy dropped away. It was under serious stress before seeding. The root damage from the container constraints needs time to heal even inside the dimension. I've set up a recovery plot near the central spring. It's responding well. It should be producing viable medicine within 3 days. Good. Everything else can wait for your system. Little Root took a deep breath, a gesture his non-physical form had borrowed from human habit, and nodded. Acceptable prioritization. I'll have a layout proposal for you by morning. 43 species. The dimension had more than doubled in botanical diversity in a single night, and the resulting expansion had, as Yaofeng had feared, stressed the prison's structural integrity. The reinforcement work he'd done beforehand had held, but barely. The Blight Queen's eastern wall was thin again. He reinforced it immediately, before sleep, before anything else. The white garden behind the vines was quiet. The presence inside it was very, very awake. The space that had been a small field was now a sprawling botanical garden, organized, diverse, thriving. 40 new species flourished alongside his existing collection, their spiritual energy interweaving to create an ambient chi density that was higher than most natural herb-growing regions. The jade marrow lotus occupied a place of honor near the dimension's central spring. It was already producing, its petals generating the medicinal essence that, properly refined, could cure withered root syndrome. Yao Feng extracted a dose, materialized it, and sealed it in a jade vial. "I need to get this to my mother," he told the group. "But I can't go back to the Shen clan. The Duan clan is watching them." Wei Qingyao spoke for the first time since the escape. "I'll take it." Wei Qingyao tucked the vial into an inner pocket that existed in a layer of her clothing that Yao Feng had not known was there, which suggested she had considerably more compartmentalized resources than her spare appearance indicated. "How long?" Ling Suan asked. 6 days round trip. 3 days each way, avoiding primary roads and Duan observation posts. She had clearly already mapped the route mentally. "The Shun village is under surveillance. I'll need to approach from the western forest. There's a game trail that bypasses the main observation points. The delivery itself will take approximately 1 hour. You've never been to the Shun village," Yao Feng said. "I have the route description you gave when you told us about your mother's situation. I have a map of Azure Mist Province's secondary roads from the Thornvale sect's archives, which I memorized before I was poisoned and which is not degraded. I have adequate chi to move at operational pace for 6 days without significant rest." A pause. "I am good at this." He believed her. Not because she was telling him, because Little Root, tracking her emotional signature through the dimension's botanical receptivity, whispered, "Her confidence is genuine, not performance. Be careful of the Duan operatives. I will not be seen by the Duan operatives." She said it the way a person might say water will be wet. He handed her a second vial, a preventive formulation for the long-term withered root syndrome maintenance, to be started only if his mother had completed the first dose and was showing stable improvement. He explained the dosage. Wei Qingyao repeated it back to him exactly, the first time through, without notes. "Also," he said, "if my mother asks who sent you, tell her Yao Feng is well. That I'm growing. Use that specific word." Wei Qingyao looked at him steadily. "Growing. She'll understand." A brief silence that was not awkward so much as compact. Two people who communicated efficiently having confirmed that everything necessary had been said. Then she was gone, vanished into the pre-dawn forest outside the city's north gate with a speed that left no impression on the morning air. Kaiyang watched the space where she had been. "I still can't tell if she moves that fast or she was never actually standing there." "Both, probably," Ling Suan said. Everyone looked at her. "I'm fast, I'm invisible, and I owe a life debt. Give me the medicine and your mother's location. I'll deliver it in return." Yao Feng hesitated. This woman was a stranger, a former assassin who had been in his company for less than 2 days. But her chi was steady, her eyes were clear, and Little Root, who could sense emotional states through the dimension's botanical feedback, whispered, "She means it. Her resolve is absolute." He handed her the jade vial and told her the location of the Shun clan village. Wei Qingyao tucked the vial into her inner pocket, nodded once, and vanished into the forest with the fluid silence of a shadow returning to its source. "She'll come back?" Yao Feng said, though he wasn't sure who he was reassuring. "She will," Ling Suan agreed. "A life debt for someone like her isn't a formality. It's identity." Chapter 31. They waited. 3 days in a forest camp while Wei Qingyao carried medicine through Duan clan territory to a village surrounded by enemies. 3 days of uncertainty that gnawed at Yao Feng's concentration and made meditation difficult. He used the time productively. With 40 new herb species in his dimension, the possibilities for combined medicinal effects had expanded exponentially. He experimented with hybrid growth, encouraging 2 compatible herbs to cross-pollinate within the dimension, producing offspring that carried properties of both parents. The first successful hybrid was a combination of spirit recovery grass and moon pearl orchid. The resulting plant, which Little Root named moongrass, produced a dual-effect medicine that simultaneously restored chi and enhanced spiritual perception. No natural herb had this combination. It was genuinely new. "You're creating species that don't exist," Ling Suan said, examining the moongrass specimen with barely contained excitement. "This isn't alchemy. This isn't herbalism. This is botanical creation. You're designing medicines from scratch. The dimension does most of the work. I just provide the chi and the intent." That's like saying a painter just provides the paint. The dimension responds to your biological imagination, Yao Feng. You're not a cultivator who happens to grow herbs. You're a herbalist whose herbs happen to cultivate him. The insight was deeper than she realized. Yao Feng was beginning to understand that the living pharmacy wasn't a power system in the traditional sense. It wasn't a weapon or a technique or a cultivation method. It was a relationship. The root vein and the dimension and the herbs and the spirits were all part of an ecology that centered on him, and his growth was their growth, and their health was his health. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And somewhere in the dimension's deepest shadow, a presence that fed on both beauty and terror stirred in its weakening prison. The moongrass hybrid had been his first creation. Standing in the dimension's northern section, it was already producing second-generation seeds that carried properties neither parent species had possessed alone. He had not designed this. He had introduced the plants, provided the conditions, and let the ecosystem's intelligence do the work. The result was genuinely new. He was beginning to understand what Ling Suin meant by botanical creation. He was not an alchemist refining ingredients into pills. He was a cultivator whose body was a research environment, an accelerated, living laboratory where herb species could develop in years what natural evolution would require centuries to achieve. The implications were not comforting. An accelerated ecosystem produced accelerated effects, and not all of those effects were predictable or benign. 3 of the 40 new species are producing compounds I've never cataloged, Little Root reported during the morning inventory. Not harmful. They're complex blends that result from cross-interaction with existing ecosystem members. But I can't classify them yet. Keep monitoring. Of course, the most interesting one is a compound produced by the interaction between the ancient root mushroom and the jade marrow lotus when they're in proximity. It's a resonance effect. Neither produces this compound individually. It requires both. And what it seems to do is enhance the host's spiritual perception in a way that's specifically calibrated for detecting root vein class energy signatures. Yao Feng sat up from his meditation. It lets me sense other artifacts like the root vein, or other root vein-related signatures. Host remnants, fragment-sealed objects, energy trails left by sustained root vein use. Little Root's light brightened. I don't think this compound was created by accident. The ancient root mushroom and the jade marrow lotus have never grown in proximity in natural conditions. The mushroom likes cold, high-altitude environments, and the lotus likes temperate, humid ones. Their interaction inside the dimension is unprecedented. But the compound they produce together is specific, purposeful. The dimension is designing what I need, or responding to what you need. The distinction is unclear to me. The ecosystem has become complex enough that emergent properties are developing without my explicit management. Little Root sounded slightly awed by this, which was unusual for a spirit who was generally very confident about his organizational competence. The garden is thinking. Yao Feng absorbed this. Then he took the new compound, materialized from Little Root's careful extraction as a drop of golden-green liquid, and touched it to the tip of his tongue. The world expanded. For 3 seconds, his spiritual perception reached outward in every direction simultaneously, tracking root vein class signatures across the province's spiritual geography with a precision that normal cultivators' senses couldn't approach. He felt the Duan clan's stronghold to the east, where something sealed in their vaults pulsed with a faint, dying resonance. A fragment of root vein-related material, probably a failed artifact from their centuries of research. He felt the Verdant Lotus Sect's branch office in Lanyu City, where a similar but different signature was being actively studied. And he felt something to the south that he could not identify, vast, botanical, and ancient, stirring in deep sleep. He came back to ordinary perception gasping. On the morning of the 4th day, Wei Qingyao returned. She appeared at the camp's edge without sound or warning, her dark clothing dusted with road dirt and her expression carrying the flat calm of a completed mission. "Your mother took the medicine," she reported. "She was conscious when I arrived. The Shen clan elders tried to stop me. They thought I was a Duan agent. Your aunt, the elder woman, recognized the jade vial and vouched for the delivery. Your mother drank the dose and showed immediate improvement. I stayed long enough to confirm her dantian stabilized." Yao Feng's legs went weak. He sat down on a log and pressed his face into his hands, breathing through a wave of relief so intense it made his chest ache. "Thank you," he said, and meant it with every fiber of his being. "The debt continues," Wei Qingyao said simply. "One delivery does not balance a life." "One other thing," she added. "The Duan clan has tightened their watch on the Shen village. I counted 8 operatives in surveillance positions. Your mother is safe for now. The Duan clan appears to be using her as bait, hoping you'll return to check on her." "I won't." "Good." Chapter 32. With his mother's immediate crisis resolved, Yao Feng turned his attention to the more permanent problem, the Blight Queen. He entered his dimension for a thorough survey, descending through meditation into the now vast internal garden. The expansion from absorbing the governor's entire herb collection had transformed the space from a field into a proper landscape. Organized plots of diverse herbs stretched in every direction, watered by a network of chi streams that fed from the central spring. Little Root had established a classification system: healing herbs in the northern sector, defensive herbs in the east, aggressive herbs in the south, and utility herbs in the west. "It's getting quite sophisticated," Little Root said proudly, hovering beside Yao Feng as they walked the garden's paths. "The ambient chi is dense enough now to support high-grade herbs, and the ecosystem is becoming self-sustaining. The herbs interact with each other, cross-pollinating, sharing nutrients, creating compound effects that I didn't plan. The dimension is evolving on its own. Show me the prison." Little Root's cheerful expression dimmed. He led Yao Feng to the dimension's far corner, past the organized plots and the bright central garden, into a region where the light grew sickly and the soil turned gray. The Blight Queen's prison was a construction of interwoven vines, thousands of them, layered in a dome that pulsed with suppressive chi. It had been built by Little Root millennia ago, reinforced by each successive host's energy, and it had held the Blight Queen contained through countless cycles of bonding and death. It was failing. The vines were thin, translucent in places, crumbling in others. Where once the prison had been a solid barrier, it was now a net with widening gaps. Through those gaps, Yao Feng could see the space within, a dark garden of dead flowers, withered trees, and gray earth. And at its center, standing with the patience of geological time, a figure. She was beautiful, not human beautiful, something older and stranger. A woman's form composed of flower petals and vine tendrils, her hair a cascade of willow fronds, her eyes two dark seeds that held 10,000 years of consciousness. She stood motionless, watching him through the gaps in her prison with an expression that combined invitation and hunger. "Such a promising garden," she said, and her voice was the sound of flowers opening. "I could make it bloom so beautifully." "Don't answer," Little Root urged. "Every word she speaks is a hook. She's been doing this for longer than civilizations have existed." Yao Feng held the Blight Queen's gaze, but said nothing. He studied the prison's structure, assessed its remaining strength, and calculated how much chi he would need to reinforce it. The answer was discouraging. The prison weakened proportionally as the dimension grew. Reinforcing it would buy time, weeks, maybe months, but not solve the fundamental problem. To truly contain the Blight Queen, Yao Feng would need to either grow powerful enough to dominate her or find a way to address the root cause of her imprisonment. He reinforced the vines with a heavy infusion of chi, thickening them until they were opaque once more. The Blight Queen disappeared behind the renewed barrier, but her presence lingered, a cold spot in the dimension's warm ecology, a reminder that not everything in his garden was tame. He emerged from meditation and spent a long time sitting on the floor of the forest camp, not moving, his hands flat on the earth as if asking the ground for something it couldn't give. The Blight Queen's voice, what had been her voice before she became whatever she was, had said, "Such a promising garden. I could make it bloom so beautifully." She was not wrong. The dimension was extraordinary. Its herbs produced compounds that no alchemist could replicate. Its ecosystem created synergies that a single researcher might spend a lifetime studying. The garden was, genuinely, remarkable, and she had been a gardener once, before the gardener had made her into something else. She had designed the theoretical framework of the root vein alongside him, had grown herbs with love rather than ambition, had understood the relationship between plant and person that had been the core of the dream before the dream became a machinery of sacrifice. The problem was not that she didn't deserve to be free. The problem was what freedom meant for a consciousness that had spent 10,000 years being shaped by rage and betrayal into something that was no longer entirely what it had been. Old Man Gu had said, "Rage is not her nature. It is what was done to her." But 10,000 years of what was done to her had become her nature, whether she had chosen it or not. The woman who had been Hua Lingxiao existed somewhere inside the Blight Queen the way a seed exists inside a fruit, present, potential, real, but enclosed by layers of something else. Yao Feng pressed his hands deeper into the soil and thought about seeds. Seeds knew what they were. A seed that had been buried in darkness for 100 years was still, when conditions were right, capable of germination. Not as the same plant it might have been, shaped by the dormancy, carrying the chemistry of the long dark, but growing, still capable of becoming something. Was that what the Blight Queen was? A seed that had been buried in the wrong conditions for 10 millennia, waiting for a host who would provide the right ones? Little Root, from inside the dimension, said softly, "I don't know if that's what she is, but I think it's worth acting as if it might be. If I'm wrong, the consequences are catastrophic. And if you're right, Yao Feng pushed himself upright. The camp was quiet around him. Wei Qingyao was a shadow at the perimeter. Kaiyang was asleep with his mortar propped against his leg. Ling Suwen's analysis crystal sat in a cleared patch of ground, still warm from the day's work. He went to check on his mother's medicine in the dimension. The jade marrow lotus was producing steadily. The petals were perfect. He let that be enough for now. Chapter 33: The Journey to Lanyu City, the provincial capital and home of the Verdant Lotus Sect's branch office, would take 2 weeks by road. They set out the morning after Wei Qingyao's return, for travelers moving through Azure Mist Province's agricultural heartland. Ling Suwen's decision to remain with the group rather than return to her sect had been made gradually and declared suddenly, 3 days into the journey. I sent a message to my father, she announced over breakfast, producing a small jade communication token. I informed him that I've encountered a subject of unprecedented botanical significance and will be conducting extended field research. How did he respond? Yao Feng asked. He said, return immediately and bring the subject. I replied that the subject is a person with autonomy, not a specimen, and that forced acquisition would violate sect ethics. He said, when did you develop ethics? I did not respond to that. Kaiyang laughed so hard he choked on his rice. The tension between Ling Suwen and her sect responsibilities was real, but so was the reason she stayed. Her research had expanded beyond professional curiosity into something more personal, a fascination not just with the living pharmacy as a phenomenon, but with the person carrying it. Their conversations had shifted. The clinical interviews of the first days had given way to genuine exchanges, late nights by the campfire discussing herb theory, cultivation philosophy, and the quiet fears that neither of them shared with anyone else. I'm afraid of what's inside me, Yao Feng admitted one evening, while Kaiyang snored in his bedroll and Wei Qingyao stood silent watch on the camp's perimeter. The dimension is growing, and I can feel things stirring in it. Spirits that are angry, that were trapped against their will. And the Blight Queen. Tell me about her. He told her everything. Old Man Gu's warnings, the prison's deterioration, the whispered promises of power. Ling Suwen listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from scientific interest to something more tender. You're carrying a world inside you, she said. A world with prisoners and gardens and spirits, and a queen who wants to be free. That's not a cultivation method, Yao Feng. That's a responsibility. I know. And you're 19 years old. I know that too. She looked at him in the firelight, and her expression held something he hadn't seen before. Not the alchemist's analytical gaze, not the grand elder's daughter's assessment, but something simpler and more frightening. Concern. For him, specifically. Not for what he carried or what he could produce, but for the young man sitting across a campfire who was terrified of the garden growing in his gut. I was sheltered, she said quietly. My father gave me the best education, the best materials, the best opportunities. I never had to fight for anything. I never had to be afraid of anything. And then I came to a mountain village and watched a boy heal a cow with his bare hands, and I realized that everything I thought I knew about alchemy was the chapter heading, not the book. Is that why you stayed? She was quiet for a moment in which the campfire popped and a night bird called from the trees, and the question was allowed to be genuinely a question rather than a rhetorical shape. Partly, she said. My father's work has been extraordinary. His research into botanical cultivation has produced discoveries that have saved lives across this province. But his relationship with that research. She looked into the fire. He treats knowledge the way the governor treats rare herbs. He hoards it, manages access to it, uses it as leverage in sect politics. The Grand Elder of the Verdant Lotus sect has not published a significant discovery in 15 years because every discovery is a negotiating chip, not a cure. And you disagree with that approach. I have disagreed with it since I was old enough to understand what approach meant. She smiled faintly. He thinks I left the sect to run field research. What I actually did was leave a structure that was suffocating me before it finished the job. Yao Feng recognized the shape of that decision. He had walked out of the Shen clan's compound and over the wall with Kaiyang rather than sit and wait for elders to sell him to the Duan clan. Ling Suwen had traveled to a mountain village rather than sit and wait for her father's political structures to tell her what she was allowed to discover. My family is declining herbalists, he said. Yours is a sect-connected alchemical dynasty. And yet here we are, in a forest, planning to steal from governors, with an assassin at the perimeter and a man who grows medicine in his body sitting across the fire. Does that bother you? The divergence from what you were supposed to be. She considered this with a seriousness that he appreciated. She did not dismiss questions by making them small. I was supposed to be my father's successor, she said. Inherit his position. Continue his research. maintain his alliances, build the verdant lotus sect's botanical research capacity into the next generation. A pause. I still intend to do some of those things. But I am learning that supposed to be is the narrowest possible description of a life, and I would rather be something that expands beyond that description than something that fits within it perfectly. She looked at him across the fire. The assessment in her eyes was warm rather than clinical, which was different. You didn't answer my question, she said. I know. I'm not sure you had one. It seemed more like something you needed to say than something that required a response. She smiled. You're perceptive for someone who talks to plants for a living. Partly. A pause. And partly because you're the first person who's ever argued with me about herb classification and been right. They held each other's gaze for a moment longer than friendship required. Then Yaofeng looked away, because the Blight Queen wasn't the only dangerous thing growing inside him. And this particular bloom had no antidote. Chapter 34 Lanyu City's satellite towns appeared along the road as they drew closer to the provincial capital, prosperous communities that thrived on trade with the larger city. They stopped in one called Mulan, a forest town that processed timber and medicinal herbs for the capital's markets. Yaofeng's reputation, such as it was, had not yet reached this far from the mountains. He was just another traveling cultivator, unremarkable except for the faint herbal scent that clung to him wherever he went. He opened a temporary clinic at Mulan's Inn, offering healing services in exchange for room and board. The decision was pragmatic. They needed money and supplies, but it was also compulsive. Yaofeng couldn't walk past suffering without responding. It was the herbalist's instinct, amplified 1,000-fold by the dimension's awareness. The first patient was a lumberjack with a crushed hand, fingers mangled by a falling log, the bones shattered beyond what a village bonesetter could repair. Yaofeng held the man's hand, channeled calm blood healing energy through his palms, and watched the bones realign and knit. 30 minutes of work. The lumberjack flexed his restored fingers and wept. Word spread through Mulan within hours. By afternoon, a line had formed outside the inn. Farmers with chronic injuries, children with spiritual fevers, an old woman whose meridians had degraded with age, leaving her in constant low-grade pain. Yaofeng healed them all. Ling Sowen worked beside him, using her alchemy skills to refine supplementary pills from the herbs Yaofeng materialized from his dimension. The combination was staggeringly effective. Yaofeng's living pharmacy provided the raw healing power, while Ling Sowen's pills addressed the underlying conditions that had caused the injuries in the first place. We could open a real clinic, Ling Sowen said that evening, counting the modest payments they'd received, mostly food, supplies, and a few copper coins. Not for the money, for the impact. No alchemist in Azure Mist province can match what we're doing here. What we're doing here is painting a target on ourselves. Maybe. But look at those people, Yaofeng. She gestured toward the inn's common room, where healed patients were buying each other drinks and telling stories about the young healer with the green-tinted eyes. They needed help. You gave it. That matters. It did matter. And it was the kind of thing that attracted attention, both the kind they wanted and the kind they didn't. The Jade Marrow Lotus's renewable supply was now a key resource. Yaofeng used its essence to develop a new technique, projecting medicinal qi through his palms at a distance, allowing him to heal without physical contact. The range was limited, arm's length at most, but it represented a significant evolution. He could now treat patients without exposing his blood or sweat directly, reducing the risk of someone analyzing his secretions and connecting them to the root vein. Mulan became a base of operations for 2 weeks. The clinic grew. Patients traveled from neighboring towns. And somewhere in the background, the subtle machinery of rumor turned. A miracle healer in a forest town, curing the incurable, asking nothing in return. He had not asked for the reputation, but the reputation was shaping things whether he asked for it or not. Ling Sowen analyzed the pattern over a campfire on their third night out of Qingshan City, the way the stories circulated, the specific details that amplified, and the specific details that diminished as they traveled. The stories that survive the retelling process are the ones that carry an emotional core, she said. People remember what they felt, not what they saw. What they feel when they hear about you is hope. The message is consistent. There is a person in the world who can cure what cannot be cured. That is a very powerful message. It's also a beacon. Yes, hope attracts the desperate, and the desperate attract the dangerous. Every person who tells the story genuinely believes they are sharing good news. None of them consider what else they're sharing. She poked the fire. But consider the other side of it. Every person who hears the story and believes it is a potential ally. Not a powerful ally, but a real one. Someone who would warn you if the Duan clan's agents came asking. Someone who might shelter you, or misdirect a patrol, or simply refuse to point when asked which way you went. A web of protection made of ordinary people. who owe you nothing and choose it anyway. That's a stronger foundation than political alliances, which are built on calculated advantage and dissolve when the calculation changes. He thought about Stonewall, the village elder who had pressed provisions into his hands, the grandmother who had wept and been told to stand, the farmer whose shoulder had healed in 20 minutes. He had not intended to build a network. He had intended to help people who needed help. But the helping had, apparently, built something. My mother, he said. She's part of the story now, too. The healer who got his power by trying to save his dying mother. People understand that. It's the truest part of the story, Ling Suan said. And the truest part of a story is always the part that travels furthest. Chapter 35. The woman arrived on the clinic's 14th day. She was young, mid-20s, and her spiritual signature was a ruin. Her dantian had cracked, the fundamental container of her cultivation shattered by some catastrophic qi deviation. The condition was, by conventional understanding, irreversible. A cracked dantian meant the end of a cultivator's career, permanent spiritual disability, a slow fade from someone who touched the heavens to someone who could barely function. She knelt before Yaofeng in the clinic's treatment room, her head bowed, her voice steady despite the desperation in her eyes. I was a Bloom Realm cultivator, she said. 3 months ago, I attempted a breakthrough technique that backfired. My dantian cracked. Every healer I've consulted says the same thing. There is no cure. But I heard about a man in Mulin who heals what cannot be healed. She looked up. Please. Yaofeng examined her with his herb sense. The crack was deep, a fracture that ran through the dantian's core structure, leaking qi like water from a broken vessel. Her cultivation had already degraded to leaf realm and was still falling. I can try, he said, but I've never attempted to heal a cracked dantian before. My tears, they mend spiritual damage. But a dantian is the most complex spiritual structure in the body. If I make a mistake, then I die as a cultivator instead of fading as one. Please. He agreed. He placed his hands over her dantian, located in the lower abdomen, and concentrated. Not blood healing. Not sweat neutralization. He needed tears. The challenge was producing genuine emotion on demand. His tears' medicinal properties were tied to their emotional authenticity. Forced tears produced nothing. He needed real sorrow. He thought of his mother, wasting away in the Shen clan house. He thought of old man Gu, walking alone into the mountains. He thought of the herbs in the governor's garden, suffering for years in their jade prisons. He thought of every patient he'd treated in Mulin, people who should never have needed his help if the world were fair. Tears fell. They landed on the woman's abdomen and sank through her skin like rain into parched earth. Medicinal qi flooded the cracked dantian, seeking the fracture, assessing the damage, beginning the impossibly delicate work of mending what cultivation theory said could not be mended. And then the Blight Queen struck. Not physically. She couldn't breach the prison, but she could influence the dimension's output. As Yaofeng's tears worked to heal the woman's dantian, the Blight Queen pushed her own energy into the flow, subtle, insidious, riding the medicinal qi like a parasite riding a current. Her voice filled Yaofeng's mind, louder and clearer than ever before. Why waste your precious tears on strangers, little pharmacist? Let me guide your power, and you could heal 1,000 at once. Or destroy 1,000. The choice would be yours. I can feel the crack in her dantian. It's so simple. A touch more pressure here, a twist of energy there. I could heal her in an instant. Or I could shatter what remains. Which would you prefer? Yaofeng's concentration splintered. The healing qi in the woman's dantian flickered, threatening to destabilize. He wrenched his focus back. With a brutal effort of will, he severed the Blight Queen's influence from the medicinal flow, not gently, but with the desperate force of someone cutting a rope bridge before the enemy crosses. The Queen's presence recoiled, and the healing qi stabilized. The woman's dantian mended. The cracks sealed with a thread of emerald light that wove through the fracture like sutures through a wound. When it was done, her qi circulation resumed, weakened, imperfect, but functional. She would not recover to Bloom Realm, but she would not fade to nothing. She wept. Yaofeng's hands were shaking. Thank you, she whispered. Don't thank me yet, he said, standing on legs that barely held him. The repair needs time to set. Rest for a week. No cultivation. No qi use. She nodded, tears streaming, and was led away by Ling Suan. Yaofeng walked to the back of the inn, sat against the wall, and pressed his fists against his temples. The Blight Queen's words echoed in his mind. Not the content, which was manipulation, but the clarity. She was getting louder, stronger. The prison was holding, but her influence was seeping through like water through hairline cracks. She used your emotional state to amplify her reach, Little Root said, his voice small and frightened. When you produce tears, you open a deeper channel to the dimension than normal. She exploited that channel. Can she do it again? Every time you heal something significant, every time you open yourself emotionally, she'll be there, trying to slip through. Yaofeng stared at his hands, the hands that healed, that grew, that mended the unmendable. The same hands that the Blight Queen wanted to turn into instruments of her liberation. He could stop healing, seal himself off, refuse to use the abilities that made him a target and a vessel. Or he could keep going, knowing that every act of compassion was also an opening for the most dangerous consciousness in his dimension. He chose to keep going. He had never claimed to be wise. Chapter 36. The Amberfang unit arrived in Mulan on a gray morning, 3 days after the dantian healing. They were Duan Guhong's elite. Not soldiers, but specialists, recruited from the underworld of Azure Mist Province and trained specifically for live capture operations. 3 cultivators at the Fruit Realm, each one a master of containment techniques designed to subdue targets without killing them. The Duan Patriarch wanted the root vein intact, which meant he wanted its host alive and undamaged. Their names were Su Taidan, Mao Haifeng, and Shu Jingling. They approached Mulan from 3 different directions, converging at dawn with the precision of a trap closing. Wei Qingyao detected them first. She was maintaining her standard perimeter watch, an ingrained habit from her assassin days, when her instincts flagged 3 cultivators whose movements were too coordinated to be coincidental. 3 incoming, she told the group, waking them from sleep with quiet urgency. Fruit Realm, professional capture team. They'll hit us at the end. Too many civilians for them to risk a public fight, so they'll try to isolate us first. Can we run? Kaiyang asked, already reaching for his mortar. They've sealed the roads. Formation markers at every exit point. We fight or we negotiate. We fight, Yaofeng said, pulling on his boots. But not here, not in the town. They slipped out the inn's back window and moved to the forest's edge, a clearing a quarter mile from Mulan's last buildings, far enough from civilians to prevent collateral damage. Wei Qingyao had identified the Amber Fang's approach vectors and positioned the group to control the engagement area. The Amber Fang arrived in formation. Su Taidan, the unit leader, was a scarred man with iron element chi that manifested as metallic chains around his fists. Mao Haifeng, the flanker, wielded wind techniques that could slice from any direction. Shu Jingling, the containment specialist, carried an array of suppression talismans that could seal a cultivator's chi channels on contact. Shen Yaofeng, Su Taidan called from the tree line. Patriarch Duan extends his courtesy. Come willingly, and your companions will be unharmed. Resist, and we will neutralize everyone except you. Kaiyang answered by swinging his mortar into a tree trunk with enough force to split it lengthwise. Come and try. The battle erupted. Mao Haifeng struck first, wind blades arcing from the left, targeting Kaiyang and Ling Suan. Wei Qingyao intercepted, her former Thornvale Sec blade techniques countering the wind attacks with precise, economical movements. She was a Fruit Realm fighter facing another Fruit Realm fighter, and the exchange was furious, a blur of steel and chi that shredded the surrounding vegetation. Kaiyang charged Su Taidan head-on. Iron mortar met iron chains in a collision that cratered the ground. Kaiyang's body-tempered physique absorbed hits that would have shattered a normal stem realm cultivator, and his counterattacks, though slower than his opponents, carried the kind of raw force that demanded respect. Su Taidan was stronger, faster, and more experienced, but Kaiyang was harder to hurt and absolutely refused to fall down. That left Shu Jingling for Yaofeng. The containment specialist advanced with suppression talismans fanned in both hands, each one designed to lock onto a target's meridians and seal their chi. One touch would render Yaofeng helpless. Yaofeng had no combat technique to match a Fruit Realm specialist. What he had was a garden of 40-plus herb species and a body that could weaponize their output. He exhaled soporific bloom. Shu Jingling, prepared for exactly this kind of attack, deployed a talisman that created a chi barrier around her face. She'd studied reports of Yaofeng's breath technique. Smart. But Yaofeng wasn't limited to breath attacks anymore. He pressed his palm against the ground and grew. The earth beneath Shu Jingling's feet erupted with binding root tendrils, not the crude vine walls from the earlier battles, but precise, targeted shoots that sought her ankles, her wrists, the hand that held the talismans. The roots grew at supernatural speed, fed by the dimension's vastly expanded chi reserves. Shu Jingling leaped away, but the roots followed. They burst from the soil wherever she landed, anticipating her movement patterns with an intelligence that unnerved her. Because they were intelligent, Little Root was coordinating the roots from inside the dimension, directing them with the botanical equivalent of battle tactics. Left ankle, now, Little Root commanded, and a root shot upward and wrapped around Shu Jingling's foot. She slashed it with a chi blade and jumped directly into a cloud of concentrated pollen that Yao Feng had released at head height. The pollen wasn't soporific bloom this time. It was a cocktail, 20 different herbs, each contributing a unique compound to a mixture that attacked not the body but the chi. Shu Jingling's spiritual energy stuttered. Her talismans flickered. For 3 critical seconds, her defenses were porous. A root wrapped around her wrist and pulled. Her talisman scattered. Another root bound her ankles. A third pinned her arms. Shu Jingling, the Amber Fang's containment specialist, was contained. Chapter 37. The battle was not won. Su Taidan was forcing Kaiyang back, iron chains lashing with a speed and power that even Kaiyang's enhanced body couldn't fully absorb. Blood streaked the big man's face from a gash above his eye. His mortar swings were slowing. Wei Qingniao and Mao Haifeng were locked in a lethal stalemate. Equal realm, match technique, neither able to gain advantage. But Mao Haifeng was drawing the fight away from the clearing, isolating Wei Qingniao in the deeper forest. Yao Feng ran towards Su Taidan. The unit leader saw him coming and laughed. Root realm rushing a fruit realm fighter. He lashed out with a chain that would have caved in Yao Feng's ribs. Yao Feng didn't dodge. He touched the chain and planted a seed. The binding root seed entered Su Tiedan's iron element chain and grew, not outside the metal but through it, feeding on the spiritual chi that powered the weapon. Within seconds, fine green tendrils were visible inside the chain links, growing, spreading, disrupting the chi flow. Su Taidan stared at his weapon. The chains, his primary technique, bonded to his meridians since childhood, were being colonized by a plant. He tried to burn the roots out with concentrated chi, but the binding root was growing inside his spiritual construct, which meant it was effectively growing inside his technique. "What are you?" he hissed. Yao Feng didn't answer. He reached for Su Tiedan's arm. The unit leader recoiled, but Kaiyang was there, battered, bleeding, and absolutely unwilling to let his best friend face a fruit realm cultivator alone. His mortar caught Su Tiedan's shoulder and knocked the man off balance. Yao Feng's palm connected with Su Tiedan's wrist. Another seed. This one entered through the skin and found the man's meridians. Su Taidan felt it immediately, a foreign presence in his chi channels, growing, branching, threading through the pathways that his cultivation had carved over decades. Not damaging, constraining. The roots weren't breaking his meridians. They were tangling them, blocking the flow, reducing his fruit realm power to a fraction of its normal output. "I can grow herbs inside other people," Yao Feng said, and the words tasted like a warning even to him. "What heals can also imprison. Yield, and I'll remove the root. Fight, and it grows." Su Taidan tried to fight. The root grew. Within 30 seconds, his meridians were so thoroughly tangled that he couldn't circulate enough chi to light a candle, let alone swing an iron chain. He collapsed to his knees, gasping, his cultivation sealed not by a talisman or a technique, but by a plant growing inside him. Mao Haifeng, seeing his unit leader fall, broke from Wei Qingniao and attempted to rescue. Wei Qingniao cut off his retreat. Kaiyang blocked the forward path. Yao Feng stood in the center, roots still growing from his palms, his eyes bright with a power that frightened him as much as it frightened his enemies. "Take your people and leave," Yao Feng said. "Tell Duan Guhong that the root vein is not his property. I am not his property. The next team he sends will not walk away." The Amber Fang retreated, Su Taidan carried by Mao Haifeng, Shu Jingling freed from her root bindings and stumbling after them. Yao Feng removed the seed from Su Tiedan's meridians at a distance, a flex of dimensional consciousness that dissolved the internal roots harmlessly. The clearing was quiet. Birds resumed singing. The craters and trenches left by the battle steamed gently in the morning air. "You can grow things inside people," Ling Sowen said, her voice very controlled. "Yao Feng, that ability is terrifying." "I know. I was going to say paradigm shifting, but terrifying also works." Kaiyang sat down heavily, pressing a cloth to his head wound. "Please heal this before I pass out." Yao Feng knelt and pressed calm blood to Kaiyang's gash, sealing it in seconds. As he worked, he could feel the lingering sensation of the seeds he'd planted, the memory of growing inside another person's body, intertwining with their meridians, holding their power hostage. It was the same ability that healed, the same biology that mended broken bones and cured incurable poisons. But turned inward against another cultivator, it was a weapon more intimate and more terrifying than any blade. He resolved never to use it unless absolutely necessary. He suspected that resolution would be tested sooner than he liked. Chapter 38. The group couldn't stay in Mulan. The Amber Fang would report back, and heavier forces would follow. Over a hasty breakfast of cold rice and dried meat, they debated their next destination. Kaiyang advocated for continuing their mountain hopping strategy, staying mobile, avoiding cities, living off the land. Wei Qingyao suggested heading east toward territories outside the Duan clan's influence. Ling Sowen had a different proposal. The Verdant Lotus sect's branch office in Lanyu City, she said. My sect has the political and military power to shield us. The Duan clan can't launch a military operation against a major sect branch. It would be an act of war. And the sect's resources, its herb library, its alchemy research, its network of alliances, could help Yaofeng understand the root vein at a level we can't achieve alone. Your sect wants to study me, Yaofeng pointed out. Yes, but my father is a scholar, not a butcher. He'll want partnership, not dissection. She hesitated. I believe that. I can't guarantee it. But the alternatives are worse, running forever, or being caught by someone with less academic interest. The logic was sound, even if the trust required was uncomfortable. Yaofeng looked at each of his companions. Kaiyang's jaw was set, ready for whatever came. Wei Qingyao's expression was unreadable, the assassin's neutral mask, but she gave a fractional nod. Little Root, inside the dimension, whispered, a big sect means big resources. The dimension needs more diverse herbs to keep growing. And growing is what keeps us ahead of the queen. We go to Lanyu City, Yaofeng decided. But on my terms. I'm not a specimen, a guest, or a prisoner. I'll cooperate with the sect's research in exchange for their protection and access to their library. Equal terms. Equal terms from a root realm cultivator to a sect full of canopy realm elders, Kaiyang observed. Bold. Bold is all I've got. They packed and left Mulan before noon. The forest road to Lanyu City stretched ahead, winding through the province's agricultural heartland toward the seat of political and spiritual power. Behind them, the lumberjack with the healed hand, the old woman with the repaired meridians, the children whose fevers had been broken, the people of Mulan who had been touched by the living pharmacy, told their stories. And the stories traveled, as stories do, faster than the people who inspired them. Chapter 39, The Breakthrough came on the road, 5 days into their journey to Lanyu City. Yaofeng had been meditating each night, cycling qi through his root vein-modified meridians, pushing his root realm cultivation toward its peak. The dimension's expanded ecosystem fed him a constant stream of refined spiritual energy, a passive cultivation boost that made his progression faster than any normal cultivator's. Where a typical root realm cultivator might spend years at the peak before breaking through, Yaofeng reached the bottleneck in weeks. The barrier between root realm and stem realm was different from the first breakthrough. Where sprout to root had been like cracking a seed, root to stem felt like a tree deciding to grow. The energy didn't push through. It rose, naturally and inevitably, the way a trunk extends from established roots. His dantian didn't crack this time. It unfolded. The root vein at the dimension's center, the massive trunk that anchored the entire internal world, sent out new branches. They grew through Yaofeng's meridians, extending the dimension's reach deeper into his body. His arms, his legs, his spine, each one received a thread of living root that connected his physical form more intimately to the garden within. The dimension transformed. It was no longer just a garden, it was developing geography. A small pond formed at the central spring's mouth, fed by condensed qi that trickled from the root vein's new branches. The herbs organized themselves into biomes. Moisture-loving species clustering near the pond, shade-preferring species gathering under the canopy of larger plants, sun-loving specimens spreading across open meadows of spiritual grass. Little Root evolved. His vague, doll-like form gained definition. A face with actual features, hands with individual fingers, eyes that held expression rather than just light. He stood at Yaofeng's knee height and spoke in complete sentences with emotional nuance he'd previously only hinted at. Stem realm, he said, his voice carrying genuine wonder. The dimension is becoming real, Yaofeng. Not just a pocket of cultivated space, a genuine microecosystem. Look, Yaofeng looked, and saw that Little Root was right. The herbs weren't just growing, they were interacting. Pollination occurred between compatible species. Fallen leaves decomposed and enriched the soil. The ambient qi cycled through the ecosystem in patterns that mimicked natural weather. The dimension was developing its own biology. But two things tempered the wonder. First, 2 new herb spirit pods had appeared in the soil, their luminous surfaces pulsing with increased urgency. The dormant spirits within were closer to waking than ever before. Little Root couldn't identify them. They'd been asleep so long that their signatures had shifted. Second, the Blight Queen's prison. The reinforcement Yaofeng had applied weeks ago was already thinner. The breakthrough's expansion had stretched the prison walls like pulling taffy, and through the gaps, the queen's presence radiated with a clarity that made his skin prickle. I know your mother is dying. Her voice whispered, as clear as speech. I can teach you to save her permanently. All you have to do is say my name. Yao Feng's blood chilled. He hadn't known the Blight Queen was aware of his mother's condition. That meant she was monitoring the real world through his senses, listening when he talked, seeing when he looked, understanding his vulnerabilities. She's fishing, Little Root said, but his voice was tight with worry. She can sense emotional pressure points through the dimension's feedback. She doesn't know details. She knows you're worried about someone, and she's guessing. Good guess. She's had 10,000 years to study human behavior. Her guesses are usually right. Yao Feng reinforced the prison again, pouring twice as much qi as before. The walls thickened. The whispers faded. But the fundamental asymmetry remained. Every breakthrough brought the queen closer to freedom. He opened his eyes to find Ling Suwen watching him with concern. Your qi surged, she said. Stem realm, and complications. Tell me. He told her about the Blight Queen's increasing influence, her awareness of his emotional state, her targeted manipulation. Ling Suwen listened, her alchemist's mind processing the information. She's using your emotional output as a communication channel, Ling Suwen said. Every strong emotion creates a resonance in the dimension that she can read. And your healing abilities require genuine emotion to function. Tears need real sorrow. Calm blood needs real tranquility. She's exploiting the very mechanism that makes your power work. Is there a way to heal without opening that channel? Maybe. Emotional regulation techniques. Meditation practices that allow you to experience genuine emotion while maintaining a barrier around its expression. The Verdant Lotus sect has manuals on this. It's used by alchemists who need to maintain focus during emotionally intense refinements. One more reason to reach the sect. One more tool he needed to survive the war being fought inside his own body. Chapter 40. They crested the final ridge on a clear morning, and Lanyu City spread before them like a painting come to life. The provincial capital occupied an enormous valley, its walls encircling a city of hundreds of thousands. Towers and pagodas rose above the skyline, their roofs gleaming with jade tiles. Gardens were visible even from this distance, sprawling green spaces that marked the compounds of major powers. And at the valley's western edge, built into the mountainside itself, the Verdant Lotus sect's branch office dominated the landscape with terraced gardens that climbed the slopes like steps to heaven. Home, Ling Suwen said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely sure the word still applied. As they descended toward the city gates, Yao Feng's herb sense expanded across the valley, and he stopped walking. Something was wrong. The spiritual herbs throughout the city were distressed. Not the acute suffering he'd sensed in the governor's garden. This was subtler, deeper, more pervasive. A slow-acting contamination that had seeped into the city's botanical infrastructure over weeks or months, affecting every herb, every plant, every cultivated specimen within the walls. He extended his senses further, past the surface symptoms, into the underlying spiritual ecology. The contamination was in the water, the network of spiritual springs that fed the city's major compounds, providing the qi-enriched water that sustained cultivation gardens and alchemy operations alike. Someone had poisoned Lanyu City's water supply, slowly, methodically, and with a sophistication that spoke of deep alchemical knowledge. The toxin was designed to attack spiritual roots, the fundamental structures that connected cultivators and herbs to the world's qi. It was killing the city's botanical wealth from the ground up. And among the affected compounds, the Verdant Lotus sect's branch was suffering most. Yao Feng grabbed Ling Suwen's arm. Your sect, the people in that building, they're being poisoned. The color drained from her face. What? The water supply. The spiritual springs that feed the city, they've been contaminated with something that attacks spiritual roots. I can feel it from here. Every herb in the city is affected, but the Verdant Lotus sect branch is the worst hit. The contamination is concentrated in the springs that feed their gardens. Ling Suwen's composure shattered. The careful, analytical mask crumbled, and beneath it was a young woman whose family was in danger. My people are in there, she said, her voice cracking. Elder May, the disciples, the junior alchemists I trained with last summer. They've been drinking that water for, she calculated rapidly, weeks at least. Spiritual root degradation would be well advanced. They'd be weak, confused, unable to cultivate properly. They might not even know they're being poisoned. Then we need to get in there, Yao Feng said. The gate protocols for the branch are strict. Without advance notice, they won't admit outsiders, even with my credentials. Will they admit the Grand Elder's daughter with urgent medical intelligence? Ling Suwen straightened. The mask returned, but this time it wasn't hiding emotion. It was channeling it. They will if I make them. She strode down the hill toward Lanyu City's western gate, and the group followed. Behind them, the sun climbed higher, illuminating a city that didn't know it was dying from the inside out. And somewhere in the mountains above the city, in a cave laboratory that stank of corrupted herbs and failed experiments, a figure noted the arrival of 4 travelers at the western gate and smiled with the satisfaction of a trapper watching game approach the snare. The contamination wasn't accidental. It was bait. Chapter 41. The Verdant Lotus Sect's Lanyu City branch occupied 3 connected compounds at the base of the western mountain, surrounded by walls of living bamboo that served as both defense and botanical demonstration. In healthier times, those walls would have been vibrant green, humming with spiritual energy. Now they were yellowed, drooping, their chi signatures flickering like dying candles. Yao Feng paused at the entrance, his herb sense extending through the compound's boundary. What he felt made his stomach clench. The spiritual herbs inside, hundreds of carefully cultivated specimens that represented decades of botanical work, were screaming, not audibly, but on the frequency that only his root vein-enhanced perception could detect. They were being devoured from the root up, their spiritual energy siphoned by something parasitic and insatiable. How bad is it? Kaiyang asked, reading Yao Feng's expression. Imagine a garden where every plant is dying of the same disease simultaneously, and the disease gets smarter the longer it goes untreated. That bad. Wei Qingyao had already assessed the perimeter from a tactical standpoint. 4 guard posts, 2 patrol routes, but they're moving at half speed. The guards are affected too. Whatever's hit this place, it hasn't spared anyone. Ling Suwen talked them past the gate guards with the authority of someone who had grown up giving orders. I am Ling Suwen, daughter of Grand Elder Ling, authorized field researcher. These companions are under my protection. We carry urgent medical intelligence regarding the branch's current condition. Take me to Elder Mei immediately. The guards, Leaf Realm disciples whose faces were drawn with the pallor of slow poisoning, exchanged glances and complied. One of them stumbled as he turned to escort them, catching himself on the gatehouse wall with a hand that trembled visibly. How long have you been feeling the effects? Yao Feng asked him. The guard blinked, surprised by the question. Weeks now, sir. Started as fatigue. Thought it was overwork. Then the meditation sessions stopped producing results. Couldn't cycle chi properly. Now, he flexed his fingers, watching them shake. Now I can barely hold my sword. You'll be healed, Yao Feng said. I promise. The guard's expression shifted from polite deference to desperate hope. Yao Feng filed that look away. Another face in the growing catalog of people whose suffering he could address if he survived long enough to do it. Inside the compound, the damage was worse than Yao Feng had feared. Disciples moved through the corridors with the sluggish uncertainty of people whose spiritual energy had been drained. The gardens, normally the pride of any verdant lotus branch, were dying. Rare herbs wilted in their beds. Alchemy furnaces sat cold, their operators too weak to maintain the chi output required for refinement. Elder Mei received them in her quarters, propped against pillows on a daybed. She was a canopy realm cultivator, or had been. Her spiritual pressure, which should have filled the room, barely registered. Her face was the color of old wax, her hands trembling with a fine, constant vibration. Suwen, she said, her voice a thin shadow of what it must have been. Your father didn't mention you were coming. He doesn't know? Elder Mei, the branch has been poisoned. We know. Elder Mei closed her eyes. We identified the contamination 3 days ago, but by then the damage was extensive. The water supply, we've isolated the source and switched to stored reserves, but the toxin has already embedded itself in our disciples' spiritual roots. We've sent word to the main sect, but a response will take weeks. You don't have weeks, Yao Feng said, stepping forward. The toxin I'm sensing isn't just degrading spiritual roots, it's adaptive. It's evolving to resist treatment. Standard purification pills will slow it, but not stop it. You need someone who can address the toxin at its source. Elder Mei looked at him with the sharpness of a cultivator who hadn't survived to Canopy Realm by trusting strangers. And you are? Shen Yaofeng. I have certain botanical abilities. Ling Suwen intervened. He's the reason I've been in the field, Elder Mei. He can do things no alchemist alive can match. Let him examine you. A long pause. Then Elder Mei extended her wrist. Yao Feng took it and let his herb sense pour through the contact. The toxin was everywhere, a web of corrupt botanical energy threaded through her meridians, her spiritual roots, the foundation of her cultivation. It was, as he'd suspected, a living toxin, a parasitic compound that adapted to its host's spiritual signature, making it progressively harder to dislodge. He recognized the design philosophy. Not the specific toxin, the approach. It was built on the same principles as the primordial root vein's parasitic integration. Someone had studied the root vein's mechanics and weaponized them. This is root vein technology, Yaofeng said, pulling his hand back from Elder May's wrist. Whoever created this toxin understands the primordial root vein at a deep level. The parasitic bonding mechanism, the way it integrates with spiritual roots. This poison uses the same approach, but inverted. Instead of creating symbiosis, it creates destruction. Elder May's eyes narrowed. You're certain? I carry the root vein inside me. I recognize its signature the way you'd recognize your own handwriting. This toxin was engineered by someone who has studied the root vein for a very long time. Ling Suan was already scribbling notes on a jade tablet, her alchemist's mind racing through implications. If the toxin uses root vein-derived principles, then Yaofeng's body should be able to develop countermeasures. His dimension already processes root vein energy naturally. The antidote might literally be in his blood. It is, Little Root confirmed from inside the dimension. I can feel the toxin structure. It's like a dark reflection of our ecosystem. Same architecture, opposite purpose. We can break it down, but it'll take concentration and time. I can purge this, Yaofeng said, but I need to process the toxin through my own body to develop a universal antidote. It'll take time. How much time? Days. Maybe longer. Depletions at this scale require passive recovery. The dimension can't be actively pushed while it heals. Little Root's voice was steady but strained. But there's something you should know before you rest. Tell me. The surge put stress on more than the prison. 2 of the dormant spirit pods cracked. A pause. Not catastrophically, but the cracks are enough. They'll begin waking faster than they otherwise would have. Yaofeng absorbed this. Which ones? The smaller ones. Iron Bark and Silk Mist. Iron Bark I can probably manage. He's guardian-natured. He'll wait for the environment to stabilize before stirring. Silk Mist I'm less sure about. She's very old, very aware, and very curious. If she wakes before you're ready to receive her, she'll start moving through the dimension's archives on her own and potentially disturb things. Archives. The dimension maintains a living record of every herb it has grown, every technique you have used, every spirit interaction that has occurred. Silk Mist is a keeper of records. It's her nature, it's what she was designed for. But her version of keeping records involves direct access to everything, and some of what's in those archives relates to the Blight Queen's history in ways that could be destabilizing. For her, Silk Mist witnessed the gardener's original experiment from the inside. Her memories of that time are complete and undiminished. If she accesses the Blight Queen's sections of the archive, while the prison is weak. He trailed off. Yaofeng sat up. She'd understand what the Queen is. She'd understand what the Queen was. Whether she understands what the Queen might become is a different question. He lay back down. His body needed the rest. The dimension needed the recovery time. And the Blight Queen's prison, rebuilt to temporary adequacy, needed the hours of stillness to settle. Monitor Silk Mist's pod, he said. If she starts to wake, tell me immediately. Of course. Little Root hesitated. Yaofeng, if we are going to reach the point where the spirits can be addressed honestly rather than just contained, that work starts now. Not when you're strong enough. Now. The foundation for it has to be built gradually. I know. Good. He closed his eyes. For the first time in days, he slept without monitoring the prison. Days. Maybe a week, if the toxin is as adaptive as I think. Elder May held his gaze, weighing trust against desperation. Desperation 1. Do what you need to do. Chapter 42. Yaofeng began by letting the toxin enter his body. This was not, by any reasonable standard, a good idea. But his living pharmacy physiology was specifically designed to process toxins. His sweat neutralized poisons. His blood contained medicinal compounds that attacked foreign substances, and his internal dimension could analyze any biological agent at a molecular level. He drank a cup of the contaminated water. The toxin hit his system like swallowing liquid fire. His body convulsed. The toxin was aggressive, far more potent at full concentration than the diluted version the sect members had been consuming over weeks. It attacked his spiritual roots with a precision that spoke of sophisticated design, seeking the connection points between his meridians and his dantian. But Yaofeng's dantian wasn't normal. It was the primordial root veins bonded home, a living ecosystem that treated incoming toxins the way a forest treats a wildfire. The dimension's ecology mobilized. Herbs produced counter-compounds. Little Root coordinated the defense, directing resources to the most vulnerable points. Bitter Thorn, the hostile herb spirit sealed in his corner of the dimension, contributed without being asked, his thorny vines intercepting toxin molecules that penetrated the outer defenses. Within an hour, the toxin was neutralized. But more importantly, it was understood. Root Weaver's Bane, Yao Feng announced to Ling Suin, who had been hovering over him with analysis crystals and barely contained panic. That's what I'm calling it. A parasitic toxin designed to attack spiritual roots by mimicking the host's own qi signature. It essentially convinces the body that the toxin is part of its natural spiritual structure, so the immune response doesn't activate. That's root vein technology, Ling Suin breathed, reaching the same conclusion he had. Someone reverse-engineered the primordial root vein's bonding mechanism and turned it into a poison. Someone who understands the root vein at a very deep level. The implications were staggering. Yao Feng had assumed his primary threats were the Duan clan, who wanted the root vein for power, and the Blight Queen, who wanted his body for freedom. But this toxin suggested a third player, someone with technical knowledge of the root vein's inner workings and the ability to weaponize that knowledge. He spent the next 3 days developing an antidote. The process was unlike any conventional alchemy. He grew a sequence of herbs inside his dimension that specifically targeted Rootweaver's Bane's adaptive mechanism, forcing the toxin to reveal its full range of mutations before producing a compound that addressed all of them simultaneously. The antidote emerged as a golden liquid extracted from a hybrid herb that didn't exist in nature, a cross between silver spirit mushroom and 7-petal soul calming flower that Yao Feng's dimension had produced specifically for this purpose. The dimension wasn't just a garden anymore. It was a pharmaceutical laboratory that could design medicines in response to new threats. Ling Suin refined the liquid into pills using the sex alchemy equipment, producing 200 doses in a single marathon session that left her exhausted but triumphant. These pills shouldn't exist, she said, holding up a finished dose. A golden pearl that hummed with concentrated botanical energy. No recipe, no precedent. Designed from scratch by a living ecosystem and refined by a sleep-deprived alchemist. If we published this, every alchemy journal on the continent would lose their minds. Let's cure people first and revolutionize pharmacology later. He said it lightly, but the weight of the other statement lingered. The antidote existed. It was real, functional, and ready for immediate deployment. But the knowledge that someone had reverse-engineered the root vein's bonding mechanism and turned it into a poison expanded the threat landscape in ways that felt less containable than a Duan clan patrol. If they can weaponize the bonding mechanism, he said to Ling Suin while she refined the pills, what else from the root vein's architecture could they weaponize? She didn't stop working. The dimension expansion trigger, the herb communication frequency, the host spirit bonding pathway, the spiritual root integration method. Each item landed precisely, the list of someone who had spent months studying the root vein structure from every angle available to her. Essentially, any aspect of the system that creates biological change could theoretically be inverted to create biological destruction. And someone with 3 centuries of research on the subject would have cataloged all of them. Yes. She sealed the pill and held it up to the lamplight. Venerable Wudu isn't trying to take the root vein from you. He's building a parallel version, a destructive mirror of everything we're trying to create here. She set the pill down, and he tested his first weapon on a major sex branch office to see if it worked. Which means it worked well enough to prompt a second test. She looked at him. Yes, that's exactly what it means. The implication was clear. Somewhere beyond the province's borders, a seed realm cultivator with 3 centuries of root vein research and the explicit goal of weaponizing botanical biology was reviewing the results of his first experiment with the detached satisfaction of a scientist whose hypothesis had been confirmed. The antidote for Rootweaver's Bane existed because Yao Feng existed. But Venerable Wudu was not going to stop at Rootweaver's Bane. We need to find the source of the poison, Yao Feng said. Not just for this branch. For what comes next. The mountain springs. The contamination trail. Ling Suin was already standing. We follow it to its origin. We find the laboratory. And whatever they left behind when they evacuated. She looked at him sharply. You think they're gone? I think whoever designed a toxin this sophisticated knew the experiment had a limited window before someone cured it and started asking questions. They would have left when they had enough data. He paused. But they would have left notes. He was right about the notes, as it turned out. He was also right that they had left them deliberately. Chapter 43. The antidote worked. Within hours of administration, the branch's disciples began recovering. Skin color returned. Spiritual pressure stabilized. Meridians that had been degrading resumed normal function. Elder Mei, who had been barely able to sit up, was walking by the 2nd day and circulating qi by the 3rd. But Yao Feng wasn't satisfied with just treating symptoms. The toxin had come from somewhere, contaminated springs, which meant a deliberate act of poisoning. Someone had done this, and they were probably still nearby, watching the results. The springs feed from a mountain aquifer above the city, Elder May explained, recovered enough to join the planning discussion. We traced the contamination to the upper springs, 3 outlets in the mountains northwest of the city. The toxin is being introduced at the source. We need to find the source, Yao Feng said. He set out with Kai Yang and Wei Qingmiao the next morning, leaving Ling Suwen to continue treatment at the branch. The mountain trail wound upward through pine forests that thinned as altitude increased. Yao Feng's herb sense tracked the contamination like a bloodhound following a scent. It intensified as they climbed, the toxin's concentration increasing the closer they got to its source. The trail led to a cave system hidden behind a waterfall. The waterfall fed the upper springs, and its water was thick with rootweaver's bane, a visible green tinge that stained the rocks and killed every plant within 10 meters of the pool. Someone's been manufacturing this toxin up here, Wei Qingyao observed, examining the cave entrance. Recent activity, footprints, disturbed soil, tool marks. Within the last month, they entered the cave. The laboratory was abandoned, but not empty. Stone tables held equipment for toxin synthesis, specialized furnaces, filtration arrays, and racks of ingredients that Yao Feng's herb sense identified as components of rootweaver's bane. Notebooks covered in cramped handwriting detailed the synthesis process, the testing protocols, and the intended effects. Yao Feng read the notes with growing horror. The toxin hadn't been designed specifically for the Verdant Lotus sect. It had been designed to test whether root vein-derived biological warfare was viable on a population scale. The sect was a test case, a proof of concept. The myriad toxin path, Kaiyang read from a notebook's header. Master Wudu's teachings. Wudu. Yao Feng didn't recognize the name, but the title attached to it, Venerable, suggested someone of enormous power and influence in the toxin cultivation world. Wei Qingyao found a locked chest beneath one of the tables. Inside were additional notes, correspondence between the laboratory's operator and a superior figure who was never named directly, only referred to as the Venerable. The correspondence discussed the primordial root vein in detail, its history, its mechanics, its potential for weaponization, with a familiarity that suggested decades of research. This person has been studying the root vein for a very long time, Yao Feng said, his stomach sinking. They're not like the Duan clan. They don't want to possess it. They want to understand it, replicate it, use its principles to create weapons. And they tested their weapon on a major sect's branch office to see if it worked, Kaiyang finished grimly. They destroyed the laboratory systematically. Kaiyang smashed the synthesis equipment with his mortar, reducing the specialized furnaces to rubble. Wei Qingyao disposed of the ingredient stores, scattering them into the mountain wind, where they could harm no one. And Yao Feng purified the toxin source by immersing himself in the contaminated spring. The experience was excruciating. 3 hours submerged in water so toxic it should have dissolved his organs, while his body fought a war on the molecular level. The dimension mobilized everything, every herb, every compound, every defensive mechanism, against a toxin that fought back with an intelligence that bordered on consciousness. The rootweaver's bane didn't just resist neutralization. It evolved, shifting its molecular structure in real time to counter each approach Yao Feng's body deployed. It's learning from us, Little Root reported, his voice strained. Every countermeasure we produce, it analyzes and adapts. We need to overwhelm it, hit it with so many different approaches simultaneously that it can't adapt to all of them. Yao Feng did exactly that. He opened every resource in the dimension, producing dozens of different neutralizing compounds simultaneously. The toxin couldn't adapt to all of them at once. While it evolved to resist one compound, 3 others broke through its defenses. The water cleared in layers, the green tint fading from the bottom up as the purification worked its way through the entire spring. When he finally pulled himself out, trembling with exhaustion and dripping water that now sparkled with cleansed spiritual energy, the spring was pure. The mountain stream that fed from it would carry clean water to the city's aquifer within days. They returned to Lanyu City with the notebooks, the locked chest, and a new understanding of the threats ahead. The mountain path felt longer on the way back, each step weighted by the knowledge that somewhere in the world, a very patient, very intelligent enemy was watching the results of their test with clinical interest. Chapter 44. Elder May examined the notebooks with the focus of a canopy realm cultivator whose recent brush with death had sharpened rather than diminished her resolve. The myriad toxin sect, she said, turning pages with careful fingers. I've heard the name. A rogue organization of poison cultivators operating in the Central Plains, far beyond Azure Mist Province. They're led by someone called Venerable Wudu, who is rumored to be ancient root realm. We've had no previous dealings with them. Now you have, Yao Feng said. They used your branch as a test subject. and you cured what they created. Elder May set the notebooks down and looked at Yao Feng with an expression he hadn't seen before. Not gratitude exactly, but something deeper. Acknowledgement. The recognition of a debt that went beyond courtesy. I will inform the main sect of everything that has happened, she said. Your assistance in this crisis has earned you the branch's full protection. Regardless of what other parties. She glanced meaningfully at the door, through which the sounds of the Duan clan's political maneuvering could be heard. May desire. The protection was immediate and tangible. The branch's recovered disciples, bolstered by Yao Feng's antidote and Ling Suwen's supplementary pills, formed a visible security presence around the compound. The message was clear. The Verdant Lotus sect stood with the living pharmacy. Yao Feng used the reprieve to settle into a routine. He worked in the branch's research halls during the day, using the sect's vast herb library to expand his knowledge of species he hadn't yet encountered. Each new herb he consumed and seeded expanded his dimension's diversity, adding new capabilities to his body's medicinal output. At night, he meditated, strengthening the dimension and reinforcing the Blight Queen's prison. The breakthrough to STEM realm had weakened the walls significantly, and the constant drain of producing antidote had depleted his reserves. But the dimension was recovering faster than before. The self-sustaining ecosystem he developed meant the garden regenerated its qi without constant input from Yao Feng. The days blurred into a comfortable rhythm. Research, healing, meditation, and, increasingly, time with Ling Suen. The research component of the rhythm was genuinely gratifying. The Verdant Lotus branch's herb library, smaller than the main sect's but extensive by any other standard, contained botanical texts that Yao Feng had never encountered. Treatises on species native to the northern mountains. Field observations from researchers who had studied the Central Plains wild herb ecology decades ago. A fragmentary translation of an ancient text on what the translator called living cultivation. The integration of botanical consciousness with human cultivation that the Shen clan had practiced in diminished form for generations. He read everything he could access. The healing component was no less instructive, if differently so. Elder May's disciples were recovering well on the antidote, but their recoveries were not identical. The toxin had affected each person differently, depending on their cultivation method, the specific structure of their spiritual roots, and the duration of exposure. Yao Feng noted each variation and adjusted his approach accordingly. The same fundamental antidote, but supplemented with targeted herbs from his dimension that addressed the idiosyncratic damage each individual had suffered. He was beginning to understand. Simply a pharmacist dispensing a universal cure. He was a diagnostician whose pharmacy was sufficiently sophisticated to address individual variation in real time. This required a different kind of attention than he had practiced before. Not the broad sweep of herb scents that detected spiritual signatures across a wide area, but deep, patient, person-by-person assessment. Each disciple who came to him for treatment received his full attention for the duration, the way his mother had given her full attention to each patient in the Shen clan's clinic, a habit he had absorbed so thoroughly he hadn't realized he was doing it until Ling Suen pointed it out. You see them, she said, watching him work. Not just their qi signatures. You see them. Old habit. It's not a habit. It's a philosophy. She made a note in her research journal. Your treatment effectiveness correlates directly with the depth of your attention. The more fully you see a patient, the better the medicine you produce for them. He thought about that for the rest of the afternoon. Chapter 45. The trap in the laboratory should have been the end of the mountain investigation. It wasn't. Yao Feng returned to the cave system a week later, drawn by a persistent itch in his herb sense. A feeling that something had been left behind, deliberately, for someone exactly like him to find. He brought Kaiyang and Wei Qingyao as backup, which proved prescient. The trap activated when Yao Feng touched a stone table he'd missed during the first visit, a secondary workspace hidden behind a collapsed section of wall. The contact triggered a formation array embedded in the cave floor. Exit sealed. Lights died, and the air began to fill with a gas that Yao Feng's body recognized instantly. A concentrated, weaponized version of Rootweaver's Bane, aerosolized for maximum absorption. Yao Feng's body neutralized the gas automatically. His living pharmacy constitution broke down the toxin as fast as he inhaled it. But Kaiyang and Wei Qingyao had no such protection. Kaiyang staggered, his iron root body tempering providing some resistance, but not immunity. Wei Qingyao, her meridians still fragile from the blackthorn venom damage weeks ago, went down hard. Masks, hold your breath. Yao Feng shouted, ripping strips from his shirt and pressing them against his companions' faces. But the gas was everywhere, seeping through cloth, penetrating skin, attacking through every possible vector. He needed to neutralize the entire cave's atmosphere. Now, the dimensions surged. Yao Feng opened his pores and pushed, not medicine outward, but the toxic air inward, filtering it through his body at a rate that made his meridians burn. Every breath pulled contaminated air in and expelled purified air out. He was a human filtration system, processing poison faster than it could accumulate. Simultaneously, puppet plants activated from niches in the cave walls, automated defense constructs made from dead herb matter, animated by residual formation energy. They were crude, stumbling, rotting vine creatures with stone cores, but there were a dozen of them, and they attacked without hesitation. Kaiyang, weakened but functional, smashed 3 with his mortar before the gas in his system forced him to one knee. Wei Qingniao, fighting through nausea, dispatched 2 more with precise blade work that sacrificed power for efficiency. Yao Feng handled the rest, while simultaneously purifying the air. He grew binding root through the cave floor, entangling the puppet plants and crushing their stone cores with constricting tendrils. Each destroyed construct released a small burst of toxic qi that he absorbed and neutralized. By the time the last puppet fell, the cave air was clean, the formation was exhausted, and Yao Feng was on his hands and knees, gasping, his body trembling with the effort of processing enough poison to kill 100 cultivators. Little Root's voice was faint. That was too much. The dimension is strained. The herbs are stressed. I need time to recover. How much time? Days. Maybe longer. And Yao Feng, the Blight Queen's prison took damage during the surge. When the dimension strains, the weakest structures give first. The prison is always the weakest structure. Yao Feng closed his eyes. Every time he used his power to save someone, the cage around the most dangerous thing inside him weakened. It was a poison of its own, not biological, but structural. Heroism as a liability. He purged the toxin from Kaiyang and Wei Qingniao's systems using sweat-based antidote applications, monitored their recovery, and led them out of the cave in silence. Behind them, the destroyed laboratory settled into rubble. But the hidden workspace had contained one thing of value, a journal with a single reference that chilled Yao Feng to his core. Subject has been located in Azure Mist Province. Initial deployment of Rootweaver's Bane has provided valuable data. Recommend direct contact. Master Wudu's orders. The host must be acquired alive. He held that sentence in his mind for a long time after they left the ruined cave behind them. Acquired alive. The phrasing was clinical. The language of a researcher describing a research subject, not the language of someone who saw the subject as a person. 3 centuries of study, and what Venerable Wudu saw when he looked at the Rootvein's host was an opportunity to complete his understanding of the artifact's mechanics. Which meant everything Yao Feng was. The relationships he had built, the healing he had done, the careful work of earning the spirit's trust, was invisible to Wudu behind the glare of the Rootvein's theoretical significance. Little Root offered, from inside the dimension, it's not the worst kind of threat. People who want you alive and undamaged will take more care in how they come for you than people who simply want you eliminated. That's not reassuring. It wasn't meant to be reassuring. It was meant to be accurate. Wei Qingniao, walking ahead on the mountain path, said without turning, "We have a window." The laboratory was their testing phase. Now that they have their data, they'll plan the next step. Planning takes time. How much time? For an organization of this sophistication? Enough to rest, resupply, and prepare the response before they come. She did turn then, briefly, which means we need to use the time better than they do. Yao Feng looked at the mountain behind them, the ruined cave, the purified spring, the laboratory notes they'd carried away. The myriad toxins sect knew he was here. They knew what he could do. And they had the longest research file on the Rootvein's mechanics outside of the Verdant Lotus sect's sealed archives. The window Wei Qingniao was describing was real. He intended to fill it. Chapter 46. They returned to Lanyu City with urgency renewed. Yao Feng threw himself into antidote production, determined to ensure the entire branch, and ideally the entire city, was protected against any future deployment of Rootweaver's Bane. Ling Suan worked alongside him, refining pills at a pace that would have impressed alchemists twice her age. The partnership had found its rhythm. Yao Feng produced the raw materials and the biological insight, while Ling Suan provided the technical precision and alchemical expertise. Together, they were faster than any conventional alchemy team. Within a week, they had produced enough antidote to treat every Verdant Lotus disciple in the branch, plus a surplus for the city's general population. The distribution process revealed the poisoning's full scope. Not just the Verdant Lotus branch. The contamination had spread through the city's entire spiritual spring network. Merchants whose shops drew from spring-fed wells had been experiencing unexplained fatigue for months. Children in the Eastern District had developed rashes that no ordinary salve could treat. Even the city's ornamental gardens had begun to wilt, their spirit-enhanced flowers losing their luminescence. Elder May, fully recovered and burning with the restrained fury of a canopy realm cultivator who had been attacked in her own home, took personal charge of the distribution. She moved through the city's districts with the focused intensity of a general conducting a campaign, deploying disciples to every affected area. "This is what we do," she told Yaofeng when he offered to help with the logistics. "The Verdant Lotus sect exists to cultivate and to heal. What you've given us is the weapon. Let us deliver it." The disciples who carried the antidote pills to the affected neighborhoods returned with stories that made Yaofeng's chest tighten. A grandfather who had been too weak to lift his grandchild, restored to health within hours. A young cultivator whose breakthrough had been delayed by months of unexplained qi stagnation, finally breaking through after a single dose. A street vendor who wept openly in her stall because the chronic pain she'd attributed to age vanished between one breath and the next. Yaofeng became known in Lanyu City, not by name, but by reputation. The healer at the Verdant Lotus branch, who had cured the mysterious illness that had been creeping through the city for months. Patients who had been suffering from unexplained spiritual fatigue discovered that the antidote pills resolved symptoms they hadn't even connected to a common cause. The gratitude was overwhelming. And dangerous. "You need to keep the lower profile," Wei Qingyao warned after a third day of patients queuing at the branch gates. "Every person you heal is a person who can describe you. Every description is a data point for whoever sent that toxin. I know, but these people are sick because of me, because someone designed a weapon based on the root vein's principles, and the root vein is inside me. I have a responsibility. Responsibility and survival are not always compatible." She was right. But Yaofeng healed them anyway, because the alternative, watching people suffer from a poison derived from his own biology, was something he couldn't endure. Elder May, deeply grateful and now politically indebted, offered Yaofeng formal protection under the Verdant Lotus sect's banner. It was a significant gesture, a major sect publicly aligning itself with a wanted fugitive. The Duan clan's warrant for Yaofeng's arrest was effectively nullified within Lanyu City's borders. But Elder May also sent a detailed report to the main sect headquarters. And word of Yaofeng's abilities, his healing, his herb growing, his dimensional pharmacy, traveled with it. He received the news of the report's dispatch with the particular dread of someone watching an approaching weather system. The main sect would know about him now, not as a rumor or a fielded inquiry, but as a documented phenomenon with formal research findings attached. Grand Elder Ling Zhenhai would read those findings with the hungry precision of a scholar who had spent his career waiting for exactly this development. Ling Suwen had said her father was brilliant. She had also said his brilliance sometimes exceeded his wisdom. The combination, pointed at Yaofeng's situation, produced a shape that he was beginning to recognize. A very intelligent person who would see the living pharmacy as an opportunity first and a person second. "He's going to want to meet you," Ling Suwen told him that evening, a faint tension around her eyes that told him she'd been expecting this conversation. "I know. He's going to want more than a meeting. He's going to want full access, research access, cultivation data, physical samples. He'll frame it as partnership and mean acquisition. And you?" She looked at him steadily. "I am the one who has been working with you for 2 months. I know what you are. I know what the spirits are. I know what the Blight Queen is and what she isn't." A pause. "My father will arrive with theoretical models and institutional authority. I will arrive with facts. And if your facts contradict his models, then I'll make him update his models." She said it simply, the way someone states a plan they have already committed to. He's a scientist. He'll listen to evidence. Assuming the evidence is delivered in the right form. Assuming the evidence is delivered by the right person, she corrected, and the look she gave him was not quite a warning and not quite a promise, but something in between. He nodded. He would trust her to manage her father. He would focus on being ready for when that management reached its limits. Chapter 47. With the immediate crisis resolved, Yaofeng found himself in an unfamiliar situation: stability. The Verdant Lotus sect branch provided rooms, resources, and access to its extensive herb library. Yaofeng spent mornings studying texts that the Shen clan had never possessed, treatises on advanced cultivation botany, histories of herb-human symbiosis, theoretical frameworks for living alchemy. Each text expanded his understanding of what the root vein was and what he could become. Afternoons were for the clinic. He and Ling Suwen operated from a converted workshop near the branch's entrance, treating patients who ranged from minor ailment sufferers to cultivators with spiritual injuries that defied conventional medicine. The clinic became, almost accidentally, the most effective healing operation in the province. Evenings were for cultivation. Yaofeng's STEM realm was advancing steadily, his modified meridians channeling qi with an efficiency that grew each day. The dimension's self-sustaining ecosystem meant his passive cultivation speed was several times that of a normal practitioner. At this rate, he would reach Leaf Realm within months, a pace that would have been extraordinary even for a talent recruited by a major sect. And evenings were for Ling Suan. Their relationship had deepened without either of them making a formal declaration. It happened in the quiet spaces between work and cultivation. The way she handed him a cup of tea without being asked, the way he grew a fresh sprig of her favorite Moonvale orchid each morning and left it on her workstation, the way their arguments about herb classification had softened from adversarial to collaborative, punctuated by laughter and shared silences that carried more weight than words. "Your technique for hybridizing herbs inside the dimension," she said one night, reviewing his notes by lamplight. "It shouldn't work. The species you're crossing have incompatible spiritual signatures. By every principle of botanical alchemy, they should reject each other. They don't reject each other because I ask them not to. You can't just ask herbs to ignore fundamental spiritual incompatibility. I can. I do. They listen." She set the notes down and looked at him. Really looked, with the direct intensity that was both her most intimidating and most attractive quality. "You know what I think? I think the root vein didn't just give you a garden. It gave you a language. You speak to herbs the way I speak to pills, but your communication goes deeper because it's biological, not technical. You don't command herbs. You negotiate with them. And they cooperate because you treat them as partners, not ingredients. Most people treat herbs as ingredients. Most people are wrong." She paused. "I was wrong. My entire sect's approach to alchemy is based on the assumption that herbs are raw materials to be processed. You've shown me they're living beings with preferences and potential. That changes everything, Yaofeng. For my research, for alchemy, for how I see the world. Is that why you stayed?" "Partly." Her gaze held his. "And partly because you're the first person who made me reconsider everything I thought I knew, and I find that I don't want to stop being surprised." They sat in lamplight, close enough to touch, held apart by the same gravity pulling them together. The dimension inside Yaofeng bloomed without being asked, a single flower opening in the garden's center, responding to an emotion that had no medicinal compound and no cultivation application. Just warmth. He had not planned for this. The living pharmacy, the spirits, the blight queen, the political crisis, all of it had been anticipated, in some form, as the kind of complexity that would define this period of his life. He had not anticipated this. He sat in the evening lamplight while she slept in her chair, exhausted from a day of pill refinement, and thought about what it meant to be 19 and in the middle of a situation that would have overwhelmed someone twice his age, and to have this. Not just her, though her specifically, this particular brilliant, difficult person. The warmth of having someone who argued back. Someone who stayed. Someone whose presence in the dimension's ecological sensors registered as not a threat and who his herbs, with their ancient and undeceivable instincts, had decided to lean toward from the first day. He thought about his mother's garden, where the herbs had always grown slightly taller and richer on the side of the path where she walked most often. Plants orient toward what they trust. They had always oriented toward his mother, and they oriented toward Ling Suan. He let that be a data point. The most accurate data his biology possessed. Little Root said, from somewhere inside, "It's fine to feel things, Yaofeng. The dimension doesn't destabilize when you feel things." It was specifically designed to accommodate human emotional complexity. The gardener built that capacity in for exactly this reason. Because he loved someone. Because he built the thing he loved into the artifact he made. The capacity for warmth is architectural. A small, quiet pause. Maybe that's not such a bad legacy to carry. He looked at Ling Suan sleeping in her chair with her research notes still open on her lap, and thought that maybe, in this very limited regard, the gardener had been right. Chapter 48 Politics arrived on horseback. Duan Guhong, patriarch of the Duan clan, entered Lanyu City with an escort of 40 warriors and the quiet confidence of a man accustomed to having his way. He was tall, silver-haired, and radiated canopy realm pressure with the casual ease of someone who had held that rank for decades. His eyes missed nothing. His smile concealed everything. He went directly to the Azure Mist Governor's office, a political ally who owed the Duan clan favors accumulated over generations, and filed a formal demand for Yaofeng's arrest and extradition to the Duan clan stronghold. The charge, theft of clan heritage. The primordial root vein, sealed in the Shen clan vault under Duan clan ownership for 1,000 years, had been illegally consumed by a Shen clan member without authorization. The host and the artifact, now inseparable, were legally Duan clan property. The governor, a Fruit Realm bureaucrat whose political survival depended on Duan Guhong's goodwill, issued the warrant within the hour. Elder May was informed by courier. She read the warrant, set it on her desk, and burned it with a casual application of qi. The Verdant Lotus sect does not recognize extradition demands issued by provincial governors acting on behalf of single clan interests, she informed the courier. Shen Yaofeng is under sect protection. This warrant is invalid within our jurisdiction. The courier returned to the governor's office. The governor sent another courier to Duan Guhong. Duan Guhong received the refusal with the thin smile of a man adding items to a ledger. The Verdant Lotus sect wishes to play guardian, he murmured to his aide. How noble. How inconvenient. How temporary. The political standoff began. The Duan clan controlled the governor. The Verdant Lotus sect controlled the branch. The Ironwood Commerce Guild, the third major power in Lanyu City, watched from the sidelines, calculating which outcome would be most profitable. Yao Feng, aware of the political machinery grinding around him, continued to work at the clinic and cultivate in the dimension. But the pressure was mounting. Every day that the standoff continued, the Duan clan's patience thinned. And Duan Guhong was not a patient man. He was a calculating one, which was far more dangerous. He won't attack the branch directly, Wei Qingyao assessed. Not while Elder May is at full strength and the branch's disciples are recovered. But he'll apply pressure, economic, political, social. He'll try to make it too expensive for the sect to protect you. She was right. Within days, the Duan clan's allies in the Ironwood Commerce Guild began cutting trade routes to the branch. Herb shipments were delayed. Alchemical supplies were accidentally redirected. The slow squeeze of economic warfare began to tighten. He responded by accelerating his herb production schedule. The dimension had 43 species, a self-sustaining ecosystem, and a productivity rate that had been calibrated for healing applications rather than commercial output. He adjusted the calibration, redirecting a portion of the garden's ambient qi toward the species with the highest market value, cultivating them to full maturity faster than natural conditions would allow, and extracting daily harvest that he traded through the branch's remaining merchant contacts. The guild master's agreement was holding, but the Duan clan's offer had shaken it. He needed to give Tong Lihua a reason to maintain her commitment to the Verdant Lotus side, and in the language she spoke fluently, reason meant value. He produced, every morning, a selection of rare herbs from the dimension, 7-petal soul calming flower, ancient root mushroom, jade marrow lotus petals, appeared in the arrangement that Wei Qingyao delivered to a guild factor under an agreement that ensured the herbs were sold before anyone could attribute their impossible freshness and quality to their true source. The income was substantial, enough to offset the economic pressure from the Duan clan's manipulation of supply routes, enough to keep the branch's operations running at reduced but functional capacity. Elder May reviewed the weekly accounts with an expression that mixed gratitude with something harder to name. You're using your body as a farm, she said. I'm using my body as what it is, Yao Feng replied. A pharmacy. Pharmacies generate medicine. Medicine has value. Value, properly applied, buys time. And time is what we need. Always, he said. Time in good company. She looked at him for a moment with the assessing gaze of a canopy realm elder who had seen many things. Your mother raised you well, she said finally, and returned to the accounts. Chapter 49, the second herb spirit awoke while Yao Feng was meditating on the clinic's back porch. One of the 3 spirit pods in the dimension, the ones that had appeared during his stem realm breakthrough, cracked open without warning. Yao Feng's consciousness was yanked inward, pulled into the dimension by a spiritual force that felt like being grabbed by the collar and dragged. He landed in the garden to find chaos. A figure stood among the herb plots, tall, gaunt, covered in bark-like growths that jutted from its skin like armor. Its face was ancient and furious, carved into an expression of permanent betrayal. Its hands ended in thorn-tipped claws that dripped a dark, viscous sap. Bitter thorn, Little Root said, floating behind Yao Feng with his hands up in a calming gesture. He was a guardian spirit, pledged to protect a cultivator who was absorbed into the root vein against his will. He's been dormant for about 6,000 years. He's not happy. Bitter thorn attacked without dialogue. Thorny vines erupted from his body, lashing across the garden with a ferocity that uprooted herbs and cracked the dimensional soil. His power was immense, far beyond anything Little Root could match, fueled by millennia of accumulated resentment and a spiritual energy reserve that had been building since the dimension's creation. Yao Feng defended. He raised walls of thorn veil vine, his own cultivated variant, to block the attacks, but Bitter Thorn's thorns shredded them like paper. The hostile spirit was not just stronger than the dimension's planted herbs. He was fundamentally different, a raw spiritual entity unbound by the constraints that kept the garden's ecosystem in balance. He's claiming territory, Little Root shouted over the chaos. He wants to control a section of the dimension. If he takes it, he can expand, grow his own ecology inside your garden, separate from your control. Yaofeng couldn't let that happen. A hostile ecosystem inside his own body would be a cancer, a competing system that drew on his qi without consent and potentially interacted with the Blight Queen's prison in unpredictable ways. He fought back, not with force. He didn't have the raw power to match a 6,000-year-old spirit in direct combat. Instead, he used the garden's greatest weapon, its ecosystem. Every herb in the dimension responded to his call, not individually, collectively. The ecosystem mobilized as a unified organism, redirecting qi flows, creating biochemical cascades that targeted Bitterthorn's thorny vines with specifically calibrated compounds. Sedative pollen to slow his growth. Acidic sap to weaken his bark armor. Binding roots to restrict his expansion. The battle was brutal and intimate, fought entirely inside Yaofeng's body, within a space that was both his greatest asset and his most vulnerable point. Every blow that damaged the garden damaged him. Every vine that Bitterthorn uprooted was a herb that Yaofeng had grown, seeded, and nurtured. Little Root intervened at a critical moment, throwing himself between Bitterthorn and the dimension's central spring. The small spirit's light flared with an intensity that startled even the ancient guardian. "Stop!" Little Root commanded, and there was something in his voice, an authority that transcended his small size, a resonance that echoed through the dimension's fundamental structure. "You are in his garden. He is the host. If you destroy this place, you destroy yourself. There is nowhere else to go." Chapter 50. Bitterthorn paused. His thorn claws hovered, dripping sap, his bark-covered face contorted with rage and confusion. "I was betrayed," the spirit said, his voice like branches cracking in a storm. "My cultivator, the one I swore to protect, was consumed by this abomination, absorbed into the root vein like food into his stomach. I was dragged in with him, sealed, sleeping, and now I wake to find myself inside another host, another prison, another cage of green light and false promises." "This isn't a cage," Yaofeng said, stepping forward despite every instinct screaming retreat. "This is a garden. My garden. You're awake because the dimension grew enough to sustain your consciousness. That means you have a home here, not as a prisoner, but as a resident. A resident in your body, dependent on your qi, subject to your will, subject to my goodwill. I'm not the hollow gardener. I didn't create the root vein. I didn't choose any of this. But I can offer you something no previous host could. I'm building this garden to be a living ecosystem, not a prison. The herbs here grow by choice. Little Root serves by choice. I'm asking you to exist here by choice." Bitterthorn's thorns retracted slightly. His expression didn't soften. He was not a being built for softness, but the killing fury faded into something more sustainable. Wariness, suspicion, a willingness to listen that was, in his case, practically warmth. "I want to leave," he said. "I want to exist outside this root vein, in the real world, with my own body and my own will. Can you promise me that?" Yaofeng hesitated. He didn't know if it was possible. The root vein had integrated the spirits at a fundamental level. Extracting them might be like removing a root from soil without killing it. "I can promise I'll try," he said. "I will spend my life trying to free every spirit trapped in this dimension. But I can't promise success. I can only promise effort." A long pause. The dimension held its breath. "Effort," Bitterthorn repeated, as if tasting the word. "No one has ever offered me even that." He retracted his thorns fully, the bark armor smoothing into something less aggressive. "I will stay. I will not cooperate with your garden. Not yet. But I will not attack. And I will guard my section against anything that threatens the dimension from within." The implied, including the Blight Queen, went unspoken but understood. Bitterthorn retreated to the dimension's southern quadrant, where his thorny ecology established itself in controlled, bordered plots that coexisted with, but remained separate from, Yaofeng's garden. It was a ceasefire, not a friendship. Yaofeng returned to external consciousness to find Ling Sowen shaking his shoulder, her face tight with worry. "You've been unresponsive for 6 hours," she said. "Your qi was fluctuating wildly. What happened?" "New roommate," Yaofeng said. "He's difficult." She looked at him. This woman who had spent months learning to read the signals his body gave when something important was happening internally, and said, "How difficult?" "On a scale from Little Root to the Blight Queen." "Yes." He considered. "About halfway between." "He's angry. Rightfully. He lost something he loved, and the loss was neither accidental nor inevitable. It was chosen by someone who should have known better. But he's not looking for targets. He wants acknowledgement, and possibly eventually restoration, neither of which I can provide yet." But you gave him what you could give now. A promise that I'd try. She sat with this. Then, that's what you gave me when I was trying to decide whether to stay. You didn't promise outcomes. You promised effort and honesty. I remember. It was the right promise to make. She gathered her analysis crystals and stood. What do you need from me while you manage this new difficulty? He thought about what Bitter Thorn was, and what his presence in the dimension meant for the dimension structure, its defensive capabilities, and the Blight Queen's prison. Keep the antidote production going. The disciples who are still recovering need the full course. And if I go unresponsive during meditation, don't assume the worst. Sometimes the dimension needs more of my presence than usual. How will I know the difference between needs more presence and something has gone very wrong? If I'm turning green again, something has gone very wrong. She laughed, briefly and genuinely. Noted. Chapter 51. Duan Guhong escalated. Unable to breach the Verdant Lotus sect's protection directly, he turned to the Ironwood Commerce Guild with an offer they found appealing. Exclusive trade contracts with the Duan clan's herb cultivation operations in exchange for full economic pressure on the Verdant Lotus branch. The guild master, Tong Lihua, was a pragmatic woman who counted profit as the highest virtue. She accepted the deal. The effect was immediate. Supply convoys to the branch were rerouted. Alchemical ingredients ordered from external sources were lost in transit. Even basic provisions, food, cloth, medicinal containers, became scarce as guild-affiliated merchants refused to sell to Verdant Lotus buyers. He's starving us out, Elder May said, reviewing inventory reports with grim precision. We have 2 weeks of reserves. After that, the branch can't function. Yaofeng listened to the report with growing frustration. His internal dimension could produce herbs, renewable, infinite, of unprecedented quality. But herbs alone didn't sustain a sect operation. You couldn't eat spiritual grass. Alchemy furnaces required fuel that didn't grow in dantians. Bandages, tools, containers, and the 1,000 mundane necessities of daily life required trade. I can help, he said. Not with everything, but with the one thing the guild values most, rare herbs. His plan was simple in concept and audacious in execution. He would approach the Ironwood Commerce Guild directly and offer them something they couldn't get from the Duan clan. A renewable supply of herbs so rare that their normal market price was measured in gold ingots per gram. His plan also carried a secondary purpose that he did not mention in the strategy discussion with Elder May. He needed Tong Lihua to understand what the living pharmacy represented, not as an economic resource, but as a precedent. A demonstration of what happened when rare medicines were produced by someone whose goal was healing rather than profit. He had watched the Jade Marrow Lotus sit in the governor's treasury for 20 years, curing no one, healing nothing, its extraordinary properties devoted entirely to generating political leverage. He had seen the same logic at work in every major city's herb market. The rarest things held off the market to maintain their value maintained by keeping them scarce, their scarcity maintained by denying them to people who needed them. The guild controlled distribution. The governors controlled access. The sects controlled knowledge. And at the bottom of this enormous structure of controlled scarcity, ordinary people with withered root syndrome and cracked meridians and poisoned children waited for something they could not afford. He was not going to solve that problem today. He might not solve it in his lifetime. But he could make a different point with the guild master, that a renewable, abundant supply of rare herbs was worth more to a merchant's long-term interests than an artificial scarcity preserved through political alliance with a declining clan. Tong Lihua was not a villain. She was a businessperson who had made the rational choice her incentive structure suggested. Yaofeng's job was to change the incentive structure. He tucked the flower bundle into his belt and went to the meeting. Chapter 52. He requested a meeting with Guild Master Tong Lihua through one of the branch's remaining trade contacts. The meeting was granted. The guild master was curious about the figure at the center of the political storm, and curiosity was, in her world, a legitimate business interest. They met in a neutral tea house in Lanyu City's commercial district. Neutral meaning the guild master owned it, but pretended she didn't. Tong Lihua was a woman of indeterminate middle age, dressed in quality silk that was fashionable without being ostentatious. Her expression carrying the pleasant neutrality of someone who had made a fortune by letting others underestimate her. You're the living pharmacy, she said, pouring tea with steady hands. The boy who bleeds medicine and grows miracles in his belly. I've heard the stories. Most of them are exaggerated. The ones about you emptying Governor Luo Tianji's entire herb collection in a single night. Exaggerated? Those are accurate. Tong Lihua's eyebrows rose a fraction. Impressive. What do you want? The guild is cooperating with Duan Guhong to strangle the Verdant Lotus branch. I want that cooperation to end. In exchange, I offer a trade agreement. I supply the guild with rare medicinal herbs, grown fresh, on a renewable basis. Quantities and varieties negotiable. Duan Guhong offered us exclusive trade contracts. Duan Guhong's herb operations produce common to mid-grade materials at standard market quality. I produce herbs that haven't been available in this province for centuries. He reached into his belt pouch and produced a small bundle. A cluster of 7-petal soul-calming flowers, freshly grown, their petals dewy with dimensional chi. These were grown 5 minutes ago. Perfect spiritual integrity. No cultivation time, no land requirements, no seasonal dependency. I can produce them indefinitely. Tong Lihua examined the flowers with the practiced eye of a woman who had spent 30 years trading in botanical goods. Her composure cracked, just slightly, just enough to reveal the hunger beneath. 7-petal soul-calming flower, she murmured. Each petal worth a gold ingot on the open market. And you grew these, inside yourself. In my internal dimension, the process is renewable. I can produce a fresh batch every day. Every day. Every day. The guild master set the flowers down and met his eyes. Behind the pleasant neutrality, calculations were running at extraordinary speed. The Duan clan's trade contracts were valuable, but a renewable supply of herbs that normally took decades to cultivate, that was not valuable. That was transformative. I'll need to verify the quality independently, she said, and I'll need volume guarantees. I'll provide samples for independent analysis. Volume. Minimum 5 bundles per week of species rotating among my internal stock, which currently exceeds 60 varieties. If the quality meets your standards, the contract begins immediately. In return, full cessation of economic pressure on the Verdant Lotus branch and guild logistical support for the branch's clinic operations. Tong Lihua sipped her tea. You're 19 years old, and you're negotiating trade agreements with a commerce guild. The Shen clan taught me about herbs. Life taught me about leverage. Indeed. A pause. I accept your terms, pending quality verification. The analysis will take 2 days. She stood. One more thing, young man. The Duan patriarch will be displeased. I hope your Verdant Lotus friends have strong walls. They do, and I can grow new ones. Tong Lihua looked at the flowers for a long, calculating moment. Then she looked at Yaofeng. The pleasant neutrality had dropped a layer. Beneath it was the expression of someone who had spent 30 years in markets and was recognizing, for the first time in a long time, something genuinely new. How many varieties? She asked. Currently 43. That number increases as I encounter new species. And you can grow any herb you've once processed. Yes. Indefinitely. For as long as I'm alive and the dimension is healthy. Another silence. A different quality of calculation. The Duan clan's offer was exclusive trade contracts, she said. They want to be the province's primary herb supplier. Their proposal makes sense in a world where scarcity determines value. She tapped the 7-petal soul-calming flower with one finger. But scarcity is only valuable if you're on the right side of it. You are proposing to eliminate scarcity entirely for selected species, which means whoever partners with you doesn't profit from controlling access. They profit from being first to market with something that cannot be replicated. Correct. That's a different business model. It's a better one. For patients as well as merchants. Tong Lihua set the flowers down with the careful respect one extends to valuable things. The Verdant Lotus branch will receive full guild cooperation restored immediately. Supply convoys resume today. She extended her hand, not for a handshake, but palm up, an unusual gesture. I want a handprint, a drop of your blood on the contract. Not for magic, for verification. So that when people ask whether what I'm selling is genuine, I have something to show them. He pressed his palm to the contract. A faint, green glow. The paper smelled briefly of fresh herbs. Tong Lihua smiled, for the first time, with genuine pleasure rather than calculated charm. Chapter 53. The deal closed on the second day. Tong Lihua's independent analysts confirmed what Yaofeng already knew. His herbs were not just rare, they were superior to naturally grown specimens. The dimensional chi infusion gave them a potency edge that made normal cultivated herbs look like weeds by comparison. The guild reversed course immediately. Supply lines to the Verdant Lotus branch reopened. Provisions flowed. Alchemical supplies arrived. And the economic siege that Duan Guhong had orchestrated crumbled in a single day. Duan Guhong received the news with the controlled fury of a man watching his chess pieces defect to the other side. His response was measured but ominous. A formal protest to the provincial government, a recalculation of his approach, and a private message to contacts beyond the province that Yaofeng would not learn about until much later. But the deal had consequences Yaofeng hadn't fully considered. You just revealed the scope of your abilities to a commerce guild. Wei Qingyao pointed out that evening. her tone carrying the understated disapproval of someone who had spent a career maintaining operational security. The guild master now knows you can produce rare herbs on demand. That information has monetary value. She'll protect it, but she'll also leverage it. And merchants talk. Within weeks, every major power on the continent will know what you can do. They were going to find out eventually. Eventually gives you time to prepare. Immediately gives you enemies. She wasn't wrong. The word spread faster than even Wei Qingniao had predicted. Within 10 days, inquiries arrived at the Verdant Lotus branch from sects, clans, and commerce operations across the continent. Some polite, some demanding, all wanting access to the living pharmacy's output. Yaofeng had become the most valuable commodity in the world. And commodities, as any merchant knew, attracted thieves. The first theft attempt came 3 days after the guild agreement. A pair of cultivators, Leaf Realm, carrying high-quality equipment that suggested professional rather than opportunistic intent, followed Yaofeng into the branch's herb quarter during his morning supply run. Wei Qingyao marked them within 2 minutes of their entry into the area and positioned herself accordingly. They made their move at a quiet junction between 2 storage buildings. The first cultivator deployed a chi suppression net, a formation technique designed to prevent the target from accessing their cultivation for 60 seconds. The second approached with a blood-drawing instrument that Yaofeng's herb sense recognized as specifically designed for extracting samples from cultivators with unusual biology. He had been warned about this exact scenario by Tong Lihua herself. People who want what you produce without paying for it will try to take it directly, she had said, with the resigned practicality of someone who had seen the same pattern in every commodity market. Your blood is medicine. Diluted, refined, distributed, it could supply a minor healer's entire practice. The demand will be there. The first cultivator completed the suppression net. It settled over the area like an invisible dome and did nothing because Yaofeng's biological output was not cultivation-based qi. His sweat was still his sweat. His blood was still his blood. The suppression net had suppressed the wrong thing. The second cultivator approached, instrument ready. Yaofeng exhaled. Not soporific bloom, something gentler. A blend of sedative compounds at low concentration that produced approximately 90 seconds of profound and pleasant drowsiness. Both cultivators sat down in the alley and went to sleep with the peaceful expressions of people who had eaten a very satisfying meal. Wei Qingyao stepped around them and fell into step beside Yaofeng. Professional thieves, she noted. Sent by someone who knew what I produce and what would suppress it. Which means someone knowledgeable. The myriad toxin sects operatives are very knowledgeable. He added this to the growing pile of evidence that their window was shorter than they had hoped. Chapter 54. The summons from Grand Elder Ling arrived via Jade Communication Token, an encrypted message that bypassed normal channels and landed directly in Ling Suin's hands during a late-night pill refinement session. She read it twice, her face cycling through emotions that Yaofeng had learned to read. Surprise, concern, calculation, and a stubborn set to her jaw that meant she was preparing to argue with someone powerful. My father wants us at the main sect headquarters, she said. Both of us. He's inviting you formally, as a guest and potential research partner. The language is polite, but the subtext is clear. This isn't a request. Can you refuse? Technically, yes. Practically, she set the token down. He's the Grand Elder. His word carries the weight of the entire sect's leadership. Refusing a formal summons would put me in direct conflict with my own family and potentially the sect's governing council. What does he want with me? What every powerful person wants with you, your abilities. But my father is a scholar, not a warlord. He'll want partnership, research collaboration, understanding. He's been studying the primordial root vein for his entire career. The sect has records going back centuries. She paused. He'll also want to control the relationship. Set the terms. Make sure the sect benefits. And if I don't like the terms, then we negotiate. From a position of knowledge, strength, and the fact that you're the only living pharmacy in existence. Even my father can't replicate what you do. Yaofeng considered. The Verdant Lotus sect's main headquarters meant resources far beyond what the branch could provide. A more complete herb library, more advanced cultivation techniques, and access to the sect's accumulated knowledge of the root vein's history. It also meant proximity to a Canopy Realm Grand Elder who might view him more as a specimen than a person. But the threats were escalating. The myriad toxin sect's interests suggested a continental-level adversary. The Blight Queen's prison was weakening. And whatever the Duan clan's next move was, it would be harder, not softer. He needed allies with real power. The Verdant Lotus sect was the best option available. We go, he said. But I'm not a guest. I'm a partner. Equal terms. Ling Suin smiled. The fierce, genuine smile he'd learned to look for. I'll make sure he understands that. The he in Tong Lihua's promise was, Yao Feng gathered, the Ironwood Commerce Guild's network of regional factors, the merchant representatives who handled day-to-day operations in each of the province's major cities. Duan Guhong had reached several of them through his trade alliance, and they had been cooperating with the supply disruption. Tong Lihua's reversal of the guild's policy would take a week to propagate fully through the network. In the meantime, he returned to the branch and sat with Elder Mei to review the recovery's progress. The contamination had been reduced to trace levels in the water supply. The disciples' spiritual roots were healing at a rate that the antidote continued to support. 3 of the most severely affected, disciples whose exposure had been longest, would need another 2 weeks of supplementary treatment to achieve full recovery. He produced the supplementary herbs from the dimension that afternoon. The process took 2 hours, which was less time than Ling Suwen's refinement run later that evening, but both components were necessary. Working alongside her had settled into a rhythm that felt like music written for 2 voices. Not harmony exactly, because they were often arguing, but counterpoint. Her alchemical precision and his biological intuition addressed the same problems from different angles and produced solutions that neither would have reached independently. The suppression compound structure is fascinating, she said, holding up a refined dose and examining it under analysis crystal. Your body produced an analog to Rootweaver's Bane's integration mechanism, but inverted it. The antidote bonds to the toxin the same way the toxin bonds to spiritual roots, but instead of parasitizing, it dissolves. Perfect molecular mimicry weaponized against the original mechanism. I didn't design it. Your dimension did. Same thing. Is it? She considered. Asked the botanists. They'd argue that a plant's flowering is not designed and not random. It's the expression of the plant's developmental program responding to environmental conditions. Your dimension designed the antidote the way a plant designs a flower. The program's yours. The specific expression is the dimensions. He thought about that for a long time. Chapter 55. Before they could respond to the summons, a new player entered the field. His name was Gue Yinsi, Ghost's Silver Thread, and he arrived in Lanyu City disguised as a traveling physician. Slim, precise, and unremarkable in appearance, he checked into an inn 3 blocks from the Verdant Lotus branch and began a methodical investigation. Yao Feng didn't know Gue Yinsi was there, but his herb sense began detecting anomalies. Subtle poisonings. Not attacks, experiments. A vendor's fruit tainted with a trace compound that caused mild spiritual nausea. A public well dosed with an imperceptible amount of a chi-disrupting agent. A beggar's meal laced with something that triggered a minor allergic reaction in anyone with active meridians. Each incident was tiny. Each was designed to test a different biological pathway, and each occurred within a progressively tightening radius around the Verdant Lotus branch. Someone is mapping my response patterns, Yao Feng realized on the 3rd day, when he traced the contamination signatures and found they formed a deliberate grid. They're releasing small poisons in controlled locations and watching how I react, whether I detect them, how fast I neutralize them, what compounds I produce in response. Clinical testing, Ling Suwen said, her expression darkening. Someone is studying you like a research subject, observing your capabilities under controlled conditions. The myriad toxin sect. Almost certainly, Wei Qingyao went hunting. It took her 3 days of counter-surveillance to locate Gue Yinsi's base of operations, a rented room above a herbalist shop, filled with careful notes, analysis equipment, and a communications array that connected to a receiver somewhere far beyond the province. She reported her findings and recommended elimination. Yao Feng vetoed that and proposed confrontation instead. He proposed it calmly, over dinner, while Kaiyang ate 3 servings of rice and Wei Qingyao listened with her characteristic stillness. His name is Gue Yinsi, Yao Feng said. He's a Seed Realm information specialist attached to the Myriad Toxin Sect's advance operation in this city. He's been in Lanyu for 6 weeks, long enough to have been here before we arrived, which confirms the contamination was preparation for our presence specifically. He knows we're going to find him, Wei Qingyao said. Yes, he's very good at his job, and he knows we've identified him. At this point, he's deciding whether to run or try to negotiate. Why would he negotiate? Because the Myriad Toxin Sect wants information about the root vein, and I'm sitting here surrounded by it. He might calculate that approaching directly, offering what he knows in exchange for access to what I know, is more productive than another intelligence operation that we'd catch the same way we caught this one. Kaiyang set down his chopsticks. So we make it easy for him to calculate correctly. We leave a channel open. Wei Qingyao removes the pressure she's been putting on his surveillance position, not entirely, just enough that he knows we know he's there, but we haven't moved against him. That's an invitation. And if he doesn't take the invitation? Yao Feng looked at Wei Qingyao. Then we have a different conversation with him. She nodded, the slight compression of her expression that meant something was being filed as a contingency. "I'll open the channel," she said. Chapter 56. They cornered Gue Yinsi in an abandoned warehouse at the city's industrial edge. Wei Qingyao blocking the exit, Kaiyang covering the windows, Yaofeng approaching directly. Gue Yinsi did not run. He sat on a shipping crate, legs crossed, and regarded Yaofeng with the dispassionate interest of a scientist examining a particularly interesting specimen. "The living pharmacy in person," he said. "I've been watching you for 11 days. Your abilities are remarkable, more sophisticated than Venerable Wudu predicted. The toxin neutralization speed alone exceeds our models by a factor of 3. You've been poisoning my city to test me, testing the city to observe you. The doses were calibrated to cause minimal harm, inconvenience-level symptoms that resolve within hours. Science requires data, and field observation is the most reliable method. People were hurt. People are always hurt. The question is whether the knowledge gained justifies the harm. Venerable Wudu believes it does." The name landed like a thrown stone. "Tell me about Venerable Wudu." Gue Yinsi inclined his head. "My master, leader of the myriad toxin sect, ancient root realm. He has dedicated 3 centuries of his life to studying the primordial root vein and its potential applications. The rootweaver's bane, the toxin that affected this city, was one of his experiments. A successful one, I might add, until you neutralized it. What does he want with me? Partnership, ideally. You are the only living host of the root vein, the culmination of a research program that spans millennia. Venerable Wudu can teach you things about the root vein that no one else alive understands. Its full capabilities, its history, the reason the herb spirits are trapped, and how to control them, including the Blight Queen." The last sentence hit Yaofeng like a physical blow. Inside the dimension, the Blight Queen's presence flickered, a subtle tremor in her prison that suggested she was listening intently. "He knows about the Blight Queen?" Yaofeng asked, keeping his voice steady despite the cold spreading through his chest. "He knows everything about the root vein. Its creation, its purpose, the spirits sealed within, the original creator's dream, and the catastrophe that followed." Gue Yinsi spoke with the detached precision of a man reciting facts rather than opinions. Master Wudu has spent 3 lifetimes in pursuit of this knowledge. His understanding is arguably more comprehensive than any living person's, including, with respect, yours. I carry the root vein inside me. I live with it. He studies it from the outside. Those are not the same thing. No, they are complementary, which is precisely why partnership would benefit you both. Gue Yinsi leaned forward slightly. "Consider what you don't know, Shen Yaofeng. You've been bonded with the root vein for months. Wudu has studied it for 3 centuries. How many questions do you have that you cannot answer? How many dangers lurk in that dimension that you don't understand? The Blight Queen's prison weakens with every breakthrough. Can you afford to face that challenge without the most comprehensive understanding available?" The questions were designed to create doubt. Yaofeng recognized the technique. It was the same approach the Blight Queen used, targeting uncertainty and offering solutions that came with invisible strings attached. "Come willingly to the myriad toxin valley, and he will share that knowledge freely. And if I refuse?" Gue Yinsi's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, the flicker of a man delivering a message he didn't entirely endorse. "Then the next visit will not be so gentle. Venerable Wudu is not a cruel man, but he is an obsessive one. 300 years of work have led to this moment. He will not be denied." "That sounds like a threat." "It is a threat. I deliver it as instructed, and I leave the response to you." Kaiyang shifted in the background, his mortar grinding against the warehouse floor. Wei Qingyao's hand rested on her blade. Ling Suwen's jaw was set with the particular stubbornness that Yaofeng had learned meant she was formulating a cutting response. Yaofeng considered the offer. The knowledge was tempting. 3 centuries of research, freely shared. Answers to questions that kept him awake at night. Understanding of the Blight Queen that could mean the difference between survival and consumption. But the price was his autonomy. And autonomy, for someone whose body was the most coveted resource on the continent, was not a luxury. It was survival. He considered the offer for exactly 2 seconds. Then he said, "No." Chapter 57. The fight with Gue Yinsi began the instant the refusal left Yaofeng's mouth. Ghost Silver Thread lived up to his codename. His combat style was based on ultra-thin threads of concentrated poison qi, nearly invisible, that he controlled with subtle finger movements. The threads sliced through the air in complex patterns, each one coated with a different toxin that attacked a different biological pathway. Yaofeng's body neutralized the toxins on contact, but the threads themselves were physically dangerous, razor-sharp qi constructs that could cut through wood and stone. He dodged, weaved, and projected binding root from the warehouse floor, trying to entangle Gue Insi's hands and disrupt his thread control. The poison cultivator was good. Fruit realm, with decades of combat experience and a technique perfectly designed to counter melee fighters. His threads formed a defensive web that shredded Yaofeng's roots before they could connect. More concerning was his second technique, living poison constructs. From vials on his belt, Gue Insi released small, writhing creatures made of condensed toxic qi. They were artificial organisms, not truly alive, but animated with enough biological intelligence to chase, adapt, and evolve mid-battle. They targeted Yaofeng's meridians, seeking openings in his natural toxin resistance. They're adaptive, Little Root warned. Each time your body neutralizes one variant, the constructs mutate to bypass your defenses. He's using your own adaptation speed against you, forcing you to evolve faster than the constructs, which cost you enormous amounts of qi. Yaofeng was being outpaced. The constructs multiplied, his qi reserves dropped, and Gue Insi's silver threads tightened the engagement zone with every passing second. Then Bitterthorn spoke for the first time since their confrontation. "Let me," the ancient spirit said from inside the dimension. "I was a guardian. Let me guard." Yaofeng didn't hesitate. He opened a channel to Bitterthorn's power, the hostile herb spirit's thorny, toxic ecology, and let it flow outward through his left hand. The effect was devastating. Bitterthorn's power was not healing, it was destruction. Pure, concentrated botanical toxicity, evolved over millennia inside the root vein. Dark sap erupted from Yaofeng's palm, coating the poison constructs and dissolving them on contact. The sap was a universal solvent for biological agents. It broke down organic compounds with an efficiency that Gue Insi's creations couldn't adapt to because it operated on principles older than their design. Simultaneously, Little Root's power flowed through Yaofeng's right hand, bright, healing, purifying. The dual output created a devastating combination. One hand destroyed, the other healed. One hand killed the constructs, the other purified the area of residual toxin. Gue Insi stared. His silver threads faltered. Yaofeng pressed the attack. Root bind erupted from every surface, floor, walls, ceiling, fueled by the combined energy of two herb spirits operating in concert. The warehouse became a forest of grasping vines. Gue Insi's threads sliced dozens of them, but hundreds more grew in their place. "Yield," Yaofeng said. Gue Insi yielded. Not dramatically. He sat across from Yaofeng in the small garden behind the branch's research hall, the space where Yaofeng had been meditating every morning for 3 weeks, and looked at the surrounding herbs with the expression of someone who could read spiritual signatures and was registering how many different species, at what level of vitality, existed within this 30-meter radius. "You've built this in 2 months, Gue Insi said. 3 months, approximately. The catalogs list 43 species you would need to have consumed and seeded during that period, including species that normally require years of controlled cultivation to reach harvestable maturity." He looked at Yaofeng with the flat professional attention of an analyst processing data. "The root vein's acceleration effect is significantly greater than our models projected. Your models were based on theoretical estimates, which is why Venerable Wudu wants direct observation." He folded his hands. "I can give you something you need. Not Wudu's research, that's not mine to give, but his assessment of your current developmental stage and what he believes is coming next. Tell me." He believes you're approaching the first involuntary spirit integration, the point where a spirit's consciousness begins bleeding into the host's awareness without deliberate meditation entry. He calls it the blurring. Previous hosts who reached this stage lost their individual consciousness within weeks. They couldn't distinguish their own thoughts from the spirits. They died confused, not knowing who they were. "What's different for me?" "Nothing," in his model. He expects the same outcome. Gue Insi's voice was careful, not cold, but carrying the specific neutrality of someone reporting a projection they hope is wrong. Which is why he wants to observe before the blurring happens. A live host in the pre-blurring stage is the rarest research opportunity in 3 centuries of work. And after the blurring? He doesn't know. No host has survived it. That's what he most wants to understand, whether survival is possible, and if so, how. Yaofeng was quiet for a moment. His research is built on watching people die. His research is built on wanting to understand something that keeps killing people. There's a difference. Gue Insi met his eyes. "I'm aware that the difference feels smaller from where you're sitting." "Yes," Yaofeng said simply. He looked at the garden around them, the 43 species, the self-sustaining ecosystem, the specific warmth that was Little Root's presence in the dimension overhead. "Tell Venerable Wudu that I know about the blurring, that I'm preparing for it, and that if he wants to observe something he's never seen before, He should approach in a way that doesn't require my capture. He paused. Tell him the observation he wants is of a host who survives the blurring willingly, not through accident or forcible study, by choosing to understand the process. Gue Insi looked at him for a long moment. He'll find that interesting, he said. Chapter 58. They detained Gue Insi in the branch's secure holding area, a room warded against chi use, normally reserved for disciplining unruly disciples. Elder Mei conducted the formal interrogation, but Yao Feng was present for the substantive portion. Gue Insi spoke with the cooperative precision of a man who had been defeated and saw no profit in further resistance. His information was detailed and disturbing. Venerable Wudu, real name unknown, cultivation ancient root realm, had been researching the primordial root vein for 3 centuries. His interest was not military or political, but scientific. He believed the root vein contained the blueprint for transcending mortal cultivation entirely, reaching a realm called the primordial garden realm that existed above all conventional cultivation ladders. His research had produced significant results: the rootweaver's bane toxin, techniques for manipulating botanical consciousness, and a theoretical framework for artificially replicating the root vein's bonding process. But theory without a living host was incomplete. Yao Feng was the missing variable. Wudu operated from a hidden fortress called the Myriad Toxin Valley, located deep in the Central Plains, a region thousands of miles beyond Azure Mist Province. His sect numbered perhaps 200 cultivators, most specialized in poison and toxin arts. They were not a conventional military threat. They were a surgical one, precision instruments of biological warfare that could devastate populations without ever drawing a sword. He's patient, Gue Insi said. He's been patient for 3 centuries. He won't launch a frontal assault. He'll probe, test, gather data, and then make a single decisive move when he's confident of success. The tests I conducted were preliminary. The real approach will come at a time and place of his choosing. When? I don't know. But he mentioned the Continental Alchemy Congress, a once-per-decade gathering in Tianyu City. Every major alchemist and alchemy sect attends. It would be the ideal venue for a direct approach. The Continental Alchemy Congress, a neutral ground event that drew the world's greatest alchemical minds. The kind of venue where Venerable Wudu could approach Yao Feng publicly, with the weight of his reputation and research behind him, and make an offer that would be difficult to refuse in front of thousands of witnesses. When is the next Congress? Yao Feng asked. 4 months from now. Yao Feng exchanged glances with his companions. 4 months was both a deadline and an opportunity. Enough time to reach the Verdant Lotus sect's main headquarters, access their accumulated knowledge, advance his cultivation, and prepare for a confrontation with a 300-year-old poison cultivator who had resources and patience in equal abundance. For months, Kaiyang repeated, counting on his fingers. 3 weeks travel to the main sect. That leaves about 3 months for preparation. I don't know much about alchemy, but I know this. If someone tells you they're coming in 4 months with the intention of taking something you have, you use every one of those days to make sure they can't. He's not wrong, Wei Qingyao said. We should also prepare for the possibility that Wudu doesn't wait for the Congress. The toxic triad or similar forces could be deployed at any time. The Congress is neutral ground, Ling Suwen pointed out. International convention prohibits military action within Tianyu City. It's actually the safest place for a confrontation. Wudu can't use force there without turning every sect on the continent against him. Unless he creates enough chaos to cover an extraction, Wei Qingyao countered. Which is exactly the kind of operation the Myriad Toxin sect specializes in. Yao Feng listened to his companions debate tactics and strategy, and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the dimension's medicinal output. These people, the stubborn fighter, the former assassin, the brilliant alchemist, had chosen to stand beside him, not because of what he carried or what he could produce, but because they believed in what he was trying to do. We're going to need a bigger garden, Little Root muttered from inside the dimension. Chapter 59. Yao Feng's breakthrough to Leaf Realm happened on the eve of their departure for the Verdant Lotus sect's main headquarters. He had been pushing hard, meditating 10 hours daily, seeding new herbs aggressively, and strengthening the dimension's ecosystem to support the increased chi load. The Leaf Realm barrier was tougher than root to stem. It required not just quantitative growth, but qualitative change. His chi needed to shift from internal circulation to external projection, from a system that fed itself to one that interacted with the outside world. The shift came during a meditation session focused on the dimension's canopy. The herbs in the garden had grown tall enough to form an overhead layer, leaves and branches interweaving into a green ceiling that filtered the dimension's emerald light into dappled patterns on the soil below. When Yao Feng's chi reached upward through the canopy, it broke through, not just the dimensional ceiling, but the cultivation barrier itself. Leaf realm. Qi manifesting externally for the first time. The transformation was dramatic. The dimension gained a sky, a dome of soft green light that replaced the previous diffuse glow. The canopy organized into a proper forest structure, with emergent trees rising above the subcanopy and understory layers. The herbs below adjusted automatically, species sorting themselves by light preference with an intelligence that spoke of genuine ecological development. Little Root and Bitter Thorn both grew stronger. Little Root was now the size of a human child, his features fully defined, his personality increasingly complex. Bitter Thorn's thorny ecology expanded into a proper habitat, a dark, tangled section of forest that served as the dimension's immune system, attacking any foreign substance that entered uninvited. Silk Mist, the third herb spirit, remained dormant in her pod. But the pod was pulsing faster, and the Blight Queen's prison, always the first casualty of growth, thinned again. Not critically, not yet, but the trajectory was clear. Each breakthrough brought freedom closer. Each expansion gave her more space to exert influence. Her whisper came on cue, as predictable as sunrise. "You are building my garden so beautifully, little pharmacist. I am almost ready to bloom. Not if I can help it." Yao Feng replied silently, and poured reinforcing qi into the prison walls until the whisper faded to silence. But the silence was not absence. It was patience, and 10,000 years of patience was a force that made armies look trivial. He opened his eyes to the pre-dawn light filtering through his quarters. Ling Suin was already awake in the adjacent room. He could hear her organizing supplies with the methodical efficiency that she brought to everything, from pill refinement to travel preparation. She had already packed his medical kit, he noticed, including herbs she'd selected from the branch's stores based on her analysis of what his dimension still lacked. "You're thinking loudly enough to wake the dead," she called through the thin wall. "Sorry, Blight Queen issues. Again? How bad?" The prison held. "But she's closer to the surface every time." The Leaf Realm breakthrough gave her more room to maneuver. Ling Suin appeared in his doorway, her hair still loose from sleep, her expression carrying the particular blend of concern and determination that he'd come to recognize as her default state, where his safety was involved. "Then we can't waste time. The Verdant Lotus sect's main headquarters has records that go back centuries. If there's a technique for reinforcing the prison that doesn't weaken with each breakthrough, they'll have it. And if they don't, then we develop one ourselves. That's what alchemists do. We solve problems that the world hasn't solved yet." She paused. "Well, normal alchemists do that over decades of incremental research. We seem to be doing it at a dead sprint while being chased by progressively more dangerous enemies. Same principle, different timeline." He couldn't help smiling. "I appreciate the optimism." That wasn't optimism. That was a threat assessment disguised as a motivational speech. She tossed him his travel bag. "Pack. We leave at dawn." He packed his belongings, said goodbye to the patients he'd been treating at the clinic. Each farewell carrying the weight of someone who had been healed speaking to the person who healed them, and joined his companions at the branch gates. Chapter 60. The group departed Lanyu City on a clear morning, 5 strong. Yao Feng, Ling Suin, Kaiyang, Wei Qingyao, and, at Elder Mei's insistence, a Bloom Realm disciple named Hua Jinchang who served as escort and sect representative. Their destination, the Verdant Lotus sect's main headquarters in the Green Cloud Mountains, a journey of 3 weeks by road. Ling Suin had communicated their departure to Grand Elder Ling, who had responded with characteristic terseness. "Acceptable. Quarters will be prepared." Yao Feng looked back at Lanyu City as they crested the first hill. The provincial capital sprawled across the valley, its walls gleaming, its towers reaching for a sky that seemed impossibly high from ground level. He had arrived there as a fugitive and was leaving as what? An ally? A partner? A valuable asset? He wasn't sure the distinction mattered. What mattered was the road ahead, to knowledge, to power, and to answers about the living thing growing inside him. Behind them, unseen and unremarked, a messenger hawk rose from a rooftop near the inn where Gue Insi had stayed. The myriad toxin sect's operative had been captured, but his automated communications array had one final message queued, a comprehensive report on the living pharmacy's capabilities, companions, and likely destination. The hawk climbed into the morning sky and turned east, toward the central plains, toward a hidden valley where the world's most dangerous alchemist waited. In the myriad toxin valley, Venerable Wudu received the report in his laboratory, a vast underground chamber filled with the accumulated work of 3 centuries. He read it slowly, carefully, absorbing every detail with the precision of a man who understood that knowledge was the truest form of power. When he finished, he set the report down and looked at his hands. ancient hands, covered in the pale scars of 1,000 experiments, trembling with an excitement he hadn't felt in decades. The Continental Alchemy Congress, he murmured to the empty laboratory. For months. That gives me time to prepare a proper reception. He smiled. The expression was gentle, scholarly, and utterly terrifying. The poison saint had found his masterwork. He stood in the Congress's observation gallery and watched Gue Insi's report confirm what his 3 centuries of research had predicted in its broad strokes, while failing entirely to anticipate its specific texture. The mathematical models had said, a compatible host would develop living pharmacy constitution. The models had been correct. What the models had not said, could not have said, because they were built on the observable outputs of the dimension rather than its internal character, was that this host would build a relationship with the herbs. Not use them, not extract them. A relationship. The difference was visible in every measurement his operatives had taken of the dimension's spiritual signature. A normal cultivation artifact produced regular, predictable outputs. This dimension produced outputs that varied based on the host's emotional state, his specific intent, the needs of the people being healed. The dimension was responsive. It had developed responsiveness because its host had treated it as a living thing that deserved response. Wudu pressed his thin hands flat on the observation gallery's railing and thought about the hollow gardener's original notes. The notes he had studied for 2 centuries. The notes that described the artifact's intended function, a living bridge between plant and human consciousness, built on genuine symbiosis rather than exploitation. The gardener had described the vision perfectly. He had simply been unable to execute it, because execution required a host who understood what symbiosis meant, who could receive without consuming, who could carry without owning. The gardener had spent his life trying to build a bridge, and all he had ever managed was a one-way road. Shen in the mountains of Azure Mist Province, with his improbable companions and his garden full of willing herbs and his careful, painstaking cultivation of trust, Shen was building the actual bridge. Which meant the project the gardener had started was finally approaching completion. Which meant Wudu needed to be very, very careful about how he approached the builder. Chapter 61. The Verdant Lotus sect's main headquarters in the Green Cloud Mountains was the single most impressive thing Shen had ever seen, and he had a dimension growing inside his body that contained an entire ecosystem. The mountains themselves were the foundation, 5 peaks arranged in a natural pentagon, their slopes terraced with gardens that climbed from the valleys to the cloud line. Each terrace held a different biome. Alpine herb gardens at the highest elevations, tropical conservatories under crystal greenhouse domes at the middle levels, and vast medicinal forests at the base where ancient trees formed natural cultivation chambers. The entire arrangement hummed with spiritual energy so dense that Yaofeng's herb sense nearly overloaded the moment they passed through the outer formation barriers. Thousands of disciples moved through the compound, white-robed alchemists, green-robed herbalists, blue-robed researchers, and the occasional red-robed elder whose chi presence bent the air around them like heat shimmer. The sect was a university, a hospital, a research institution, and a military force all wrapped in one, and its scale dwarfed anything in Azure Mist Province. Home, Ling Suwen said again, and this time the word carried conviction. Whatever my father's intentions, this place gave me everything I know. The knowledge here is worth the risk. Yaofeng's dimension reacted to the environment with uncontrolled enthusiasm. His herb sense detected thousands of species, many he'd never encountered, some that existed only in sect cultivation and had never been seen in the wild. The root vein inside him pulsed with a hunger that was part intellectual and part biological. Each new species represented a potential addition to the internal garden. Control yourself, Little Root cautioned. If you start absorbing herbs from a major sect's garden, they'll notice. And they won't be as helpless as a provincial governor. They were received at the main gate by a delegation of senior disciples and led through ascending pathways to the 3rd peak, the administrative and research center where Grand Elder Ling maintained his laboratory and quarters. The journey took an hour, during which Yaofeng catalogs more herb species through his senses than he had encountered in his entire life before the root vein. Grand Elder Ling's laboratory occupied the summit of the 3rd peak. It was a vast, open-air pavilion enclosed by glass walls that offered panoramic views of the surrounding mountains. Inside, workbenches covered in herb specimens, alchemical apparatus, and jade scrolls created a controlled chaos that spoke of a mind too brilliant to be organized and too focused to be inefficient. The Grand Elder himself stood at the center, and Yaofeng understood immediately where Ling Suwen had gotten her intensity. Ling Jinhai was 60 years old, young for a canopy realm cultivator whose lifespan stretched into centuries. He was thin, sharp-featured, with white hair tied in a practical knot and eyes that cataloged everything they saw with the speed of a calculating engine. His chi was immense, a canopy realm presence that pressed against the room like a physical weight, but it was refined, controlled, the power of someone who valued precision over force. He looked at Yaofeng the way a collector looks at a piece he has spent his career hunting. Shen Yaofeng, he said, the primordial root vein's first successful host in 1,000 years. I have been waiting for you, in one form or another, for my entire professional life. I'm not a specimen, Yaofeng said, because it needed to be established immediately. No, you're a phenomenon, far more interesting than a specimen. The Grand Elder gestured to a seat. Sit. We have much to discuss, and I have spent 40 years preparing questions. The conversation lasted 6 hours. Grand Elder Ling's knowledge of the root vein was astonishing, fragmentary but deep, pieced together from the Verdant Lotus sect's centuries of accumulated research. He knew about the Hollow Gardener's original experiment. He knew about the herb spirits. He knew, in general terms, about the Blight Queen. What he didn't know, what he desperately wanted to know, was how the bonding process worked from the inside. Every previous host died before they could provide testimony, he explained, leaning forward with the particular hunger of a scholar approaching a breakthrough. We have records of 12 documented bonding attempts over the past 1,000 years, all fatal. The root vein's integration process apparently exceeds the capacity of the human spiritual system to accommodate. You are the exception. I need to understand why. I don't know why, Yaofeng admitted. Old man Gu Lingshan, suggested it might be compatibility. Luck. Stubbornness. Gu Lingshan. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, surprise, respect, and a trace of something Yaofeng couldn't read. You were taught by Gu Lingshan. He's been missing for decades. We assumed he was dead. He's alive. Hiding. He said there were people who thought he was dead and would be annoyed to learn otherwise. I am one of those people, and I am less annoyed than relieved. The Grand Elder folded his hands. Gu Lingshan was the most brilliant botanist of his generation, of any generation. He studied under a master whose lineage traces directly back to the Hollow Gardener's last disciple. If he trained you, then you've been given a foundation I couldn't replicate with all the resources of this sect. The conversation shifted to terms. Grand Elder Ling proposed a partnership. Yaofeng would contribute to the sect's research, share his internal observations of the root vein and dimension, and allow supervised study of his body's medicinal output. In return, the sect would provide full protection, access to its herb library and cultivation resources, and the accumulated knowledge of centuries of root vein research. Yaofeng negotiated. He would not allow invasive examination. He would not share details of the herb spirit's individual identities or the Blight Queen's current status. He would participate in research willingly, on his own schedule, with the right to refuse any procedure that felt threatening. And his companions would receive the same protection and access as sect members. Grand Elder Ling agreed to everything. It was, Yaofeng reflected, either genuine respect for his autonomy or the patience of a man who knew he had time to get what he wanted eventually. Chapter 62. The first weeks at the Verdant Lotus sect passed in a blur of research and discovery. Grand Elder Ling assigned Yaofeng a personal laboratory in the third peak, a well-equipped space with analysis crystals, a climate-controlled herb chamber, and a library of jade scrolls that contained the sect's root vein research archives. Yaofeng spent hours each day reading histories, theories, experimental records, and the personal journals of researchers who had spent their lives trying to understand the artifact now growing inside him. The sect's knowledge was both more extensive and more limited than he'd expected. They understood the root vein's external history in detail, who created it, when, why, and the chain of custody that had led to its storage in the Shen clan vault. They had detailed analysis of the previous host's deaths, mapping the exact points of biological failure that killed each one. They had theoretical models of the internal dimension structure, based on extrapolation from the Hollow Gardener's surviving notes. But they had no first-hand data. No living host had ever cooperated with their research. Everything was theory, speculation, and educated guesswork. Yaofeng changed that. He provided detailed descriptions of the dimension's current state, its geography, ecosystem, the herb species growing within, the mechanics of seeding and extraction. He allowed Ling Suin and her father to analyze his blood, sweat, and tears under controlled conditions, documenting the medicinal compounds with a thoroughness that previous studies could only dream of. He demonstrated his abilities, healing, purification, herb communication, in the sect's research amphitheater before an audience of senior alchemists who watched with expressions ranging from awe to barely concealed envy. The research produced immediate benefits. Grand Elder Ling identified a compound in Yaofeng's blood that had never been catalogued, a unique biochemical agent that the dimension's ecology produced as a byproduct of its self-sustaining cycles. He named it root vein essence and theorized that it was the key to understanding why Yaofeng survived the bonding while others didn't. Your body produces this compound naturally, the Grand Elder explained, holding up a vial of golden liquid extracted from a blood sample. It acts as a biological mediator between the root vein's parasitic integration and your immune system. It tells your body to accept the root vein instead of fighting it. The previous hosts didn't produce this compound. Their bodies treated the root vein as an invader and were destroyed in the conflict. Why do I produce it? Genetics, most likely. The Shen clan has been herbalists for 9 generations. Your bloodline has been exposed to spiritual herbs at a fundamental level for centuries. It's possible that this long-term exposure created a genetic predisposition to root vein compatibility. You're not the root vein's chosen host. You're the inevitable result of 9 generations of botanical cultivation. The insight was humbling and clarifying. Yaofeng's survival wasn't luck or destiny. It was herbalism. 9 generations of his family's work, slowly adapting their bloodline to be compatible with the very artifact they guarded, without ever knowing what they were doing. His mother, he realized, had been right all along. The Shen clan kept the root vein because throwing away a miracle just because they didn't understand it would have been foolish. And in keeping it, in living alongside it for 1,000 years, they had created the one person who could bond with it. Grand Elder Ling had called this the botanical inheritance hypothesis, that 9 generations of the Shen clan's immersion in spiritual herbalism had, over centuries, produced specific genetic adaptations that predisposed members of their lineage to compatibility with the root vein's bonding process. The hypothesis was elegant. It removed luck from the equation and replaced it with purpose, not the gardener's original purpose, which had been designed with specific compatibility criteria in mind, but the emergent purpose of a family that had spent 9 generations doing the right thing for the wrong reason. They had kept the root vein because throwing away a miracle would be foolish. They had grown herbs beside it for 1,000 years. And the artifact had changed them, subtly, at a level deeper than conscious awareness. It's the same principle as the hybrid herbs, Ling Suan said, after reviewing the Grand Elder's findings late one evening. When you grow 2 incompatible species in proximity for long enough, they adapt. The adaptation isn't planned. It's structural. The environment shapes what can survive in it. Your family's environment included the root vein for 1,000 years. And I'm the result. You're the result of 1,000 years of herbalists doing what herbalists do, and an artifact that was waiting for someone to carry it correctly. She paused. There's something almost gentle about that origin story, compared to the gardener's original plan. The gardener's plan involved sacrificing his apprentice. Yes, your plan, apparently, involved 9 generations of growing herbs and grinding medicine and learning to love living things. She looked at him. I know which origin I prefer. He looked down at his hands. The calloused fingers, the faint green tinge that never entirely disappeared from his skin anymore. Herbalist's hands. The Shen clan's legacy. He preferred it too. Chapter 63. The sex research halls became Yaofeng's primary workspace. He spent mornings studying in the library, afternoons in practical experimentation with Ling Suan, and evenings in cultivation sessions that pushed his leaf realm toward its peak. His ability to test herb combinations internally made him invaluable to the sect's ongoing research programs. Normal alchemists needed weeks to determine whether 2 herbs were compatible for pill refinement. Yaofeng could do it in seconds by consuming both and feeling whether they harmonized inside the dimension. The speed advantage was staggering. Research projects that had been stalled for years received breakthroughs within days of Yaofeng's involvement. This did not make him universally popular. Senior disciples who had spent years earning their positions in the research hierarchy watched a 19-year-old outsider produce results they couldn't match with a fraction of the effort. Professional jealousy, already simmering from Yaofeng's privileged access to Grand Elder Ling, erupted into open hostility among a faction led by Feng Qiuyun, a senior disciple who had expected to inherit the Grand Elder's primary research role. Feng Qiuyun was talented, disciplined, and deeply proud. At 28, he was among the sect's most promising alchemists, Bloom realm cultivation, Tier 4 pill refinement, and a reputation for methodical precision that had earned him the nickname Iron Furnace. He had trained under Grand Elder Ling for 12 years and considered himself the Elder's successor. Yaofeng's arrival threatened that trajectory. He's not an alchemist, Feng Qiuyun told his clique of loyal disciples over dinner in the sect's communal hall, not bothering to lower his voice. He's a medical anomaly. A freak of biology who stumbled into a cursed artifact and happened not to die. His research contributions are parlor tricks, feeding herbs to his pet garden and watching what comes out. Any competent alchemist could replicate his results given the same tools. No competent alchemist has the same tools, one of his followers pointed out. Exactly. He has an unfair advantage. It's like entering a race on horseback and claiming you're the fastest runner. The sect should be studying him, not studying with him. The resentment festered. Yao Feng was aware of it. Wei Qingyao's intelligence reports were thorough, but chose to ignore it. He had larger concerns than one jealous disciple's ego. He was wrong about that. Fang Xiuyun's faction moved beyond passive resentment into active obstruction within the week. It began with small things. Research materials that Yao Feng had requisitioned through proper channels disappearing before they were delivered. Laboratory time that had been allocated to his collaborative work with Ling Suwen mysteriously double-booked. A formal complaint lodged with the Research Council claiming that Yao Feng's unorthodox methods were contaminating the sect's data on standard alchemy procedures. The complaints were addressed and dismissed. The obstruction continued. Wei Qingyao tracked the pattern with the methodical attention she applied to all intelligence operations. Fang Qiuyun has 4 disciples who are actively loyal. They'll do anything to advance his position. 3 more who are opportunistically cooperative. They go along when the risk is low and the potential benefit to their own standing is visible. And a larger group of about 20 who are not active participants but won't speak against him. Is he dangerous? His cultivation is bloom realm. His disciples range from branch to leaf. His technical skill is genuine both and feeling whether they harmonized inside the dimension. The speed advantage was staggering. Research projects that had been stalled for years received breakthroughs within days of Yao Feng's involvement. This did not make him universally popular. Senior disciples who had spent years earning their positions in the research hierarchy watched a 19-year-old outsider produce results they couldn't match with a fraction of the effort. Professional jealousy, already simmering from Yao Feng's privileged access to Grand Elder Ling, erupted into open hostility among a faction led by Fang Qiuyun, a senior disciple who had expected to inherit the Grand Elder's primary research role. Fang Qiuyun was talented, disciplined, and deeply proud. At 28, he was among the sect's most promising alchemists, bloom realm cultivation, tier 4 pill refinement, and a reputation for methodical precision that had earned him the nickname Iron Furnace. He had trained under Grand Elder Ling for 12 years and considered himself the Elder's successor. Yao Feng's arrival threatened that trajectory. He's not an alchemist, Fang Qiuyun told his clique of loyal disciples over dinner in the sect's communal hall, not bothering to lower his voice. He's a medical anomaly. A freak of biology who stumbled into a cursed artifact and happened not to die. His research contributions are parlor tricks, feeding herbs to his pet garden and watching what comes out. Any competent alchemist could replicate his results given the same tools. No competent alchemist has the same tools, one of his followers pointed out. Exactly. He has an unfair advantage. It's like entering a race on horseback and claiming you're the fastest runner. The sect should be studying him, not studying with him. The resentment festered. Yao Feng was aware of it. Wei Qingyao's intelligence reports were thorough, but chose to ignore it. He had larger concerns than one jealous disciple's ego. He was wrong about that. Fang Qiuyun's faction moved beyond passive resentment into active obstruction within the week. It began with small things. Research materials that Yao Feng had requisitioned through proper channels disappearing before they were delivered. Laboratory time that had been allocated to his collaborative work with Ling Suwen mysteriously double-booked. A formal complaint lodged with the Research Council claiming that Yao Feng's unorthodox methods were contaminating the sect's data on standard alchemy procedures. The complaints were addressed and dismissed. The obstruction continued. Wei Qingyao tracked the pattern with the methodical attention she applied to all intelligence operations. Fang Qiuyun has 4 disciples who are actively loyal. They'll do anything to advance his position. 3 more who are opportunistically cooperative. They go along when the risk is low and the potential benefit to their own standing is visible. And a larger group of about 20 who are not active participants but won't speak against him. Is he dangerous? His cultivation is bloom realm. His disciples range from branch to leaf. His technical skill is genuine. The grade 5 pill in the duel was not luck. His political instincts are sharp. She paused. He's the kind of dangerous that doesn't attack directly. He finds leverage. What leverage does he have? He's the Grand Elder's designated successor. If anything were to compromise his standing in that designation, if Grand Elder Ling were to formally distance himself from Fang Qiuyun and invest his primary support in you, Fang Qiuyun loses everything he's built. The fear of that outcome makes him more dangerous, not less. Yao Feng thought about this. He had not come to the Verdant Lotus sect to displace anyone or claim any position. He had come for knowledge, protection, and the resources to continue the work his living pharmacy constitution required. The sect's internal hierarchy was not his concern, but Fang Qiuyun couldn't see it that way. From where he stood, Yaofeng's presence was a direct threat, not because Yaofeng was competing for his position, but because Yaofeng's existence proved that the assumptions underlying that position were wrong. You didn't need 12 years of orthodox training and Tier 4 pill refinement to produce Grade 6 pills. You needed to understand herbs as living things. That was more threatening to Fang Qiuyun's identity than any direct challenge could be. He asked Ling Suwen whether she thought her father would address the situation. "He'll let it develop," she said. "My father observes conflict rather than resolving it. He finds the information it produces more valuable than the stability that resolution would provide. Useful method for a researcher. Frustrating method for a colleague." "Yes." She looked at him. "You could resolve it yourself. By winning another duel. By demonstrating that Fang Qiuyun's expertise is valuable. Not as a competitor to yours, as something different and complementary. His technical precision and your biological intuition are not the same skill. They're not competing. But he can't see that because he's been framing it as competition." Yaofeng thought about this for a longer time. "How?" "Ask him for help with something his technique is better suited to than yours. Make it genuine. He'll know if it's patronizing." He considered what that might look like. A spirit restoration pill at Grade 5 was excellent, but the refinement process for advanced soul repair techniques required a kind of structural precision in the furnace operation that went beyond what his dimension's feedback could replace. His biology was excellent at calibration and biological mimicry. It was less excellent at the pure technical execution of complex multi-stage refinement. "I'll think of something," he said. Chapter 64. The challenge came on the 18th day. Fang Qiuyun requested a formal alchemy duel, a sanctioned competition within the sect where two alchemists refined the same ingredients into the highest grade pill they could produce. Duels were a tradition, used to settle disputes, establish rank, and demonstrate skill. Refusing one was possible, but socially costly. It would be seen as cowardice. "He's trying to humiliate you," Ling Suwen said, her expression tight with anger. "He'll choose ingredients he's practiced with thousands of times. Standard recipes that favor orthodox technique. He wants to prove that your method is inferior when the playing field is level. Then I'll show him it isn't." The duel took place in the sect's amphitheater, witnessed by 300 disciples and a panel of 5 elder judges. The ingredients were standard, a set of mid-grade herbs used to refine a spirit restoration pill, Grade 4 minimum to qualify. Fang Qiuyun went first. His technique was impeccable, precise temperature control, exact timing, textbook qi application. His furnace produced a spirit restoration pill, Grade 5, with a clarity of spiritual essence that drew appreciative murmurs from the audience. It was an excellent pill by any standard. Yaofeng's turn. He lit his furnace and began the orthodox process, heating, inserting herbs, applying qi at the standard intervals. But midway through the refinement, he deviated. He grew a supplementary herb inside his dimension, a hybrid he'd developed during his time at the branch, specifically designed to enhance the spirit restoration recipe's primary active compound. He consumed the hybrid, processed it through his body, and introduced its extracted essence into the furnace at a stage of the refinement where no orthodox recipe called for additional ingredients. The furnace pulsed. The pill's spiritual signature intensified. And when Yaofeng opened the lid, the pill that emerged was a full grade higher than Fang Qiuyun's, Grade 6, with a potency that made the elder judges lean forward in their seats. "Grade 6, the head judge announced, with a supplementary compound of unknown origin that enhanced the base recipe without conflicting with the primary ingredients. Innovative, unconventional, decisive." The amphitheater erupted. 300 disciples debated, exclaimed, and argued. Fang Qiuyun stood at his furnace, his face a controlled mask that couldn't quite hide the devastation underneath. "This changes nothing," he said through his teeth. "This changes everything," Yaofeng replied, and meant it. He had just proven that the living pharmacy wasn't a substitute for alchemy. It was an evolution of it. A way to create medicines that no orthodox technique could produce, not through shortcuts, but through a fundamentally different relationship with the ingredients. He offered Fang Qiuyun his hand. The senior disciple stared at it for a long moment, then turned and walked away. Ling Suwen appeared at Yaofeng's side. "You just made an enemy for life." "I know, but I also made a point. The point will protect you. The enemy won't." He sat with that observation on the way back to his laboratory and turned it over with the care he gave to all of Ling Suwen's most accurate assessments. The point was that orthodox alchemy and living pharmacy were not competing methods. They were different tools for different jobs, complementary in principle even when their practitioners were not. He had proved this in the duel. But proving a point in an amphitheater was not the same as building the collaborative relationship the point implied. Fang Qiuyun was talented. He was also frightened, not of Yao Feng specifically, but of the disruption Yao Feng represented to a framework that Fang Qiuyun had built his identity around. The framework said, technical mastery was the highest form of alchemy. The duel had said, no, biological understanding was. Neither statement was complete. But incomplete truths in competition produced enemies. He needed a project that would make the incompleteness visible to both of them simultaneously. The sect's research library contained a section on dual method alchemy, historical attempts to combine orthodox refinement with living pharmacy-adjacent techniques. Most of the attempts were poorly documented, based on theoretical speculation rather than actual collaboration. But the theoretical framework was sound. Living pharmacy provided the raw material and the biological feedback. Orthodox alchemy provided the structural precision and the transformation technique. Combined, the results should exceed what either method alone could produce. No one had actually proven this, because living pharmacy hosts didn't survive long enough to collaborate with orthodox alchemists. He was, as the Grand Elder kept reminding him, a unique case. He found Fang Qiuyun in the research hall that evening, working late over a refinement record with the focused intensity of someone who could not afford to be less than excellent. I have a research proposal, Yao Feng said, from across the table. I need your technical expertise. Fang Qiuyun looked up with the particular expression of someone who has been ambushed and is trying to decide whether the ambush is hostile. You need my expertise. For a multi-stage refinement, the final transformation in the process requires a precision in furnace management that my biological feedback can't provide. You're better at that than anyone in the sect. He held the senior disciple's gaze. I'm not asking for friendship. I'm asking for collaboration on something that would be genuinely better with both of us. A long silence. What is the refinement? Fang Qiuyun asked, and the conversation that followed was not comfortable and did not resolve the resentment between them, but it was a beginning. Chapter 65 Kai Yang was miserable. The Verdant Lotus sect was an alchemy-focused organization. Its training regimens, its social hierarchy, and its daily routines all centered on botanical knowledge and pill refinement. Physical combat was secondary at best. The sect maintained a defensive force, but its members trained in qi-based techniques that complemented their alchemical practice, not in the brute force body cultivation that was Kai Yang's specialty. He tried to integrate. He attended combat training sessions with the sect's martial division, a small wing dedicated to protective operations. The other fighters were skilled, efficient, technique-driven, precise, and they regarded Kai Yang's iron mortar and bull-rushing fighting style with the condescending amusement of surgeons watching a butcher. Your technique is powerful but unrefined. The martial division instructor told him after a sparring session that had left 3 practice dummies in splinters. You rely entirely on physical force and iron root body tempering. Against a cultivator of equal realm with proper technique, you'll lose. I haven't lost yet. You haven't fought anyone who knows what they're doing yet. The comment stung because it was partially true. Kai Yang's opponents to date, Duan clan warriors, Amber Fong operatives, had been individually stronger but hadn't expected his durability. Against a technically skilled opponent who prepared for his approach, his advantages diminished. He doubled his training, ran the mountain paths until his legs shook, lifted boulders until his arms screamed, practiced mortar forms until his palms blistered despite the iron root reinforcement. And he asked Yao Feng for help. Grow me something that makes me tougher, he said bluntly. You can grow herbs that do anything. Grow me one that turns my skin into actual iron. Yao Feng considered, then began a project in the dimension, a specialized body-tempering herb that combined the properties of iron root essence with the adaptive healing of his moongrass hybrid. The result, after 2 weeks of cultivation, was a herb he called Iron Bloom, a dark metallic flower whose petals, consumed and metabolized, reinforced the user's cellular structure at the spiritual level. Kai Yang took his first dose and spent 16 hours in agony as his body restructured. When the process completed, he could take a direct hit from a Bloom Realm technique without breaking skin. Thank you, he said, flexing hands that now had a visible iron-gray tinge under the skin. I feel like I swallowed a blacksmith's forge. You essentially did. Wei Qingmiao, meanwhile, had disappeared into the sect's intelligence network like a shadow dissolving into darkness. She spent her days mapping the compound, identifying security gaps, and establishing a network of informants among the sect's lower-ranked disciples. Old habits from her assassin days, redirected toward protective rather than destructive ends. But she found something that concerned her. The sect has a sealed wing, she reported to Yaofeng during one of their private briefings. Western face of the second peak. No disciples are permitted entry. The doors are warded with formations that exceed anything else in the compound. Canopy realm strength at minimum. Even the elder guards rotate without entering. What's inside? I don't know yet. But my herb sense, she paused, the phrase unusual from her. Your herb sense, which I've learned to recognize after months of proximity. Something in that sealed wing resonates with the root vein. I can feel it from 50 meters away. A presence. Old. Botanical. Familiar. The sealed wing. A mystery inside a sect that already held too many secrets. Yaofeng added it to his growing list of things that needed investigation. The list had grown considerably since his arrival at the main sect. His internal accounting of unresolved questions had a quality that he sometimes imagined as a garden of a different kind. Each question a seed that would eventually germinate into understanding, provided he survived long enough and grew enough to water it. The sealed wing was one seed. The Duan clan's political escalation was another. The myriad toxin sect's advanced intelligence operation, which had clearly been running before the Lanyu City branch contamination, was a third. And underneath all of these, the question that organized all the others. What was the Hollow Gardener's cocoon, in the Central Plains, doing in response to the dimension's growth? He had felt it twice since arriving at the main sect. Once during his Leaf Realm breakthrough, when the dimension's expansion had sent a pulse through the world's botanical network that he had felt as a distant, dreaming tremor. Once during the Blight Queen's grief revelation, when the emotional intensity had produced a momentary harmonics effect in the dimension's deeper layers. Both times, something vast and botanical and far away had stirred. Old Man Gu had known about the cocoon. He had warned, in his indirect way, that the root vein's growth would eventually attract the gardener's dreaming attention. He had also said, years ago, in the mountains, sorting mushrooms, that he would know when Yaofeng was in real trouble. He hadn't appeared yet. But the feeling that something fundamental was building toward a threshold, that the dreaming tremors would eventually become waking attention, had been present since his Leaf Realm breakthrough and was growing rather than fading. He added the sealed wing to tomorrow's plan and returned to the meditation session that the discovery had interrupted. The garden needed maintenance. The prison needed checking. The herb's spirits needed attention. The list could wait. The garden could not. Chapter 66, he investigated on the 23rd night. Wei Qingyao provided the security rotation schedule. Ling Suan provided a valid reason for being near the second peak at midnight. She claimed insomnia and a desire to walk the gardens, which was believable because she actually did suffer from insomnia when research problems occupied her mind. Kaiyong provided backup, stationing himself at a junction where he could intercept anyone approaching from the main compound. Yaofeng reached the sealed wing alone. The doors were massive, reinforced ironwood bound with spiritual metal, covered in formation arrays that would alert the entire sect if breached. He didn't try to breach them. Instead, he pressed his palm against the door and extended his herb sense. The resonance was immediate and overwhelming. Behind those doors, something connected to the root vein was stored, not the root vein itself, which was inside him, but a fragment of something related. A piece of the same creation. A sibling, a remnant, a trace. He pushed his senses deeper, straining against the formation's interference. The object was small, perhaps the size of a fist, and it was organic. Alive, in a technical sense, though not conscious. It had a dantian structure, but inverted. The spiritual channels ran inward rather than outward, creating a closed system that preserved whatever was inside it indefinitely. A preserved dantian. A dantian that had once hosted the root vein. The realization hit Yaofeng like a physical blow. The Verdant Lotus sect possessed a fragment of a previous root vein host, someone who had bonded with the artifact centuries ago and been destroyed by it. They had recovered the dantian, preserved it, and spent generations studying the remnant of the root vein's failed integration. Grand Elder Ling's interest in Yaofeng suddenly made complete sense. The sect didn't just study the root vein from historical records. They had a physical specimen. And now they had a living host to compare it to. He pulled his hand away from the door, mind racing. The sect had been researching the root vein long before Yaofeng arrived. Their entire botanical heritage descended from the Hollow Gardener's teachings. They had cultivated herbs, developed alchemy, and built an empire of botanical knowledge, all rooted, literally, in the same ancient legacy that had created the thing inside him. He was not a curiosity to them. He was a culmination. He stood in the staircase outside Grand Elder Ling's sealed wing and let that recognition settle. A culmination, not the end of something, the point toward which something had been building. The Verdant Lotus sect's entire tradition, their 900-year relationship with the Hollow Gardener's legacy, The preserved dantian in the sealed wing, 12 generations of grand elders who had spent their careers waiting for this specific moment. All of it, converging in a young man who had eaten a cursed herb to save his mother and accidentally become exactly what the sect had been designed to receive. He didn't know whether to be honored or alarmed. Both feelings were present. He went back to Grand Elder Ling's laboratory and sat across from the old man, who had been making tea with the meditative precision he applied to everything. "I know about the sealed wing," Yao Feng said. Grand Elder Ling set the tea down. He did not look surprised. The not surprise was itself a form of communication. "I suspected you'd find it eventually. So when, I imagine. I found it through my herb sense. The preserved dantian resonates with the root vein." He held the Grand Elder's gaze. "You built an institution around understanding something that was inside my family's vault for 1,000 years. Our institution was built around understanding something that killed everyone who touched it, in the hope that someday someone would survive the contact." Grand Elder Ling folded his hands with the deliberate calm of someone who had prepared for this conversation. "My family's connection to the Hollow Gardener is not something I advertise. The Verdant Lotus sect's founding legend speaks of dedicated botanists who carried on the tradition of the old masters, which is accurate, if not complete. Why didn't you tell me immediately?" "Because a person who is told their entire origin story before they've had time to understand their own abilities will either be overwhelmed or will try to live up to an external narrative rather than discovering their own." He poured 2 cups. "I wanted you to find your footing first. Understand what you are before understanding what you mean to us." Yao Feng looked at the tea. And now you know. The question is what you do with the knowledge. I want full access to everything in that wing. Every record, every experimental finding, every journal from every grand elder who studied the preserved dantian." "Agreed. And I want to understand what the sect expected to do with a successful root vein host once one was found." The grand elder was quiet for a moment. "Then, we expected to guide them, protect them, ensure that the root vein's potential was realized in a way that benefited the world rather than destroyed it. And if the host's vision for that realization differed from the sect's." Another pause. "We have never had a host to test that question against." He met Yao Feng's eyes. "Until now." He raised his tea. Yao Feng raised his. They drank in a silence that was, for the first time between them, genuinely honest. Chapter 67. Yao Feng confronted Grand Elder Ling the next morning. The confrontation was not hostile. Yao Feng had learned enough about the Grand Elder to know that aggression would be counterproductive. Instead, he presented what he'd discovered with the calm directness of someone who expected honesty in return. "You have a preserved dantian from a previous root vein host in the sealed wing of the second peak," he said. "Your sect has been studying the root vein's failed bonding process for generations. Your interest in me isn't just academic. It's the fulfillment of a research program that predates my birth by centuries." Grand Elder Ling sat very still for a moment. Then he nodded. "You're perceptive. And apparently, you have companions with excellent intelligence-gathering capabilities." He paused. "Yes, everything you've said is true. The Verdant Lotus sect was founded by disciples of the Hollow Gardener, not the gardener himself, but his students, the ones who survived the catastrophe that sealed the root vein. Our entire tradition descends from his work. Why didn't you tell me this immediately?" "Because I needed to assess whether you were the kind of person who would react to that information with trust or with fear. A frightened host is a dangerous host. The root vein responds to emotional states, as you well know. I wanted you to be comfortable here, integrated into our community, before revealing the full scope of our interest." "That sounds like manipulation. It sounds like caution, and it was necessary. The preserved dantian in the sealed wing has been studied by every grand elder for 12 generations. Each one contributed to a body of knowledge that I inherited and have spent my life expanding. That knowledge can help you. Can help you control the dimension, manage the herb spirits, and address the Blight Queen. But only if you trust me enough to share what's happening inside you without filtering." The request was reasonable. The method of arriving at it was not. "I'll share more," Yao Feng said. "But you share too. Everything in that sealed wing. Every record, every conclusion, every theory. Full transparency, both directions." Agreed. They spent the next week in intensive joint study. Grand Elder Ling opened the sealed wing to Yao Feng, revealing not just the preserved dantian, but an entire archive of root vein research, jade scrolls, experimental records, and the personal journals of 12 generations of grand elders, all dedicated to understanding the artifact that their sect's founder had helped create. The preserved dantian was haunting. Yao Feng could feel it through his own root vein, a faint echo of connection, like hearing a family member's voice from a great distance. The dantian's former host had been a woman, roughly 3 centuries ago, who had attempted the bonding at the sect's direction and died within hours. Her dantian had been recovered and preserved as a research specimen. She was brave, Yao Feng said, touching the preservation case gently. She knew the odds. She volunteered, Grand Elder Ling said quietly. She believed the root vein's potential was worth the risk. We all did. We were wrong about the method. We didn't understand the compatibility requirement. But we weren't wrong about the importance. The research accelerated. Yao Feng shared details he'd withheld, the herb spirit's identities, the Blight Queen's prison, the dimension's self-sustaining ecosystem. In return, Grand Elder Ling provided theoretical frameworks that explained phenomena Yao Feng had observed but not understood. The symbiosis between researcher and subject produced insights that neither could have reached alone. But trust, once damaged, healed slowly. Yao Feng cooperated fully, but the knowledge that the sect's interest in him was deeper and older than it first appeared left a residue of wariness that no amount of shared research could fully dissolve. Chapter 68 by Lianhua arrived at the Verdant Lotus sect without announcement, invitation, or apparent concern for the social conventions that normally govern visits between sections. She walked through the main gate wearing the white robes of the Purity Temple, a small, reclusive order of healer nuns that maintained monasteries in the Green Cloud Mountains' upper reaches. Her face was serene, her posture was perfect, and her canopy realm cultivation pressed against the air with the quiet, steady pressure of a deep lake. She also carried a spiritual wound that screamed at Yao Feng's senses from 100 meters away. The wound was invisible to normal perception. No physical mark, no chi deviation, no outward sign. But Yao Feng's herb sense, tuned to the subtle frequencies of spiritual health, detected it immediately. A deep corruption in her soul settled into her being like sediment in a river. It radiated a familiar signature, botanical in nature, parasitic in structure. Something connected to the root vein's lineage. I am by Lianhua of the Purity Temple, she announced to the gate guards. I seek the healer called the Living Pharmacy. I was told he resides here. Yao Feng met her in the third peak's receiving hall. She knelt before him, a canopy realm cultivator kneeling before a leaf realm herbalist, and said, I have carried this wound for 23 years. Every healer I have consulted, every technique I have tried, every pill I have consumed has failed to address it. I was told that you heal what cannot be healed. What is the wound? I do not know its origin. It manifested when I was 7 years old, during a meditation accident at the Purity Temple. The temple's healers stabilized me, but could not remove the corruption. It has limited my cultivation and caused constant, low-grade spiritual pain for my entire adult life. Yao Feng examined her with his full herb sense. The corruption was old, deeply embedded, woven into her spiritual structure over 2 decades. But it was not random. It had a pattern, a signature, a design that Yao Feng recognized because he encountered it every day inside his own dimension. The corruption was root vein adjacent. Not the root vein itself, but something derived from the same source. A fragment of the Hollow Gardener's work that had somehow found its way into a 7-year-old child's soul during a moment of spiritual vulnerability. I can heal this, he said, but it will require tears, and the process will be painful. I have endured 23 years of pain. A few more minutes will not matter. He placed his hands on her temples and let the tears come. Not forced. Genuine sorrow for a woman who had spent her entire life carrying a wound she didn't deserve. The tears flowed through his palms, into her spiritual structure, seeking the corruption with the precision of a surgeon's blade. The dimension's medicinal chi flooded the wound. Herbs inside him produced compounds specifically calibrated to address root vein-derived corruption, because his own body dealt with that exact type of interference every day, in its constant struggle to maintain balance against the Blight Queen's influence. The corruption dissolved. 23 years of accumulated spiritual poison broke down, was neutralized, and was expelled from Bai Lianhua's body as a wisp of gray vapor that dissipated in the mountain air. Bai Lianhua opened her eyes. For a long moment, she didn't speak. Then tears ran down her cheeks, not medicinal tears, just human ones. It's gone, she whispered. The pain. It's gone. She sat in silence for several minutes, experiencing for the first time in 23 years what it felt like to exist without constant spiritual agony. Then she looked at Yao Feng with an expression of absolute clarity. I wish to join your path, she said. Whatever journey you are on, wherever you are going, I wish to walk it beside you. My temple's records speak of the primordial root vein. I will share everything I know. Yao Feng looked at this woman, this canopy realm healer nun whose suffering had been caused by the same legacy that had transformed him, and nodded. Welcome. Bai Lianhua settled into the group with the unhurried ease of someone who had been moving toward a specific destination for a long time and had simply arrived. Her purity temple training made her invaluable in ways that complemented rather than duplicated the group's existing capabilities. Where Yaofeng healed through biological output and the living pharmacy's biochemical complexity, Bai Lianhua healed through spiritual manipulation. Her canopy realm cultivation allowed her to enter a patient's spiritual structure directly and reorganize it with the precision of a surgeon, correcting the misalignments and damage that physical medicine couldn't address. Together, they were a comprehensive healing system. His medicines provided the raw therapeutic force. Her technique provided the structural precision. The combination covered a range of spiritual and physical injuries that neither could address alone. She also proved unexpectedly useful in managing the dimension's occasional excesses. Her clear perception of spiritual structures, the specific skill set of a healer cultivator who had spent decades working with damaged spiritual roots, allowed her to observe the dimension's external chi signatures with nuance that no one else in the group possessed. The prison is under strain at the northeastern junction, she told him the morning after Ironbark's awakening, pointing to a location in the dimension he hadn't noticed. I can see it from outside. The bark reinforcements attachment to the original vine structure has a stress concentration there. Not structural failure yet, but worth addressing. He had not noticed this. She had identified it in 20 minutes of external observation. How are you sensing the internal structure from outside? He asked. Your body broadcasts its spiritual state continuously, she said, with a matter-of-fact tone of a healer describing something any reasonably trained practitioner would notice. You have a very distinctive signature, the root vein's botanical frequencies overlaid on your personal chi structure. The prison's stress shows up as a dissonance in that signature, like a note played slightly sharp. He absorbed this. He had known, intellectually, that his internal states were partially externally readable. The Blight Queen had made that clear enough. He had not realized the readability was specific enough to provide actionable maintenance data. Will you tell me when you notice anything? He asked. That is precisely what I am here for, she said. He addressed the northeastern junction that afternoon. Chapter 69. The third herb spirit awakened 3 days after Bai Lianhua's arrival. Yaofeng was in the dimension for routine maintenance when Silk Mist's pod split open without warning. A clean, silent fracture that released a mist of golden light. The mist gathered, condensed, and took form. A floating woman made of gossamer threads, her features delicate as spun glass, her body translucent enough to see the garden through. Unlike Bitter Thorn's violent awakening, Silk Mist emerged with perfect calm. She floated above her broken pod, oriented herself within the dimension, and turned to Yaofeng with an expression of ancient, weary recognition. Another host, she said, her voice like wine through silk curtains. The fourth I have witnessed wake. Though you are the first who was not screaming. The others were dying. They were. I watched. I watch everything. That is my function, to observe, to record, to remember. She drifted closer, her gossamer form leaving trails of light in the air. I am Silk Mist. I was the Rootvein's archivist. Every event, every host, every moment of the dimension's existence. I have recorded it all. You have the Rootvein's complete history? Complete is a strong word. I have 10,000 years of observation filtered through a consciousness that was itself imprisoned and partially dormant for much of that time. But yes, I have more knowledge of this artifact's history than any living entity. The implications were staggering. Yaofeng had been piecing together the Rootvein's story from fragments, Old Man Gu's anecdotes, Grand Elderling's research, and his own observations. Silk Mist had the whole picture. Show me, he said. I will show you one memory at a time, Silk Mist replied. The complete archive would destroy your consciousness. 10,000 years of experience compressed into a human mind would burn it to ash. But individual memories, chosen carefully, can be shared safely. She extended a gossamer hand. Shall we begin with the beginning? Yaofeng took her hand. The dimension dissolved. He was standing in a garden. Not his garden, but one of impossible beauty. Flowers the size of cartwheels bloomed in every color the eye could perceive and several it couldn't. Trees grew in spiraling formations that defied geometry. The air was thick with spiritual energy, so pure it felt like breathing liquid light. And at the garden's center, a man was working. He was young, younger than Yaofeng had expected, perhaps 30, with the lean build of someone who spent his life kneeling in soil. His hands moved through the earth with a lover's tenderness, coaxing seedlings into patterns that followed some grand design visible only to him. His face held the expression of absolute, consuming passion, the look of a person who had found their purpose and would pursue it past the boundaries of reason. The hollow gardener. In his prime. Before the obsession consumed him. He wanted to cure everything. Silk Mist's voice narrated from outside the memory. Every disease. Every poison. Every wound. He believed that if plants and people could be truly joined, not just in the crude way of herb consumption, but in genuine biological symbiosis, then suffering could be eliminated entirely. The memory shifted. The garden grew. More herbs, more trees, more impossible botanical wonders. And spirits, herb spirits, created by the gardener to tend his creation, each one a fragment of consciousness bound to a specific plant species. Little Root was there, small and bright, dancing among the seedlings. Bitter Thorn was there too, proud, strong, bound to an ancient oak that served as the garden's guardian. But something was wrong. The garden was growing too fast. The gardener's ambition outstripped his control. He needed more power, more spirits, more living energy to sustain the expanding ecosystem. And the sources he turned to became increasingly desperate. The memory ended. Yaofeng released Silk Mist's hand and stood in his own dimension, breathing hard. He started well, Yaofeng said. They always do, Silk Mist replied. He stood in his dimension for a long time after the memory faded, thinking about the hollow gardener in his prime. That young, passionate man with his lover's tenderness toward the soil, his face full of the specific light that belonging looks like. Then he walked to the Blight Queen's prison. She was in the white garden, tending the red bloom, and she looked up when he approached. The grief from the memory he'd just witnessed was still present in the dimension's atmosphere, a residue of emotion that his body's medicinal chi was processing the way it processed everything, converting it to something useful. What the dimension produced from pure grief, he was discovering, was a kind of quiet clarity. You were there, he said. In the beginning. You saw what he was before. She looked at him steadily. She did not need to ask what memory he had been viewing. I was there, she said. He was good once. He was good for a long time. Her voice was level. The discipline of a consciousness that had spent 10,000 years learning to speak about the worst thing it had experienced without being destroyed by the speaking. That is the part that is hardest to hold. Not what he became, but what he was. The what he was is still in the dimension's foundation, the same way the garden's good soil is still the good soil even after the bad thing that grew in it. He sat down in the dimension's grass across from the prison wall. Do you miss him? He asked, carefully, ready to withdraw the question if it caused harm. A very long silence. I miss who he was before I lost him to what he became, she said finally. The person I mourn is not the person who consumed me. They are the same person. That is the difficulty. She looked at the red bloom. I have been angry for 10,000 years because anger was easier than that particular distinction. He nodded, not because he understood it fully, but because he recognized the shape of a truth that needed to be held, not solved. When he left the dimension, he felt the clarity that grief converted had produced in his blood. He produced a small healing pill from that specific compound and looked at it for a moment in the lamplight. He sealed it in a jade vial. He would hold it. He wasn't sure yet what it was for. Chapter 70 Silk Mist shared a second memory the following night, the moment the root vein went wrong. The hollow gardener's garden had grown to continental proportions in the memory, a vast, living network that stretched across mountains and valleys, connecting thousands of plant species into a single, unified organism. The gardener stood at its center, older now, his face gaunt with the strain of maintaining a creation that had surpassed his ability to control. He needed one more spirit, one final addition to complete the biological bridge between plant and human consciousness. And the only consciousness powerful enough to serve as that bridge was a human one. His apprentice, Hualingxiao, a young woman with flowers braided in her hair and trust in her eyes. The memory showed it all. The ritual, the promises that it would be safe, that she would emerge transformed but whole, that together they would achieve what no one had ever achieved. And then the reality, the root vein's hungry absorption, the tearing of her consciousness, the scream that started human and ended botanical. Hualingxiao, the Blight Queen, was consumed. Not killed, worse. Her mind was preserved, but her body was destroyed, her consciousness woven into the root vein's fabric as a sentient component of its structure. She became the artifact's emotional core, the source of its biological empathy, its ability to understand and respond to human feelings. The very thing that made the root vein capable of bonding with a host was built on the unwilling sacrifice of a woman who had loved the man who destroyed her. Yaofeng watched the memory through tears that fell from his eyes and dissolved the grass beneath his feet with their medicinal potency. He loved her, he said, in his own way. He loved his work more, Silk Mist replied. That is the tragedy. His love was genuine, but his obsession was greater. When forced to choose between his dream and his heart, he chose the dream. And the dream became a nightmare. The Blight Queen stirred in her prison. Yao Feng could feel her, not speaking this time, but radiating a single, overwhelming emotion that cut through the dimensional walls like light through cloth. Grief. Not rage. Not hunger. Not manipulation. Grief. He didn't know what to do with that. So he filed it alongside the growing collection of impossible information that defined his life, and went to sleep. Chapter 71. The political landscape shifted while Yao Feng immersed himself in research. Duan Guhong, unable to breach the Verdant Lotus sect's defenses or economic position. Yao Feng's herb trade with the Ironwood Guild had spread to the main sect's territory, making the Duan clan's agricultural output less relevant. Changed tactics entirely. He went over the sect's head. The Azure Mist Kingdom's royal court issued a formal decree. The primordial root vein, as an artifact of national significance, was classified as kingdom heritage property. Its current host, unnamed in the decree, but unmistakably Yao Feng, was ordered to present himself for examination by the Royal Academy of Spiritual Studies. Failure to comply would constitute treason. The decree carried the weight of the kingdom's military apparatus, an army of 20,000, plus the personal cultivation forces of the royal family, which included several Canopy Realm powerhouses. He's using the kingdom to do what he couldn't do alone, Ling Suwen analyzed, reading the decree in Grand Elder Ling's laboratory. The Duan clan doesn't have the power to challenge the Verdant Lotus sect directly, but the kingdom does. Grand Elder Ling received the decree with the same measured calm he applied to all problems. The Verdant Lotus sect does not recognize national claims over individuals. However, we cannot openly defy a royal decree without consequences. The kingdom has the legal authority to enforce compliance, and our sect's political standing depends on maintaining the appearance of lawful cooperation. So what do we do? Yao Feng asked. We refuse politely. The decree demands your presentation for examination, a deliberately vague term. We respond that you are already being examined by qualified researchers at the sect, that the results will be shared with the Royal Academy when complete, and that forcible relocation of a research subject would compromise the integrity of ongoing studies. He paused. It's a stalling tactic. It will buy us weeks, perhaps months. But eventually, the kingdom will either accept our compromise or send soldiers. And if they send soldiers, then we have a decision to make about how much we're willing to fight for your freedom. The standoff escalated through diplomatic channels. Letters went back and forth between the sect and the royal court. Envoys were dispatched, received, and sent away with non-committal assurances. Behind the polite formalities, both sides prepared for the possibility that politics would fail and force would follow. Yao Feng felt the weight of it. The armies, the decrees, the political machinery, all grinding toward him with the slow, inexorable force of continental drift. He was one person, one garden, and the world's appetite for what he carried was growing faster than his ability to sate it. He was learning what it meant to be a phenomenon rather than a person. A phenomenon is defined by external observers. It exists as a set of capabilities, a profile of measurable outputs, a position in an analytical framework built by people who have not asked the phenomenon what it thinks about being observed. Phenomena are valuable in proportion to their rarity and utility. They are managed, studied, and, when they become inconvenient, either acquired or neutralized. He had been, for the first time in his life, genuinely valuable to multiple competing interests simultaneously. The Duan clan wanted his biological material and the root vein's power. The kingdom wanted his services under controlled conditions. The Verdant Lotus sect wanted his research cooperation and his presence as validation of their centuries of accumulated preparation. Venerable Wudu wanted to observe him with the focused attention of a scientist who had waited 3 centuries for a specimen. And a growing number of ordinary people, spreading across the continent at the speed of stories, wanted him to do what the living pharmacy did: heal what could not be healed. Each of these interests saw something different when they looked at him. None of them saw the same thing he saw when he sat in meditation and felt the dimension, the specific warmth of it, the herbs and the spirits, and the work he had done to build something living from the materials the root vein had given him. He thought about his mother. She was improving. Wei Qingyao's last delivery report had included a note in his mother's handwriting. The lotus petals work. I can feel my roots reestablishing. Tell Yao Feng I am proud of him. Whatever that means for the path he is on. Whatever that means for the path he is on. She had understood, from the beginning, that the path was specific, not a general cultivation trajectory, but something shaped by the particular nature of what he had become. She had not told him to be careful. She had told him to keep going. He wrote a reply for Wei Qingyao's next delivery. I am growing. The garden is beautiful. Tell her the jade marrow lotus was worth everything. He sealed the letter and stood from the terrace, looking out at the green cloud mountains. Somewhere far below, the world's appetite continued its restless hunger. Somewhere far inside him, his garden grew toward a light that had no fixed direction. He went to tend it. Chapter 72. The war preparations were quiet, but unmistakable. The Verdant Lotus Sect's Martial Division increased training. Patrols along the mountain passes doubled. Formation arrays at the compound's entry points were reinforced. Grand Elder Ling met with the sect's ruling council behind closed doors, and when he emerged, his expression carried the particular gravity of a leader who had received authorization for measures he hoped wouldn't be necessary. Yao Feng watched the preparations from the third peak's observation terrace, the morning mist painting the mountains in watercolor grays. Guilt sat in his chest like a stone. Every fortification, every armed patrol, every tense discussion in the council chamber was a consequence of his presence. He had brought the world's attention to a sect that had survived for centuries by focusing on scholarship rather than conflict. I should leave, he told Ling Suan that evening. If I go, the kingdom has no reason to threaten the sect. She stopped him with a hand on his arm. Don't. This isn't about you, not entirely. My sect has been sitting on root vein research for centuries. Sooner or later, someone would have come for it. You just accelerated the timeline. People could die because I'm here. People die for all sorts of reasons. At least this one has a chance of matching. She stepped closer, her eyes searching his. My father didn't take you in out of altruism. But the sect's protection is real. The disciples who are training right now, they're not fighting for you specifically. They're fighting for the principle that knowledge belongs to those who discover it, not those who demand it. That's worth defending. He looked at her in the fading light. This brilliant, sharp, fierce woman who had left her comfortable life to follow a mystery and found herself in the middle of a political crisis. Her hair was loose, her alchemy robes exchanged for a simple tunic, and the professional mask she usually wore was nowhere in sight. You're the first person who's ever argued with me about herb classification and been right, he quoted back at her. She recognized her own words and laughed. A real laugh, surprised out of her by the callback. And in the laughter, the tension broke, and they were just two young people standing on a mountain as the sun went down. He kissed her. She kissed him back. It was tender, terrified, and tasted faintly of the moonveil orchid she'd been refining all afternoon. Inside his dimension, a flower bloomed without being asked. He stood in the fading light afterward and felt the exact texture of the moment. The mountain air carrying the scent of herbs from the garden below, the distant sound of training disciples, and the warmth of Ling Suan's presence beside him. Not just physical warmth, but the specific warmth of a person whose attention he trusted completely. He had kissed her. The fact of it settled into the dimension's ecology with the same naturalness as seeds finding good soil. Little Root said nothing, which, from Little Root, was its own kind of commentary. I should mention, Ling Suan said, after a moment, that my father is going to have opinions about this. Your father has opinions about everything. These will be more specifically directed. He has been assessing you since our arrival and recalibrating his research expectations accordingly. Adding a personal dimension to the professional relationship will complicate his calculations. She paused. This is me saying, I don't care about his calculations. I know. I want to make sure you know. He looked at her in the last of the sunset light and thought about all the ways the world was complicated. The Duan clan's maneuvers, the kingdom's decree, the myriad toxin sect's patient positioning, the Blight Queen's grief, the gardener's cocoon stirring in its deep sleep, and how the complication did not diminish what was simple. It only made the simple more valuable. Silk Mist's archives record 17 previous hosts of the root vein, he said. Not one of them had anyone beside them who understood what they were carrying. Not one. He paused. I think that might be part of why they didn't survive. The dimension needs witnesses, she said. Not a question, an observation. The host needs witnesses. Someone who sees both sides, the power and the person. Who knows about the Blight Queen and about Little Root and about the healing and the cost, and doesn't collapse any of it into the version that's easiest to understand. I'm not going to collapse it. I know that too. The mountain went dark around them. The flower in the dimension bloomed steadily, no longer just responding to an emotion, but carrying it, warm and specific and alive in the dark soil at the garden's center. He took her hand, and they walked back inside, and the flower held its light. Chapter 73. The weeks before the kingdom's ultimatum expired became a crucible of preparation. Yao Feng threw himself into developing combat applications for his living pharmacy abilities. His previous fighting had been reactive, improvised responses to threats he hadn't anticipated. Now, with the sect's resources and Ling Suan's systematic approach, he transformed his abilities into a coherent combat system. Spore Burst. a technique that released a cloud of mixed pollen over a wide area, each particle carrying a different compound. The effect was sensory overload. Victims' bodies received contradictory signals that disrupted coordination, chi control, and decision-making. Against a single opponent, it was disorienting. Against a formation, it was devastating. Root bind. The ability to grow binding root through any medium, soil, stone, wood, even other cultivators' meridians. The roots were controlled by little root from inside the dimension, giving them an intelligence and adaptability that no normal plant technique could match. They could immobilize, redirect, or gradually seal a target's cultivation. Pollen shield, a defensive technique that surrounded Yaofeng and nearby allies in a cloud of healing particles. The particles healed minor wounds continuously, neutralized incoming poisons and toxins, and created a visual screen that obscured targeting. It was the living pharmacy equivalent of a protective formation. Bloom strike, the most dangerous technique. Yaofeng concentrated all available toxic compounds into his palm and delivered them in a single, devastating touch. The strike combined dozens of incompatible poisons into a cocktail that overwhelmed any biological defense system. Not lethal, because Yaofeng calibrated the dose to incapacitate rather than kill, but debilitating enough to drop a cultivator 2 realms above him. The training was exhausting. Each technique drew heavily on the dimension's resources, and the Blight Queen's whispers grew louder with every session. But Yaofeng pushed through, driven by the knowledge that diplomacy was a stalling tactic and force was the backup plan. Kaiyang trained alongside him, the iron bloom herb transforming his body into something that barely qualified as human by normal standards. His skin could now deflect mid-grade weapons. His iron mortar, infused with chi through the iron root tempering method, could crack defensive formations. He was still stem realm. His cultivation hadn't advanced, but his combat effectiveness rivaled a bloom realm fighter's. Wei Qingyao coordinated with the sect's intelligence division, establishing early warning networks in the mountain passes and contingency extraction plans if the worst happened. She moved through the preparations with the quiet efficiency of someone who had planned operations for a living and found this one no different from any other. And by Lianhua, the healer nun, proved an unexpected asset. Her canopy realm cultivation and purity temple training included battlefield medical techniques that complemented Yaofeng's abilities. Where he healed through biological output, she healed through spiritual manipulation. The two approaches covered each other's weaknesses. The group was becoming a unit. Not soldiers, a herbalist, an alchemist, a brute, an assassin, and a nun, but a unit nonetheless, bound by shared purpose and the understanding that the coming conflict would test them all. He tested himself separately, in the quiet of late evenings when the sect's training ground was empty and the only witnesses were the mountain's old trees. He was not a warrior. He had accepted this about himself in the third week at the main sect, when he watched the martial division's members train and recognized the gap between their combat instincts and his own. They thought in terms of engagement, positioning, timing, chi expenditure, countermoves. He thought in terms of systems. When was the opposing system most vulnerable? What inputs would disrupt its outputs? What environmental factors could be introduced to change the terms of the encounter? This was not a weakness. It was a different kind of strength. But it required him to understand his system, the living pharmacy's full capabilities, with the same depth that a skilled warrior understood their cultivation technique. He made a list, not just of what he could do, but of what he hadn't tried yet. Techniques implied by his abilities that he had never developed because no situation had required them. Compounds in the dimension that he produced but hadn't tested in combat contexts. Spirit interactions that might have defensive applications he hadn't explored. Bitter thorn, he discovered during one late evening's experiment, would grow defensive thorns through the ground at Yaofeng's direction, not as cooperation, but as the dimension's defensive mechanism activating in response to his intent. The thorns emerged from soil that Yaofeng had touched with his palms, spreading outward in patterns he could shape through the herb voice technique. Not controllable like a technique, not precise, not fast, but real. He grew thorns that night in the empty training ground, practicing the shaping, learning how the mechanism worked. Behind the barrier between them, Bitter Thorn said nothing. But the thorn patterns that emerged had, Yaofeng thought, a quality of workmanship, a specific arrangement of points and angles that went beyond random defensive growth. The spirit was, apparently, still a craftsman, whatever else 10,000 years had done to him. Chapter 74 Fang Qiyun's betrayal came on a night of heavy rain, when the mountains were shrouded in cloud and the sect's visibility was reduced to meters. He had been planning for weeks. The alchemy duel's humiliation had crystallized his resentment into something colder and more purposeful than jealousy. He had contacted the Duan clan through a merchant intermediary, offering intelligence on the sect's defenses in exchange for a position in the Duan clan's alchemy division after the inevitable change of power. The Duan clan, already maneuvering the kingdom's army toward a confrontation, accepted eagerly. Fang Xiuyun's information was precise. The locations of the outer defensive formations, the patrol schedules, the positions of the sect's strongest defenders. He transmitted it via a coded jade token that Wei Qingyao's intelligence network would have intercepted, had Fang Xiuyun not used a communication method that bypassed spiritual detection entirely. He physically handed the token to a merchant passing through the sect's market, who passed it to a runner, who delivered it to a Duan clan agent in the nearest town. The raid came at the darkest hour of the night. A strike team of 20 Duan warriors, hand-picked Bloom Realm fighters guided by Fang Xiuyun's intelligence, infiltrated the mountain passes through a route that avoided every patrol. They hit the sect's outer gardens first, burning 3 greenhouses of rare herbs with fire element techniques that turned the crystal structures into infernos. The alarm sounded too late. By the time the sect's response teams mobilized, 3 greenhouses were rubble, and 2 junior disciples who had been tending night-blooming specimens were dead. The sect erupted into crisis. Defenders scrambled to the outer perimeter. Grand Elder Ling locked down the inner compound. And in the chaos, no one noticed Fang Xiuyun slipping a second jade token into the flames of a dying greenhouse, a beacon that transmitted the inner compound's formation frequencies to the Duan clan's main force, waiting in the lowlands for the signal to advance. The signal was a formation key, a specialized spiritual artifact that Fang Xiuyun had spent 2 months crafting under the pretense of a personal cultivation project. When activated, it would disable 3 sections of the sect's outer defensive arrays simultaneously, creating an entry corridor wide enough for the kingdom's advance force. He had timed it carefully. The rain would reduce visibility. The night rotation of the Martial Division would be at their furthest patrol extent. The Grand Elder would be in his laboratory, which was isolated enough that he might not register the initial breach for critical minutes. It was a good plan. He had spent 3 centuries on worse. Wei Qingyao found the plan 2 days before its execution. She had not been looking for a betrayal. She had been conducting her routine security survey, the twice-weekly sweep of social and communication patterns that she maintained as a baseline. What she found was a discrepancy. Fang Xiuyun had been sending messages through a contact in the sect's supply chain. The messages were encrypted in a code she had encountered once before, used by the Duan clan's intelligence division. She brought the intercept to Yaofeng and Ling Suwen that evening, her expression carrying the flat precision of a person who had confirmed something she had suspected but hoped was wrong. Ling Suwen read the decoded message and was silent for a long time. "He's afraid," she said finally. The word held no excuse. She was not defending him. She was naming the mechanism, the way a physician names a condition to make it addressable. "He's been afraid since the day you arrived. Of being replaced. Of being made irrelevant. Of 12 years of work becoming worthless. Afraid people do dangerous things," Kaiyang said. "Yes." She set the message down. "We need to tell my father. Tonight." The Grand Elder received the information with the particular stillness of a person absorbing a betrayal that strikes closer than expected. Fang Xiuyun had been his student for 12 years. The stillness lasted approximately 30 seconds. Then the calculation resumed. "He will not be arrested," he said. "That would tell the Duan clan we have discovered the plan. We will let the plan proceed on its apparent schedule and prepare a response that uses the discovered corridor as an advantage rather than a threat." Yaofeng looked at the formation key schematic that Wei Qingyao had included in her report. 3 sections of the outer array disabled. An entry corridor. "A corridor goes both ways," he said. Grand Elder Ling met his eyes. "It does." The plan that followed took 12 hours to prepare and a night of rain to execute. Chapter 75. Yaofeng joined the counterattack. The sect's Martial Division deployed in rapid formation, but the Duan raiders were already retreating, their objective, destruction and data gathering, accomplished. Yaofeng ran with the pursuit force, his leaf realm speed augmented by the dimension's physical enhancement, his herb sense tracking the raiders' retreat through the burning gardens. He caught up with the rearguard, 4 Bloom Realm fighters providing cover for the main force's withdrawal. They turned to face him, weapons drawn, chi blazing with combat intent. Yaofeng didn't fight alone. The pursuit force included a dozen Verdant Lotus combat specialists, and Kaiyang was at his side, iron mortar raised and rain streaming down his metallic skin. "Pollen shield," Yaofeng called, and the air around the pursuit force filled with healing particles. The Duan fighters' fire element attacks hit the shield and were partially neutralized, not stopped. but weakened enough that the sect's fighters could absorb the blows. Kaiyang charged. His mortar caught the first Duan warrior square in the chest. The iron bloom-enhanced impact, sending the man tumbling 30 meters backward through underbrush and saplings. The warrior hit a tree, slid to the ground, and didn't get up. Wei Qingyao appeared behind the second warrior like smoke given form. Her blade found the gap between his armor's plates. Not a killing blow, but a disabling one. A severed tendon in his sword arm rendered his weapon useless. Yao Feng faced the third and fourth warriors simultaneously. They attacked in coordination, one high, one low, expecting to overwhelm a Leaf Realm cultivator with a two-pronged assault. He exhaled Spore Burst at the high attacker, the mixed pollen disrupting the man's chi control and sending his overhead strike wide. Simultaneously, he grew Root Bind from the muddy ground, entangling the low attacker's ankles and pulling him off balance. The roots grew upward, binding the warrior's arms, his torso, his weapon hand. The high attacker, fighting through the Spore Burst's effects, launched a desperate fire lance. It hit Yao Feng's pollen shield and dispersed. The healing particles absorbed the thermal energy and converted it to medicinal warmth that boosted the surrounding fighter's recovery. "Your fire heals us," Yao Feng said, and punched him. Not with Bloom's strike, with a simple, chi-enhanced fist that carried enough force to crack the warrior's jaw guard and send him spinning to the ground. The Duan rear guard was neutralized in under 2 minutes. But the main force had escaped, carrying Fang Qiuyun's intelligence with them. The damage was done. 3 greenhouses destroyed, 2 disciples dead, and the inner compound's formation frequencies compromised. The war had begun. He watched it from the dimension, where the garden's defensive herbs had mobilized with the instinctive precision of an ecosystem responding to threat. Bitterthorn's section had expanded its protective perimeter. The binding root bed was in full root extension mode, its tendrils spreading through the dimension's soil in patterns that matched the defensive formation the combat techniques had established in the real world. Outside, in the rain, the Duan clan's advance force moved through the corridor that Fang Qiuyun had opened. They were expecting an undefended approach. They encountered, instead, a corridor that was not undefended but specifically prepared, a channeling structure that the Verdant Lotus sect had known was coming and had turned from a breach into a kill zone. Grand Elder Ling and 3 senior elders met the advance force with the full power of the sect's defensive arrays now redirected into the corridor itself. The formation that had been disabled from inside was not the sect's only defensive system. It was the outermost one, and its disabling had exposed the outer perimeter while leaving every inner layer intact. The advance force walked into what they believed was an open passage and found themselves in a containment funnel. The battle was brief and decisive at the front, more complicated at the sides. Yao Feng's role was the second wave. The cultivators the Duan clan had anticipated would be occupied by the first engagement and who they had prepared bypass forces to neutralize separately. 2 Canopy Realm hired fighters who had been given specific instructions for dealing with the living pharmacy, sealed weapons coated in spiritual suppression compound, formation artifacts designed to disrupt medicinal chi generation, and orders to capture rather than kill. He met them in the sect's inner garden, where his herbs were freshest and his connection to the botanical network was strongest. He learned something that night that he hadn't expected. Combat was easier when he was afraid. The fear itself, processed through the dimension, produced compounds that enhanced his reflexes, sharpened his spatial awareness, and amplified the range of his herb sense. He was afraid, and the fear made him better. He incapacitated both Canopy Realm cultivators using techniques that had not existed as defined methods 30 minutes earlier. He improvised. The dimension improvised with him. Afterward, breathing hard in the rain-soaked garden, he cataloged what he had done and started writing it down. The living pharmacy's combat system was developing in real time. The war had begun, and he was learning what he was capable of. Chapter 76 Wei Qingyao found Fang Qiuyun's treachery. It took her 6 hours of systematic investigation, retracing the Duan raiders' approach route, identifying the specific intelligence they'd used to avoid patrols, and cross-referencing that intelligence with who had access to the information. The answer pointed to a single source, and when she intercepted a 3rd jade token hidden in Fang Qiuyun's quarters, he had been planning to transmit the inner compound's cultivation resource locations next. The evidence was irrefutable. Fang Qiuyun was arrested in his laboratory, surrounded by the alchemy equipment that had defined his identity. He didn't resist. He didn't deny. He sat on his work stool and stated his position with the cold clarity of a man who had made his decision and would not unmake it. The sect made its choice when it welcomed that anomaly over its own disciples, he said. 12 years I trained under Grand Elder Ling, 12 years of service, of research, of loyalty. And in 3 weeks, an outsider who swallowed a cursed herb replaced everything I'd built. If the sect values a freak over its own people, then the sect's people have no reason to be loyal. The words cut deeper than Feng Qiuyun intended, because they weren't entirely wrong. Yao Feng's arrival had disrupted the sect's internal hierarchy, elevated an outsider to a position of privilege, and created resentments that the leadership had failed to manage. Feng Qiuyun's betrayal was extreme, but the grievance that drove it was shared by others who hadn't crossed the line into treason. Grand Elder Ling pronounced judgment personally. Dantian sealing, the permanent suppression of Feng Qiuyun's cultivation, reducing a Bloom Realm alchemist to a mortal, an exile from the sect. It was the harshest sentence short of execution, and it was delivered without emotion. Yao Feng watched the sentence carried out from the amphitheater's upper gallery. As the sealing formation closed around Feng Qiuyun's dantian, the senior disciple's face contorted with the specific agony of a cultivator losing their cultivation. His qi drained. His spiritual pressure evaporated. In 30 seconds, he went from a Bloom Realm alchemist to a man who could barely sense the spiritual energy in the air. Feng Qiuyun was led away. The amphitheater emptied, and Yao Feng stood alone with the knowledge that his presence here had cost 2 disciples their lives and 1 promising alchemist his future. The dimension stirred inside him. Little Root's voice was quiet. You didn't cause this. Feng Qiuyun chose his actions, but I'm the reason he had something to be angry about. Anger doesn't excuse treason. No, but understanding the anger is the first step to preventing the next betrayal. He resolved to be more careful, more conscious of the impact his presence had on the people around him. The living pharmacy could heal bodies, but it couldn't heal the invisible wounds that jealousy, displacement, and broken expectations left in their wake. He healed Feng Qiuyun because the wounds were there. Not the physical injuries. Those were minor, a few bruises from the brief physical confrontation with sect security when the betrayal was formally revealed. The wounds he was thinking about were not physical, and healing them would take more than herbs. He visited Feng Qiuyun in the holding room where the senior disciple had been confined, not imprisoned, not shackled, but confined pending the Grand Elder's formal assessment of what had happened and why. Feng Qiuyun looked at him with an expression that held the particular complexity of someone who has done something they can't entirely justify and is waiting for judgment. I'm not here to condemn you, Yao Feng said. Then why are you here? Honest answer. Because you were trying to destroy something I care about to protect something you care about. I want to understand that. A long silence. Then Feng Qiuyun said, You walked in here and 12 years of work became a footnote. Every achievement, every grade, every year of devotion to a craft I love. The moment you produced that grade 6 pill, all of it was reclassified as what the living pharmacy can exceed. I didn't mean for that to happen. I know. A bitter note. That makes it worse in a way. You didn't even see me as a threat. You saw me as an inconvenience. Yao Feng sat down across from him. I saw you as a talented alchemist whose technical precision produces results I can't replicate with my method. I said as much to Ling Suwen. Ask her if you don't believe me. Feng Qiuyun looked at him sharply. My method and yours are not in competition, Yao Feng continued. They're different tools. There are refinements your technical discipline can achieve that my biological intuition will always fall short of. Multi-stage complex prescriptions. High-precision furnace control for rare material reactions. The kind of alchemy that requires a human mind precisely managing a physical process rather than a body producing a biological output. He paused. I need those skills. Not around me. Working with me. Silence. The research collaboration I proposed before the battle, Yao Feng said. The offer stands. After whatever the Grand Elder decides. Feng Qiuyun stared at the wall. His expression had shifted from the tight defensiveness of anticipated judgment to something more uncertain. Why, he asked. Because the best medicine this sect will ever produce will require both of us. The living pharmacy provides the raw material and the biological insight. Orthodox alchemy provides the structural precision and the transformation technique. Neither is sufficient alone. He stood. I'll let you think about it. He left the holding room and trusted the seed to find its own soil. Chapter 77. That night, the Blight Queen made her most sophisticated attempt yet. Yao Feng entered the dimension for routine maintenance and found her waiting, not behind the prison walls, but at their edge, her presence pressing against the thinning barrier with a deliberation that suggested she'd been testing it for hours. The battle disturbed you, she said, and her voice was different. Not the seductive whisper of earlier encounters. Something more real, more tired. I felt the deaths through the dimension. 2 young people who never harmed anyone, burned alive because powerful men want what's inside you. Does it trouble you? Don't pretend you care about dead disciples. I care about hypocrisy. The gardener said the same things you say, that the root vein would help people, that suffering would decrease, that the world would be better. And then he sacrificed me to make it work. She pressed against the prison walls, and they bowed inward like cloth under weight. I don't want your body, Shen Yaofeng. I haven't wanted that for a very long time. I want to be free. Not to destroy, to exist. To have my own consciousness in my own form, separate from this prison, separate from you. Old man Gu said you'd try to take control. Gu Lingshan is a wise man who has been afraid of me for 10,000 years. Fear makes wise men stupid. She paused. Ask Silk Mist. Ask her to show you what I was before the gardener's ritual. A woman. An apprentice. Someone who loved herbalism the way you do, with her hands in the soil and her heart in the work. I was not always what I am now. I was made this way. The words carried the weight of authenticity, and that made them more dangerous than any lie. The Blight Queen was not just manipulating. She was presenting a version of the truth carefully selected to evoke sympathy. And the worst part was that Yaofeng's heart responded. Silk Mist's memories had shown him the truth of her origin. She had been betrayed. She had been destroyed by someone she trusted. But sympathy and safety were not the same thing. I'm not ready to trust you, he said. And even if your story is true, even if your intentions are genuine, I don't have the power to free you safely. Not yet. When I understand the root vein well enough to separate its components without destroying them. When I'm strong enough to contain the consequences if something goes wrong. When I've fulfilled the promise I made to Bitter Thorn, to find a way to free all of you. The Blight Queen was silent for a long time. Then she withdrew from the prison walls, her presence receding into the shadows. I've waited 10,000 years, she said. I suppose I can wait a little longer. But don't make promises you don't intend to keep, Shen Yaofeng. I've heard enough of those to last an eternity. Chapter 78. The kingdom's army arrived 3 days later. 10,000 troops, conscripted cultivators, professional soldiers, and a canopy realm general named Zhou Baishan who had earned his reputation by never losing a siege. They occupied the lowlands below the Green Cloud Mountains and sent a final ultimatum. Surrender the root vein host within 48 hours, or face military action. The Verdant Lotus Sect's council met in emergency session. Grand Elder Ling presented the options: fight, surrender Yaofeng, or negotiate a compromise. The vote was heated. We cannot win a military engagement against 10,000 troops, said Elder Hong, the sect's military advisor. Our martial division numbers 600. Even with our formation advantages and terrain, the mathematics are brutal. Surrendering a guest under our protection would destroy our reputation permanently, countered Elder Wei, the sect's diplomatic liaison. Every sect, every clan, every organization that has ever sheltered someone under our banner would question our reliability. Grand Elder Ling let the debate continue for an hour, then raised his hand for silence. Yaofeng, he said, and the room turned to the young man sitting at the back of the council chamber, invited to attend but not to vote. You propose to fight for your own survival. I'm asking you now, can you end this without bloodshed? The question was sincere. Grand Elder Ling had spent weeks observing Yaofeng's abilities, and the old scholar's mind had already calculated the answer. He was asking not because he didn't know, but because Yaofeng needed to commit to the plan voluntarily. The soporific bloom, Yaofeng said. I can grow it to critical mass in the dimension and release it as an area effect technique. An army of 10,000, concentrated in the lowlands, within an enclosed valley. If the conditions are right and the wind cooperates, I can put them all to sleep. All 10,000. All 10,000. But it will drain my dimension almost dry. Every herb I've cultivated, every resource I've accumulated, it all goes into one technique. Recovery will take weeks, possibly months. And the Blight Queen's prison will be exposed, weakened to the point where only the thinnest membrane separates her from the dimension's main garden. The council absorbed this information in silence. The price of victory was vulnerability, not to external enemies, but to the most dangerous entity trapped inside Yaofeng's own body. We have no better option, Grand Elder Ling said. The alternative is war, and war means dead disciples on both sides. Yaofeng nodded. Then I'll need 3 days to prepare. Chapter 79. 3 days of deep meditation. Yaofeng descended into his dimension and did not return to external consciousness for 72 hours. His body sat cross-legged in the third peak's meditation chamber, attended by Ling Suwen, who monitored his vitals, and by Lianhua, who maintained a protective spiritual barrier around the room. Inside the dimension, Yaofeng worked. Growing soporific bloom was straightforward. The herb was already established in his garden, producing sedative pollen as part of its normal life cycle. What Yaofeng needed was not a normal harvest. He needed an apocalyptic one, enough concentrated soporific essence to blanket an entire valley and overcome the spiritual resistance of 10,000 cultivators, including at least one canopy realm general. He redirected every herb in the dimension toward a single purpose. Species that normally produced healing compounds were retasked to support the soporific bloom's growth, providing nutrients, channeling qi, creating the optimal conditions for maximum pollen production. Little Root coordinated the effort with the precision of a general directing a campaign. Bitterthorn contributed unexpectedly, offering his thorny ecology as a structural framework. The dark vines served as a scaffolding that supported the soporific bloom's explosive growth, providing physical structure for blossoms too large to support themselves. Even Silk Mist helped, sharing historical memories of times when the Rootvein's previous hosts had attempted similar large-scale techniques. Most had failed, but the data from those failures guided Yaofeng's approach, allowing him to avoid pitfalls that had destroyed others. The soporific bloom grew, and grew, and grew. By the third day, the dimension was unrecognizable. What had been a diverse, balanced garden was now a field of golden flowers stretching to the dimension's horizons, every bloom heavy with concentrated pollen. The ambient qi had been depleted to sustain the growth. The pond was dry, the streams were empty, the sky had dimmed from bright green to a pale, exhausted gray, and the Blight Queen's prison, starved of the qi that maintained it, was nearly transparent. Through the gossamer thin walls, Yaofeng could see her standing in her corner of the dimension, watching the preparations with an expression that was impossible to read. She said nothing. For the first time since his bonding, the Blight Queen was completely silent. Ready, Little Root reported, his voice thin with exhaustion. The small spirit was barely visible. The effort of coordinating the dimension-wide restructuring had nearly depleted him. Ready, Yaofeng confirmed. He opened his eyes. Chapter 80. The army stood in the valley below the Green Cloud Mountains, arranged in standard siege formation. 10,000 soldiers and cultivators spread across a mile-wide front, their combined qi creating a spiritual pressure that bent the mountain air. General Zhou Baishan sat on an elevated platform at the army's center, his canopy realm cultivation held in reserve, his expression carrying the patient confidence of a man who had never lost. The ultimatum had expired 2 hours ago. The general had given one final hour of grace, professional courtesy, he called it. Now that hour was ending. Sound the advance, he ordered. Drums began their war cadence. The army stirred. 10,000 weapons rose. 10,000 cultivators circulated their qi. The mountain trembled with the accumulated spiritual pressure of an army preparing to break a sect. Yaofeng walked out of the Verdant Lotus sect's main gate. Alone, he descended the mountain path with steady steps, passing through the sect's outer defenses, past the burned shells of the destroyed greenhouses, past the positions where Verdant Lotus defenders watched him go with expressions that mixed hope and fear. At the base of the mountain, he stopped. The army was 200 meters away. 10,000 faces stared at a single young man standing on a rock. General Zhou Baishan raised an eyebrow. Surrender? Yaofeng took the deepest breath of his life. He exhaled. The breath left his mouth as a visible cloud, not the faint golden mist of his previous soporific bloom uses, but a solid wall of concentrated essence that rolled forward like fog made of liquid gold. It cascaded down the mountainside, picking up speed, expanding as it went, filling the valley with the most potent sedative compound ever produced by a living organism. The first ranks of soldiers never knew what hit them. They inhaled, their eyes glazed, and they collapsed, weapons clattering, armor clanking, 10,000 simultaneous thuds as bodies hit the ground in a wave that rolled from front to back, like dominoes falling. The Bloom Realm officers lasted longer, burning qi to resist, holding their breath, trying to retreat. But the cloud was everywhere, seeping through armor, through qi barriers, through every gap, in every defense. It was not an attack that could be blocked, it was an atmosphere. You didn't block the air. General Zhou Baishan burned through his canopy realm qi reserves in 30 seconds, purging the soporific from his bloodstream faster than it could accumulate. He stood in a shrinking pocket of clear air while his entire army slept around him, and the golden cloud closed in. What technique is this? He demanded, his voice strained with effort. The living pharmacy, Yaofeng replied. My body is a garden, and this garden is tired of being threatened. But Yaofeng had prepared for the general's resistance. The soporific bloom was the first wave. The second wave was already planted. Root-bind seeds hidden in the valley floor by Wei Qingniao during the previous night, buried just below the surface of the ground, waiting for Yaofeng's signal. He gave the signal. The valley exploded with roots. Thousands of binding root tendrils erupted from the earth simultaneously, and they weren't growing randomly. They were targeting the general specifically, guided by Little Root's tactical direction from inside the dimension. Roots wrapped around Zhou Baishan's ankles, his wrists, his waist. They grew faster than he could cut them, replacing each severed tendril with 3 more. The general fought. His canopy realm techniques shattered roots, burned vines, and cracked the earth. But the roots were sustained by an entire dimension's worth of botanical energy, and they kept coming. An endless supply of grasping green tendrils that wore down his resistance through sheer persistence. In the end, the general was bound, standing upright, encased from ankles to shoulders in a lattice of binding root, unable to move, unable to cultivate, unable to do anything except stare at the young man who had single-handedly neutralized his entire army. "The army sleeps," Yaofeng said. "They'll wake in a few hours, unharmed. You'll be released when the kingdom withdraws its claim. No one has to die today." General Zhou Baishan stared at him through the lattice of roots. "What are you?" he whispered. "A herbalist," Yaofeng said. Then his legs buckled, and the world went dark. He collapsed on the rock where he'd been standing. The golden cloud began to dissipate. Inside his dimension, the garden lay devastated. Every herb wilted, every bloom spent, every stream dry. Little Root was unconscious, a faint green glow barely visible. Bitterthorn's thorny ecology had shriveled to bare branches. The pond was a crater of dry earth. And the Blight Queen's prison, the last barrier between 10,000 years of rage and Yaofeng's ravaged garden, was nothing more than a single layer of translucent vine, thin as paper, fragile as a breath. Through it, the Blight Queen's eyes met Yaofeng's fading consciousness. She did not speak. She did not reach. She simply stood, watching, as the dimension that imprisoned her lay stripped and vulnerable at her feet. "Thank you for clearing the way," she whispered. And Yaofeng, powerless to respond, surrendered to unconsciousness. Chapter 81. Shun Yaofeng woke to the smell of medicinal broth and the sound of arguing. He's been unconscious for 6 days. 6. If his dantian has collapsed, we need to. His dantian hasn't collapsed. I've been monitoring it hourly. The dimension is recovering. The herbs are regenerating. He just needs time. Time is exactly what we don't have. The kingdom has withdrawn its army, but the political fallout, politics can wait. He can't heal if you keep poking him. Yaofeng opened his eyes. Ling Suwen stood over him, her face drawn with the particular exhaustion of someone who had slept in a chair for 6 consecutive nights. Behind her, Grand Elder Ling hovered with the restrained urgency of a man whose most valuable research subject had nearly destroyed himself. "The army," Yaofeng croaked, "woke up 12 hours after you collapsed," Ling Suwen reported, pressing a cup of warm broth into his hands. "No casualties. General Zhou Baishan was released on the condition that the kingdom withdraw all claims." The kingdom agreed. The general's report apparently described your ability in terms that convinced the court a military solution was not viable. She paused. His exact words, "According to our intelligence, were the boy turned an entire valley into a sleeping garden with a single breath. Send a larger army if you wish, but they will also sleep." Yaofeng sipped the broth. It tasted like liquid life, probably because Ling Suwen had refined it from his own dimension-grown herbs. The dimension? Recovering. Slowly. I've been feeding you concentrated chi restoration pills every 4 hours. Your body has been processing them and channeling the energy inward. The herbs are regrowing, but... She hesitated. "The Blight Queen's prison. Little Root sent me a message through your dream state. The prison is critically thin." He knew. Even in unconsciousness, he'd been aware of the prison's state, a membrane so fragile that a strong thought might puncture it. The Blight Queen had been restrained only by her own choice not to act during his vulnerability. That restraint was either genuine mercy or strategic patience, and he couldn't afford to assume the former. "I need to reinforce the prison immediately." "You need to rest. The prison first. Then rest." He closed his eyes and descended into the dimension. The sight that greeted him was heartbreaking. His garden, the lush, diverse ecosystem he'd spent months building, was a wasteland. Wilted stems, dried soil, empty beds where thriving herbs had stood. The pond was a shallow puddle. The canopy was bare branches against a gray sky. It looked like the corruption zones in the mountains, but instead of external poison, this desolation was self-inflicted. Little Root sat beside the central spring, smaller than Yaofeng had ever seen him, his green light barely a flicker. "Welcome back," the spirit said weakly. "The garden survived. Most of the root systems are intact. The herbs will regrow from the roots. But it'll take weeks for full recovery." "And the prison?" Little Root pointed. Yaofeng looked. The Blight Queen's prison was a single vine, one thread-like tendril of binding root, stretched so thin it was nearly invisible. looping in a pattern that barely enclosed the space where the queen stood. She could have broken it by walking forward. She could have snapped it by exhaling sharply. She hadn't. She stood in her corner, motionless, watching Yao Feng with eyes that held something he'd never seen in them before. Respect. Or perhaps recognition, the acknowledgement of a shared experience. She had been imprisoned by a powerful person's desperate action. Yao Feng had just imprisoned an army with his own. The vine held because I let it, she said. You were vulnerable. Your garden was empty. I could have walked out and taken everything. Why didn't you? A long pause. Because you made a promise. To bitter thorn. To try to free the spirits. No one has ever promised us anything but imprisonment. I wanted to see if you're the kind of person who keeps promises. Yao Feng stared at her through the vine that couldn't have held a butterfly. Then he poured qi, what little he had recovered, into the dimension's defensive structures. New vines grew, slowly, painfully, weaving around the queen's space in layers that took hours to establish. The prison reformed, thicker than the single vine, but far weaker than its pre-battle state. The Blight Queen watched the walls rebuild around her without resistance. I'll keep my promise, Yao Feng said. But not today. Not today, she agreed. He returned to consciousness and slept for another 20 hours. Chapter 82. The political aftermath of the soporific bloom attack reshaped the continental landscape. The kingdom withdrew its army and opened negotiations with the Verdant Lotus sect that culminated in a formal treaty. Yao Feng would provide periodic healing services to the royal family in exchange for the kingdom dropping all claims to the root vein and recognizing him as a sovereign individual under the sect's protection. The treaty was signed in the Third Peak's receiving hall, with enough diplomatic pomp to satisfy the kingdom's pride and enough practical concessions to ensure Yao Feng's freedom. Duan Guhong, outmaneuvered on every front, political, military, and economic, retreated to his clan stronghold. His information from Fang Qiyun was useless now that the sect had restructured its defenses, and his kingdom allies had abandoned him after the army's humiliation. The Duan clan was not destroyed, but its influence in Azure Mist Province had been reduced to a shadow of its former dominance. The wider world took notice. The story of a single cultivator who had neutralized an entire army with his breath traveled along trade routes and through sect communication networks with the speed of wildfire. The living pharmacy became a title known across the continent, spoken with awe in some circles, fear in others, and calculated interest in all of them. Yao Feng spent the weeks after the battle recovering. The dimension rebuilt itself gradually, herbs regrowing from their preserved root systems, the pond refilling drop by drop, the canopy's bare branches budding with new leaves. Little Root regained his strength and resumed his organizational duties, though he was quieter than before, the experience of near destruction having aged him in ways that weren't entirely physical. Ling Sowen barely left his side during the recovery. She maintained the medicinal regimen, monitored his dimension's regeneration through external qi analysis, and slept in the chair beside his bed with the stubborn persistence of someone who had decided that proximity was a form of protection. Their relationship had crossed a threshold that neither needed to name. The kiss on the terrace had been a beginning, and the crisis that followed had compressed what might have been months of careful exploration into a single, undeniable certainty. They were together, not just as research partners or traveling companions, but as something more fundamental. Two people whose lives had become so thoroughly intertwined that separation was no longer a concept that made sense. I was terrified, she told him one evening, sitting on the edge of his bed while he ate a meal of rice and medicinal broth. When you collapsed and didn't wake up. 6 days of monitoring your vitals, watching your qi fluctuate, not knowing if the dimension was recovering or dying. I understood, for the first time, what it means to have everything you care about concentrated in a single point. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be smarter. Next time you plan to empty your entire garden into one technique, tell me first so I can prepare the recovery protocol in advance. Deal. She leaned forward and kissed his forehead, a gesture so tender it made his chest ache. Then she stood, resumed her professional composure, and announced that his qi restoration pill was due in 20 minutes. Inside the dimension, a flower bloomed. He noticed it from outside, a warmth in his chest that was the dimension's response to something that had shifted in the ecosystem's emotional register. His body produced medicine in response to emotion. Apparently, it also grew flowers in response to what he felt in the quiet after the storm. Ling Sowen was still sitting beside him when he finally opened his eyes. Her research notes were closed. She had not been working for the past hour. She had simply been there. I can always tell, she said, when you're in the dimension and when you're fully present. There's a quality to your attention that's different. When you're divided, you're slightly more polite. When you're fully here, you argue back more. He laughed, A real one, the first in days. The politeness is for the herb spirits, he said. They appreciate formality. Little Root does not appreciate formality. Little Root has opinions about everything and expresses all of them immediately regardless of the social context. He's the exception. She turned to look at him directly, the lamplight making her expression very clear. Are you actually all right? Not the version for the Grand Elder's reassurance. The real version. He considered the real version. The dimension is recovering. The prison is thin but stable. Little Root is reorganizing the herb beds in a way that I've already been told twice will be transformative for the garden's productivity. Iron Bark is tending the prison wall with a dedication that suggests he takes the job personally. He paused. I spent 6 days unconscious while people I care about sat in chairs beside me because there was nothing else they could do. That part is harder to hold than anything the battle cost me. We were there because we chose to be. I know. And I chose to do what I did because it was the only thing that would work. These choices are consistent. He looked at the ceiling. Consistent doesn't mean they're easy. She reached out and took his hand. Not healing, contact. The specific weight of another person's choice to be present. He held it and let the garden bloom. Chapter 83. The Blight Queen's prison was the Dimension's most pressing concern. Yaofeng entered the garden daily, working to rebuild the defensive structures that had been devastated by the soporific bloom technique. But the process was agonizingly slow. The Dimension's chi reserves were depleted, and every unit of energy that went toward the prison was a unit that couldn't go toward regrowing the garden's medicinal herbs. It was a zero-sum game, and the math was not in his favor. Silk Mist provided context that made the situation worse. The prison weakens proportionally as the dimension grows, she explained, her gossamer form drifting through the recovering garden. This is not a flaw. It is an inherent feature of the root vein's design. The Hollow Gardener intended for the spirits to be released gradually as the host's power increased. The prison was never meant to be permanent. It was a holding pattern. The gardener intended for the spirits to be released. Yaofeng stopped working, including the Blight Queen, especially the Blight Queen. She was the root vein's emotional core, the human consciousness that gave the artifact its ability to understand and bond with hosts. Without her, the root vein would be a dead object. The gardener's plan was for the host to eventually merge with all the spirits, including the queen, creating a complete human-botanical hybrid that could achieve the primordial garden realm. Merge with, not release. Correct. The spirits would become part of the host's consciousness. Not free, integrated. It was the gardener's vision of symbiosis. That's not freedom. That's a different kind of prison. The gardener did not see the distinction. He believed that merging consciousness was the highest form of unity. He was, as I have mentioned, quite insane by the end. The revelation reframed everything. The Blight Queen's prison wasn't a security measure, it was a timer. A countdown to a merging event that the root vein's design was slowly, inevitably working toward. Every breakthrough, every expansion, every use of the dimension's power brought the merging closer. And if the merging happened without proper preparation, without the host being strong enough to maintain their identity against the combined consciousness of dozens of spirits, the result would be exactly what Old Man Gu had warned about. The Blight Queen would dominate, and Yaofeng's consciousness would be absorbed. The race had always been a race. But now Yaofeng understood the finish line. He didn't just need to grow strong enough to contain the queen. He needed to grow strong enough to merge with her and all the other spirits, without losing himself. Is that even possible? He asked Little Root. The small spirit considered the question for a long time. The gardener thought so. But the gardener sacrificed everyone he loved to test the theory, and it still failed. The problem isn't power, it's compatibility. The spirits are fragments of different consciousnesses, with different memories, different desires, different natures. Merging them into a single, unified whole without destroying any of them requires. I don't know what it requires. No one has ever done it. Then I'll be the first. That's what the gardener said. The gardener was a monster. I'm a herbalist. Sometimes that's the same thing. Little Root waited for the quote to settle, then added, I'm not sure that's true. The gardener was a monster because he believed that his dream justified what he did to achieve it. You're a herbalist who dreams about the same things the gardener dreamed about. The difference isn't in the dream. It's in what you're willing to do and not do to get there. Yaofeng looked at the central spring's surface, where the water moved in slow, purposeful currents. He didn't have anyone to stop him, he said. Not because no one tried. Because he was the most powerful person in his world, and he had isolated himself from everyone who might have pushed back. You have not isolated yourself. No. He thought about Kai Yang, who had followed him over a compound wall with a mortar on his shoulder. Ling Suan, who had stayed when staying meant abandoning the life she'd been raised to. Wei Qingyao, who had walked through Duan clan territory with medicine in her pocket because a life debt was a real thing. Bai Lianhua, who had knelt on the floor of a receiving hall and offered everything she knew in exchange for healing she had spent 23 years without. He had not isolated himself. He had, somehow, despite everything, collected people. The gardener's apprentice said that the dream was worth the cost, he said. Until it wasn't. When did it stop being worth it? He thought about Silk Mist's memory. The moment before the ritual. Hua Lingxiao's face when she finally understood what was happening. Not surprise, not betrayal. Because by then the trust had already been wearing thin for months. Just a kind of grief-laced recognition. I see who you have become. When he made her the cost, Yao Feng said. When the person he loved became a resource. And you? He looked at the dimension around him. The herbs, the spirits, the prison, the ecosystem. All of it alive. All of it carrying a history of sacrifice and damage that he had not caused and was now responsible for addressing. The people in my life are not resources, he said. The spirits are not resources. Even the Blight Queen is not a resource, whatever she becomes. He paused. The day I start treating what I love as something to use, I will have become the thing I was warned about. Then don't, Little Root said, simply. No, he agreed. I won't. He returned to tending the garden's recovering beds, and the dimension's atmosphere settled back into the particular quality of a place where people were trusted to keep their promises. Chapter 84. The Myriad Toxin sect did not wait for the Continental Alchemy Congress. Venerable Wudu, having received Gu Yinzi's comprehensive report on Yao Feng's abilities, decided that the Congress was too public and too uncertain a venue for his approach. Instead, he sent his elite, the Toxic Triad, with orders to extract the root vein host by force. The Toxic Triad were Venerable Wudu's personal students, each one a seed realm poison cultivator specializing in a different method of biological warfare. Mu Liangshen controlled airborne toxins, invisible, odorless compounds that could decimate populations without anyone knowing they'd been attacked. Gu Huishan manipulated liquid poisons, contaminating water supplies, food stores, and medicinal ingredients with targeted compounds. And the leader, xianxia, wielded what the Myriad Toxin sect called living poison, sentient toxic organisms that could think, adapt, and hunt their targets with the persistence of trained predators. 3 seed realm cultivators, each one individually more powerful than anything Yao Feng had faced. Together, they were a force that could challenge most sects' defenses. They arrived at the Green Cloud Mountains on a windless night, approaching from 3 different directions to ensure comprehensive coverage. Their first action was not an attack, but a deployment. Mu Liangshen released a colorless, scentless aerosol into the mountain air that contained a compound designed to suppress herb-sensing abilities. They knew about Yao Feng's enhanced perception and moved to neutralize it before making their approach. It almost worked. The suppression compound dulled Yao Feng's herb sense to a fraction of its normal range, reducing his awareness from miles to meters. He woke in his quarters feeling wrong, a subtle wrongness, like a taste on the back of his tongue that shouldn't be there. Something's in the air, he told Little Root internally. My senses are muffled. I can compensate partially through the dimension, routing your perception through the root vein's internal network instead of your biological senses. But it'll be sluggish, seconds of delay instead of real time. Do it. The delayed herb sense caught the Toxic Triad's approach 6 minutes later, 3 powerful signatures converging on the sect compound from different vectors, moving with the coordinated precision of a military operation. 3 seed realm cultivators. Yao Feng reported to the sect's Emergency Defense Council, which convened in Grand Elderling's laboratory within minutes of the alert. Poison specialists. They've already deployed an area denial compound that's suppressing my sensing abilities. Grand Elderling's face set into hard lines. Seed realm. That's 2 full realms above our strongest martial division members. He looked at Bai Lianhua, whose canopy realm cultivation was the highest in the compound after his own. Together, you and I might hold one of them. But 3 simultaneously. Let me handle the toxin specialist, Yao Feng said. My body neutralizes poisons automatically. The aerosol suppression will lose its effectiveness once I've processed enough of it. My dimension will develop countermeasures. And the other 2? I have an idea. But it requires the sect's defensive formations and everyone working together. The defense plan came together in minutes. Grand Elder Ling and Bai Lianhua would engage the leader, xianxia, using the sect's formation arrays to amplify their combined power. The martial division would deploy in a containment pattern around the compound, channeling qi into the mountain's defensive network. Yao Feng would face Mu Liangshen, the airborne toxin specialist, whose abilities were most directly opposed by the living pharmacy's neutralization capabilities. That left Gu Huixin, the liquid poison specialist, unaccounted for, until Wei Qingyao stepped forward and said, simply, "I'll handle the water poisoner. I've been studying the sect's water systems since we arrived. If she tries to contaminate the supply, I'll be waiting." Chapter 85. The toxic triad struck at dawn. Mu Liangshan's attack came first, a wave of corrosive mist that rolled up the mountain slopes, eating through the outer formation barriers like acid through paper. The compound's defensive arrays fired in response, but the mist was not a conventional attack. It was a biological agent that didn't interact with qi-based barriers in predictable ways. It seeped through gaps, found weaknesses, and amplified its own corrosive properties using the formation's defensive qi as fuel. The outer gardens dissolved. Herbs that had survived centuries of mountain weather withered and died in seconds as the corrosive mist touched them. Disciples on the outer perimeter fell back, their pollen shields and qi barriers proving inadequate against a compound designed to bypass exactly those defenses. Yao Feng ran toward the mist. It hit him like a wall of concentrated malice, burning, corroding, attacking every biological system simultaneously. His skin blistered. His eyes watered. His lungs screamed as the corrosive agents tried to break down his internal organs. His body fought back. The dimension mobilized with a ferocity born of recent trauma. The depleted garden might have been recovering slowly, but the herbs that had regrown were hardened, survivors of the soporific bloom devastation. Their root systems toughened, their spiritual signatures intensified by adversity. They produced countercompounds with a speed and precision that exceeded anything Yao Feng had managed before the battle. A new ability emerged. Yao Feng's hands glowed with crimson light as he cut his palms open and let his blood spill onto the ground. Where the blood touched the earth, flowers erupted, blood-red blossoms that weren't part of any species he'd cultivated, but something new, born from the combination of his medicinal blood and the dimension's desperate creativity. Blood bloom. The crimson flowers didn't just heal, they purified. They absorbed the corrosive mist like sponges, breaking it down into harmless components, neutralizing the compound faster than Mu Liangshan could produce it. A circle of clear air expanded outward from Yao Feng's position, the blood bloom spreading across the mountainside in a tide of crimson that consumed the enemy's toxin and converted it into healing energy. The verdant lotus disciples within the blood bloom's radius felt the effect immediately, not just the absence of the corrosive mist, but active healing. Wounds sealed, qi stabilized, spiritual damage reversed. Yao Feng's blood was creating a zone of absolute medicinal supremacy, where injury was impossible and poison was fuel. Mu Liangshan stared from the mountainside as his signature technique was not just countered but consumed. Impossible, he breathed. The compound was designed to resist biological neutralization. It was designed to resist normal biological neutralization, Yao Feng replied, his voice carrying across the clear zone with unnatural clarity. I am not normal. The battle between them became a contest of production, Mu Liangshan generating increasingly potent toxins from his cultivation, Yao Feng's blood bloom absorbing and converting each variant. Every new poison that Mu Liangshan produced was analyzed by the dimension, neutralized by the blood flowers, and added to Yao Feng's growing catalog of processed toxins. His body was learning from the attack, becoming more resistant with each exposure. After 20 minutes, Mu Liangshan had exhausted his repertoire. He stood on a bare patch of mountainside, surrounded by crimson flowers, his most powerful techniques rendered impotent by a cultivator 3 realms below him. Yield, Yao Feng said. Venerable Wudu will not stop, Mu Liangshan replied. If we fail, he'll come himself. Then he can come himself, and I'll have a bigger garden waiting. Mu Liangshan yielded. Chapter 86. The other two battles were harder. Grand Elder Ling and Bai Lianhua fought xianxia in the compound's central plaza, the living poison master's sentient toxic organisms clashing with the combined might of 2 canopy realm cultivators supported by the sect's strongest formation arrays. The battle destroyed the central fountain, 3 pavilions, and a library wing before xianxia was finally subdued, not defeated, but contained by a triple-layered formation that even his living poisons couldn't penetrate. Wei Qingyao dealt with Gu Huixin in the water tunnels beneath the mountain, a silent, vicious engagement in cramped tunnels and flooded chambers. The liquid poison specialist had already contaminated 2 of the sect's 3 primary water sources before Wei Qingyao intercepted her. The former assassin's blade techniques were precise enough to neutralize the poison cultivator without spilling a drop of contaminated water into the clean supply. Gu Huixin was rendered unconscious with a nerve strike and hauled out of the tunnels by Kaiyong, who had to duck to fit in the passageways. The toxic triad was defeated, but not before one of the 3. xianxia, in the moments before his containment, released a message construct that flew east at speeds no pursuit could match. The message was simple. A single sentence transmitted to the myriad toxin valley. Subject exceeds all projections. Recommend personal acquisition. Venerable's presence required. Grand Elder Ling intercepted the message's residual signature and decoded its contents. His face, when he read the decoded text, was the grayest Yaofeng had ever seen. Venerable Wudu will come himself, the Grand Elder said. Ancient root realm, beyond anything we can defend against. When? The Continental Alchemy Congress. 4 months from now, he'll approach publicly, on neutral ground, where neither force nor politics can prevent the encounter. He looked at Yaofeng with eyes that held not fear but the calculation of a man adjusting his strategy to accommodate an immovable obstacle. You need to be ready. I will be. The toxic triad was imprisoned in the sect's secure holding facility, their cultivation sealed. Yaofeng extracted information from each, voluntarily, through conversation rather than torture, building a comprehensive profile of Venerable Wudu's capabilities, methods, and psychology. The picture that emerged was of a man who was brilliant, obsessive, and genuinely dangerous. Not because he was evil, but because he had spent 3 centuries pursuing a goal with such single-minded focus that all other considerations had become secondary. He didn't want to hurt Yaofeng. He wanted to understand him, and his understanding required the kind of thorough, invasive study that no living subject could survive. He spent the evening after the toxic triad's defeat with each of the 3 separately, not as a researcher and not as a captor, as a person who had questions and the patience to ask them with respect. Mu Lianshan, the airborne toxin specialist, was the most forthcoming. He was 60 years old, had served Venerable Wudu for 30 of those years, and had spent his career developing techniques that his master had believed would never find a worthy application. Being defeated by a cultivator 3 realms below him had produced a philosophical crisis. He said the root vein host would be resistant to airborne approaches, Mu Lianshan said, his voice carrying the flat effect of someone reviewing a professional failure. He was correct. What he did not say was that resistant would mean actively consuming and converting my techniques into medicine. He looked at his hands. I have spent 30 years developing those toxins, the most sophisticated airborne compounds in the world. You absorb them. I developed countermeasures. In real time. While fighting. He shook his head. The Venerable's projections said you were ahead of schedule. He was describing your current abilities as equivalent to what he expected of a host 5 years further along in development. A pause. He'll have to revise his models again. What is he actually trying to achieve? Yaofeng asked. Not the stated goals. The real ones. Mu Lianshan looked at him for a long moment. He wants to finish what the gardener started, the toxin specialist said. Not the consuming, the bridge. He believes the primordial garden realm is reachable, that the root vein's full development would produce a cultivator capable of genuine botanical consciousness integration, and that such a cultivator would have the power to address problems that current cultivation cannot touch. Disease. Spiritual corruption. The dead zones in the central plains. He paused. He is not wrong about the potential. He is wrong about the method. The method requires my cooperation. Yes, which is why he sent us first, to demonstrate that coercive approaches would fail, so that you would be more receptive to a direct appeal. Mu Lianshan's expression held something between guilt and honesty. He is not entirely without self-awareness. He knew the toxic triad would lose. He sent us to lose, in a way that would show you the difference between what we could offer and what he can offer. Yaofeng absorbed this. He staged the attack, he said. He used the attack, Mu Lianshan corrected carefully. There is a difference. There was. He filed it alongside everything else. Chapter 87 The Continental Alchemy Congress was the cultivation world's premier academic event, a once-per-decade gathering where the greatest alchemists from every sect, clan, and independent research group convened to share discoveries, debate theories, and trade in the rarest materials available. It was held in Tianyu City, a neutral metropolis maintained by an international agreement that prohibited military action within its boundaries. Attending was risky, but refusing to attend would be seen as weakness, an acknowledgement that Yaofeng feared Venerable Wudu enough to hide. In the cultivation world, perceived weakness invited aggression. The decision was made after a debate that lasted 2 days. Grand Elder Ling would accompany Yaofeng as the sect's official representative. Ling Suan would attend as a participating alchemist. Kaiyang, Wei Qingyao, and Bai Lianhua would provide security. An additional escort of 4 Canopy Realm elders would travel with them, the sect's strongest available force. We go as scholars, not soldiers, Grand Elder Ling declared. The Congress is neutral ground. Voodoo cannot attack us there without violating international convention and turning every sect on the continent against him. And if he offers partnership instead of attack? Yaofeng asked. Then you listen. Knowledge has no allegiance. If Voodoo possesses information about the root vein that can help you, the source is irrelevant. The application is what matters. Preparations consumed the next 3 months. Yaofeng used the time to advance his cultivation aggressively, pushing his leaf realm toward its peak. The dimension, fully recovered from the soporific bloom devastation, was stronger than before. The herbs that had regrown were more resilient, more potent, and more integrated into the self-sustaining ecosystem that made the garden a genuine biosphere rather than a collection of plants. He also worked on emotional regulation, the technique Ling Suan had mentioned for maintaining genuine emotion while controlling its expression. By Lianhua, whose purity temple training included advanced meditation practices, taught him a method called clear pool mind, a state where emotions flowed freely but remained contained, like water in a still pond. Deep feelings could be accessed for healing without creating the resonance waves that the Blight Queen exploited. The key is not suppression, Bai Lianhua explained during their daily meditation sessions. Suppressed emotion creates pressure that eventually explodes. Clear pool mind lets you feel everything without broadcasting it. The Blight Queen reads your emotional output. If you can feel sorrow without projecting it into the dimension, your tears will heal without giving her a channel to influence you. It took weeks of practice, but the technique worked. Yaofeng could now produce healing tears while maintaining a calm internal state that the Blight Queen couldn't exploit. The prison walls remained stable during healing sessions for the first time. Clever, the Queen murmured when she realized what he'd done. Very clever, little pharmacist. The compliment sounded almost genuine. He sat with that observation in the quiet of the meditation room after the evening session and thought about what it meant for the Blight Queen to sound genuine. She had spent 10,000 years using every tool available to her. Manipulation, patience, tactical revelation of information, the careful construction of emotional resonance that Old Man Gu had warned him about from the beginning. Every word she had spoken had been chosen. He knew that, and she knew he knew it, and both of them were working within a framework where the knowing was part of the dynamic. But genuine. The word meant something different from accurate. A person could say an accurate thing is a tactic. He had done this himself. The specific combination of accuracy and the particular quality of delivery that made a statement genuine, that was harder to fake and harder to deploy strategically because genuine things were produced by states that strategy couldn't fully control. Was the Blight Queen developing states that her strategy couldn't control? He thought about the White Garden, the Red Bloom, the grief she had named at last, during Silk Mist's memory revelation. The way she had stood quiet through the battle's devastation and chosen not to exploit the thin prison walls because she was, apparently, the kind of person who waited to see if promises were kept. He thought about what Little Root had said weeks ago. Warmth is not in my current capacity. I know that I was once capable of it. The experience of it is absent. The Blight Queen, before she was the Blight Queen, had been a person capable of love, had loved someone deeply, had chosen to trust despite growing evidence that the trust was being betrayed, had been destroyed for that choice. 10,000 years was a long time. Long enough to transform love into rage, grief into armor, warmth into strategic deployment. But the process went both ways. 10,000 years was also long enough for the armor to develop cracks, for something underneath to remember what it had been. He was not a romantic. He was a herbalist who understood the difference between a dead plant and a dormant one. Seeds survived things that killed the plants that grew from them. They waited in conditions no root could tolerate. And when the conditions changed, he was changing the conditions. He wrote a note in his journal, not the research journal, but the private one, where he recorded what he was thinking rather than what he was doing. The Blight Queen complimented my cleverness tonight. I believe she meant it. I believe that means something, though I don't know what yet. He closed the journal and went to sleep. Chapter 88. The journey to Tianyu City took 3 weeks by road and Spirit Beast Ferry. The route crossed the boundary between Azure Mist Province and the broader Central Plains, a transition from mountainous woodland to vast, flat grassland that stretched to the horizon in every direction. The spiritual energy density dropped noticeably outside the Green Cloud Mountains influence zone, and Yaofeng's herb sense had to adjust to a landscape where herbs were sparser and less potent. His fame preceded him. At every waypoint, towns, ferry crossings, trading posts, someone recognized him, not by face, but by the medicinal scent that clung to him and the faint green tinge that occasionally colored his skin when the dimension was particularly active. The living pharmacy had become a title known from one end of the continent to the other, and with it came attention that ranged from reverential to threatening. 3 separate groups attempted to capture him during the journey. The first was a minor sect, the Silver Needle Hall, that believed Yaofeng's blood could enhance their acupuncture-based cultivation technique. They attacked at a river crossing, 8 Bloom Realm fighters surrounding the carriage. The Verdant Lotus escort handled them with professional efficiency. Yaofeng didn't even need to intervene. The second was a pair of rogue cultivators who had somehow acquired a sample of his blood from the Mulan clinic and discovered that diluted, it could cure diseases they charged fortunes to treat. They saw him as an economic threat and attempted assassination. Wei Qingyao neutralized them before they got within 50 meters. The third was more disturbing, a delegation from a kingdom to the south that presented a formal offer: citizenship, a private estate, and unlimited research funding in exchange for Yaofeng's exclusive services. When he declined, the delegation's leader, a Canopy Realm cultivator in royal armor, suggested that declining was not an option. Bai Lianhua stepped forward, her own Canopy Realm pressure matching the envoy's with the quiet certainty of deep water, and the delegation withdrew. "This is my life now," Yaofeng said to Ling Suwen that evening, as they camped in a forest clearing surrounded by defensive formations and armed escorts. "Everyone wants what's inside me. My blood, my sweat, my tears, my dimension. I'm a resource." "You're a person who happens to be a resource," she corrected. "The distinction matters. Resources are consumed. People choose. The line between those things is getting thinner every day." She took his hand. "Then we hold the line. Together." Chapter 89. The fourth herb spirit awakened during the journey's second week. Yaofeng was sleeping in the back of the carriage when Ironbark's pod split with a sound like a tree trunk cracking in a storm. The spirit that emerged was enormous, 10 feet tall inside the dimension, a humanoid figure of ancient, gnarled wood with bark armor several inches thick and eyes like knotholes that glowed with amber light. Ironbark did not attack. He did not speak. He simply stood where he'd emerged, looked around the dimension with slow, deliberate awareness, and then walked to the boundary between the garden and the Blight Queen's prison. He planted his roots in the soil and grew, his bark expanding, thickening, forming a living wall that reinforced the prison's weakening structure. "He's a guardian," Little Root explained, his voice awed. "The root vein's original protector. He was created specifically to defend the dimension against internal threats. He's been dormant for 8,000 years, waiting for a host strong enough to sustain his consciousness. Will he listen to me? He listens to the dimension. You are the dimension's host. He'll guard what you value." Yaofeng approached Ironbark cautiously. The massive spirit looked down at him with an expression that might have been curiosity, or might have been the neutral assessment of a castle evaluating a new king. "The prison needs reinforcement," Yaofeng said. "Can you hold it?" Ironbark didn't speak. He pressed his massive wooden hand against the prison wall, and the vine structure beneath his touch transformed, from thin, fragile tendrils to thick, interlocking roots reinforced with bark armor. In minutes, the Blight Queen's prison went from paper-thin desperation to genuine containment. Not impenetrable, not permanent, but solid enough to give Yaofeng room to breathe. The Blight Queen watched the reinforcement from her corner. Her expression, visible through the now narrower gaps in the prison wall, was unreadable. She looked at Ironbark the way one might look at an old friend who had arrived unexpectedly. "Hello, old tree," she said softly. "It's been a long time." Ironbark didn't respond, but his bark creaked, a sound that, in a different context, might have been a sigh. Yaofeng stood in the garden's southern section, where Bitterthorn's bordered ecology coexisted with the broader ecosystem in the armed but stable truce they had maintained since the spirit's awakening, and watched Ironbark reinforce the prison wall. The two spirits, the Guardian and the Thorned One, had not interacted since Ironbark emerged. They occupied different sections of the dimension and had apparently reached a mutual accommodation of territory without requiring negotiation. But now, as Ironbark pressed roots into the prison wall structure, Bitterthorn moved to the edge of his bordered territory and watched. The bark and vine hybrid reinforcement that Ironbark had established at the northeastern junction was a masterwork of dimensional engineering. The bark didn't replace the vine structure. It grew alongside it, interlocking with the existing architecture and taking on the stress points while leaving the vine's flexibility intact. Rigid strength and flexible strength, working in combination. Bitterthorn watched this with the expression, as much as thorn nodes could be read as expressing things, of someone observing skilled work. He said nothing, but after Ironbark finished and withdrew toward the central garden, Bitterthorn spent 20 minutes examining the repair. He ran one thorn-tipped finger along the bark-vine junction, testing its integrity, identifying the specific technique Ironbark had used to create the interlocking bond. Then he returned to his territory and began growing something new. What he grew was small, a single vine, thinner than usual, extending from the southernmost point of his bordered ecology toward the prison wall's western face. Not attacking, not expanding, reaching. The vine stopped 3 inches short of the wall, growing flat against the dimension's soil, its tendrils oriented toward the wall's surface. It was not assistance. Not yet. It was proximity, the choice of a spirit who had refused cooperation but was apparently watching to see what cooperation looked like up close. Yaofeng said nothing. He tended his herbs, moved through the garden's routine maintenance, and did not draw attention to what Bitterthorn was doing. Some growths needed to be observed rather than managed. When he returned the next morning, the vine had extended another 2 inches. It was still 3 inches from the wall. He watered the herbs nearest Bitterthorn's territory and noted the development in his journal. Chapter 90 Tianyu City was a wonder. Built at the confluence of 3 rivers on the Central Plains, the neutral metropolis covered an area larger than most small kingdoms. Its walls were said to be maintained by a joint formation array powered by contributions from every major sect on the continent. A collaborative defense that served as both protection and symbol of the international agreements that governed the city's neutral status. Inside the walls, every culture, sect, and cultivation tradition on the continent was represented. Street vendors sold herbs from the northern tundra and the southern tropics. Alchemists from 100 different schools operated workshops that lined entire districts. The air hummed with such a density and variety of spiritual energy that normal perception became a kaleidoscope of conflicting signals. Yaofeng's herb sense went into overdrive. He could detect thousands of species, many unknown to him, some that didn't exist in any catalog he'd studied. The root vein inside him pulsed with acquisitive hunger, and his dimension resonated with excitement at the prospect of new seeds. Focus, Ling Suwen warned, sensing his distraction. We're not here to shop. My garden disagrees. The Continental Alchemy Congress occupied the city's central district, a complex of halls, laboratories, and exhibition spaces that had been purpose-built for the event generations ago. Registration took half a day, during which Yaofeng and Ling Suwen were assigned badges, workspaces, and a schedule of presentations, demonstrations, and social events that filled every waking hour for the Congress's 7-day duration. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. Within an hour of registration, word had spread through the Congress that the living pharmacy was present. Invitations, requests, and demands began accumulating at their workspace with the relentless persistence of rising water. Grand Elder Ling managed the political aspect, meeting with representatives from other sects, establishing the Verdant Lotus sect's position as Yaofeng's primary academic partner, and deflecting the more aggressive inquiries with diplomatic skill that revealed decades of practice. Yaofeng focused on the Congress itself. The presentations were staggering. Breakthroughs in pill refinement, herb cultivation, spiritual healing, and botanical consciousness that represented the best work of thousands of alchemists across the continent. He attended lecture after lecture, absorbing knowledge that expanded his understanding of what was possible. And he watched for Venerable Wudu. The poison saint had not yet appeared, but his presence was felt, a whispered name in every corridor, a topic of nervous speculation among alchemists who knew his reputation. Venerable Wudu. Ancient root realm. 3 centuries of research. The man who had spent longer studying the root vein than most sects had existed. He was coming. Yaofeng could feel it the way his garden felt the approach of a storm, a gathering pressure, a darkening sky, the certainty that something vast was about to arrive. Chapter 91 The Congress's organizers requested a demonstration. It was standard practice for notable attendees, a chance to showcase abilities before the assembled academic community. Refusing would signal weakness. Accepting meant revealing capabilities in a public forum where thousands of cultivators, including potential enemies, would be watching and recording. Yaofeng accepted, and he chose his demonstration carefully. The Congress's medical division had a tradition. They brought patients with incurable conditions to each Congress, hoping that the assembled expertise might produce a solution that individual practitioners couldn't. This Congress's patient was a middle-aged cultivator named Shen, no relation, whose nascent soul had cracked during a breakthrough attempt gone wrong. A cracked nascent soul was considered the most catastrophic spiritual injury possible. The cultivator was effectively a dead man walking. His soul was slowly disintegrating, and no technique, pill, or healer had been able to address the damage. Yaofeng healed him. Before thousands of witnesses, he placed his hands on the patient's temples, produced tears through the clear pool mind technique, genuine sorrow controlled by disciplined expression, and let the medicinal qi flow into the cracked nascent soul. The Dimensions herbs produced compounds specifically designed for spiritual level repair, guided by silk mist's historical knowledge of similar injuries. The crack sealed. The nascent soul stabilized. The patient's spiritual pressure, which had been flickering like a dying candle, steadied and strengthened. Shen opened his eyes and wept. The audience was silent for 3 full seconds. Then applause erupted. Not the polite clapping of academic courtesy, but the genuine, thundering ovation of thousands of people witnessing something they had been told was impossible. The reaction was a tsunami. Within hours, every faction at the Congress had revised their assessment of Yaofeng's value upward. Offers poured in, partnership proposals from major sects, trade agreements from commerce guilds, personal requests from powerful cultivators seeking healing for conditions that no one else could treat. The living pharmacy had gone from a provincial curiosity to a continental asset in a single demonstration. And somewhere in the audience, an impossibly old man with skin like dried leaves watched the demonstration with eyes that glowed with 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge and desire. He felt the moment Venerable Wudu registered his presence. It was not visible. Wudu was at the far end of the observation gallery, partially obscured by the crowd of senior alchemists who had gathered to watch the demonstration's aftermath. The distance was too great for normal chi perception. But Yaofeng's herb sense, extended to the modest range he maintained in densely populated settings, caught a specific shift in the air quality near the old man's position. Wudu produced botanical qi, ancient, refined, 3 centuries deep. It carried the signature of a hollow gardener lineage practitioner, the same root network resonance that Yaofeng had learned to read from Old Man Gu and from the Abyssal Garden's remnant signatures. He was looking at a man who had spent 3 centuries studying the root vein and who would know, from the moment their botanical signatures crossed ranges, that the living pharmacy was fully aware of his presence. He met that awareness with his own, a calm, deliberate extension of his herb sense that said, without ambiguity, "I know you are here, and I am not afraid of you." Wudu's qi signature did not change, but something in the air around him shifted, a slight reorientation, like a compass needle settling toward true north. Recognition. Assessment. The recalibration that happened when a very sophisticated model encountered data that required updating. Little Root said, from inside, "He's excited. Not in the way people are excited when they're pleased. In the way they're excited when they've been confirmed correct about something important." What's he been confirmed about? That you're more developed than his intelligence suggested. He expected to find a leaf realm host in the early stages of dimension development. He's registering something considerably more advanced. Good, Yaofeng said, keeping his expression neutral for the crowd around him. Let him recalibrate. He turned back to the recovering patient, Shen, who was still sitting with the specific quality of wonder that came from 20 years of imminent death suddenly reversed, and asked him how he felt. Like I have room, the man said, which was an answer Yaofeng found he understood perfectly. He noted the location of Wudu's position in the gallery and returned to the work at hand. Tomorrow, the old man would come to find him. He would be ready. Chapter 92. Venerable Wudu appeared on the Congress's 3rd day. He came without escort, without announcement, without the posturing that powerful cultivators typically employed. He simply walked into Yaofeng's workspace during a quiet afternoon and sat down across the table with the casual ease of a colleague dropping by for tea. He was ancient, not in the way that old cultivators were ancient, preserved by qi, their features frozen in an approximation of youth. Wudu was genuinely old. His skin was thin and papery, covered in a network of fine scars that traced the paths of 1,000 experiments. His hair was white as bone. His body was thin, almost frail, wrapped in plain gray robes that bore no sect insignia. But his eyes were alive with an intelligence that burned with 300 years of focused obsession. They were the eyes of someone who had stared at a single question for longer than most civilizations endured, and they were fixed on Yaofeng with the intensity of a laser striking glass. The nascent soul healing was remarkable, Wudu said, his voice soft and precise. The tier-based repair technique targets the spiritual substrate directly, bypassing the physical medium entirely. I've theorized about that approach for decades, but lacked the biological framework to test it. You are the framework. Venerable Wudu. Yaofeng kept his voice steady. Your students tried to kidnap me. They were overzealous. I have corrected their approach. He folded his hands on the table. I did not come here to threaten or coerce. I came because I believe we want the same thing, to understand the primordial root vein, to fulfill its potential, to achieve what the Hollow Gardener couldn't. The Hollow Gardener sacrificed people to fuel his creation. I'm not interested in following his path. Nor am I. Wudu's expression was earnest, or perfectly designed to appear so. The gardener's failure was not his vision, but his method. He treated other consciousnesses as fuel. I believe a cooperative approach, willing partnership between the root vein's host and someone with centuries of accumulated knowledge, could succeed where his coercion failed. What exactly are you proposing? An exchange. I share everything I know about the root vein, its history, its mechanics, the nature of the herb spirits, the path to the primordial garden realm. In return, you allow me to study your abilities under controlled, non-invasive conditions. Observation, not experimentation. Documentation, not dissection. The offer was tempting. 3 centuries of research, freely shared. Knowledge that could help Yaofeng manage the dimension, understand the spirits, and address the Blight Queen's escalating influence. Knowledge that could save his life. But Gue Yinxi's testimony echoed in his memory. Wudu was obsessive. 300 years of single-minded focus had eroded whatever boundaries had once existed between academic interest and consuming need. Cooperation with such a person was like gardening next to a wildfire, productive until the wind changed. I'll consider your offer, Yaofeng said. But I need guarantees. No students following me. No experiments on populations. No coercive measures of any kind. Agreed. And I want one thing immediately. A gesture of good faith. Name it. Tell me what you know about the Blight Queen. Her real name, her history, and how to prevent her from merging with my consciousness. Wudu's eyes glittered. Her name was xianxia, and the merging you describe is not a threat. It is the root vein's intended function. The question is not how to prevent it, but how to survive it. Chapter 93. Wudu talked for 6 hours. His knowledge was staggering, not just in breadth, but in depth. He knew details about the root vein's creation that even Silk Mist hadn't shared, because his research predated her awakening in Yaofeng's dimension. He had studied surviving fragments of the Hollow Gardener's original notes, recovered from archaeological sites across the continent. He had experimented with botanical consciousness manipulation for decades, developing techniques that the Gardener's era lacked. He told Yaofeng things that fundamentally altered his understanding of the root vein. The herb spirits were not prisoners in the conventional sense. They were components, pieces of a larger pattern that the root vein was designed to assemble. Each spirit represented a different aspect of botanical consciousness. Little Root was growth, Bitter Thorn was defense, Silk Mist was memory, Iron Bark was protection, and the spirits still dormant represented other functions. The Blight Queen, xianxia, represented emotion, the human element that made the botanical bridge possible. Without her, the root vein is a garden without a gardener, Wudu explained, sketching diagrams on the workshop table with ink-stained fingers. The herbs grow, the spirits function, the dimension expands. But it's mechanical, automatic. Without human emotional consciousness guiding the system, it cannot achieve true synthesis between plant and person. That's why the gardener sacrificed her. Yes, and that's why the merging with her is inevitable. The root vein was designed to reassemble all its components into a unified whole, with the host as the central consciousness. The prison was always meant to weaken over time. The spirits were always meant to integrate. The Blight Queen's eventual merger with the host is the root vein's primary function. And if the host isn't strong enough, then the Queen's consciousness overwhelms the hosts, and she becomes the dominant personality in a hybrid body. The host's awareness is absorbed, not destroyed, but subsumed. Functionally, the host becomes a passenger in their own body while the Queen drives. The scenario was exactly what Old Man Gu had warned about. But Wudu offered something Gu hadn't, a path forward. The merging can be survived, Wudu said, but only if 3 conditions are met. First, the host must reach canopy realm minimum. The chi density needed to maintain dual consciousness requires that level of spiritual capacity. Second, all other herb spirits must be integrated first. The Queen cannot be the first to merge, because her consciousness is too strong to be balanced by the host alone. Third, the merging must be voluntary, on both sides. Forced integration creates resistance, and resistance creates fractures. Voluntary. The Queen has to agree to merge willingly. And you have to agree to accept her. With all her memories, all her rage, all her grief. A 10,000-year burden that no human has ever carried. Yaofeng sat in silence, processing the enormity of what he'd been told. The root vein wasn't a weapon or a tool or a blessing. It was a being, an incomplete being, waiting for its components to reassemble. And he was the vessel in which that assembly would happen. Why are you telling me this? He asked. If you want to study the root vein, keeping me ignorant would give you more leverage. Wudu's expression shifted, and for the first time, Yaofeng saw something genuine beneath the scholarly mask. Regret. Because I have spent 300 years studying this artifact from the outside, the old man said quietly. I have theorized, experimented, and sacrificed more than you can imagine trying to understand what you carry. And in all that time, I have never once been able to touch it. You can. You live inside the answer to the question that has consumed my entire existence. Helping you understand it is the closest I will ever come to understanding it myself. The honesty was unexpected. Yao Feng filed it away, along with the knowledge that honest men with obsessions were still dangerous. Chapter 94. The myriad toxin sect had infiltrated the Congress. Wei Qingyao discovered it through her network of informants. Cultivators she'd cultivated through careful observation and strategic conversation during the Congress's social events. Dozens of Wudu's people had registered under false identities, scattered throughout the Congress's attendee list, positioned in key locations throughout the venue. They're not here for you specifically, Wei Qingyao reported during the group's nightly security briefing. They're here for the Congress. Wudu's people have been positioning gas dispersal equipment in the Congress Hall's ventilation system. Whatever they're planning, it's aimed at the entire venue. A mass poisoning, more likely a mass disruption. Create chaos, then use the chaos as cover. For what? I'm not certain. But the timing aligns with your discussions with Wudu. If he can't acquire you through negotiation, a controlled crisis gives him extraction options. Yao Feng confronted Wudu at their next meeting. The old man's response was unexpected. He listened, frowned, and said, "Those are not my people. Your sect members, registered under false identities, with gas dispersal equipment, at a congress where your target is present. And they're not your people. They're my sect members. The operation was planned before I decided to approach you directly. I ordered it suspended when I chose the diplomatic route." He paused. "But my second-in-command, Luo Weiying, may have decided that the original plan was preferable to mine. She is less patient than I am. You've lost control of your own sect? I have delegated authority to someone who disagrees with my current approach. A common problem for leaders whose subordinates have their own ambitions." The situation was spiraling. Wudu's knowledge was genuine and valuable, but his sect was a loaded weapon pointed at the Congress, with a trigger-happy subordinate ready to pull. "Call them off," Yao Feng demanded. "I'll try. But if Luo Weiying has committed to the operation, she won't respond to my recall orders. She believes, correctly, perhaps, that negotiation is too slow and that force is more reliable. Then we stop her ourselves." He said it with a flatness that cut through the debate in the room. The debate had been going on for 40 minutes. Grand Elder Ling and the sect's ruling council had been presenting options, analyzing probabilities, discussing contingencies for Gue Yinxi's report that the senior myriad toxin sect operative in Tianyu City, a woman named Zhu Huanin, had moved from intelligence gathering to direct preparation. Zhu Huanin was Seed Realm. She had been in the city for 3 months, establishing a network of information contacts and identifying Yao Feng's daily patterns. She was also, according to intercepted communication, receiving instructions directly from Venerable Wudu that were not consistent with the partnership offer Wudu had made the previous day. "He's running parallel operations," Wei Qingyao had reported, in the tone she used for intelligence that confirmed a threat she had already anticipated. "The partnership offer is genuine. He does want cooperative access, but he doesn't trust that Yao Feng will agree on the terms he needs. Zhu Huanin is the backup plan." "What does the backup plan involve?" Bai Lianhua asked. "Forced acquisition. She specializes in spiritual sealing techniques. Her combat method involves isolating a target's qi channels and freezing them in place long enough for extraction. She's never attempted it on a living pharmacy host, but she's been running assessments." The debate that followed covered extraction plans, defensive formations, diplomatic approaches to Wudu through the Congress's conflict resolution mechanisms, and 3 different versions of controlled retreat. All of them had merit. None of them were simple. He had waited until the options were fully mapped before speaking. "Then we stop her ourselves," he said again, into the silence that had followed the first statement. "Not through the Congress mechanisms, not through escalation to the other sects, not through retreat. We go to Zhu Huanin, and we present her with a choice that makes the backup plan unnecessary." "What choice?" Grand Elder Ling asked. "The same choice I gave Gue Yinxi. Full information exchange, voluntary cooperation, the possibility of real understanding as opposed to forced acquisition. I extend the offer to Wudu through her, directly, without diplomatic intermediary." He looked around the room. "If he's genuinely interested in understanding the root vein, he needs me willing and functional. A coerced subject produces corrupted data. He knows this. And if he doesn't accept the offer, then she comes for me, and we deal with it. But I want to give the genuine approach a full chance first." Wei Qingyao looked at him with the expression she used when she thought a plan was too optimistic and also probably correct. "I'll arrange the meeting," she said. Chapter 95. The myriad toxin sect struck during the Congress's closing ceremony. The Grand Hall was packed. 5,000 alchemists, researchers, and sect representatives gathered for the final presentations and award announcements. The energy was festive, celebratory, the culmination of 7 days of academic exchange. Poison gas erupted from the ventilation system at 37 simultaneous points. The gas was not lethal. Luo Weiing was practical, not genocidal. It was a fast-acting paralytic designed to incapacitate everyone in the hall for approximately 1 hour, during which a strike team would extract Yaofeng and evacuate before anyone could respond. The paralytic hit the crowd like an invisible wave. Cultivators collapsed where they stood, their muscles locking, their chi frozen, their expressions caught between surprise and outrage. Within 30 seconds, 4,000 of the 5,000 attendees were down. The remaining 1,000 were cultivators powerful enough to resist the paralytic through brute chi application, burning through the compound faster than it could take effect, maintaining a shrinking pocket of functionality in a hall full of frozen bodies. Yaofeng was among them. His body processed the paralytic instantly, his dimension's ecology identifying and neutralizing the compound before it could affect a single muscle fiber. He stood in the center of the chaos, the only person in the grand hall who appeared completely unaffected. He didn't waste a second. He breathed. The breath was not soporific bloom this time. It was the dimension's full medicinal output, channeled through his lungs in a concentrated wave, a purifying exhalation that carried neutralizing compounds for the specific paralytic agent. The breath spread through the hall like a warm wind, carrying the antidote to every frozen body it touched. 5,000 people. One breath. The paralytic broke. Cultivators who had been frozen mid-step completed their steps. Others who had fallen were caught by neighbors who were themselves still recovering. The hall erupted into chaos as 5,000 people simultaneously realized they had been attacked and cured in the space of a minute. But Yaofeng's attention was already elsewhere. The strike team was moving. A dozen myriad toxin operatives converging on his position through the confusion, led by a woman in gray robes whose canopy realm cultivation pressed the air like a collapsing ceiling. Luo Weiing, Wudu's second-in-command. The woman who had decided that diplomacy was too slow. Zhu Huanin received Yaofeng's request for a meeting with the slightly surprised expression of a person who has been preparing an ambush and has received instead a dinner invitation. Wei Qingyao had arranged the meeting in a neutral garden space within the Congress's 3rd district, a location with sufficient ambient botanical qi that Yaofeng's herb sense operated at full capacity and sufficient open sight lines that Kaiyang could monitor from 3 positions simultaneously. She arrived alone. This was either confidence or a different kind of trap, and the botanical qi scan he ran as she approached told him it was confidence. Her signature was clean, no formation artifacts, no concealed weapons that would interact with spiritual energy. She was direct. He appreciated that about her. "You contacted me," she said, sitting across the garden table with the posture of someone who was not relaxed but was choosing to appear so. "That's a change from the dynamic I was expecting." "I know what the backup plan involves," Yaofeng said. "I wanted to speak with you before it became necessary." "How do you know about the backup plan?" "I had an informative conversation with Gue Yinsi." He paused. "And my herb sense has been reading your preparation activities for 3 days. Spiritual sealing compounds leave a distinctive residue that I can detect at range." She looked at him with a recalibrating expression, the specific expression of an operative who has just learned their target has capabilities their briefing significantly understated. "The Venerable said you were ahead of schedule," she said. He was right. "I'd like to ask you something directly. Do you believe the backup plan is the right approach?" A pause. Then, carefully, "I believe it was designed by a man who has spent 3 centuries being correct about everything he studied and has never encountered a subject who could choose their own terms. His models are extraordinarily sophisticated. His understanding of human beings is less sophisticated." She looked at the garden around them. "I believe the genuine partnership offer is the right approach. I also believe he will not pursue it if he thinks the coercive option remains viable. Then help me make the coercive option not viable." "How?" "Tell me what he actually needs, not what he's willing to take by force. What, if I gave it willingly, would make everything else unnecessary." She was quiet for a long time, in the way of someone accessing honesty they don't often use. Chapter 96. The battle with Luo Weiing began in the Congress Hall and spilled out through the main doors into the central courtyard, Yaofeng retreating before her assault, while his companions fought the remaining operatives. Luo Weiing was everything Gue Yinsi had not been, raw power matched with cold efficiency. Her poison techniques were not the delicate, clinical methods of an observer, but the overwhelming, destructive force of a warrior. She wielded concentrated toxin constructs as weapons, blades of crystallized venom, shields of corrosive mist, projectiles of explosive viral agents. Yao Feng countered with everything he had. Root bind erupted from the courtyard's stone floor, impossibly, the binding root growing through cracks and seems to entangle her feet. She burned through them with acidic qi and kept advancing. Spore burst filled the courtyard with mixed pollen. She deployed a toxin filter that converted his compounds into fuel for her own techniques, a technique that made his defensive measures actively strengthen her offense. Blood blooms spread across the ground, creating zones of purification. She avoided them, circling, attacking from vectors where the crimson flowers hadn't spread. He needed something new, something she hadn't prepared for. The dimension responded to his need. Herbs inside him cooperated. A dozen species working in concert, their combined output creating a compound that had never existed before. Not healing, not toxic, something between, a weaponized synthesis of every herb in his garden, channeled through his body and projected outward. Harvest storm. Yao Feng pulled herbs from his dimension and released them into the real world, not as planted seedlings or gentle essences, but as a cyclone of botanical matter. Thorns, petals, pollen, sap, bark, and concentrated qi whirled around him in a devastating storm of living weaponry. Each fragment was controlled by the dimension's ecology, thorns seeking armor gaps, pollen targeting respiratory pathways, sap coating weapons, and disrupting their qi conductivity. The storm hit Luo weighing like a wall. Her defenses crumbled under the sheer variety and volume of the attack. No single countermeasure could address all of it, and addressing each component individually was impossible because new variants emerged faster than she could adapt. She fought through. She was Canopy Realm, powerful, experienced, and desperately committed. She emerged from the storm battered, bleeding, her robes shredded and her toxin constructs depleted, but still standing, still advancing, still reaching for him with hands that could kill with a touch. Yao Feng caught her wrist. He planted a seed. Not the binding root he'd used on Su Taidan months ago. Something evolved, something the dimension had created specifically for this moment. A harmony root seed that didn't attack her meridians but integrated with them, establishing a temporary biological connection between their two systems. Through that connection, Yao Feng pushed healing. Not an attack, not a defense. Pure, overwhelming, irresistible medicinal energy that flooded Luo Weiying's body and forced it to confront 300 years of accumulated toxin damage that she had been suppressing through sheer willpower. Luo Weiying's body had been destroying itself for decades. 3 centuries of poison cultivation had corroded her organs, degraded her meridians, and slowly eaten her lifespan away. She maintained functionality through constant toxin management, a never-ending internal battle that consumed most of her cultivation energy. Yao Feng's healing energy disrupted that management, forcing her body to acknowledge the damage it had been ignoring. She collapsed, not from his attack, from her own body's accumulated self-destruction, suddenly made visible and impossible to deny. She lay on the courtyard stones, breathing hard, her eyes wide with the shock of a woman who had just been shown the true state of her own biology. "You're dying," Yao Feng said, kneeling beside her. "Your toxin cultivation has been killing you for centuries. I can feel it through the connection. Your organs are operating at 30% efficiency. Your meridians are held together by willpower, not structure. You have maybe 5 years left." Luo Weiying stared at him. The warrior's rage drained from her face, replaced by something raw and vulnerable. "I know," she whispered. "I've always known. I can help, not cure. The damage is too extensive for immediate reversal. But I can slow the deterioration, stabilize what remains, give you decades instead of years. Why would you help me? I just tried to kidnap you. Because I'm a healer. It's what I do." The battle ended not with a victory, but with a laying down of arms. Luo Weiying submitted to capture, her fight drained not by force, but by the unexpected mercy of the person she'd been sent to abduct. Chapter 97 Venerable Wudu found Yao Feng in the Congress Hall's aftermath. The old man stood amid the wreckage of his own sex operation. Broken furniture, scattered scrolls, unconscious operatives being carried away by Congress security. His expression held no anger at his sex defeat. Instead, it carried a complex emotion that Yao Feng recognized because he'd seen it in his own mirror. The look of someone whose understanding of a situation had fundamentally changed. "You healed her," Wudu said. "In the middle of a battle, while she was trying to capture you, you diagnosed her terminal condition and offered treatment. She was dying. She was your enemy. She was sick. Enemies and patients are not mutually exclusive categories." Wudu was silent for a long time. Around them, the Congress's security forces restored order, administered Yao Feng's mass antidote to the remaining paralytic victims, and secured the myriad toxin operatives. The Grand Hall's crystal ceiling, cracked during the harvest storm, leaked morning sunlight in patterns that made the wreckage look almost beautiful. "You are magnificent," Wudu said finally. "The root vein has found a worthy host at last. But you are still afraid of it, still fighting it instead of embracing it. When you stop resisting, you will become something this world has not seen in 10,000 years." He paused. "I will withdraw. My sect will not approach you again. But my knowledge remains available, everything I've shared, and more. When you're ready, seek me out. When I'm ready, when you understand that the root vein's purpose is not to serve you, it is to complete you." He turned and walked through the ruined hall, his ancient body carrying 3 centuries of accumulated wisdom and regret with equal grace. At the door, he stopped. "One more thing. The Hollow Gardener is not dead. He dreams beneath the central plains, and your dimension's growth is waking him. If he fully awakens before you've completed the merging process, he will try to reclaim the root vein, and he will not ask nicely." Then he was gone. He stood where Wudu had been sitting and looked at the empty chair for a moment, then looked at his hands. The final agreement, reached through 3 hours of negotiation that had been the most intellectually demanding conversation of Yaofeng's life, was this. Wudu would share everything he knew about the root vein's development trajectory, the herb spirit's integration sequence, and the primordial garden realm's theoretical requirements. In return, Yaofeng would allow Wudu to observe his abilities in controlled demonstrations during the Congress's remaining days, and would agree to share the results of the dimension's development with Wudu's research team through a formal publication process rather than direct access. The coercive backup plan was formally withdrawn. Zhu Huanin, who had been present for the negotiations' final hour and had said almost nothing, had looked at the old man with the expression of someone watching a conclusion they had been trying to reach for a very long time. "He waited 3 centuries for this conversation," she had said afterward, to Yaofeng alone. "I know. He was afraid you'd refuse. I almost did." He thought about the first half of the negotiation, when Wudu's approach had been too much the researcher and not enough the person. He forgets, sometimes, that the things he studies are alive. He forgot until you reminded him. She looked at him steadily. "He'll remember more reliably going forward. That's not a small thing." He returned to the group's quarters in the Congress's residential district and delivered the outcome to 4 people who had been waiting with varying degrees of patience. "Kaiyang," he agreed. "No fight. Ling Sowen. 3 centuries of research." What did he share first? Wei Qingyao. Was Zhu Huanin's withdrawal unconditional? By Lianhua. Is he trustworthy? He answered in order. No fight. The primordial garden, realm timeline. Unconditional. Probably not entirely, but honestly trying. The 4 of them absorbed this with the specific equanimity of people who had spent months managing situations significantly more dangerous than today's outcome. "Then we use what he knows," Ling Sowen said, already reaching for her research journal. He sat down beside her and began telling her everything. Chapter 98. Yaofeng broke through to Fruit Realm on the journey home from the Continental Alchemy Congress. The breakthrough happened during a meditation session in the back of the carriage, triggered by a cascading series of insights from the Congress. Wudu's information about the merging process, the experience of channeling the dimension's full output against an entire hall of people, and the emotional resonance of offering healing to a dying enemy. Fruit Realm. Qi condensing into tangible spiritual constructs. The ability to form physical manifestations of internal energy. The dimension underwent its most dramatic transformation to date. A lake formed at the garden's center, fed by streams of medicinal qi that flowed from every corner of the ecosystem. The lake was not just water. It was liquid spiritual essence, concentrated from the combined output of every herb species in the dimension. Its surface shimmered with 100 colors, each one representing a different medicinal compound. The herbs reorganized. Where before they had grown in managed plots, they now arranged themselves in formations, spiraling patterns that Yaofeng recognized from the Hollow Gardener's notes. The patterns optimized qi flow, creating circuits of medicinal energy that cycled through the ecosystem in self-sustaining loops. The dimension was becoming a machine, a biological engine that produced medicinal compounds with industrial efficiency. A sky appeared overhead. Not just the green dome from Leaf Realm, but a proper sky, clouds, weather, a gentle sun that provided light cycles that mimicked day and night. The dimension had days now. It had seasons. The herbs responded to these cycles, some blooming during the day, others releasing their compounds at night. Little Root grew to the size of a real, human child and spoke with a voice that carried emotional complexity. His features were fully defined, a boy's face, bright-eyed and clever, with green skin and hair made of tiny leaves. He was becoming more real with each breakthrough, more independent, more alive. Bitterthorn's dark ecology expanded into a proper biome, a thorny forest that served as the dimension's immune system and defensive perimeter. He remained separate from the main garden, but his contribution was undeniable. Without his thorns, the dimension would have been vulnerable to the internal parasites and chi fluctuations that plagued less mature pocket worlds. Silk Mist drifted through the garden, recording everything with her gossamer threads, building an archive that grew more detailed with each passing day. She was the dimension's memory, its historian, its conscience. Ironbark stood at the Blight Queen's prison like a mountain, his bark armor reinforced by the Fruit Realm Breakthrough's energy surge. The prison was stronger than it had been since the soporific bloom crisis, not because of the walls, but because of the Guardian. And deep beneath the lake, at the dimension's very center, something new was forming. A seed, not a herb seed, but a spiritual one. The nascent form of whatever the root vein was trying to become. It pulsed with a light that was part Yaofeng, part garden, part something that hadn't existed before. What is that? Yaofeng asked. Little Root looked at the glowing seed and smiled. That's us. All of us. Growing together. She said it with the specific warmth that appeared in her voice when she said true things she had been thinking for a while. Not invented for the moment, arrived at through the long process of observation that was how she understood things. Yaofeng looked at the glowing seed, the nascent child spirit in the dimension's center, the purpose the root vein had been building toward, already developing in the deep soil of everything he had grown and protected and chosen not to use as a resource. It knows them already, Little Root said, hovering at the seed's edge with the expression he used for things that moved him. Not their full consciousness, just their essence. The Guardian is Ironbark. The Archivist is Silk Mist. The Defender is Bitterthorn. The Healer is Dew Song. And the Queen, the Soul. Little Root looked toward the far corner. The child will need all of them. But the soul is what makes the bridge actually a bridge, the capacity for genuine connection between plant consciousness and human consciousness. The gardener built that into the root vein's foundation using Hua Lingxiao's love. The child will carry that capacity from the beginning. Yaofeng sat beside the glowing seed and thought about Wudu's gift and what it contained. It contained the confirmation that the canopy realm breakthrough would require the temporary merging. It contained the knowledge that the permanent merging, the primordial garden realm, would require willing integration of all spirits. It contained, buried in 3 centuries of research notes, a single observation from Wudu's most recent assessment. A host who maintains personal identity through the temporary merging has never been documented. Every model predicts its loss. Yaofeng's response to this prediction, read late at night with Ling Suwen's lamp burning beside him, had been simple. The models were built on hosts who faced the merging alone, without relationship with the spirits, without the dimension's trust. He was not alone in the garden. When the time comes, he said to Little Root, remind me what you told me the first day, about what the dimension is for. Everything grows back, Little Root said. That is what the dimension is for. He pressed his palm to the soil beside the glowing seed. The seed pulsed once in response, warm, specific, alive. Not born yet, but growing. He returned to consciousness and found Ling Suwen still working beside him, her lamp steady, her presence real. The Congress ends in 2 days, she said, without looking up. After that, we have the road to the Abyssal Gardens. Yes. Are you ready? He thought about everything the dimension contained, the herbs and the spirits and the seed and the prison and the white garden with its single red bloom. Not entirely, he said honestly, but I've been learning that not entirely is enough to begin with. She looked up then, and her expression was the one that contained everything she hadn't put in words yet. Yes, she said. It is. Chapter 99. Old Man Gu reappeared without warning on the mountain road leading back to the Verdant Lotus sect. He stumbled out of the forest looking nothing like the casual, mushroom-collecting eccentric Yaofeng remembered. His robes were torn. His face was bloodied. His left arm hung at an angle that suggested it had been broken and improperly healed. And his ancient root realm cultivation, which had once pressed against the world like a mountain's weight, flickered with the unsteady rhythm of a flame in wind. Boy, he gasped, collapsing against the carriage's running board. We have a problem. Yaofeng was beside him in an instant, healing blood flowing from his palm into the old man's wounds. The broken arm realigned and mended. The cut sealed. The internal injuries, bruised organs, cracked meridians, a hairline fracture in his dantian wall, responded to the living pharmacy's now expert healing with the speed of spring growth. What happened? Yaofeng demanded. The hollow gardener, Old Man Gu said, his voice steadying as the healing took hold. I went to the Central Plains to check on the seal. The seal I placed over the Abyssal Gardens 10,000 years ago where the gardener sleeps in his cocoon. And the seal is failing. Not broken, failing. The gardener's cocoon has grown. His root network has expanded. The dreams that kept him dormant are becoming active, reaching outward, connecting to other root systems, creating channels that draw energy from the surrounding earth. The old man's eyes, still sharp despite his injuries, fixed on Yaofeng's. Your dimension is waking him up. Every time your garden grows, the root vein sends a signal through the world's deep root network. And the gardener, the root vein's creator, is responding to that signal like a parent hearing a child's cry. The blood drained from Yaofeng's face. How long? Months. Maybe a year, if we're lucky. But the growth is accelerating. Each breakthrough you achieve makes his awakening come faster. What happens when he wakes? He'll try to reclaim the root vein. He believes it's his creation, his child. He'll try to merge with you, or through you, to reach the root vein and restart the experiment that he abandoned 10,000 years ago. Old Man Gu's voice dropped to barely a whisper. He was primordial garden realm when he went to sleep, Yaofeng. The highest cultivation level any botanist has ever achieved. If he wakes at full power, nothing on this continent can stop him. The carriage was silent. The mountain wind carried the scent of pine and the distant sound of waterfalls. In the dimension, the herbs shivered as if sensing a storm on the horizon. Then I need to get there first, Yaofeng said. To the abyssal gardens. To the cocoon. I need to reinforce the seal before he wakes. The seal is my work, Old Man Gu said. I can maintain it, but I can't strengthen it alone anymore. I'm old, Yaofeng. 10,000 years old. My power is fading. I need help. Then you have it. Old Man Gu smiled. The first real smile Yaofeng had seen from him. Good. Because there's one more thing I haven't told you. Of course there is. I was the Hollow Gardener's last student. His last real student, before the madness consumed him. I learned his techniques, his theories, his vision. And I sealed the abyssal gardens because I believed that someday, someone would carry the root vein who was strong enough to finish what the gardener started. Not his twisted version, but the original dream. A world where plants and people grow together. The old man reached into his tattered robes and produced a jade slip, different from the one he'd left months ago, larger, more complex, radiating a spiritual signature that made Yaofeng's dimension hum with recognition. This is the gardener's original cultivation manual. Not the simplified version I gave you before, the complete work. Everything he knew about botanical cultivation, herb-spirit integration, and the path to the primordial garden realm. He pressed it into Yaofeng's hands. Study it. Master it. And when the time comes to face the gardener, be what he should have been. Chapter 100. They never reached the verdant lotus sect. Xuemoyan attacked at the mountain pass, the narrow defile between the outer ranges and the Green Cloud Mountain's inner peaks, where the road squeezed between cliff walls too steep to climb and too narrow to avoid. He came alone, which should have been reassuring but wasn't. One cultivator against a party that included an ancient root realm elder, 2 canopy realm healers, a fruit realm pharmacist, and assorted support. The numbers should have made the encounter trivial. But Xuemoyan was not a normal cultivator. He was a body refiner, a practitioner of the most reviled and most feared cultivation method in the world. He consumed other cultivators' dantians, absorbing their spiritual energy, their techniques, and fragments of their consciousness. Each dantian consumed made him stronger, faster, and less human. He had been active for decades, and the bodies he'd consumed numbered in the hundreds. He stood in the mountain pass, a towering figure, easily 7 feet tall, his body a patchwork of absorbed flesh that bulged with stolen power. His eyes glowed with the light of a dozen different cultivation techniques, each one belonging to a person he'd killed and consumed. His canopy realm cultivation was an aggregate of hundreds of individuals' combined spiritual energy, held together by a will that was less a single consciousness than a hungry collective. He had been watching Yaofeng for months. The Congress, the battles, the growing fame, and he had been consuming other cultivators along the way, building his power specifically for this moment. You're dantian, he said, and his voice was a chorus, dozens of tones overlapping, the absorbed remnants of his victims speaking through him. Is a world. I can feel it. An entire dimension of herbs, spirits, and qi, compressed into a single point in your body. He smiled, and the expression was wrong. Too many faces trying to form a single expression. Imagine what I'll become when I eat it. Kaiyang charged. Iron mortar against monstrous flesh. The impact should have shattered bone. Instead, Xuemoyan caught the mortar in one hand, absorbed the kinetic energy, and threw Kaiyang 30 meters into a cliff wall with enough force to crack the stone. Wei Qingyao attacked from the shadows. Her blade, honed to microscopic sharpness, cut a line across Xuemoyan's back. The wound healed before she could withdraw, stolen healing techniques from consumed cultivators closing the cut in real time. Old Man Gu engaged directly. Ancient Root Realm versus Canopy Realm. The gap should have been decisive. But Shen Moyan's stolen power was not conventional Canopy Realm. It was an aggregate of hundreds of cultivators' energy, unstable but immense, and it resisted Old Man Gu's botanical techniques with a brute force that compensated for its lack of sophistication. The battle consumed the mountain pass. Cliff walls crumbled. The road shattered. Spiritual energy arced between combatants like lightning between thunderclouds. Kaiyang went down with cracked ribs, his iron bloom enhancement the only thing preventing fatal damage. Wei Qingniao took a glancing blow that should have killed her. It shattered 3 ribs and collapsed a lung, and she fell to the road gasping. Her assassin's grace finally insufficient against a monster that regenerated faster than she could cut. Yao Feng screamed. The dimension responded to his rage, his fear, his desperate love for the people being destroyed in front of him. Every herb in the garden mobilized. Every spirit contributed. The dimension's full power channeled through his body and erupted outward in a technique that had no name, no precedent, no theoretical framework. Just raw, concentrated, overwhelmingly potent botanical energy shaped by emotion into a weapon. But it wasn't enough. Shen Moyan absorbed the attack, converted it to fuel, and kept coming. His technique, Devour Core, activated. A vortex of suction chi centered on his palm, designed to tear a dantian from a living body. It reached for Yaofeng's dimension like a hand reaching for a fruit. An iron bark moved. The guardian spirit, for the first time since his awakening, projected himself outside the dimension. He manifested in the real world, a 10-foot giant of living wood, his bark armor inches thick, his presence carrying the weight of 8,000 years of protective instinct. Iron bark caught Shen Moyan's hand. Wood versus stolen flesh. The guardian's bark cracked under the Devour Core's suction, but he held with a determination that transcended physical strength, the absolute refusal of a being whose entire existence was defined by the single imperative of protection. The disruption was enough. Shen Moyan's technique stuttered. His concentration broke for 1 second. In that second, Yao Feng broke through to Seed Realm. The breakthrough was not gentle. It was a detonation. His dantian restructured. His dimension exploded outward. His nascent soul formed. And it was not a human shape but a tree of light, its roots in his dantian and its branches extending through every meridian in his body. The tree blazed with the combined power of every herb, every spirit, every seed of life that the dimension contained. It was not a weapon. It was a world, compressed, concentrated, and released through Yaofeng's fists with the force of an ecosystem's entire biomass. He hit Shen Moyan with everything he had. The punch carried the force of a forest's growth. Roots erupted through Shen Moyan's stolen flesh, growing inside him, seeking out the absorbed dantians and neutralizing the stolen chi that held his patchwork body together. The consumed cultivator's energy, freed from the monster's control, dissipated in a cascade of released souls, hundreds of faint lights rising from Shen Moyan's disintegrating body like seeds carried on the wind. Shen Moyan screamed with 100 voices. His body collapsed, the stolen power that had sustained it gone, leaving only the original man, a withered, empty shell that had consumed so many others there was nothing of himself left. He crumbled to dust on the mountain road. Yao Feng didn't watch. He was already running to Wei Qingniao, his tears falling before he reached her, his hands pressed against her shattered ribs, the seed realm's enhanced medicinal output pouring into her broken body with a precision and potency that made his previous healing look like first aid. Her ribs realigned. Her lung reinflated. Her breathing steadied. She opened her eyes, looked at him, and said, "The debt is paid now." "The debt was never the point," he replied. But the victory was hollow. Kaiyang was badly hurt. Old Man Gu's already weakened body had taken further damage. The mountain pass was destroyed. And in the dimension, the seed realm breakthrough had damaged the Blight Queen's prison yet again. Ironbark's absence, even temporary, had left the walls vulnerable. The prison was now a lattice of roots, visible through, breathable through, barely a suggestion of containment. The Blight Queen stood behind it, her eyes meeting Yaofeng's with an understanding that transcended words. The merging was approaching. The prison couldn't hold much longer. And somewhere beneath the central plains, the hollow gardener turned in his cocoon, his dreaming consciousness reaching upward toward the signal that his creation was broadcasting. Louder now, more urgent, the call of a child to its parent. The world was about to change. Chapter 101. The Verdant Lotus sect received them like returning soldiers, which, in every meaningful sense, they were. Medical teams mobilized the moment the carriage reached the outer gates. Kaiyang was carried to the sect's infirmary on a stretcher, his cracked ribs and internal bruising requiring the kind of sustained healing that even Yaofeng's abilities couldn't provide while he was simultaneously recovering from his own breakthrough. Wei Qingyao walked to the infirmary under her own power, which she insisted upon despite Ling Suwen's protests. Because an assassin who was carried to medical care was an assassin who had admitted vulnerability, and Wei Qingyao would sooner crawl than admit that. Old Man Gu collapsed the moment they were inside the sect's protective formations. His ancient root realm cultivation, strained by a decade of accumulated injuries and the recent battle, flickered like a candle in a hurricane. Bai Lianhua and the sect's senior healers worked on him for 3 days straight, and when they were done, the old man could sit up, eat broth, and deliver his assessment of the situation with his characteristic blend of gravity and dark humor. The Hollow Gardener is waking up, he told the emergency council that Grand Elder Ling convened the moment Gu was able to speak. The seal I placed over the abyssal gardens 10,000 years ago is deteriorating. His root network has expanded to cover half the central plains. Every plant, every herb, every tree in his influence zone is subtly connected to his dreaming consciousness. When he fully wakes, he will attempt to extend that network to the entire continent. And Yaofeng? Grand Elder Ling asked. Yaofeng is the reason he's waking up. The root vein is the gardener's creation, his child, in a sense. Every time the dimension grows, it sends a signal through the world's deep root network. The signal is getting stronger. The gardener's response is getting closer to full consciousness. The council digested this information in silence. Then Grand Elder Ling spoke with the measured precision of a man proposing something he knew was dangerous but necessary. Then we go to the abyssal gardens. We reinforce the seal. We buy time. The seal requires power I no longer have, Old Man Gu said. When I placed it, I was at my peak, fresh from my studies under the gardener, still young enough to channel the kind of energy that keeps a primordial garden realm cultivator dormant. Now I'm old, depleted. I can guide the process, but the power must come from someone else. Every eye in the room turned to Yaofeng. The root vein is the key, he said, understanding before anyone asked. The seal was designed to contain the root vein's creator. It needs the root vein's energy to function. And the only living source of root vein energy is sitting in this chair. Can you do it? Grand Elder Ling asked. I don't know, but I know I have to try. If the gardener wakes before I'm ready, everything we've built, the sect's research, the living pharmacy's potential, the path to freeing the herb spirits, all of it becomes irrelevant. He'll consume the root vein and restart the experiment that created the Blight Queen. And this time, there won't be a Gu Lingshan to seal him away. The decision was unanimous. They would travel to the abyssal gardens in the central plains and reinforce the gardener's seal. The expedition would include Yaofeng, Old Man Gu, as guide, despite his injuries, Ling Suwen, Kaiyang, Wei Qingyao, and Bai Lianhua. Grand Elder Ling would remain at the sect to maintain its defenses. The Duan clan might use the expedition's absence to strike. They departed in 3 days, traveling light and fast. The journey to the central plains would take 2 weeks. Every day that passed brought the gardener closer to consciousness. Chapter 102 The journey to the central plains was the longest and most dangerous road they had traveled together. Their party had grown from the desperate trio that had fled the Shen clan months ago, Yaofeng, Kaiyang, and Ling Suwen, to a group of 6, each member bringing capabilities that complemented the others. Old Man Gu served as navigator, his deep connection to the world's root network allowing him to sense the gardener's influence zone and plot a course that avoided the most heavily affected areas. Bai Lianhua maintained a continuous healing aura around the group, her canopy realm spiritual manipulation keeping everyone's chi stable during the stressful journey. Wei Qingyao managed security, scouting ahead and behind with the tireless vigilance of someone for whom awareness was as natural as breathing. Little Root served as Yaofeng's internal compass, guiding them toward the root vein's origin point with the instinctive certainty of a salmon returning to its spawning ground. The dimension hummed with anticipation, a resonance that Yaofeng felt in his bones, a pull towards something fundamental. We're going home, Little Root said as they crossed the boundary between Azure Mist Province and the open grasslands of the Central Plains. The dimension remembers where it was born. The root vein remembers its creator. We're heading toward the place where everything began. Does the Blight Queen feel it too? More than anyone. She was the gardener's apprentice. She loved the abyssal gardens. It was her home before it became her prison. Little Root paused. She's quiet right now? Quieter than she's been since you bonded. I think she's preparing for something. Preparing for what? I don't know. But she's rearranging her corner of the dimension. clearing away the dead flowers, growing new ones, small, white, fragile, the kind of flowers you bring to a grave. The image was haunting. The Blight Queen, Hua Lingxiao, the betrayed apprentice, preparing flowers for the tomb of the man who had destroyed her. Yao Feng didn't know whether to be moved or terrified. The landscape changed as they traveled deeper into the central plains. The grass grew taller, the spiritual energy denser, and the quality of ambient qi shifted, becoming greener, more vital, more botanical in nature. The gardener's influence zone. Even in his sleep, his power shaped the world around him. Yao Feng walked through the central plains botanical landscape with his herb sense fully extended, reading the gardener's influence the way a physician reads a patient's breathing, continuously attending to what the pattern revealed. What it revealed was not the simple presence of an old power. It was sophistication. The plants in this region had not merely been connected to the gardener's sleeping consciousness. They had developed, over 10,000 years, in response to that connection. They were not the same species as their surface cousins. Their root systems had evolved deeper and more complex mycorrhizal networks. Their spiritual signatures carried traces of the same ancient qi that permeated the abyssal gardens. Their growth patterns responded to the same harmonic frequencies that the root vein used internally. The Central Plains was a 10,000-year-old cultivation experiment, tended by a dreaming consciousness that had never stopped working even while it slept. He built redundancy, Old Man Gu said, shuffling beside Yao Feng with his eyes half closed as he read the root network directly. The abyssal gardens were his primary laboratory. The Central Plains were his backup, a second ecosystem, slower and less complex, that could sustain his consciousness if the gardens were ever disrupted. He paused. I disrupted the gardens when I sealed him. The backup system activated. For 10,000 years, his consciousness has been maintaining itself through the grasslands. Can we reach the gardens without alerting him? No. The moment we enter the root network's influence zone, our presence is registered. Old Man Gu looked at him sideways. The question is not whether he notices us. The question is whether his noticing triggers a waking response. A sufficiently calm approach might be processed as environmental data rather than threat data. We need to be botanically familiar, Yao Feng said. The root vein's signature is familiar to the root network. The dreaming consciousness should read the root vein as part of the system, not as an intrusion. That's the hope, Old Man Gu agreed. The alternative is we arrive at the abyssal gardens with the gardener fully awake and very interested in what grew inside the artifact he built. Neither of them mentioned what that alternative would mean. They walked in careful silence, and the Central Plains' ancient grasses leaned almost imperceptibly toward Yao Feng as he passed, the way sunflowers track the sun, responding to the root vein's warmth with 10,000 years of cultivated recognition. Chapter 103. On the 8th day, they encountered the dead zones. Miles-wide stretches of lifeless earth where nothing grew, gray, powdery soil that crumbled underfoot, surrounded by the otherwise lush grasslands of the Central Plains like wounds in living flesh. Yao Feng had crossed a dead zone before, near the Shen clan village. But these were different, larger, more numerous, and growing. Old Man Gu explained as they skirted the edge of the largest dead zone they'd encountered, a circular wasteland nearly 10 miles across, its perimeter sharply defined, the transition from living grass to dead earth occurring over the space of a single step. The gardener's failed experiments, the old man said, his voice carrying the weight of personal memory. In the early days, before the root vein, he tried to create living landscapes, ecosystems that healed themselves, that grew without cultivation, that provided food and medicine and shelter without human intervention. Some experiments worked. Some consumed all available spiritual energy and created these dead zones. But you said they're growing, Yao Feng observed. Dead zones should be static. The energy was consumed centuries ago. They should be static. They're growing because the gardener is dreaming, and his dreams leak into the root network. The dead zones are scars from failed experiments, and the failing experiments are being re-energized by his dreaming consciousness. He's reliving his failures in his sleep, and the reliving is expanding the damage. Yao Feng stepped into the dead zone. The earth reached for him, not aggressively, desperately. The dead soil, stripped of every trace of spiritual energy, sensed the root vein and reacted with the hunger of a starving creature smelling food. It pulled at his boots, at his ankles, at the qi flowing through his meridians. His body responded without conscious direction. Blood seeped through the pores of his feet, soaking into the dead earth. His sweat, carrying neutralization compounds, dissolved the residual toxins that prevented regrowth. His mere presence, the living, breathing, growing presence of the root vein's host, served as a catalyst that restarted biological processes dormant for millennia. Grass sprouted where he stepped. Flowers bloomed in his footprints. Trees began to push through the soil at the edges of his walking path, growing with a speed that compressed years into seconds. The dead zone contracted, its borders retreating before the advance of new life. "You're healing the earth," Ling Suwen whispered, watching from the zone's edge. Her eyes glistened with tears she didn't try to hide. "You're literally healing the world." Yao Feng walked through the dead zone for an hour, leaving a mile-wide ribbon of new growth in his wake. The restoration cost him nothing. The dead zone's latent energy, locked in the soil for centuries, flowed into his dimension as he walked, feeding the garden's ecosystem while simultaneously fueling the regrowth in the real world. It was a cycle, a loop of death becoming life, becoming energy, becoming more life. By the time he reached the zone's far edge, his dimension had grown measurably. New herbs had taken root spontaneously, species he'd never encountered, seeds that had been dormant in the dead soil for 10,000 years, waiting for exactly this kind of stimulus. Wild, ancient, powerful herbs from the Hollow Gardener's original experiments, preserved in the death that had killed everything else. The dead zones are seed banks, Yao Feng realized. The failed experiments killed the active ecosystems, but the seeds survived. They've been waiting for someone with the root vein's energy to reactivate them. The gardener always believed in redundancy, Old Man Gu said, a note of grudging respect in his voice. Even his failures contained the seeds of future success. Chapter 10, for they healed 3 more dead zones during the journey, each one adding ancient, long-dormant species to Yao Feng's dimension that he couldn't have found anywhere else on the continent. The dimension grew with each restoration, the seed realm's enhanced capacity allowing it to absorb and integrate new species with unprecedented speed. But the restorations had a cost. Each one sent a pulse through the world's root network, a signal that the root vein was awake, active, and growing. The gardener's cocoon, 200 miles to the east, responded to each pulse with a tremor that Old Man Gu felt through his own connection to the root network. "He's dreaming faster," the old man reported. "His consciousness is moving closer to the surface. Each dead zone you heal is like prodding a sleeping bear. The restoration energy passes through the root network and feeds directly into his cocoon." "Then I should stop healing them." "Too late. The energy you've already sent has accelerated his timeline by weeks. We need to reach the abyssal gardens before the next surge." They traveled faster, pushing through the nights with Bai Lianhua's healing aura keeping exhaustion at bay. The Central Plains landscape shifted as they approached the abyssal gardens location. The grass grew taller, the trees more gnarled, the spiritual energy in the air taking on a quality that Yao Feng could only describe as awareness. The plants here were not just alive, they were watching. The gardener's root network had given them a fraction of consciousness, a dim botanical sentience that oriented them toward the root vein in Yao Feng's body like iron filings toward a magnet. "The entire region is connected to him," Little Root said, his voice hushed with awe. "Every blade of grass, every root in the soil, every fungal network in the forest floor, it all feeds into the same system." He built a neural network out of plants. The entire Central Plains is his brain. He processed the concept carefully, the way he processed all information that would have been paralyzing if he let it arrive as its full implication rather than as a series of specific observations. A consciousness distributed across a continent. Not metaphorically distributed, neurologically distributed, in the way that a fungal network was distributed, with information processing happening at every node and the overall pattern emerging from the network's collective state rather than any central point. Which meant that waking the gardener was not like waking a sleeping person. It was like bringing a continent to consciousness simultaneously. He asked Old Man Gu about this. "The dreaming form is less complete," the old man said, in the tone he used for information he found painful. "When he was fully conscious, his awareness was unified. He could think in the way you and I think, with a single coherent perspective. The seal forced his consciousness into the distributed form. He's not a person anymore. He's a pattern." A pause. Whether the pattern still contains the person is one of the questions we're here to answer. And the seal we're reinforcing keeps the pattern from unifying? The seal keeps the pattern from receiving the kind of signal that would trigger the unification reflex. Essentially, it filters out the specific frequency that would call the distributed consciousness back into a single point. He stopped walking and turned to look at Yao Feng directly. "The root vein is that frequency. Your presence in the Central Plains is broadcasting that frequency with every step. Which means the seal isn't what's keeping him from waking. The seal combined with your control of the broadcast is what's keeping him from waking." Old Man Gu's expression was completely level. You are the source of the signal he's been waiting for. Your arrival here is, from the root network's perspective, exactly what the gardener's sleeping consciousness has been monitoring for 10,000 years. The root vein calling to its maker. Yes. Yaofeng stood in the central plain's deep grass and felt the network around him. All of it, oriented toward the root vein in his body with the patient recognition of something that had been waiting to receive this signal. Then we need to move carefully, he said. We've needed to do everything carefully since you ate that herb to save your mother, Old Man Gu replied. This is not a change in the situation. It's a continuation. He squared his shoulders and walked on. The concept was staggering. A cultivator whose consciousness had merged with a continent's botanical infrastructure, dreaming through millions of plants simultaneously, his thoughts rippling through root systems and mycorrhizal networks in patterns too vast and too slow for human perception. And that consciousness was waking up. We need to be very, very quiet, Old Man Gu warned. In this region, strong qi emissions are like shouts in a library. The root network will detect us and report our position to the cocoon. They suppress their cultivation to the minimum, moving through the forest like ghosts. Even so, Yaofeng could feel the network's attention, a vast, diffuse awareness that tracked them the way a spider feels vibrations on its web. Chapter 105 Venerable Wudu's presence in the region was unexpected. Wei Qingyao detected the myriad toxin sect scouts 3 days before they reached the Abyssal Gardens. A screen of Seed Realm operatives fanning through the forest in a search pattern that converged on the same destination Yaofeng's group was heading toward. He mobilized his entire sect, Wei Qingyao reported. Hundreds of poison cultivators, moving in coordinated formation. They're heading for the Abyssal Gardens. How? Yaofeng demanded. We didn't announce our destination. Old Man Gu's expression was grim. He doesn't need an announcement. He studied the root vein for 3 centuries. He knows about the Abyssal Gardens. He's probably known about the gardener's cocoon since before you were born. The dead zone restoration sent signals through the root network that anyone with knowledge of the root vein's mechanics could have tracked. Wudu felt the same pulses we did and reached the same conclusion. He wants the cocoon? He wants everything. The gardener's laboratory, the research notes, the sealed techniques, and especially the cocoon. If he can study a dormant primordial garden realm cultivator, it's the closest he'll ever get to his life's ambition. The race to the Abyssal Gardens became literal. 2 groups, Yaofeng's party and Wudu's sect, converging on the same location from different directions, each aware of the other, each unwilling to yield. Yaofeng's group was smaller and faster. Wudu's sect was larger and had more resources. The mathematics favored Wudu in a direct confrontation. But the Abyssal Gardens weren't neutral ground. They were the root vein's birthplace, and inside them, Yaofeng would have advantages that numbers couldn't match. They pushed harder, sleeping 4 hours a night, eating on the move, burning through stamina reserves that by Lianhua and Yaofeng's healing abilities barely kept ahead of. On the 14th day of travel, they reached the entrance to the Abyssal Gardens. The entrance was not marked on any map that Yaofeng had seen. Old Man Gu had navigated by feel. The particular orientation of the root network toward its deepest center, detectable only through the kind of deep botanical sense that came from a decade of direct connection to the world's plant consciousness infrastructure. The convergence of paths that led to the entrance was unmistakable when they finally arrived. For separate ancient trails that had been maintained, invisibly, by the root network itself over 10,000 years. Not paths worn by human feet. Paths maintained by slow botanical growth that kept them open, year after year, season after season, because the dreaming consciousness knew the paths led home. This is where the gardener's students came. In the first years after the sealing, Old Man Gu said, his voice carrying the specific texture of personal memory. We came to check, to make sure the seal held, to reassure ourselves that what we had done was sufficient. He looked at the entrance, and his expression held something that might have been a 10,000-year-old form of grief. It held, but I have never stopped wondering whether sufficient was the right standard. Wudu's sect had arrived at the tree line on the northern approach simultaneously. The myriad toxin sect's advance operatives, 30 seed realm cultivators moving in disciplined formation, paused when they saw Yaofeng's group at the entrance. Zhu Huaning stood at their head. She met Yaofeng's eyes across 50 meters of open ground. He had not anticipated this. The timing, the alignment of 2 groups arriving at the same moment before the most ancient place in the world. But he had learned, over the past months, that coincidences in the cultivation world were rarely coincidences. The root network guided both groups here, Little Root said. The gardener's dreaming attention tracked us both. He pulled us together. He wanted witnesses, Yaofeng said. He wanted the full story, Silk Mist said, from her position in the Dimension's archival center. The record is about to have its final chapters. He wanted everyone present. Chapter 106, Shui Moyan was dead. But the threat he represented had not died with him. Body refiners, cultivators who consumed others' dantians, were not unique. They were rare, reviled, and hunted by most sects. But they existed on the margins of the cultivation world in numbers larger than polite society acknowledged. And Shui Moyan's fame, amplified by his death at Yaofeng's hands, had inspired others. A body refiner named Tai Mogu, Iron Mushroom, a name as unsubtle as the man himself, had been following the myriad toxin sect's trail, consuming their stragglers. He had devoured 3 Seed Realm cultivators in the past week and absorbed their combined power, pushing his cultivation to the ancient root realm through the most grotesque shortcut possible. He arrived at the Abyssal Gardens entrance 10 minutes after Yaofeng's group, emerging from the forest with a body that was barely human, swollen with stolen power, his skin mottled with the colors of 3 different chi types, his eyes holding the fractured light of multiple consumed consciousnesses. He wanted what Shui Moyan had wanted, Yaofeng's dimension dantian, the most valuable meal in the world. "You killed my predecessor," Tai Mogu said, his voice a discordant harmony of stolen tones. "That means you're strong. Strong means delicious." Kaiyang stepped forward with his mortar. His ribs had healed during the journey, his iron bloom-reinforced body tougher than ever. "You don't get to touch him. The big one first," Tai Mogu decided, and attacked. The battle was savage and brief. Tai Mogu's stolen ancient root realm cultivation gave him power that dwarfed anything Kaiyang could match alone. But Kaiyang wasn't alone. Wei Qingyao attacked from the blind spot, her blade finding the seams between stolen muscle groups. Bai Lianhua's spiritual manipulation disrupted the harmonics that held the absorbed dantians together, creating internal conflicts that made Tai Mogu's power unstable. Old Man Gu, weakened but not helpless, provided the decisive blow, a single, precise strike that used the world's root network to channel natural energy through Tai Mogu's body, overloading the stolen cultivation with incompatible earth chi. The body refiner's patchwork physiology couldn't handle the contradiction, and his stolen power collapsed like a building with its foundation removed. He didn't disintegrate like Shui Moyan. He simply deflated. The consumed dantians expelled themselves from his body as golden lights, the released souls of his victims, and what remained was a small, ordinary man with no cultivation and no understanding of why he was suddenly lying face down in the forest dirt. "Leave him," Old Man Gu said. "He's harmless now." They turned to the Abyssal Gardens entrance. Zhu Huanin stepped forward from the myriad toxin sect's formation and walked the 50 meters between the groups alone. The cultivators behind her held their position without moving, a formal signal, in the language of the cultivation world, that this was a parley rather than an engagement. She stopped 3 meters from Yaofeng and looked at him with the straightforward directness he had come to associate with her. She had been trying to capture him 6 weeks ago. He had recruited her as an honest broker 1 month ago. The distance between those 2 positions was still visible in how she held herself, but it was manageable distance. "The Venerable sends a message," she said. "Tell me." He says, "I have been wrong about the method. I have been right about the destination. If you find what I believe is at the center of the Abyssal Gardens, you will understand both statements." He asks only for the chance to observe what follows. Yaofeng looked at the 300 cultivators arrayed behind Zhu Huanin. 300 observers. 300 guarantors, she corrected. If what we're about to witness is what the Venerable believes it is, he wants the cultivation world to have witnesses who can confirm it. Not just the Verdant Lotus sect's account. Not just yours. A comprehensive, multi-source record. He looked at Grand Elder Ling, who had been standing quietly beside him. The Grand Elder said, "The gardener's legacy has been fragmented between too many partial records for too long. Comprehensive documentation would serve historical accuracy." He looked at Old Man Gu. The old man said, "He's right that I want witnesses. I've kept too many secrets for too long. Whatever happens down there, let it be seen." He looked at Ling Suwen, who said nothing but nodded once, in the specific way that meant she had already calculated the right answer and was waiting for him to arrive at it himself. "Tell the Venerable yes," Yaofeng said to Zhu Huanin. "All 300. But they follow our lead. No independent actions, no collection activities, no attempts to interfere with the seal reinforcement process. This is an observation, not an acquisition. Understood." She turned back to deliver the message. Kaiyang came to stand beside Yaofeng. 300 poison cultivators as observers. 300 poison cultivators as witnesses, Yaofeng said. "There's a difference." "Is there?" "There will be, by the end of this." Chapter 107. The entrance to the abyssal gardens was carved into the base of a mountain that had no business being where it was, a solitary peak rising from the flat grasslands like a monument to geological stubbornness. The stone doorway was massive, 30 feet tall and half as wide. Its surface covered in formation arrays that had endured 10,000 years of weather and maintained their function through sheer quality of workmanship. The formations were botanical in nature. Instead of the geometric patterns common in standard arrays, these were composed of interwoven vines, flowers, and root systems carved into the stone with such precision that they seemed alive. Yao Feng's herb sense confirmed that, in a manner of speaking, they were. Each carved vine contained a thread of preserved botanical consciousness that maintained the formation's function indefinitely. The formations reacted to Yao Feng's presence. As he approached, the carved vines shifted, turning toward him the way sunflowers track the sun, their stone leaves rustling with a sound like wind through a forest. The door's locking mechanism, a complex interlocking pattern of root and branch, unwound itself with the smooth precision of a well-oiled lock recognizing its key. "It knows you," Little Root whispered. "It recognizes the root vein. These formations were designed by the gardener. They respond to his creation." The door swung open. Beyond them, a staircase descended into darkness so complete it seemed to have substance. The air that rose from below carried the scent of old earth, deep water, and the unmistakable tang of concentrated spiritual energy. "We're going home," Little Root said again, and this time there was no excitement in his voice. Only the solemn recognition of a return that had been delayed for 10,000 years. Yao Feng took the first step down. The staircase descended through layers of stone that grew progressively warmer and more ancient. The carved vines on the walls, the botanical formation arrays that had held for 10,000 years, responded to the root vein's presence by brightening, their stone leaves turning toward Yao Feng the way living plants turn toward the sun. 300 poison cultivators descended behind him in disciplined silence. Old Man Gu walked beside him, his staff quiet for once, its root-collar grass leaves motionless in the still air. Ling Sowen was behind him on his right, Kaiyang on his left. Bai Lianhua was a steady canopy realm presence behind the group, her healing aura a slow, constant output that took the edge off the pressure that increased with each step down. Wei Qingyao had slipped ahead into the darkness 40 steps down and disappeared. By the time they reached the cavern floor, she had mapped the entire entrance area and would be waiting at the first decision point. Little Root was vibrating with recognition inside the dimension. "We're close," the spirit said, his voice hushed with an emotion that was not quite fear and not quite joy, but something that ancient things felt when approaching their origins. "The dimension remembers this place. The ambient qi is the same. I remember this ambient qi. You were born here," Yao Feng said. "The root vein was made here. I was part of the root vein from the beginning. So yes." A pause. "Yao Feng, when we reach the gardener's cocoon, I need you to know something. Tell me. I have been afraid of this moment. Not of you, not of what we'll do here, of the gardener himself. Of what he might recognize when he senses the root vein fully developed in a living host for the first time in 10,000 years." Little Root's light steadied, deliberately. "But I am not going to let the fear matter. This is what I was made for. I want to be here for it." The staircase continued downward, and the cavern waited below, and Yao Feng descended toward the place where everything had begun. Chapter 108. The abyssal gardens were a city of ruins buried beneath a mountain. The staircase descended for what felt like miles, spiraling through layers of rock that grew progressively warmer and more spiritually dense. When they finally emerged, it was into a cavern so vast that the ceiling was invisible, lost in darkness that not even their combined qi illumination could penetrate. But they didn't need ceiling light. The ruins below provided their own. The Hollow Gardener's botanical civilization spread across the cavern floor like a city seen from a mountain. Crystalline greenhouses that still reflected ambient qi in pale rainbow patterns, stone pathways connecting clusters of cultivation chambers, and gardens. Gardens everywhere, in every state from pristine preservation to utter decay. Some were petrified, their plants turned to stone by the passage of millennia, frozen in the poses of growth they'd held when the gardens were sealed. Others were active, fed by underground springs and geothermal energy. They had continued growing in the darkness for 10,000 years, evolving into forms no surface-dwelling botanist had ever imagined. The ambient qi was staggering. Yao Feng's dimension absorbed it like a sponge dropped in an ocean, the spiritual energy density in the abyssal gardens exceeding anything on the surface by orders of magnitude. His garden grew visibly, herbs swelling, the lake deepening, the sky brightening. Little Root danced with joy, his light blazing brighter than ever. This is where we were born, the small spirit said, spinning among flowers that responded to his presence by blooming in sympathetic resonance. This is where the gardener grew us. I remember. These greenhouses, these paths, this light. It was beautiful once. It's still beautiful, Ling Suan said, and she was right. Even in ruin, the abyssal gardens carried a grandeur that spoke of their creator's vision. The hollow gardener had not just built a laboratory, he had built a world. A proof of concept for the symbiosis between plant and person that he had spent his life pursuing. That the vision had gone catastrophically wrong did not diminish its beauty. It made it tragic. They moved through the ruins carefully, mapping the layout, identifying areas of structural instability, and cataloging the surviving botanical specimens. Yao Feng seeded everything he touched. Ancient herbs that had been developing in isolation for 10 millennia, evolving unique properties that made them invaluable additions to his dimension. Don't take too much, Old Man Gu warned. Each seed you absorb sends another signal to the cocoon. The gardener's consciousness is just ahead, at the garden's center. If we wake him accidentally. I know, but the temptation was enormous. The abyssal gardens contained herbs that existed nowhere else in the world, living relics of an age when botanical cultivation had reached its peak. Everyone was a treasure. Everyone was a risk. Yao Feng seeded carefully, selectively, choosing specimens that offered capabilities he lacked rather than duplicating what he already had. Quality over quantity. Precision over greed. The dimension grew with each addition, and far below the garden's lake, the nascent seed at the dimension's center pulsed with increasing intensity. The seed had been pulsing since they entered the abyssal gardens. Not irregularly, with the rhythm of a heartbeat, each pulse slightly stronger than the last, as if the ancient botanical energy of the gardens was feeding it directly. Little Root monitored it continuously. The seed is responding to the environment, he reported, his voice carrying a quality Yao Feng had learned to read as deep attention. This is where the root vein was made. The seed's developmental substrate, the raw material of its emerging consciousness, is made from the same elemental qi as everything in this cavern. It recognizes home. Is it waking faster? It's developing faster. There's a difference. Waking is a threshold event. Development is continuous. Right now, the garden's qi is accelerating the development that would have taken months at normal rate. A pause. We need to complete the seal reinforcement and leave before the development crosses the threshold. A living birth event in close proximity to the gardener's cocoon would be unpredictable, because the gardener would feel it, because the gardener designed the root vein to report to him. The birth event is the final report, the announcement that the experiment was successful, the bridge was built, the work was complete. That announcement would register in the cocoon's passive monitoring systems and potentially trigger active response. He moved through the abyssal gardens with renewed urgency, mapping the remaining distance to the cocoon against the seed's development rate inside him. The mathematics were not comfortable, but they were workable. He needed 4 hours at the cocoon. The seed's development rate, at current acceleration, gave him 6. 2 hours of margin. 4 hours is enough? He asked Old Man Gu. To reinforce the seal, yes. The seal itself is old but structurally sound. It needs energy input, not reconstruction. With your root vein qi feeding it, the reinforcement should take 3 to 4 hours depending on how much the original seal has degraded. The old man's voice was steady. I've been calculating this since we crossed the first dead zone. And you didn't mention the seed development risk until now. I mentioned it to Ling Suan this morning. He looked backward. She caught his eye and gave him the expression that meant, I know. I was calculating whether to tell you. I decided the information was actionable only when you were close enough to act on it. He turned back toward the cocoon's direction and walked faster. Chapter 109. The Hollow Gardener's laboratory occupied the deepest point of the abyssal gardens, a vast chamber whose walls were alive. Not metaphorically. The walls were covered in living murals, botanical constructs that depicted scenes from the gardener's life and work, painted not with pigment, but with living vines and flowers that maintained their shapes through 10,000 years of self-sustaining growth. The murals showed the history of the gardens, from their founding to their seal, in images that moved with glacial slowness. A leaf here, a blossom there, the accumulated motion of millennia creating a narrative that took hours to read. Yao Feng read them. The early murals showed a young man in a garden, the hollow gardener, brilliant and passionate, kneeling in soil with the expression of someone who had found their purpose. The garden around him was small but perfect, every plant arranged with a care that spoke of love rather than ambition. The middle murals showed expansion. More gardens, more herbs, more spirits being created, fragments of botanical consciousness given form and function. Little Root appeared in one mural, a tiny green spark dancing among seedlings. Bitter thorn appeared in another, standing guard over a massive oak with the stolid determination that defined him. The images were warm, communal, full of the collaborative energy of a community working toward a shared dream. Then the murals darkened. The dream grew. The gardener's ambition outpaced his wisdom. More spirits were needed, more power, more consciousness, more sacrificed awareness to fuel the expanding ecosystem. The willing spirits gave way to unwilling ones, captured, coerced, consumed. The murals showed faces in pain, hands reaching for freedom, screams rendered in twisted vines and bleeding flowers. And at the darkest point, one face. A woman with flowers in her hair and trust in her eyes, reaching toward the gardener with an expression of love and confusion as his hands pressed against her temples and the root veins tendrils closed around her consciousness. Xianxia, the Blight Queen, the moment of her sacrifice. Yaofeng stood before that mural for a long time. Inside his dimension, the Blight Queen was silent. But the white flowers she'd been growing in her corner of the garden were now fully bloomed, small, perfect, fragile blossoms arranged in a pattern that Yaofeng recognized from the mural. She was recreating the garden where she'd been betrayed. Not to relive the trauma, but to remember who she'd been before it happened. He stood in the prison's interior, the first time he had entered rather than approaching from outside, and found Hua Lingxiao not in the white garden, but at its edge, standing where the controlled cultivation gave way to the dimension's larger space. She looked different in the abyssal garden's ambient chi, more defined. The flower petal edges of her form were clearer, the vine tendril quality of her presence more precise. The garden's energy fed the root vein, and the root vein fed everything inside it. "You're here," she said. Not a greeting, an acknowledgement. She had been expecting this. "We reached the gardener's cocoon an hour ago. Old Man Gu is reinforcing the seal. I came to check on you while the process runs." She looked at him steadily. "You came because you wanted to know what I'm feeling as we approach the place where I was made into what I am." He did not deny it. "Yes." She turned and looked at the white garden she had grown, the memorial arrangement, the grave she was tending, the careful spatial record of everyone who had been lost to the gardener's work. "I was afraid it would feel like returning to the scene of a crime," she said. "It doesn't. The gardens are older than what happened in them. The ancient chi here remembers what this place was before the gardener arrived, an ecosystem that existed for its own sake, not for anyone's ambition." She looked at the dimension sky. "It's easier to be here than I expected. Why do you think that is?" "Because you've built something here." She gestured at the broader dimension, the herbs, the spirits, the seed. "You took the instrument of my destruction and used it to create something that protects instead of consumes. The garden's chi knows the difference. The root network knows the difference." She paused. "I think the network has been waiting for someone who would use the root vein correctly. 10,000 years of waiting, and you arrived." "I didn't arrive knowing how to use it correctly." "No, you learned. That's the important part." She looked at him. The gardener never learned. He knew how to use things. He didn't know how to learn from them. The seal reinforcement outside produced a pulse of energy that moved through the dimension like a wave. The prison walls strengthened, briefly. She felt it. The expression on her face was not relief, something more complicated. The recognition of walls becoming thicker while the reason for the walls began to change. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For not leaving me behind when you came here." Chapter 110. The cocoon occupied the laboratory's center, and it was larger than anything the group had expected. The hollow gardener had not simply entered a state of suspended animation. He had merged with his creation, his body dissolving into a network of interwoven vines and roots that now filled a sphere approximately 50 feet in diameter. The cocoon pulsed with a heartbeat that shook the laboratory floor, and the spiritual energy it radiated was so dense that standing near it felt like wading through warm honey. The root network that connected the cocoon to the surface world was visible here. Thick cables of living plant matter that extended from the cocoon's base into the chamber floor, running through channels carved in the bedrock, branching and branching until they became the continent-spanning web of botanical consciousness that had been growing in secret for 10,000 years. "He's alive," Old Man Gu said, pressing his palm against the cocoon's surface with the careful tenderness of someone touching a sleeping patient. "Not alive in the way we understand it. His body dissolved long ago. His consciousness migrated into the root network, and the cocoon sustains it. He's been dreaming through the plants of the central plains, feeling the seasons change, experiencing growth and death and regrowth in cycles that no human mind was designed to endure." "Is he aware of us?" "Not yet. His consciousness is distributed across millions of plant nodes. It would take a strong, focused signal to draw it back to this specific location." The old man looked at Yaofeng, a signal like the root vein's proximity. The dimension inside Yaofeng was vibrating. The herbs were excited, agitated, reaching toward the cocoon through the walls of his body like plants reaching for sunlight. The root vein recognized its creator. It wanted to reconnect. If I get closer, it'll wake him up, Yaofeng said. Yes, which is why we need to reinforce the seal before you get any closer. Old Man Gu pulled the original sealing formation diagrams from his storage ring. Jade tablets inscribed with formation patterns of stunning complexity, the same designs he'd used 10,000 years ago when he was young and at the peak of his power. The seal requires 3 components: a formation array carved into the chamber floor, a chi anchor drawn from the root vein's energy, and a consciousness ward that prevents the dreaming mind from coalescing into full awareness. How long? 3 days if nothing goes wrong. What could go wrong? The old man's expression answered the question before his words did. Chapter 1:11 The fifth herb spirit awoke while they prepared the sealing formation. Dusong's pod, the last of the original 5, split open with the soft, musical sound of raindrops on still water. The spirit that emerged was the most delicate consciousness Yaofeng had yet encountered, a woman made of morning dew, translucent, shimmering, her features flowing and reforming with each breath like a reflection in a disturbed pool. She was weeping. Small, crystal tears that fell from her face and dissolved into the dimension's soil, each one carrying a fragment of emotion so old and so deep it felt geological. You've come home, she said, and her voice was the sound of water over stones, gentle, inevitable, wearing away resistance through persistence rather than force. After 10,000 years, the root vein has come home. Who are you? Yaofeng asked, though the dimension's ecology already knew. Every herb near Dusong leaned toward her, their spiritual signatures harmonizing with hers in patterns that spoke of an ancient, fundamental connection. I am Dusong. I was the first spirit the gardener created. Before Little Root, before Bitter Thorn, before any of the others. I was the prototype, the proof that consciousness could be transferred from a human mind into a botanical vessel. She paused, her tears slowing. I was the gardener's first partner. I chose to be changed. I chose this existence because I believed in what he was building. You chose. Not all of us were forced. The early spirits, the willing ones, we believed the gardener's dream was worth the sacrifice. A world where plants and people grew together, where suffering was eliminated through symbiotic evolution. It was a beautiful dream. Her expression, as fluid and changeable as water, settled into something sad and final. It was also impossible, as it turned out. But we didn't know that then. She told Yaofeng the truth that the other spirits couldn't, because she alone had been present for the entire arc of the gardener's work, from its hopeful beginning to its catastrophic end. The root vein was not a creation. It was a child. The hollow gardener had intended to create a being that was half cultivator, half botanical consciousness, a bridge between the two forms of life that would serve as the template for universal symbiosis. The spirits he sealed inside were not components in a machine, they were parents. Each one contributed a different aspect of consciousness, growth, defense, memory, protection, emotion, to the new being's development. The host was meant to be the final component, the human element that gave the child a body, a will, and a direction. The bonding process was not parasitic, it was parental. The host didn't carry the root vein. The host raised it. You are not the root vein's vessel, Dusong said, her tears now dry, her expression holding the fierce clarity of someone who had waited 10 millennia to deliver this message. You are its father. Every herb that grows in your garden, every spirit that wakes in your dimension, every ability your body develops, these are not your powers. They are its stages of development. The root vein is growing up inside you, Yaofeng, and when it reaches maturity, it will become something the world has never seen. The revelation reframed everything. Every ability he developed, every breakthrough, every spirit awakening. Not the evolution of a host's power, the growth of a child. What happens when it matures? It becomes its own being, separate from you, separate from the spirits. A new form of life, botanical and human, ancient and newborn, the first of its kind. And the merging? The Blight Queen. The merging is the last stage. All the spirits, all the parents, contribute their final consciousness to the child. Not absorbed, not destroyed, transformed. They become the child's spiritual DNA, the foundation on which a new consciousness is built. She looked at him with eyes made of tears that had waited 10,000 years to fall. But the child needs a choice. Your choice. You have to accept the role. No one can be a parent by force. Chapter 112 Venerable Wudu's forces arrived at the Abyssal Gardens on the second day of the sealing preparation. The myriad toxin sect entered the underground complex in organized formations, hundreds of poison cultivators fanning through the ruined gardens with the disciplined efficiency of an army. They had breached the entrance formation through a combination of Wudu's centuries of research and the brute force application of collective cultivation energy. The confrontation at the laboratory threshold was inevitable. Wudu stood at the head of his sect, his ancient body dwarfed by the massive doorway, but his presence filling it entirely. Behind him, 300 poison cultivators ranged through the ruins, their combined qi creating an atmosphere of chemical malice that made the ancient herbs wither on contact. "I have spent 3 centuries searching for this place," Wudu said, his voice echoing through the laboratory. The Hollow Gardener's sanctum, the birthplace of the root vein, the closest any living alchemist has come to the primordial garden realm. His eyes fixed on the cocoon with the fervent intensity of a pilgrim finally reaching his holy site. "I did not come to fight. I came to study." "Your studies require dissection," Yao Feng replied, standing between Wudu and the cocoon. "Sampling. Experimentation. If you touch the cocoon, you risk waking the gardener. And if he wakes before the seal is reinforced, nothing in this chamber, nothing on this continent, will survive. I am aware of the risks. I am also aware that this opportunity will not come again. The gardener's cocoon is the single most significant repository of botanical knowledge in the world. Every technique, every theory, every breakthrough in cultivation botany for the next 1,000 years could come from studying what's in that sphere. And the risk is acceptable. To me. Not to me." Yao Feng's voice carried the quiet authority that the root vein's child, growing inside him, shaped by his choices, reflecting his values, had given him. Not the authority of power, the authority of conviction. The cocoon stays sealed. The gardener stays sleeping. And your 3 centuries of research end here, at the threshold of the thing you've been seeking, because crossing that threshold would endanger everyone above our heads. Wudu's expression shifted. The scholarly passion that had driven him across a continent warred with something older and colder. The obsession that 300 years of single-minded focus had carved into his personality like water carving stone. "Then I will take what I need by force," he said. And 300 poison cultivators surged forward. He turned as the wave broke over the garden's outer section. Venerable Wudu's plan had been genuine. 300 poison cultivators as witnesses, not combatants. But the garden's reactivation, the sudden surge of 10,000-year-old botanical energy cascading through the dead zones he had healed, carried back to the source through the root network, had triggered something in the myriad toxin sect's deeper operatives that professional discipline couldn't contain. 300 seed realm poison cultivators, encountering pure ancient botanical qi at unprecedented concentration, had felt the pull of that energy in their own root systems. They weren't attacking. They were moving toward the gardens the way a river moves toward the sea, not by choice, exactly, but by nature. Zhu Huanin was fighting against it, moving through the formation with visible effort, pulling her people back into controlled positions, her voice carrying sharp commands that cut through the surge's momentum. Wudu, Yao Feng saw, was not moving at all. The old man stood at the edge of the surge, his eyes closed, his expression somewhere far from the present moment. He was feeling the gardens through the root network. 3 centuries of study, and the reality of actually standing in the abyssal gardens while they responded to the root vein was something his models had never captured. Yao Feng moved toward Wudu through the surge. The 300 cultivators parted for him, not consciously, but because the root vein's botanical signature registered as the dominant presence in the gardens, and every plant-adjacent consciousness in range oriented toward it. He walked through the crowd of ancient qi-intoxicated poison cultivators like a lighthouse walking through fog. He reached Wudu. The old man's eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the present. 3 centuries, Wudu said, very quietly. Yes. I told myself the data would satisfy me. If I could just document the root vein's full development cycle, document the integration, document the final state. He stopped. I was wrong about that. What would satisfy you? Wudu looked at the gardens around them, the living ruins, the ancient herbs, the mycorrhizal networks that traced through the cavern floor like visible thoughts. To see it finished, he said. To know that the gardener's original dream, the genuine part, before it became something else, was completed. He looked at Yao Feng. Can you finish it? That's what we're here to find out, Yao Feng said. Behind him, Zhu Huanin had reasserted formation discipline. 300 cultivators stood in controlled witness positions. The stage was set. Chapter 113 The Battle of the Abyssal Gardens was the largest conflict Yao Feng had ever participated in, and it took place in the most spectacular setting imaginable. 300 myriad toxin sect cultivators versus 6 defenders. The numbers were impossibly lopsided. But the battlefield was not neutral ground. It was the root vein's birthplace, and inside it, Yaofeng was connected to a power source that dwarfed anything the surface world could provide. He reached out through his dimension and touched the ancient root network that threaded through the abyssal garden's foundations. The network responded instantly, recognizing the root vein, accepting his authority, opening itself to his direction like a vast, slumbering army snapping to attention. The petrified gardens woke up. Stone flowers bloomed with devastating qi. Crystal greenhouses that had stood empty for 10 millennia shattered into cutting storms of spiritual glass. Root systems that had grown through bedrock for 10,000 years erupted from the chamber floor, creating walls, barriers, and weapons of living stone. The myriad toxin sects advanced stalled. Their poison techniques, devastating against biological targets, were useless against petrified plants that had no living tissue to corrupt. The stone gardens attacked indiscriminately, responding to Yaofeng's direction but operating with the autonomous intelligence of an ecosystem defending its territory. Wudu's lieutenants fell first, seed realm cultivators accustomed to fighting organic opponents, overwhelmed by enemies made of rock and crystal that felt no pain and feared no poison. The stone gardens cut, crushed, and entangled them with the mechanical efficiency of geological processes compressed into seconds. Kaiyang fought among the stone gardens, his iron mortar finding targets in the gaps between petrified flower walls. His iron bloom reinforcement made him functionally immune to the poison techniques that the myriad toxin fighters deployed in desperation, and his raw physical power complemented the stone garden's inflexible attacks with the fluid adaptability of a living fighter. Wei Qingmiao moved through the chaos like smoke through a forest fire. The myriad toxin cultivators couldn't track her. Their detection techniques were calibrated for biological threats, and Wei Qingmiao's assassination training included methods for suppressing her biological signature to near zero. She disabled a dozen cultivators without any of them seeing her blade. Bai Lianhua held the laboratory threshold, her canopy realm cultivation creating a barrier of pure spiritual energy that turned the doorway into a choke point. Every myriad toxin fighter who attempted to breach the threshold was met with a wall of healing energy that, paradoxically, served as the most effective defense possible. It disrupted the toxic qi that sustained their techniques, neutralizing their attacks before they could form. Old Man Gu, weakened but not powerless, directed the stone garden's strategic movements from behind the barrier. His knowledge of the abyssal garden's layout, gained from a decade of studying here as the gardener's student, allowed him to predict the enemy's movement patterns and positioned the petrified defenders accordingly. And Yaofeng stood at the center, connected to the root network, channeling the power of the root vein's birthplace through his body like a conductor directing an orchestra. Every stone flower, every crystal shard, every erupting root responded to his will. The gardens themselves fought for him. The accumulated botanical power of 10,000 years of growth, directed by the consciousness that the gardens had been waiting for. Chapter 114. Wudu fought through everything. 300 of his cultivators fell around him, disabled, entangled, neutralized by stone gardens and tactical precision. But the ancient root realm poison master himself was not stopped by lesser defenses. His cultivation was too vast, his techniques too refined, his understanding of botanical systems too deep to be contained by automated gardens and crystal storms. He walked through the chaos like a man walking through rain, acknowledging its presence, untroubled by its force. His poison qi created a bubble of chemical immunity that dissolved stone flowers on contact, neutralized crystal shards before they could cut, and corrupted root systems that tried to entangle him. 3 centuries of research had given him techniques specifically designed to counter botanical defenses, techniques he developed for exactly this scenario. He reached the laboratory threshold. Bai Lianhua's barrier flickered under his assault. The healer nun's spiritual manipulation was powerful, but Wudu's techniques targeted the specific frequencies that sustained her barrier, degrading it with the methodical precision of an engineer deconstructing a bridge. Yaofeng stepped forward. The root network's power flowed through him, and he channeled it into a direct confrontation. Ancient root realm versus seed realm. The gap should have been insurmountable. But Yaofeng was not fighting alone. He was fighting with the power of the abyssal garden's entire root network behind him. Each punch carried the force of 10,000 years of botanical growth. Each technique drew on an energy reserve that spanned miles of underground infrastructure. The battle was brutal and beautiful. Wudu's poison qi met Yaofeng's purification like acid meeting base, violent reactions that released bursts of energy visible as rainbow flashes in the chamber's darkness. The old man's 3 centuries of technique met the young man's raw, unrefined power in a collision that cracked the laboratory floor and sent shockwaves through the surrounding ruins. Yaofeng used every technique he had. Root bind drew on the ancient root network, creating constraints of petrified wood that Wudu's poison chi struggled to dissolve. Spore burst deployed compounds from his dimension's most exotic species, ancient herbs from the dead zones that produced pollen no living cultivator had ever encountered. Bloom Strike concentrated the root network's energy into his palm and delivered it in a blow that sent Wudu sliding backward 20 feet. But the old man recovered. He was ancient root realm for a reason. His cultivation base was deeper, broader, more stable than anything Yaofeng could match with borrowed power. He absorbed the Bloom Strike's energy, converted it to fuel for his own techniques, and counterattacked with a poison wave that ate through Yaofeng's defenses like fire through paper. The battle continued for 20 minutes. Both combatants accumulated damage. Both drew on reserves that were not infinite. And both knew that the outcome depended not on who was stronger, but on who understood the root vein better. In the end, it was understanding, not power, that decided the fight. Chapter 115. Yaofeng understood the root vein. Not just technically, not just its mechanics, its history, its capabilities. He understood it the way a parent understands a child. Intuitively, emotionally, completely. He stopped fighting. He stopped channeling the root network. He stopped deploying techniques. He stood in the center of the laboratory, surrounded by the ruins of the battle, and opened his dimension completely. Not as a weapon, as a bridge. The root vein's energy flowed outward, not destructive, not defensive, but communicative. It reached toward Wudu not with the intent to harm, but with the intent to show, to share, to demonstrate what the old man had spent 3 centuries trying to understand from the outside. Wudu felt it immediately. His attacks faltered. His poison chi wavered. Because what was reaching toward him was not an enemy's assault. It was a gift. The root vein's energy carried information, the dimension's ecosystem, its balance, its beauty, the spirits and their stories, the child growing at its center. Everything Wudu had sought to learn through dissection and analysis, delivered directly to his consciousness through a channel of pure botanical empathy. The old man stood in the middle of his life's work, not the laboratory, not the ruins, but the actual work. The knowledge he had spent 3 centuries accumulating, presented to him from the inside for the first time in his existence. And he wept, not from injury, not from defeat, from the devastating, earth-shattering realization that everything he had sought was standing in front of him in the form of a 19-year-old herbalist with dirt under his fingernails, and that no amount of research or experimentation could have produced what this boy carried naturally. Yaofeng reached out and pressed his palm against Wudu's chest. Root bind didn't attack, it connected. The temporary biological link that Yaofeng had developed during his fight with Luo Wang was deployed again, but this time for healing rather than combat. 3 centuries of accumulated toxin damage. 300 years of poison cultivation's slow, corrosive toll on the human body. Wudu's organs operating at a fraction of their capacity. His meridians held together by willpower and spiritual energy that masked the decay underneath. Yaofeng purged it all. The medicinal chi flowed through the connection, seeking the damage, cataloging it, addressing it with the systematic thoroughness of a garden clearing weeds. Toxins that had been embedded in Wudu's cellular structure for centuries were dissolved, neutralized, and expelled. Damaged meridians were repaired. Degraded organs were restored to function they hadn't achieved in decades. The process took 10 minutes. When it was done, Venerable Wudu, the poison saint, the obsessive researcher, the man who had spent 3 lifetimes pursuing a dream he could never touch, stood in the abyssal gardens with clear eyes, healthy organs, and a body that felt 20 years younger. He looked at his hands. They had stopped trembling for the first time in decades. I spent 300 years trying to become what you already are, he whispered. And you just healed me as if it were nothing. It's not nothing, Yaofeng said. It's what I do. Wudu sank to his knees. Not in defeat. In surrender. The voluntary laying down of ambition, obsession, and 3 centuries of consuming need. He had finally found what he was looking for. And finding it meant accepting that he couldn't possess it. I yield, he said. My sect will withdraw. My research is yours. Everything I have, 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge, it is at your disposal. The Battle of the Abyssal Gardens was over. Chapter 116. With Wudu's forces neutralized and the myriad toxin sect withdrawing, Yaofeng turned to the cocoon. The hollow gardener's suspended form pulsed with increased urgency. The battle's energy had fed directly into the root network, and the cocoon was closer to consciousness than at any point in the previous 10,000 years. Time was running out. Old Man Gu directed the sealing operation with the steady hands of a man performing a procedure he'd done once before, a lifetime ago. The formation array was carved into the laboratory floor, a design of interweaving root patterns and flower symbols that channeled qi in specific frequencies designed to suppress consciousness without damaging the physical host. Yaofeng provided the root vein energy, channeling his dimensions output through his body and into the formation array, feeding the seal with the specific botanical qi signature that the formation had been designed to respond to. It was the same energy that had created the root vein, the same fundamental frequency, and using it to suppress the root vein's creator carried an irony that was not lost on anyone present. But the question of what to do with the gardener could not be avoided. Destroy the cocoon, Old Man Gu recommended. End the threat permanently. If the gardener wakes, his power exceeds anything we can counter. If we destroy the cocoon, we destroy the root network, Yaofeng countered. Half the Central Plains ecosystem is connected to his consciousness. Killing him would create dead zones across 1,000 miles of territory. Destroying the root network would damage the ecology, but it would recover in centuries, maybe millennia. How many lives depend on that ecology right now? Bai Lianhua spoke from her position at the laboratory threshold. Her Purity Temple training had given her a perspective that cut through tactical considerations to something more fundamental. I am descended from the gardener's last disciple, she said. My temple was founded to watch over the abyssal gardens. We preserve the gardener's original writings, not his later work, which was tainted by obsession, but his early journals, written when his dream was still pure. She met Yaofeng's eyes. He was not always a monster. He became one. But the consciousness in that cocoon is fragmented by 10,000 years of dreaming. The monster may no longer be coherent. The original man, the dreamer who wanted to heal the world, might still be accessible. You want me to try to communicate with him? I want you to try to reach the person he was before the madness. If there is anything left of the original Hollow Gardener, he would want the root vein to succeed. He would want the child to be born. Chapter 117. Yaofeng entered a meditative trance and reached through the root network toward the gardener's consciousness. The experience was nothing he could have prepared for. The gardener's mind was not a mind, it was a landscape. 10,000 years of dreaming had spread his consciousness across the root network like water spilling through channels, creating a vast, diffuse awareness that experienced the world as a garden. He felt the seasons change. He felt seeds germinate. He felt roots probe deeper into soil and leaves turn toward light. His thoughts were the thoughts of plants, slow, patient, persistent, utterly unlike human cognition. Yaofeng navigated this consciousness with the root vein as his compass. The root vein recognized its creator the way a river recognizes the spring it flows from, with a fundamental, undeniable connection that transcended time and distance. He found the gardener at the center of the mental landscape, a figure sitting in a garden that existed only in a dream, tending flowers that bloomed and died and bloomed again in cycles that had been repeating for millennia. Hello, Yaofeng said. The gardener looked up. His face was both young and ancient, the features of a 30-year-old man superimposed with the 10,000-year weight of a consciousness that had outlived its body's capacity to contain it. You carry my child, the gardener said. I can feel it, growing inside you. So strong now, so much stronger than I expected. His hands continued tending the dream flowers, the motions automatic, ingrained by millennia of repetition. Is it well? Is it healthy? It's growing. But your cocoon is waking up. And if you fully regain consciousness, you'll try to reclaim it. The gardener's expression shifted, a flicker of lucidity in a mind that was mostly dream. Reclaim, yes. I remember wanting that. Wanting my child back. But he looked at his hands. They were transparent, dissolving at the edges, the botanical consciousness that sustained them losing coherence. I am not what I was. I am fragments. Memories. Habits. The things a person does when they no longer remember why they started doing them. Do you remember Hua Lingxiao? The name hit like a thunderbolt. The dream garden shook. Flowers withered and bloomed in rapid succession. The gardener's face contorted with an emotion so complex and so old that it defied categorization. Love and guilt and horror and a grief that had been fermenting for 10 millennia. Lingxiao, he whispered. I did something to her. Something terrible. I can't remember what, but I know it was terrible because the memory hurts, and nothing has hurt me in so long that I'd forgotten pain existed. He was broken, not evil, not coherent enough for evil, just broken, a brilliant mind shattered by its own ambition and scattered across a root network that had preserved its fragments without being able to reassemble them. Chapter 1:18 Yaofeng couldn't reason with the gardener. The man's consciousness was too fragmented, too distributed, too far gone to engage in meaningful dialogue. The flicker of lucidity that Hua Lingxiao's name had triggered was fading, replaced by the dreaming routine of a mind that had been on autopilot for 10,000 years. But Yaofeng could reach the fragments. He could communicate with the botanical consciousness that sustained the gardener's awareness, the root network, the fungal threads, the million tiny nodes that collectively held the shattered pieces of a mind that had once been the most brilliant in the world. And those fragments wanted to rest. The dream was not peace. It was compulsion, a consciousness that couldn't stop tending its garden, couldn't stop reaching for its creation, couldn't stop repeating the motions of a life that had ended millennia ago. The gardener was not sleeping. He was trapped, as much a prisoner of his own creation as the spirits he had sealed inside the root vein. Yaofeng made a decision. He couldn't destroy the cocoon without devastating the central plane's ecology. He couldn't communicate with the gardener meaningfully. He couldn't leave the cocoon unsealed without risking an awakening that would threaten the entire continent. The third option, the one no one had suggested because no one had thought it possible, was to use the root vein's energy to strengthen the seal from within. Not Old Man Gu's external formation, which suppressed consciousness from outside, but an internal seal, a botanical equivalent of a lullaby, a frequency that soothed the dreaming mind rather than restraining it. He poured his dimension's energy into the root network, not as a barrier, but as a comfort. The herbs in his garden produced compounds specifically designed for spiritual tranquility, the same compounds his tears used to heal spiritual wounds, but applied at a continental scale, distributed through the root network to every node of the gardener's shattered consciousness. The dream garden stilled. The compulsive gardening slowed. The fragments of the gardener's mind, soothed by a frequency they recognized, the root vein's own energy, filtered through a host who used it for healing rather than ambition, settled into something that was, for the first time in 10 millennia, actual rest. Not a seal, a sedative, a gentle, continuous application of medicinal qi that would keep the gardener dreaming peacefully until Yaofeng found a permanent solution. The cocoon's heartbeat slowed. The root network's urgent pulsing eased to a gentle rhythm. The threat was contained, not eliminated, but managed. Time had been purchased, perhaps centuries' worth. Yaofeng withdrew from the root network, his body trembling with the effort. The sealing formation Old Man Gu had prepared was still activated, providing a secondary containment layer. Together, the external seal and the internal sedative, they created a defense that was stronger than either alone. That was not what I expected, Old Man Gu said, his voice carrying genuine surprise. I was prepared for a battle. You gave him a sleeping pill. He's not a threat. He's a patient. The old man looked at Yaofeng for a long moment. Then he smiled. A real smile, aged and warm, the smile of a teacher who has realized his student has surpassed him. The hollow gardener would have liked you, he said. The one who existed before the madness. You have his compassion without his obsession. I also have his creation growing inside me. Let's hope the similarities end at compassion. Chapter 119. They were preparing to leave the abyssal gardens when Shen Moyan attacked. Not Shen Moyan himself, he was dead. But the concept he represented, body refiners who consumed dantians, had not died with him. The attacker was different. Worse, during the Battle of the Abyssal Gardens, while Yaofeng's attention had been focused on Wudu's forces and the cocoon, a shadow had been moving through the ruins, consuming. Not the myriad toxin cultivators that Yaofeng's stone gardens had disabled. Those were being attended by sect medics. But the ones that Wei Qingniao had disabled in the tunnels and corridors away from the main force. The ones that no one was watching. The shadow had consumed 8 Seed Realm cultivators and 3 Canopy Realm elders before anyone noticed the bodies were missing. He emerged from the darkness between 2 petrified greenhouses, a hulking mass of stolen power that barely fit the shape it wore. Tai Mogu had survived. More than survived. He had been playing dead while the battle raged, waiting for the aftermath to provide easy meals, and the myriad toxin sects scattered, wounded cultivators had provided exactly that. 11 consumed dantians. Ancient root realm power, achieved through the most monstrous shortcut imaginable. And this time, he was stronger, faster, and more desperate. His hunger had become a compulsion. The consumed consciousnesses screamed inside him, fighting for dominance, creating a mental chaos that could only be silenced by more consumption. He needed to feed. And the largest, most complex dantian in the world was standing right in front of him. Kaiyang intercepted the first blow, a palm strike that would have caved in a building. The iron bloom reinforcement held, barely, but the impact sent him skidding backward 20 feet, his boots gouging trenches in the stone floor. Again, Kaiyang snarled, spitting blood. Another one. Wei Qingyao attacked from behind, her blade finding a gap between the consumed flesh masses that made up Tai Mogu's torso. The wound should have been debilitating. Instead, it healed in seconds. 11 stolen healing techniques activating simultaneously to seal the cut before blood could flow. Tai Mogu swatted Wei Qingyao aside with a backhand that caught her in the midsection. The blow was catastrophic. It launched her across the laboratory, her body spinning like a thrown doll, the impact against the far wall producing a sound that made Yaofeng's heart stop. She slid down the wall, leaving a smear of blood on the ancient stone. Her breathing was wrong, shallow, gurgling, the sound of punctured lungs and shattered ribs, and internal damage that would kill a normal person in minutes. Yaofeng screamed, and the seed realm breakthrough that had been hovering at the edge of possibility since the cocoon's ceiling detonated outward. Not the seed realm. He was already seed realm. This was something beyond, something the breakthrough at the mountain pass had initiated but not completed. The tree of light that had formed as his nascent soul surged with energy drawn from the abyssal garden's ambient chi, its branches extending, its roots deepening, its fundamental nature shifting from a tree inside a person to a person inside a tree. His consciousness expanded. He was Yaofeng. He was the dimension. He was the herbs, the spirits, the growing child at the garden's center. He was the root network beneath the abyssal gardens, still humming with the sedative frequency he'd applied to the gardener's cocoon. He fought Tai Mogu with the power of an entire world compressed into his fists. Each punch carried the force of a forest's growth, not the slow, patient growth of decades, but the explosive, irresistible growth of a seed-breaking stone. Roots erupted from the laboratory floor, from the walls, from the ceiling, not in the managed tendrils of root bind, but in the catastrophic surge of a forest establishing itself. They tore through Tai Mogu's stolen flesh, seeking the consumed dantians and overwhelming their stolen chi with the sheer volume of botanical energy. Each kick carried the impact of a root-breaking stone, the patient, persistent force that over millennia reduced mountains to soil, compressed into a single instant of kinetic violence. Tai Mogu's body cracked where Yaofeng's feet connected, the stolen power that held his form together fracturing under impacts that exceeded its design parameters. The consumed dantians shattered one by one. Golden lights, the released souls of 11 cultivators, erupted from Tai Mogu's disintegrating body, rising through the laboratory like sparks from a fire. Each released soul carried a fragment of gratitude, a whisper of relief, the acknowledgement of a consciousness finally freed from its prison. Tai Mogu came apart, not violently, almost gently, as the roots that filled his body dissolved the stolen power from within, leaving nothing but empty meat that collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Yaofeng was already running before the last fragment hit the floor. He reached Wei Qingyao. She was dying, her torso crushed, her lungs punctured, her spine cracked in 2 places. Normal healing was insufficient. Even the living pharmacy's enhanced output couldn't address this level of damage fast enough. His tears fell. Not controlled tears through the clear pool mind technique. Raw, genuine, desperate tears of a man watching someone he loved dying in front of him. The medicinal chi that the tears carried was the most potent he had ever produced, because the emotion was the most real. The chi flooded Wei Qingyao's body. It mended shattered ribs, reinflated punctured lungs, repaired cracked vertebrae, and sealed internal bleeding with the precision of a surgeon and the speed of a miracle. Her breathing stabilized. Her heartbeat strengthened. Her eyes, which had been glazing, refocused. She looked at him. "I said the debt was paid," she rasped. "And I said the debt was never the point." She closed her eyes and slept. Living sleep. Healing sleep. The kind of sleep that led to waking. Yaofeng sat beside her on the laboratory floor, surrounded by the ruins of 2 battles and the echoes of 11 released souls, and let the tears continue falling. Each one mended another fraction of damage. Each one was a promise that the living pharmacy's purpose was not power or ambition or transcendence. It was simply this, to heal what was broken. Chapter 120. They ascended from the abyssal gardens into a sunrise that painted the central plains in gold and amber. The cocoon was sealed. The gardener dreamed peacefully. The myriad toxin sect survivors limped eastward under the command of a chastened venerable Wudu, who had left behind every scrap of research he possessed. 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge sealed in jade tablets and scrolls that filled an entire storage ring. Tai Mogu was dead, truly dead this time. His body dissolved into the soil of the abyssal gardens, where the roots that had destroyed him would convert his remains into nutrients for the ancient ecosystem. Wei Qingyao was healing. The living pharmacy's most concentrated healing effort had saved her life, but full recovery would take weeks. She rode in the carriage, propped against pillows, her eyes closed but her breathing steady. Kaiyang walked beside the carriage, his iron mortar resting on his shoulder, his battered body held upright by stubbornness and iron bloom reinforcement. He hadn't slept since the battle. He wouldn't sleep until they were back at the Verdant Lotus sect, behind walls he trusted. Ling Suwen rode beside Yao Feng, their horses walking side by side, close enough that their knees occasionally touched. She didn't speak. Neither did he. The experience of the abyssal gardens, the battle, the cocoon, the gardener's shattered consciousness, the near loss of Wei Qingniao, had left them both in a state beyond words. What was needed was presence, not conversation. The simple confirmation that the other person was alive, breathing, and there. Old Man Gu sat in the carriage with Wei Qingniao, his body too weakened by the expedition to ride. But his mind was active. He was studying the jade slip containing the gardener's complete cultivation manual, cross-referencing it with Wudu's research notes, building a comprehensive understanding of the root vein's full potential. While Lianhua walked at the group's rear, her canopy realm presence providing a shield against any threat that might approach from behind. Her face was serene, her posture perfect, her internal state a mystery that her purity temple training kept perfectly concealed. And inside Yaofeng's dimension, things had changed. The seed realm enhancement, whatever had happened during the battle, that explosion of power that went beyond a normal breakthrough, had transformed the dimension into something that could only be described as a world. A genuine world, with weather systems, geological features, and an ecosystem complex enough to sustain itself without any input from Yaofeng whatsoever. The lake at the center was now an inland sea, fed by rivers that carried qi from every corner of the dimension. Forests covered the hills that had risen where flat plains once stood. The sky had stars, tiny points of green light that appeared during the dimension's night cycle, reflecting the spiritual energy of the herbs below. Little Root had grown to the size of a teenager, his features fully human except for the green tinge of his skin and the leaves that grew in place of hair. He was, for all intents and purposes, a person, a botanical person, but a person nonetheless. Bitterthorn's thorny forest had expanded into a mountain range of dark wood and toxic sap, a natural fortress that guarded the dimension's borders against internal threats. The ancient spirit rarely spoke, but his contribution was undeniable. Without his defenses, the dimension would have been vulnerable to the spiritual fluctuations that every major battle produced. Silk mist floated above the inland sea, her gossamer form reflected in the water like a second moon. She recorded everything with the serene persistence of an eternal archivist, her threads weaving the story of the root vein's latest chapter into the fabric of its 10,000-year history. Iron Bark stood at the Blight Queen's prison, his bark armor thicker than ever, reinforced by the abyssal garden's ancient qi. The guardian spirit was a mountain, literally, in the dimension's new geography. He had grown so large that his body formed a hillside, his bark the soil, his branches the trees that grew on his slopes. Dew Song tended the dimension's water systems, her morning dew form dispersing into the rivers and rain that sustained the ecosystem. She was the dimension's heart, pumping liquid qi through channels that fed every herb and spirit within. And the Blight Queen's prison was, there was no other word for it, barely functional. Iron Bark's physical presence provided the primary containment, but the walls of vine that had originally separated her from the garden were now a formality, thin, transparent, more symbol than barrier. The Blight Queen stood behind them, visible to anyone who looked, her expression carrying an emotion that Yaofeng had learned, slowly and painfully, to recognize. Hope, not the malicious hope of a prisoner planning escape. The fragile, tentative hope of someone who has been promised something she doesn't dare believe in. Freedom, not through escape, through the path Du Song had described, through the merging that would transform her and all the spirits into the child's spiritual DNA. Not imprisonment, not absorption, transformation, a new kind of existence, a chance to be something other than what the Hollow Gardener had made her. The prison walls were thin, the merging was approaching, and the child at the dimension's center, the root vein's true purpose, the being that would be born from the union of all its components, pulsed with a light that grew stronger every day. Yaofeng rode toward the Verdant Lotus sect, his friends around him, his world inside him, and the future ahead. Whatever came next would require everything he had. Chapter 121. The Verdant Lotus sect received them with the quiet reverence reserved for soldiers returning from a war that most people didn't know had been fought. Medical teams attended to Wei Qingniao first, not because her injuries were the worst, but because she refused to be carried and attempted to walk to the infirmary under her own power, which lasted exactly 14 steps before her knees buckled, and Kaiyang caught her with one arm and his mortar still resting on his shoulder. Life debts paid, she muttered as he carried her through the infirmary doors. You keep saying that. Keep saving me, and I'll keep saying it. Kaiyang set her on a treatment bed with a gentleness that contradicted every aspect of his physical appearance and pulled up a chair beside her. He sat there for 3 days straight, sleeping upright, his mortar propped against the wall within arm's reach. When the infirmary attendants tried to move him, he looked at them with the flat expression of a boulder being asked to relocate, and they found somewhere else to put their additional patients. Old Man Gu was installed in the Grand Elder's personal quarters, a concession that spoke volumes about the respect Grand Elder Ling held for his former peer. The old man was weak, his ancient root realm cultivation flickering with the instability of a candle in a drafty room. But his mind was razor-sharp, and he spent his convalescence devouring the gardener's cultivation manual and Wudu's research notes with the ferocious concentration of a man who knew his time was limited. Yao Feng found him on the 3rd day, propped against silk pillows in a sunlit room that smelled of medicinal herbs and mountain air. You look terrible, Yao Feng said. You look like a boy pretending to be a man. We both have problems. Old Man Gu set aside the jade slip he'd been studying and fixed Yao Feng with a gaze that held none of its usual humor. Sit down. We need to talk about the path forward. The merging, the child, the Blight Queen, all of it. The old man shifted, wincing. I've been reading the gardener's original manual, the complete version, not the simplified one I gave you. Combined with Wudu's 3 centuries of external analysis, I now have a comprehensive understanding of what the root vein is trying to do. Du Song told me. The root vein is a child. The spirits are its parents. I'm the body it's growing in. Correct. And the merging, the integration of all spirits into a unified consciousness centered on the child, is the final stage of the root vein's development cycle. It was designed to happen. The prison was designed to weaken. The spirits were designed to awaken. Everything you've experienced, every breakthrough, every crisis, every spirit awakening, has been the root vein following its developmental program. But the program was designed by a madman. A brilliant madman. The program's design is actually elegant. Each spirit contributes a specific aspect of consciousness to the child, and the integration sequence is calibrated to allow the host to adapt progressively rather than being overwhelmed. The gardener's mistake was not the design, but the execution. He sacrificed unwilling participants, created hostile spirits, and built resentment into the system's foundation. So what do I do differently? Old Man Gu looked at him with an expression that might have been pride. You've already been doing it differently. You've been treating the spirits as people, not components. You've been earning their cooperation rather than demanding their obedience. The root vein's program assumes a hostile integration, a merging that happens by force. If you can achieve a willing integration, a merging that happens by choice, the result will be fundamentally different. Different how? The child won't be a slave. It will be a partner. A new consciousness born from the willing contributions of every spirit in the dimension, raised by a host who chose compassion over control. Old Man Gu's voice softened. The Hollow Gardener wanted to create a bridge between plants and people. You have the chance to build that bridge the right way. Chapter 122, the Canopy Realm Breakthrough Technique, was called World Root Meditation, and it was the most complex cultivation method Yao Feng had ever encountered. Old Man Gu taught it over the course of 2 weeks, drawing on the gardener's original manual and supplementing it with insights from Wudu's research and his own 10,000 years of experience. The technique required harmonizing every herb spirit in the dimension into a single, unified consciousness, a temporary merging that served as a rehearsal for the final integration. Think of it as a practice run, Old Man Gu explained. The Canopy Realm Breakthrough creates a temporary state of unified consciousness. All the spirits contribute their awareness to a single point, your consciousness, and you experience, briefly, what it feels like to be the child. If you can maintain your identity during the temporary merging, you'll know you can survive the permanent one. And if I can't maintain my identity, then we don't attempt the permanent merging until you can. The temporary state lasts approximately 30 seconds. If you lose yourself in those 30 seconds, we'll know you're not ready. The training was intense. Each herb spirit had to be approached individually and asked to participate voluntarily. Little Root agreed immediately. He had been Yao Feng's partner since the beginning, and contributing to the child's development was, in his words, the entire point of my existence. Bitterthorn agreed grudgingly. After a conversation that lasted 3 hours and included significant negotiation about what voluntary contribution meant and what autonomy the spirits would retain after the merging. Silk Mist agreed with the serene acceptance of an archivist who understood that recording the story was as important as living it. Iron Bark agreed without words, simply pressing his massive wooden hand against the dimension's soil in a gesture that communicated consent more clearly than language. Du Song agreed with tears, the same crystal tears she'd been shedding since her awakening, now carrying joy rather than sorrow. The Blight Queen was the equation's unknown variable. She cannot be excluded, Old Man Gu said firmly. She represents the human emotional component, the element that makes the root vein capable of symbiosis with a human host. Without her participation, the canopy realm breakthrough will fail, and the permanent merging will be impossible. She has to agree willingly. She does. And she has 10,000 years of rage, grief, and justified resentment working against that agreement. Yao Feng entered the dimension to speak with her. He entered the way he always entered now, not as a visitor to a space he was managing, but as someone returning to a home that had been growing around him for months, whose every corner carried the specific weight of choices made and things learned. The dimension felt different today, not the sharp difference of a breakthrough or the anxious difference of a crisis, a gathered quality, like an inhalation before something important. The herb spirits were in their places. Little Root at the central spring, his light steady and unusually focused. Silk Mist floating through the archival layers with the purposeful attention of an archivist who knows which records will be consulted today. Bitter Thorn standing at the southern boundary, his bark armor smooth, his thorn nodes retracted, a posture that, over months, Yao Feng had learned to read as readiness rather than hostility. Iron Bark at the prison wall, his roots extended deep, his presence a steady weight of protection. Du Song singing quietly from the water's edge, a melody that had been developing for weeks into something that felt like preparation. They all knew what was coming. She's in the White Garden, Little Root said, when Yao Feng paused at the garden's center. How does she seem? Quiet. The specific quiet that comes before something definitive. A pause. She's been tending the flowers since this morning. All of them. Even the red bloom. She gave it water she drew from the central spring, which is something she's never done. The spring's water is yours. She's been careful about that, always. Yao Feng stood with this for a moment. The Blight Queen had been careful about the boundary between hers and his since long before he'd started treating her as a person rather than a threat. She understood what it meant to have something taken without consent. She was careful, always, about taking. Does the condition, the name, does she know I'm keeping it? She knows, Silk Mist said, from the archival layer above. I showed her the record of your conversation with Old Man Gu, the one where you decided on the promise before you spoke to her. She knows the promise was made before it was asked for. He nodded. That mattered. He walked toward the prison's edge. Chapter 123. The Blight Queen's prison had transformed during the return journey. Iron Bark's reinforcement provided physical containment, but the space inside the prison had changed entirely. The dead flowers and gray earth that had characterized her corner of the dimension since Yao Feng's bonding were gone, replaced by the small white flowers she'd been growing for weeks. A garden within a garden, arranged in patterns that Yao Feng recognized from the living murals in the abyssal gardens. She had recreated the Hollow Gardener's original garden. Not the vast, consuming creation it had become, but the small, perfect garden from the earliest murals, the one where a young man knelt in soil with love in his hands and a dream in his heart. She stood at the garden's center, tending a white flower with the careful attention of someone maintaining the last copy of something irreplaceable. The prison walls between them were tissue-thin. Iron Bark's bark armor provided the only real barrier, and even that was more symbolic than functional at this point. If the Blight Queen wanted to leave, she could leave. She stayed because she chose to. I need to ask you something, Yao Feng said. You need to ask me to participate in the merging. The World Root Meditation. The canopy realm breakthrough that requires every spirit's willing contribution. She didn't look up from her flower. I've been listening. The dimension's acoustics are excellent when you're at its center. Will you? She was silent for a long time. The white flower under her hand swayed in a breeze that existed only inside the prison. Do you know what it's like to be consumed? She asked. Not killed, consumed. My consciousness was torn apart and woven into the root vein's fabric. Every thought I have, every emotion I feel, every memory I hold, they're not just mine anymore. They're part of the system. My grief powers the dimension's empathy. My rage fuels its defensive mechanisms. My love, she paused. My love for the gardener, the love that made me willing to trust him, is the energy that allows the root vein to bond with hosts. Without my love, the root vein is dead technology. I know. Then you know what you're asking. You're asking me to merge again, to contribute my consciousness to another entity, the child. You're asking me to trust that this time will be different. I'm asking you to choose. Not by force. Not by coercion. Not by the manipulation of a man you loved and trusted. A genuine choice, made with full knowledge, full consent, and the understanding that I cannot guarantee the outcome. She looked at him then, and her eyes, those dark seed eyes that had held 10,000 years of consciousness, were not angry. They were not grieving. They were something he had never seen in them before. Afraid. I'm afraid, she said, and the admission seemed to surprise her as much as it surprised him. I have been many things in 10,000 years. Rage. I have been rage. Grief. I have been grief. Manipulation. I have been manipulation. But I have not been afraid since the moment the gardener's ritual began, because after that moment, there was nothing left to fear. And now there is hope. And hope is terrifying, Shen Yaofeng. Because hope means there is something to lose. Yaofeng sat down across from her, the prison wall between them a formality, and waited. She made him wait for 3 days. He waited. He spent those 3 days in the dimension's regular rhythms, tending the garden, speaking with the spirits, monitoring the seed's continued development. He did not press. He did not return to the prison to remind her of the question or check on her decision process. He had asked. She was considering. These were the correct sequential steps, and the only thing that could corrupt them was his impatience. On the second day, Bitter Thorn said something unexpected. He appeared at the edge of his bordered territory while Yaofeng was working in the central garden, and said, without preamble, "She will say yes." Yaofeng looked up. How do you know? Because she already said it, years ago, when she built the white garden, when she grew the red bloom. Bitter Thorn's thorn nodes were completely retracted. His expression, if bark-covered faces could be read as expressions, held something that was not warmth but was not the ancient fury either. She decided to trust the process before you asked. The 3 days are not for deciding. Therefore, he searched for the word, preparation, for letting a decision settle into certainty. You understand that because you've done the same thing. I told you I would stay, Bitter Thorn said, with the careful flatness of someone choosing honesty. I said it before I was ready to mean it. The time between saying it and meaning it was necessary. She is in that time. He looked at the thorn spirit across the dimension's space. This ancient, furious, carefully honest consciousness that had been fighting the root vein's purpose for 6,000 years and had arrived, through a slow accumulation of small choices, at something that was not friendship but was not opposition either. Thank you, Yaofeng said. Bitter Thorn made a sound that was somewhere between a grunt and a tree in a wind. He returned to his section. On the third day, the Blight Queen called his name. Chapter 124. On the fourth day, the Blight Queen told Yaofeng her story. Not the abbreviated version that Silk Mist's memories had shown him. Not the dramatic highlights that Old Man Gu had referenced. The complete story, from beginning to end, told in her own words. Her name was Hua Lingxiao. She was born in a small village on the Central Plains, the daughter of a farmer and a midwife. She discovered her affinity for plants at age 6, when a dying herb in the family garden bloomed under her touch. Her parents, recognizing talent they couldn't nurture, sent her to study under the only botanist in the region, a young, passionate cultivator named Chun Mui, who would later be known as the Hollow Gardener. She was his apprentice for 12 years. In that time, she went from a curious child to a gifted herbalist, from a student to a colleague, from a colleague to something more. She loved him, not the blind love of infatuation, but the clear-eyed love of a woman who understood her partner's flaws and chose him anyway. His flaws were significant. He was obsessive, myopic, incapable of seeing consequences that fell outside the scope of his current project. He forgot to eat. He forgot to sleep. He forgot to tell her he loved her, though she knew he did because the herbs he grew for her were always more beautiful than the ones he grew for research. The root vein was their shared dream, a living bridge between plants and people, capable of healing any disease through genuine symbiosis rather than crude consumption. They designed it together, the theoretical framework, the spirit integration process, the host bonding mechanism. It was collaborative work, built on mutual respect and shared passion. Then the dream grew too large. The spirits they created were willing, Little Root, Du Song, and others who shared the dream and volunteered their consciousness. But willing spirits weren't enough. The root vein needed more consciousness, more awareness, more complexity to achieve the symbiotic bridge they envisioned. Chen Mui began taking unwilling participants. Bitterthorn's cultivator was the first, absorbed against his will, his guardian spirit dragged into the root vein as collateral. Others followed. Each absorption made the root vein stronger and the gardener more distant. By the time Hua Lingxiao realized what he had become, it was too late. He told her the final sacrifice was necessary, that the root vein needed a human emotional core, a consciousness capable of empathy, love, and emotional complexity to serve as the bridge's human element. Without it, the root vein would be a dead mechanism, incapable of true symbiosis. He told her it would be safe, that she would emerge transformed but whole. He lied. The ritual consumed her. Not her body, her consciousness, her identity, herself. She was torn apart and woven into the root vein's fabric, her love converted to bonding energy, her grief to defensive mechanisms, her rage to containment protocols. She became a component, the most essential component, of an artifact that she had helped create. And she had been there ever since. 10,000 years. Watching host after host bond with the root vein and die. Feeling their hope, their fear, their agony. Unable to help. Unable to escape. Unable to do anything except exist as the emotional engine of a creation that had stolen everything from her. I have been angry for 10,000 years, she said when the story was done. Her voice was steady, clear, and carried the particular exhaustion of someone who has set down a burden so heavy that the relief is indistinguishable from pain. I have been so angry that the anger became my identity. I am the Blight Queen because anger was all that was left. It's not all that's left, Yaofeng said. How do you know? He gestured at the white garden she'd grown. The recreation of the Hollow Gardener's original garden, the one from before the madness. Because you built this. You didn't have to. No one asked you to. You grew a garden that represents the happiest time of your life. The time before the betrayal, when the dream was still pure. A person who was nothing but anger would not have created something this beautiful. The Blight Queen looked at her white garden. A single tear, not crystal, not magical, just a tear, fell from her eye and dissolved into the soil. I will participate in the merging, she said. On one condition. Name it. Promise me that when the child is born, if the child is born, it will know my name. Not the Blight Queen. Not the emotional core. Not the component. My name. Hualingxiao. I wanted to know that I was a person before I was a function. I promise. Chapter 125. The merging ceremony required all 5 herb spirits to agree, and the Blight Queen's condition, that the child would know her name, added a personal dimension that transformed the technical process into something more. Yaofeng offered the same deal to every spirit. Not absorption, not integration, transformation, their consciousness contributing to the child's spiritual DNA, their identities preserved within its awareness, their names remembered for as long as the child existed. Little Root agreed with a smile that lit the entire dimension. I've been waiting for this since the moment the root vein was created. This is what I was born for, to help the child grow. Bitter Thorn agreed with characteristic gruffness. I was promised freedom. This is not exactly what I imagined, but it is transformation rather than imprisonment, and the child will need defenders. I will be its thorns. Silk Mist agreed with the serene certainty of an archivist who understood that the story she'd been recording was approaching its most important chapter. I will be the child's memory. Everything I have witnessed, everything I have recorded, 10,000 years of history, will be its inheritance. Iron Bark agreed by pressing his hand against the dimension's soil and growing new bark over the merging site, creating a natural amphitheater of living wood where the ceremony would take place. No words, just action. The Guardian's contribution was clear. He would be the child's armor. Du Song agreed through song, a haunting, wordless melody that rose from the dimension's water systems and filled every corner of the garden with sound. The melody carried 10,000 years of sorrow and a single, rising note of hope. She would be the child's heart. The Blight Queen agreed last. She walked from her corner of the dimension to the merging site, through the prison walls that no longer contained her, past the gardens she'd watched grow from behind barriers, into the open space of the dimension she had been denied for 10 millennia. She stood among the other spirits, her presence radiating the complex emotional signature of a woman experiencing freedom for the first time in longer than civilizations endured. I will be the child's soul, she said. The part that loves and grieves and rages and forgives. The human part. All 6 spirits, Little Root, Bitter Thorn, Silk Mist, Iron Bark, Du Song, and Hualingxiao, stood in the amphitheater Iron Bark had grown, surrounded by the garden that Yaofeng had built, beneath a sky of green stars that reflected the spiritual energy of the herbs below. The ceremony was ready, but not yet. The Canopy Realm breakthrough came first. He spent the 2 days before the ceremony in preparation that was both practical and internal. Practical. He ensured the sect's defensive formations were at full strength, aware that the breakthrough would leave him vulnerable for the 30-second duration of the temporary merging. Bai Lianhua would monitor his external vital signs throughout. Kaiyang would position at the meditation chamber's door. Wei Qingyao would maintain a 300-meter security perimeter. Ling Suan would be beside him throughout, her analytical presence the external anchor he most trusted. Internal. He entered the dimension and spoke to each spirit individually. Little Root received the news with his characteristic combination of visible emotion and practical organization. I've already been thinking about the sequence, he said, meaning the order in which their consciousness would contribute to the temporary merging. I believe I should go first. I'm the most integrated with your consciousness, so starting with my contribution establishes the foundation that the others build on. Silk Mist agreed to the sequencing and offered to moderate the merging from the archival perspective, maintaining a real-time record of the event that could be reviewed if anything went wrong. Ironbark communicated his readiness through action. He grew an additional reinforcing structure around the site Old Man Gu had identified for the ceremony, creating a natural amphitheater of living wood that would channel the merging's energy inward rather than letting it diffuse. Du Song sang her agreement, a specific melody, different from all her previous songs, that carried the quality of conclusion and beginning simultaneously. Bitterthorn said, I told you months ago I would guard my section against internal threats. For the 30 seconds of the temporary merging, I will guard the boundary between your consciousness and anything that might try to enter through the opening the merging creates. He said it flatly. In the way he said things he meant completely. The Blight Queen has agreed to this arrangement. He spoke last to Hua Lingxiao. She was tending her garden when he arrived. The white flowers and the red bloom and the arrangement that had been growing over months into something that was not just a memorial, but also, now, an expression of something else. I'm ready, she said before he asked. What changed? You came back, she said. You always came back. He sat with that in the white garden for a while, and she sat beside him, and the dimension held them both in the particular quiet of something that was about to become real. Then they stood and went to prepare. Chapter 126. The Duan clan chose the worst possible moment to make their final move. While Yaofeng prepared for the most important cultivation breakthrough of his life, Duan Guhong, patient, calculating, and unwilling to accept defeat, launched his last offensive. He had spent months gathering allies, 3 Canopy Realm cultivators from neighboring clans who bore grudges against the Verdant Lotus sect for various historical slights, and coordinated a surprise attack designed to breach the sect's defenses during the absence of its strongest member. Yaofeng was deep in meditation, entering the preliminary stages of World Root meditation, when the alarm formations activated. The mountain shook with the impact of 4 Canopy Realm cultivators' combined assault on the outer barriers. Stone crumbled. Gardens burned. Disciples screamed. Grand Elder Ling met the attack at the main gate, his Canopy Realm cultivation blazing with the full force of 40 years of botanical mastery. He held 2 of the attackers alone, his techniques transforming the sect's defensive gardens into weapons, razor-vined walls, explosive pollen clouds, and root traps that erupted from the mountain's foundations. But 2 remained, Duan Guhong himself, and a Canopy Realm sword cultivator named Lung Baya, who cut through the sect's formation arrays with the methodical precision of a surgeon removing sutures. Ling Sowen took command of the inner defense. She was not a warrior. She was an alchemist, a researcher, a scholar's daughter. But she had spent months watching Yaofeng transform herbs into weapons, and she had learned. She distributed pills to the defending disciples, combat enhancement pills refined from Yaofeng's dimension-grown herbs, each one providing a temporary boost to chi density, reaction speed, and spiritual defense. The pills turned Bloom Realm disciples into temporary Fruit Realm fighters, creating a defensive force that punched above its weight by a full realm. Kaiyong held the main gate compound with his iron mortar and his iron skin and his iron refusal to let anyone past. The gate was a choke point, narrow enough that numerical superiority didn't matter, only raw combat power. And Kaiyong's combat power, enhanced by iron bloom and months of brutal training, was sufficient to hold the position against everything the Duan clan's warriors threw at him. His mortar cracked skulls. His body absorbed techniques that should have shattered bones. His voice, roaring defiance in the mountain wind, was louder than the combat formation's thunder. He was not elegant. He was not sophisticated. He was a wall made of fury and friendship, and walls didn't retreat. Chapter 127. Yaofeng emerged from meditation with the World Root meditation incomplete, but the dimensional awareness intact. He could feel the battle through the root network that connected the sect's gardens to the mountain's infrastructure. Every impact, every technique, every injured disciple registering as a vibration in the botanical web. He joined the battle at the sect's eastern wall, where Duan Guhong had penetrated the outer defenses and was advancing toward the 3rd peak, toward Yaofeng's laboratory, toward the research archives, toward the heart of everything the sect had built around the living pharmacy. The Duan patriarch saw him coming and smiled. The cold, satisfied smile of a hunter who has finally cornered his prey. Shen Yaofeng, Duan Guhong said, his canopy realm cultivation wrapping around him like a cloak of compressed authority. The root vein comes home to the Duan clan today. The root vein was never yours, Yaofeng replied. It was never anyone's. It's a child, Duan Guhong. Not a treasure. Not a weapon. Not property. A child. Children belong to their parents. And the Duan clan has guarded the root vein for 1,000 years. Guarded it in a sealed vault, letting it kill everyone who touched it, while waiting for someone disposable enough to test it on. Yaofeng's voice carried the quiet conviction of someone who had spent months learning, growing, and understanding. You never understood what you had. You never tried to understand. You just wanted to own it. Duan Guhong attacked. Canopy realm versus seed realm. The gap was real. Yaofeng had not yet broken through to canopy realm, and the incomplete world root meditation had left him without access to the harmonized consciousness that the technique was supposed to provide. But he was not the same seed realm cultivator who had entered the abyssal gardens. The dimension's expansion, the ancient herbs he'd absorbed, the experience of channeling a continent's root network, all of it had elevated his baseline far beyond what his nominal realm suggested. His techniques had evolved. Root bind didn't just constrain, it thought, adapted, predicted. Guided by Little Root's tactical intelligence and strengthened by Bitter Thorn's defensive ecology, the roots that erupted from the mountain soil operated as autonomous combatants, each one capable of independent tactical decisions. Spore Burst didn't just disorient. It targeted specific meridians, specific cultivation techniques, specific weaknesses that Yaofeng's enhanced perception identified in real time. The pollen carried compounds designed by the Dimension's ecosystem for this exact opponent, tailored biological warfare at the individual level. Blood Bloom created zones of healing that simultaneously weakened enemies. The crimson flowers absorbed hostile qi and converted it to medicinal energy, creating an environment where Yaofeng's allies grew stronger and his enemies grew weaker with every passing second. Duan Guhong was a powerful cultivator, but he was fighting on terrain that belonged to the living pharmacy, against techniques that evolved faster than he could adapt, surrounded by a garden that actively worked against him. The battle lasted 20 minutes. By its end, Duan Guhong's canopy realm cultivation had been systematically dismantled, not by a single devastating technique, but by the accumulated effect of hundreds of small interventions. Root bind tangling his meridians. Spore burst disrupting his qi circulation. Blood bloom converting his offensive energy into healing for the sect's wounded defenders. He fell to his knees, not from a killing blow but from exhaustion. His cultivation drained, his techniques neutralized, his body wrapped in roots that held him without harming him. Duan Guhong looked up at Yaofeng from the tangle of roots with the expression of a man encountering a problem that cannot be solved through the methods that have solved every previous problem. He was not afraid. He was recalibrating. Yaofeng stood over him and waited. You could have killed me, Duan Guhong said, finally. Yes. Why didn't you? It was a genuine question, not a challenge. The patriarch of the Duan clan, wrapped in roots that held him with the precise force of a professional grip. No bruising. No circulation restriction, nothing that would cause lasting damage, was asking an honest question. Because killing you doesn't solve the underlying problem, Yaofeng said. The Duan clan would pass to your heir, who would continue the dispute because the dispute is about the root vein, not about you. The root vein is inside me. I'm not going anywhere. He crouched down to the patriarch's eye level. And because you spent 40 years being what your family needed you to be, and some portion of that time, I think, believing that what you were doing was right. People who believe they're right are not villains. They're mistaken. Villains you fight. Mistaken people you correct. Duan Guhong looked at him for a long time. You're 19 years old, he said. Yes. When I was 19, I was learning which family alliances served the clan's long-term interests and how to leverage them. Different education. Clearly, the patriarch's expression had shifted from recalibration to something more complicated. Not respect. Not yet. But the preliminary state from which respect might eventually develop. What happens now? The Duan clan's formal claim to the root vein is withdrawn. The bounty on my life is lifted. The political pressure on the Verdant Lotus sect is ended. Yaofeng paused. In return, I don't publicize this engagement's outcome in a way that damages the clan's standing, and I make available one renewable supply of jade marrow lotus petals per year for use in treating withered root syndrome patients in Duan clan territory. The patriarch stared at him. You're offering me medicine. I'm offering your people medicine. You're incidental to that. Another long silence. The roots held, patient and implacable. Agreed, Duan Guhong said. Yao Feng released the roots. The patriarch stood, straightened his robes with the deliberate dignity of a man reasserting identity after a moment of vulnerability, and looked at Yao Feng one more time. He said nothing further, but the look acknowledged something, a shift in the framework that had governed the last several months of his life. He walked out of the compound with his remaining warriors. Yao Feng watched them go, then turned to find Ling Suan standing 6 meters behind him with her research journal open and a stylus in her hand. Root bind application, canopy realm target, 0 structural damage, she said. Correct. Noting that for the record. He smiled. Chapter 128. Yao Feng stood over the man who had hunted him since the beginning. Duan Guhong knelt in the root bind lattice, his canopy realm cultivation suppressed, his political power broken, his clan's military force scattered across the mountain in various states of defeat. The proud patriarch who had controlled Azure Mist Province for decades was, for the first time in his life, completely at someone else's mercy. Kill me and be done with it, Duan Guhong said, and his voice held no fear. Only the pragmatic acceptance of a man who understood consequences. No. Then what? I seal your cultivation to root realm. You return to the Duan clan with enough power to survive, but not enough to threaten anyone. Your clan retains its holdings, but loses its military dominance. Azure Mist Province will be free to develop without your shadow over it. Root realm. The patriarch's face contorted. You would reduce me to the lowest. I would reduce you to the level of the people you've spent decades oppressing. Farmers, merchants, herbalists, the people who built the province's wealth while you hoarded its power. Yao Feng knelt to meet the older man's eyes. Root realm cultivators live good lives, Duan Guhong. They grow herbs. They raise families. They contribute to their communities without anyone being afraid of them. It's not a punishment. It's a second chance. The sealing was performed by Grand Elder Ling, who had defeated his opponents and arrived at the Eastern Wall in time to witness the conversation. The formation that reduced Duan Guhong's cultivation was precise, permanent, and, by Grand Elder Ling's assessment, the most merciful response to a military assault on a major sect that anyone had ever witnessed. The 3 allied Canopy Realm cultivators fled the mountain before the sealing was complete. Their retreat was swift, unpursued, and permanent. None of them would trouble the Verdant Lotus sect again. The Duan clan's power was broken, not destroyed. Yao Feng had been careful to preserve the clan's civilian infrastructure, its non-military members, and its legitimate business operations. But the military might that had oppressed Azure Mist Province for generations was gone, sealed in the body of a patriarch who would spend the rest of his life at the cultivation level of a beginning student. It was, Yao Feng reflected, the living pharmacy's most fitting victory. Not destruction, transformation. The same principle that guided his herbs, his healing, and his growing understanding of the root vein's purpose. He stood in the compound's aftermath, the contained Duan warriors, the repaired formation, the quiet that followed resolved conflict, and felt the specific exhaustion of a person who has been carrying something heavy for a long time and has just set it down. The Duan clan's claim was withdrawn. The kingdom's decree had been superseded by the treaty's formal recognition of his sovereign status. The myriad toxin sect's threat had been converted into a research partnership. The Verdant Lotus sect's political complications remained, but they were manageable complications rather than existential ones. He was not safe. He would never be entirely safe, not while carrying what he carried. But the specific pressures that had defined the past year, the pursuit, the escalation, the accumulation of threats that had seemed, at some points, too numerous to address, had resolved into something more workable. Grand Elder Ling found him on the compound's western terrace, standing in the afternoon light with his hands at his sides and his eyes on the mountains. The Research Council wants to meet with you tomorrow, the Grand Elder said. The breakthroughs data, the Canopy Realm integration sequence, the full documentation of the temporary merging. There are questions. I know. Fang Xiaoyun has submitted a formal request to be included in the post-breakthrough research team. His collaboration proposal cites specific technical competencies that complement your biological method. Yao Feng thought about the collaboration conversation in the holding room. The seed, apparently, had found its soil. Include him, he said. Grand Elder Ling nodded. He started to turn away, then paused. The preserved dantian in the sealed wing. Yes. I have been thinking about what it represents. 12 generations of research leading to a specific person who did not arrive knowing what they were arriving for. Who arrived because a mother was dying and her son was stubborn. He looked at Yao Feng with the expression of a scientist encountering data that expanded rather than confirmed his framework. In all my models of this outcome, I had imagined competence, technical mastery, power. I did not model stubbornness. My mother would say it's the same thing. The Grand Elder considered this. She may be right. He looked at the mountains. Whatever comes next, and there is much that comes next, you have done something today that none of 12 generations of Grand Elders believed was possible. You completed the temporary merging and maintained identity. All 5 spirits helped. They helped because you built something worth helping. He nodded once. That is not nothing, Shen Yaofeng. It wasn't nothing. Chapter 129. With external threats resolved, the Duan clan broken, the myriad toxins sect withdrawn, the hollow gardener sedated, and Shui Moyan's body refining lineage extinguished, Yaofeng returned to the internal dimension for the merging. The Blight Queen had made her decision. The condition had been set. The other spirits had agreed. All that remained was the act itself. But there was one more conversation to have first. Yaofeng entered the dimension and found the Blight Queen in her white garden, tending the flowers that represented her memories of the person she had been before the root vein consumed her. I need to tell you something, he said. Before the merging. Before anything changes. She looked up. Her expression was composed, controlled, the mask of a woman who had survived 10 millennia by revealing nothing. But her eyes, those dark seed eyes, held the flicker of something vulnerable. The gardener's cocoon, Yaofeng said. When I connected with his consciousness to sedate him, I felt something. A fragment of his awareness that was still him. Not the madman. Not the hollow gardener. Just Chinmui, a young botanist who loved plants and loved you and lost both. The Blight Queen's composure cracked. Not dramatically. A subtle fissure, visible only because Yaofeng had learned to read the almost imperceptible changes in her expression the way he read the spiritual signatures of herbs. He's still in there, she whispered. A fragment. Broken. Barely coherent. But yes, part of him is still the man you loved. Silence. The white flowers swayed in a breeze that existed only in her corner of the dimension. Then I have one more condition, she said. Not for the merging. For after. Name it. When the child is born. If the child is born, promise me you'll find a way to reach the gardener's fragment. Not to punish him. Not to destroy him. To tell him that Hua Lingxiao forgives him. Yaofeng felt the weight of the promise settle into him, like a seed finding soil. I promise. The Blight Queen closed her eyes. When she opened them, the mask was gone. Not the composure. The mask beneath the composure. The 10,000-year-old armor that had protected her from the possibility of hope. Then let's begin. He said it and felt the dimension respond. A pulse of warmth that moved through every herb, every root system, every drop of water in the central spring simultaneously. The primordial root veins, full ecology, gathered and ready, oriented toward the moment that it had been building toward since the day it found a host who didn't die screaming. Little Root was vibrating. Not with anxiety, with the quality of a long project approaching its completion, all the accumulated work of months about to converge on a single point. Silk Mist's archival awareness expanded, encompassing the entire dimension simultaneously, recording everything, ensuring that whatever happened next would be preserved in the complete record she had been maintaining for 10,000 years and extending. Ironbark stood at the ceremony site's threshold, his roots anchoring the amphitheater's living wood with the patient strength of something that intended to hold regardless of what the next hours produced. Dusong's melody shifted, from preparation into the first notes of something that Yaofeng could only describe as arrival. The sound that happens when something long-awaited finally comes. Bitterthorn moved to the ceremony site without being asked. He positioned himself at the perimeter, not as an outside observer, but as a guardian of the space. His thorn economy retracted to its minimum, his bark armor smoothed, his bearing carrying the specific solemnity of someone who has decided to participate in something that was once unthinkable. And Hua Lingxiao walked from the prison that had ceased to be a prison weeks ago and had become, in the period since she agreed, a staging space, into the open dimension. For the first time in 10,000 years, she walked freely through the garden. She moved slowly, with the quality of someone taking inventory, touching the herbs she passed, feeling the soil, looking at the sky of emerald light that she had observed from behind walls for longer than most civilizations had existed. She paused at the crystal-clear water herb, the one that had been growing for Yaofeng's mother, and pressed one hand into its root system for a moment. Then she looked at Yaofeng. I haven't walked in a garden in 10,000 years, she said. I had forgotten what it felt like. What does it feel like? She looked at the garden around her. Like something beginning, she said. Chapter 130. The merging ceremony took place in the amphitheater. Ironbark had grown at the dimension's center, surrounded by the inland sea, beneath the green-starred sky. All 6 spirits gathered. Little Root stood at the north position, his childlike form blazing with green light. Bitterthorn stood at the south, his thorny armor gleaming with dark sap. Silk Mist floated at the east, Her gossamer formed trailing threads that connected to every corner of the dimension. Ironbark stood at the west, his massive wooden body forming the amphitheater's wall. Dusong hovered above the center, her morning dew form dispersing into a fine mist that settled over the proceedings like a benediction. The Blight Queen, Xiao, stood at the amphitheater's heart, her form of flower petals and vine tendrils radiating an emotional signature so complex it defied description. 10,000 years of rage, grief, love, and now hope, compressed into a single consciousness that was about to make the most consequential choice of its existence. Yaofeng stood among them, the host, the father, the vessel in which the child would be born. Little Root initiated the ceremony. As the first spirit, the prototype, it was fitting that he guide the process. He extended his hands, and threads of green light connected him to every other spirit in the amphitheater. The threads pulsed with information, identity, memory, consciousness, flowing between the spirits in patterns that became more complex with each passing second. Bitterthorn contributed his defense. His thorny ecology didn't dissolve, it folded inward, compressing millennia of protective instinct into a dense core of consciousness that joined the growing pattern. His features softened as the edges of his identity merged with the collective, his bark armor becoming bark skin, becoming something new. Silk Mist contributed her memory. Her gossamer threads unwound from the dimension structures and rewound into the central pattern, carrying 10,000 years of recorded history into the child's developing consciousness. She didn't disappear. She became the pattern's texture, its continuity, its ability to remember. Ironbark contributed his protection. The massive guardian's form compressed, his mountain body becoming a seed of absolute defensive commitment that joined the others in the growing mandala of consciousness. He was the pattern's foundation, its structural integrity, its unshakable resolve. Dusong contributed her compassion. Her morning dew form rained down into the pattern, each droplet carrying the emotional resonance of the dimension's first spirit, the willing volunteer who had believed in the dream when it was still pure. She was the pattern's warmth, its empathy, its capacity for love without condition. The Blight Queen stepped forward last. The amphitheater was silent. The dimension held its breath. The herbs in every corner of the garden leaned toward the center, their spiritual signatures harmonizing in a chord that resonated through the root network and into the world above. Xiao, not the Blight Queen, not the emotional core, not the component, placed her hands on the growing mandala of consciousness and poured herself into it. The process was agonizing. Not for the spirits, for Yaofeng. Every emotion the Blight Queen had experienced in 10,000 years flooded through the dimensional link and into Yaofeng's consciousness. Her love for the gardener, passionate, complete, vulnerable. Her betrayal, the moment of horrified realization when the ritual began consuming her. Her rage, 10 millennia of imprisoned fury, burning with an intensity that could melt mountains. Her grief, the bottomless sorrow of losing not just her freedom but her identity, becoming a function rather than a person. And her hope, fragile, newborn, terrifying in its vulnerability. Yaofeng experienced it all. He wept, not the controlled tears of clear pool mind, but the raw, helpless tears of a person overwhelmed by the emotional weight of another soul's complete history. His tears fell on the mandala, and the medicinal qi they carried, the purest, most potent healing compounds his body had ever produced, sealed the merging. The corruption in the dimension vanished. Where dead flowers had stood for 10,000 years, the most magnificent blooms the dimension had ever seen erupted into life. White flowers, Xiao's flowers, but transformed. Brilliant, radiant, alive in a way that the originals, maintained by grief and memory, had never been. The mandala completed. The 6 spirits were not gone. They were present, their identities preserved, their voices still audible, their consciousness still distinct. But they were also unified, part of something larger, something that had not existed before, something that pulsed with a light that was neither green nor gold nor white, but all of them and none of them. The child at the dimension's center blazed into full awareness. And Yaofeng, the herbalist who had eaten a cursed herb to save his mother, felt the canopy realm breakthrough arrive not as a barrier shattered, but as a door opened. Chapter 131. The breakthrough was not a moment. It was a metamorphosis. Yaofeng's consciousness expanded beyond his body, beyond the dimension, beyond the mountain, touching the root network that connected every plant on the continent. He was himself. He was the garden. He was the child growing at the garden's center, experiencing the world for the first time through senses that were both human and botanical. The dimension completed its transformation. What had been a world became a universe, a self-sustaining biosphere with its own physics, its own ecology, its own consciousness. The herbs within it didn't just grow, they thought. The weather patterns didn't just cycle, they responded to the garden's needs with intelligent adaptation. The sea at the center didn't just hold water. It held the dimension's collective memory, every event since the root vein's creation preserved in its depths. And the root vein's child, the being that the hollow gardener had dreamed of and destroyed himself trying to create. It was awake. It was aware. It was not what anyone had expected. It was a garden, not a person-shaped entity, not a consciousness in a body. A garden, a living, breathing, thinking garden that existed simultaneously inside Yaofeng's dimension and in the potential space between the physical world and the spiritual one. It was everywhere and nowhere. It was every herb Yaofeng had ever grown and every herb he ever would grow. It was the sum of 6 spirits' contributed consciousness, unified by a human host's compassion, and born into awareness through an act of willing transformation. The garden spoke, not in words, in the language of growing things. The rustle of leaves and wind, the creak of roots in soil, the whispered unfurling of a blossom at dawn. It said, "Thank you," and Yaofeng, tears still falling, replied, "Welcome." The child's first moments in the world were not what he had expected. He had anticipated power, the kind of overwhelming spiritual pressure that accompanied the emergence of a new, high-level consciousness. He had anticipated transformation, a dramatic reshaping of the dimension into something fundamentally different from what he had built. What he experienced was quieter than that. A presence, specific, complete, and unmistakably new. Not Little Root. He was still here, his cheerful organizational energy unchanged. Not Silk Mist, whose archival awareness continued its steady documentation. Not Bitter Thorn, whose thorn ecology remained at the southern border. Not Iron Bark, whose roots still anchored the amphitheater. Not Du Song, whose melody had shifted into a new key but continued without interruption. Not Hua Ling Xiao, still present in the dimension, carrying 10,000 years of herself fully, contributing but not subsumed. The child was all of them and none of them. It was the relationship between them, the specific character of what emerged when Little Root's cheerfulness and Bitter Thorn's rigor and Silk Mist's memory and Iron Bark's steadiness, and Du Song's feeling and the Blight Queen's soul were present in the same space, freely, by choice, with the specific quality that only willing contribution produces. It was a new thing, genuinely new. Not the hollow gardener's design, not the artifact's programmed outcome, not any existing category of consciousness. A child born from a garden. He pressed one hand to the seed's remnant and let the connection form. Not the host's authority over the dimension, not the researcher's analytical distance, but the relationship of something that has been tending a garden until the garden was ready to tend itself. "Hello," he said, to the presence that had been building inside him for the past year. The presence responded with something that had no word in any human language, but that his body translated, through the root vein's biological interface, as recognition. It knew him. It had been growing inside him. Of course it knew him. He had been, all along, the soil. Chapter 132, Canopy Realm. The word was inadequate. The experience was oceanic, vast, deep, and fundamentally transformative. Yaofeng's cultivation had not simply increased in quantity. It had changed in kind, becoming something that the standard realm ladder could only approximate. His body's medicinal output increased 100-fold. His blood could now regenerate severed limbs, not just heal wounds, but regrow tissue that had been destroyed. His breath could purify the air across a city, not just the immediate vicinity, but a mile-wide radius of atmospheric cleansing that neutralized toxins, pollutants, and hostile qi with the efficiency of an industrial filtration system. His tears could mend shattered souls, not just crack repairs, but the complete reconstruction of a damaged spiritual consciousness. His sweat neutralized every known poison simultaneously. His touch communicated directly with any plant on the continent. His presence, the simple fact of his physical proximity, caused gardens to bloom, damaged ecosystems to heal, and dying plants to recover. He was, in every meaningful sense, a living pharmacy at full capacity. The dimension reflected his advancement. The biosphere inside him was no longer dependent on his qi. It generated its own, producing spiritual energy at a rate that exceeded his consumption. The herbs within it had evolved beyond anything that existed in the real world. Hybrid species that combined properties of dozens of plants, species that had never existed in nature, species that the dimension's ecosystem had created through its own intelligent processes. The child at the dimension's center, the garden consciousness that the root vein had spent 10,000 years trying to birth, was a quiet, gentle presence. Not demanding, not aggressive, simply aware, observing the world through Yaofeng's senses, learning about the reality it had been born into, developing its own understanding of what it meant to exist. Yaofeng gave it a name, not a grand name, not a title or a designation. A simple name that reflected what it was and what he hoped it would become. He called it Shenzhen, True Root. He named it in the dimension and wrote it in his journal and told Ling Suwen, who was sitting beside him when he returned to external consciousness, that the child had a name. She looked at him for a moment. This woman who had spent the past year as the closest witness to everything he had become, and said, "Is it awake?" "Present. Not fully awake. It's like a seedling. The consciousness is there, but it hasn't organized into language yet. Into preferences, opinions, the things that make a mind distinguishable from background awareness." He paused. "It knows me. Of course it does. It knows you too," he said. "I felt that when it recognized me, it was reading through my memories to understand who I was, and when it found you, it recognized you from the inside out. Not just as a face or a name, as a presence, as someone who mattered." She was quiet for a moment. "That's an extraordinary sentence." "Yes. I'm going to need a better framework for relating to a child that grew inside you and remembers me through your memories. I'll help you develop one." "That's remarkably practical of you." He looked at his hands, the herbalist's hands, calloused and green-tinted and carrying, now, the specific warmth of something that was no longer fully separate from the life they had been building. Grand Elder Ling received the announcement of Shenzhen's emergence with the particular stillness of a scientist registering a breakthrough that exceeded their highest expectation. He sat in his laboratory for 3 hours after the briefing, reviewing notes he had been accumulating for 40 years, and then began writing a paper that he would not publish for 6 months because he wanted to understand what he was writing about before he committed it to the record. Old Man Gu, when Yaofeng reached him through the root network relay, said, "Good. Now rest. You've been working for a year, and you haven't rested yet." "I don't know how to rest." "Learn. The child needs you functional. The garden needs you present. The herbs need someone to check on them in the morning." A pause. "And that particular woman standing outside your door needs you to be a person, not a phenomenon, for approximately 1 evening before the next impossible thing begins." He took the advice. Chapter 133. The Continental Alchemy Congress reconvened, this time at Grand Elder Ling's invitation, hosted by the Verdant Lotus sect itself in recognition of Yaofeng's achievements and the knowledge that his research represented. 3,000 alchemists, researchers, and sect representatives traveled to the Green Cloud Mountains for the event. The Verdant Lotus sect's hospitality was impeccable. Terrace gardens provided venues, crystal greenhouses housed demonstrations, and the mountain air carried the scent of more spiritual herbs than most attendees had encountered in their entire careers. Yaofeng was offered the title of Grand Alchemist of the continent, the youngest recipient in the title's history at 21 years old. The previous youngest had been 47. The nomination was proposed by 17 different sects simultaneously, an unprecedented consensus that reflected the continental impact of the living pharmacy's existence. He accepted the title not for the prestige, but for the access it provided. Grand Alchemist status came with unrestricted entry to every major sect's herb library, collaboration agreements with research institutions across the continent, and a political standing that made it significantly harder for any single power to threaten him. "This is a tool," he told Ling Suwen after the ceremony. "Not a crown. Tools are useful. Crowns are heavy." "You've grown," she observed, adjusting his formal robes with the practiced hands of someone who had been fixing his collar for months. "When I met you, you were a boy who healed cows with his bare hands. Now you're the continent's Grand Alchemist." "I still heal cows." "I know. That's why they gave you the title." The ceremony was also their first public appearance as a couple, a fact that the gathered alchemists found as interesting as Yaofeng's abilities. The Grand Elder's daughter and the living pharmacy. The union of the Verdant Lotus sect's most valuable asset and its most prominent heir. The political implications were debated in every corridor and tea house for weeks. Neither Yaofeng nor Ling Suwen cared about the politics. They cared about the research. And the ceremony gave them access to resources that would have taken decades to accumulate through normal channels. Chapter 134. Venerable Wudu requested an audience through formal diplomatic channels. The first time in 3 centuries that the myriad toxin sect had used proper protocol for anything. Yaofeng received him in the Third Peaks receiving hall, the same room where Grand Elder Ling had first interviewed him months ago. The symmetry was not lost on either of them. Wudu looked different. The healing Yaofeng had performed during their battle had not just addressed the old man's toxin damage. It had revitalized systems that had been degrading for decades. His skin had color. His eyes were clear. His movements, while still careful with age, lacked the trembling uncertainty of a body destroying itself. He knelt. The poison saint, 3 centuries old, ancient root realm, feared across the continent, knelt before a 21-year-old herbalist and placed his accumulated research at Yaofeng's feet. 300 years of documentation, thousands of experimental records, the most comprehensive external study of the primordial root vein that had ever been conducted. I offer everything I have, Wudu said. Not as tribute, not as surrender, as a contribution. You are doing what I spent my life trying to understand. Let me watch. Let me learn. Let me spend whatever years I have left as a student of the phenomenon I could never be. Students don't kneel, Yaofeng said. Students stand beside their teachers and argue. Wudu looked up, and for the first time in 300 years, the poison saint smiled without calculation, without agenda, without the weight of obsession. He smiled the way scholars smile when they find the answer they've been searching for, with wonder and relief, and the bittersweet acknowledgement that the answer was always simpler than they'd imagined. Then I'll stand, he said, and I'll argue. Chapter 135. Yaofeng went home. Not to the verdant lotus sect. That was his home now, in the practical sense. He went home to the Shen clan village, the small compound in the mountains of Azure Mist province where 9 generations of herbalists had lived, worked, and unknowingly prepared his bloodline for the root veins bonding. He brought the medicine his mother needed. Not the crude extract he'd sent with Wei Qingniao months ago. A perfect cure, grown in his dimension, refined by the child's emerging consciousness, and infused with his body's own medicinal essence. A cure so complete that it didn't just treat the withered root syndrome. It reversed it entirely, restoring his mother's dantian to full function and her cultivation to a level it hadn't reached since her youth. His mother was sitting in the garden when he arrived, the same garden where she'd taught him about herbs as a child, now slightly overgrown from months of reduced attention. She looked up from the herbs she was tending and saw him at the gate. She didn't speak. She stood, crossed the garden, and held him. Yaofeng held her back. His body's medicinal output, the blood and sweat and tears that could heal anything, was irrelevant. This healing required nothing but arms and time and the sound of a mother's breathing against her son's chest. You've grown so much, she whispered when she finally pulled back. But you still smell like herbs. That's never going to change. He administered the cure that evening, in the same room where she had lain dying what felt like a lifetime ago. The process was gentle, no agony, no green light, no dramatic transformation. Just a mother drinking a cup of tea brewed from herbs her son had grown inside himself, and feeling the warmth spread through her body like spring through frozen soil. Is it working? She asked. Check your dantian. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet. It's whole. It feels whole, like it did before the syndrome, but stronger. How is that possible? The herbs are special, he said. They were grown with love. She looked at him with the expression of a mother who understood that her son had just told her a truth she would never fully comprehend and loved her too much to burden her with the details. Thank you, she said. For everything. For the cursed herb. For surviving it. For becoming whatever you've become. Whatever I've become started here. In this garden. With you. They sat together until the stars came out. 2 herbalists in a garden that smelled of growing things. Chapter 136. The Living Garden Pavilion was established 6 months after Yaofeng's return from the Abyssal Gardens. It was not a sect in the traditional sense, not a military organization, not a political entity, not a hierarchy built on cultivation rank. It was a clinic, a school, a research center, and a garden, all wrapped in one. Its purpose was simple, to heal what was broken and to teach others how. Ling Sowen became its first grand alchemist, overseeing the research division, training new alchemists in the techniques she and Yaofeng had developed together, and producing medicines of a quality that set the continental standard. Her laboratory occupied the pavilion's highest level, with windows that overlooked the herb gardens she had designed and the mountains that had become her home. Kaiyang ran the outer defenses, a role he had not expected and discovered he excelled at. His iron bloom-enhanced body and tactical stubbornness made him the perfect guardian for an institution that valued healing over combat. He trained a small defensive force recruited from cultivators who shared the pavilion's values, and he did it with the particular effectiveness of a man who had spent years protecting a single person and was now protecting an idea. Wei Qingniao managed intelligence and security. She never fully shook the habits of her assassin training, but she redirected them, building an information network that monitored threats to the pavilion and its members, coordinating with allied sects and organizations, and occasionally disappearing for days at a time to address situations that were better handled quietly. When asked about her official title, she said, Shadow Gardener, and refused to elaborate. Bai Lianhua oversaw the spiritual healing division, treating patients whose injuries went beyond the physical into the spiritual and emotional. Her purity temple training, combined with the techniques she'd learned from observing Yaofeng, created a healing methodology that addressed the whole person rather than just their symptoms. She recruited healer nuns from her temple, establishing a spiritual care program that became the pavilion's most sought-after service. Old Man Gu Lingshan, ancient root realm, 10,000 years old, took the role of honorary Grand Elder. He didn't teach classes or attend meetings. He sat in the pavilion's garden, sorted mushrooms, and dispensed wisdom to anyone who sat beside him long enough. His role was unofficial but essential. He was the pavilion's connection to the past, to the Hollow Gardener's original dream, to the 10,000-year history that had led to this moment. And Venerable Wudu, the former poison saint, now simply Scholar Wudu, established himself in the pavilion's research library, where he spent his days cross-referencing 3 centuries of research with Yaofeng's first-hand experience. His presence was controversial. Many in the cultivation world remembered the myriad toxin sex attacks, but his contribution was undeniable. His knowledge filled gaps that no other source could address, and his humility, the genuine humility of a man who had spent 3 centuries seeking something and found it in the most unexpected place, earned him a grudging respect from even his harshest critics. The living garden pavilion grew. Patients came from across the continent, cultivators with shattered dantians, civilians with incurable diseases, communities with poisoned water and blighted soil. Yaofeng treated them all. His body, his dimension, his herbs, all were dedicated to the simple, radical purpose of healing whatever was broken. It was, as Old Man Gu observed one morning over mushroom tea, almost exactly what the Hollow Gardener dreamed of. Except this version doesn't require sacrificing anyone. Chapter 137. The night was quiet, the stars clear, and the mountain air carried the scent of 1,000 herbs in bloom. Yaofeng and Ling Suwen sat on the pavilion's highest terrace, a platform of living wood that iron bark had grown from the mountainside, offering a panoramic view of the Green Cloud Mountains and the distant plains beyond. The moon was full, painting the landscape in silver and shadow. They had been married 3 months ago, in a ceremony conducted by Bai Lianhua in the pavilion's central garden, attended by every person who mattered to them. Kaiyang had served as best man and cried throughout the ceremony while insisting he had something in both eyes. Wei Qingniao had provided security so thorough that 3 uninvited guests were apprehended before the vows were complete. Old Man Gu had fallen asleep during the speeches and been gently woken by Little Root, who had manifested just enough external presence to nudge the old man's shoulder. Now they sat together in comfortable silence, 2 people whose lives had become so thoroughly intertwined that silence between them was not empty, but full of shared history, shared purpose, shared understanding. What are you thinking about? Ling Suwen asked. The future. Specifically, not battles, not enemies, not politics. He turned to look at her, this brilliant, fierce, beautiful woman who had left her comfortable life to follow a mystery and found herself married to the mystery instead. I'm thinking about what we want to build. A world where healing is free, where herbs and people grow together, where the Hollow Gardener's original dream, purified of madness, becomes real. That's a big dream. The gardener thought so too, but he tried to do it alone. He sacrificed everyone around him because he thought the dream was more important than the people dreaming it. And you? I think the people are the dream. Without them, without you, without Kaiyang and Wei Qingniao, and Bai Lianhua, and Old Man Gu and Wudu, the garden is just plants. Beautiful, useful, impressive plants. But the beauty comes from the people who tend them. The purpose comes from the lives they heal. Ling Suwen took his hand. Her fingers, calloused from years of alchemy work, intertwined with his, calloused from years of herb cultivation. Their hands fit together the way their lives fit together. Not perfectly, but with the comfortable functionality of 2 imperfect things that had found their complement. I love you, she said. I love you too. Inside his dimension, a flower bloomed without being asked. It had been doing that since the first time he realized he loved her. By now, there was an entire garden of unbidden flowers, growing in a corner of the dimension that Little Root had designated the sentimental sector and refused to organize. The night continued. The stars turned, and 2 herbalists sat on a mountain, looking at the world they had begun to build, feeling the warmth of each other's hands and the quiet, persistent hope that the future would be better than the past. Chapter 138. Old Man Gu fell ill on a morning when the cherry blossoms were in bloom. It was not a sudden illness. It was the slow, inevitable conclusion of a life that had been extended beyond any reasonable span. 10,000 years. Longer than civilizations. longer than the root vein's imprisonment, longer than the Blight Queen's rage. His ancient root realm cultivation, weakened by decades of hiding and the battles of recent months, could no longer sustain his body. The meridians that had carried his chi since the age of the Hollow Gardener were finally degrading, not from injury or poison, but from the simple, cosmic exhaustion of a system that had been running for too long. Yaofeng tried everything. He deployed every herb in his dimension. He produced blood, sweat, and tears in combinations that had never been attempted. He grew specialized healing plants inside the dimension, designed specifically to address the unique deterioration of a 10,000-year-old body. He brought the full weight of the living pharmacy's canopy realm capabilities to bear on a single patient. It wasn't enough. Old Man Gu stopped him on the third day, placing a hand on Yaofeng's arm with a grip that was gentle and final. Some things must end for new things to grow, the old man said. That is the first law of the garden. I can't accept that. You're a herbalist, boy. You know better than anyone that life includes death. The herbs in your dimension, they germinate, they grow, they bloom, they seed, and they die. Their death feeds the soil for the next generation. My death is no different. You're not a herb. No, I'm a very old man who has lived long enough to see the dream fulfilled. And that is more than I ever expected. He smiled. The genuine, unguarded smile that Yaofeng had learned to treasure precisely because it was so rare. You are what the gardener should have been. You have his compassion without his obsession, his brilliance without his blindness, his love for growing things without his willingness to destroy them. I am proud of you, Shen Yaofeng. Prouder than I have ever been of anyone. He died on the 5th day, surrounded by the students who had become his family. Ling Suan held Yaofeng's left hand. Kaiyang held his right. Wei Qingmiao stood guard at the door, allowing no interruption. Bai Lianhua administered the spiritual rites. And Wu Du, the former enemy, sat in the corner and wept for a man he had spent 3 centuries seeking and 3 months knowing. The dimension mourned. Every flower within it closed for a full day, not by Yaofeng's direction, but by the garden's own choice. Little roots light dimmed. Bitter thorns drooped. Silk mist stopped recording for the first time in 10,000 years. Even the child, Shenzhen, the true root, was still. The garden consciousness that normally hummed with quiet awareness fell silent, honoring the passing of the last direct link to its own creation. Old Man Gu was buried in the living garden pavilion's central garden, beneath an ancient tree that he had planted on his first day there. The tree was a species that no one could identify, something from the original abyssal gardens, carried in Old Man Gu's storage ring for 10,000 years, waiting for the right soil. It bloomed the day after his burial. White flowers, fragrant as memory, beautiful as a life well lived. Chapter 139. At Old Man Gu's funeral, Yaofeng sensed it. Standing beside the grave, his hand on the ancient tree, his herb sense extended in the automatic, unconscious way that had become as natural as breathing. He felt the root network shift. The continental root system, the Hollow Gardener's creation, the neural network of plants that spanned the central plains, was moving. Not waking, not destabilizing, moving. The network's patterns were changing, reorganizing themselves around a new center of gravity that was not the gardener's cocoon. It was centering on Yaofeng. The sedative frequency he'd applied to the gardener's consciousness months ago was holding. The cocoon was stable. The dreaming mind within it was at peace. But the root network itself, the vast, continent-spanning infrastructure that the gardener had built, was slowly, gradually, transferring its allegiance from its sleeping creator to the root vein's living host. The network is bonding with you, Little Root explained when Yaofeng checked. The gardener's consciousness is dormant, but the network still needs direction. It's biological, it requires a guiding awareness to maintain its coherence. And the strongest botanical consciousness in its range is you. I'm becoming the continent's gardener. In a manner of speaking, the implications were staggering. A root network that spanned thousands of miles, connecting millions of plants, providing the foundational infrastructure for the Central Plains' entire ecosystem. If Yaofeng fully bonded with it, he would become, in essence, a living component of the continent's biological infrastructure. But the implications went further. Through the root network, Yaofeng could sense things that no surface perception could detect. Deep geological movements, underground water flows, ancient seed banks dormant in the soil, and something new, something unexpected, other root networks. On other continents, connected to systems he'd never known existed. The primordial root vein was not the only one. The Hollow Gardener had created more than one child. There were others, other root veins, other dimensions, other potential hosts, scattered across a world that was far larger and far more complex than Yaofeng had ever imagined. the dead zones, the ancient herbs, the root network itself. They were all pieces of a puzzle whose full scope he was only beginning to comprehend. There's more, Yao Feng said to the dimension, to his friends, to the child growing at his garden's center. There are others like me, others like the root vein, on other continents, in other civilizations, waiting to be found. The child's awareness stirred at this, a pulse of curiosity, of recognition, of the fundamental desire of a newborn consciousness to know that it was not alone. Are we the only one? It asked, in the language of rustling leaves and growing roots. No, Yao Feng replied. We're the first, but we're not the only. Chapter 140. Shen Yaofeng stood at the edge of the living garden pavilion's highest terrace, looking out over the world he had begun to build. The green cloud mountains stretched in every direction, their slopes terraced with the most magnificent gardens on the continent. Gardens that healed, gardens that grew, gardens that blazed with spiritual energy and the simple, powerful beauty of living things cultivated with love. Below him, the pavilion hummed with activity. Patients arrived from across the continent, carried by hope and the stories of those who had been healed before them. Alchemists refined medicines of unprecedented quality. Researchers documented discoveries that would reshape the world's understanding of botanical cultivation. And at the center of it all, the principle that guided everything: heal what is broken. Inside his dimension, the garden was at peace. Little Root tended the herbs with the cheerful diligence of a spirit who had finally found his purpose, not as a caretaker of a prison, but as a gardener of a genuine home. His childlike form danced among the flowers, and his laughter, bright, genuine, unburdened, was the garden's constant soundtrack. Bitterthorn stood at the dimension's southern border, his thorny forest a monument to the principle that protection and destruction were not the same thing. He had not softened. Exactly. His nature was defensive, not gentle, but he had found a purpose that matched his nature rather than fighting it. He was the garden's shield, and he was content. Silk mist floated through the garden, recording everything. Every new herb, every seasonal change, every moment of the child's developing awareness. She was the garden's memory, and she had begun a new archive, one that started not with the hollow gardener's creation, but with Yao Feng's first breath as the root vein's host. A new story, a better one. Iron Bark stood at the dimension's western boundary, his massive form a mountain of living wood that sheltered the garden from forces both internal and external. He had not spoken since the merging, but he didn't need to. His presence communicated everything: stability, strength, the unshakable commitment of a being whose entire existence was defined by protection. Dew song flowed through the dimension's water systems, her morning dew form sustaining every herb, every stream, every drop of the inland sea. She was the garden's heart, pumping life through its veins, and her singing, the haunting melody that had accompanied the merging ceremony, continued, day and night, a lullaby for the child growing at the world's center. And Hua Lingxiao, no longer the blight queen, no longer the imprisoned consciousness, no longer the rage that had defined her for 10 millennia, stood in her white garden at the dimension's center, tending flowers that represented the person she had been and the person she was becoming. She was the garden's soul, and for the first time since the hollow gardener's betrayal, she was at peace. Shenzhen, the true root, the root vein's child, the being that the hollow gardener had dreamed of and destroyed himself trying to create, grew quietly at the dimension's center. It was young. It was new. It was discovering what it meant to exist, one moment at a time, guided by the consciousness of 6 spirits who had chosen to be its parents and a host who had chosen to be its home. It did not yet understand the world. It did not yet know what it could become. But it was curious, and it was growing, and it was loved. Yao Feng's friend stood beside him on the terrace. Ling Suin, her hand in his, her eyes on the horizon, her mind already formulating research questions about the other root veins that would occupy them for years to come. Kaiyang, his iron mortar resting on his shoulder, his expression carrying the satisfied calm of a man who had found his place in the world and defended it with everything he had. Wei Qingniao, standing slightly apart, slightly in shadow, her eyes scanning the perimeter from habit and from purpose. She had never formally ended her life debt. She had simply stopped mentioning it, because the obligation had transformed into something stronger, not debt, but choice. By Lianhua, serene and smiling, her canopy realm presents a warm shelter against the mountain wind. She had found the purpose that her temple's records had predicted, standing beside the root vein's host, healing the wounds that even a living pharmacy couldn't address alone. And in the distance, in a reading room filled with jade scrolls and the accumulated wisdom of 3 centuries, Venerable Wudu sat beside Old Man Gu's empty chair and continued the research that had defined his existence. now not as an obsession, but as a contribution. The future was not certain. The hollow gardener still dreamed in his cocoon, and the sedative would not hold forever. The other root veins, on other continents, remained unknown, potential allies or potential threats, waiting to be discovered. And the promise Yaofeng had made to the spirits, to find a way to truly free them, to give them existence independent of the root vein, remained unfulfilled. But the foundation was laid. The garden was growing. And the Tao of the living pharmacy, the path of healing, growth, and the stubborn, compassionate refusal to let broken things stay broken, continued forward with every breath, every heartbeat, every drop of blood that mended what the world had damaged. Yaofeng looked out at the world. The world looked back. And between them, in the soil, in the roots, in the invisible network of growing things that connected every living being to every other, something new was growing. Something that smelled like fresh earth and hope. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.